This is Audible.
Royal Guard Publishing presents Soul Knight, Book 3, written by J.J. Bookerson, performed by Alyssa Poon and Evan Jordan. Prologue. Nick dodged away from Lothar's axe and ducked under his fist as he backed off. Filling his new inscription with essence and mana, Nick swung his blade, his attack meeting nothing but air. A wave of frost essence echoed out from his swing at nearly the same speed, and Lothar met it with a cross-armed block. Ice crystals formed on top of his arm guards, but he wasn't even slowed down in his approach. He swung his axe at Nick again, but he kept on the move, backing off from Lothar's advance. The orc was big and strong, but Nick was much faster on his feet. 3 more swings and waves followed the first, before he was forced to dodge away from Lothar's own wave of essence. Nick's blade waves struck Lothar, ice spreading over his body, despite blocking one with his axe and the rest with his essence attack. They were sparring at the orc's recently upgraded training grounds, his girls all honing their skills in different areas. It was previously the dueling grounds, but with some DP and essence, the features and layout have been expanded and improved. There was a large walled-in area, with numerous waist-high fences forming makeshift arenas. A mostly dirt and gravel ground with little obstructions, it was easy for warriors to watch other bouts or queue up to face opponents. The essence was denser than the rest of the city, and it stimulated a more rapid recovery of mana as well, allowing warriors to fight more frequently. When following the right protocol for duels where warriors properly challenged themselves earnestly in their bouts, Orion would even reward victories with small amounts of essence. There were also sections with training dummies and workout machines that resembled a more primitive gym, but looked effective all the same. More experienced warriors gave pointers, guiding the younger ones as they practiced. Kaya was showing off her talent with her concept, and Fang and Sable were training wolflings from both their old tribe and Ironclaws. The orcs welcomed their new brethren, happy to meet the large additions to their tribes. The Ironclaw wolflings had been spending much more time in the city lately, and the kobolds and snakefolk as well. The beetlefolk were still a rare visit, but a handful still made it to the tower or training grounds each week. Luna and Irwin both sat with Agatha, working on their shamanic magic, along with other monsterfolk. Fang and Sable no longer benefited from her help as much, since their magic was monstrous and instinctual. Nick continued on the move, sending more waves at Lothar, but he eventually called for a stop. Lothar noted,
"It's not bad, but a little weak. I don't feel much cutting power. Why is this better than making your essence carry?"
Nick knew that while the trait Kaya was blessed with helped, he could still focus on improving his ability to make his body essence carry a bit further with his attacks. Most experts in body essence could, just not as effectively as Kaya with her trait. The new Soul Blade enchantment was an infusion of the Blade Wave glyph awarded from his recent trip to the mall and conquering of the bizarre obstacle course. It seemed useful, but it looked like it would take a lot of practice, once again, just like what he had experienced with Double Jump. Nick frowned, looking at his soul blade in his hands.
I don't know that it's better, other than that it can use a higher mixture of mana. But I don't have a trait for it like you and Kaya do. I think you might understand if I use the White Blade of Light. Just to be safe, use your new concept?
Lothar nodded, held out his arm confidently, and stirred his essence. The air shifted around Lothar, and it was like Nick could feel it. The man in front of him was a temple, built through relentless hard work, from tearing down his body and building it back up again. He held a sturdiness that was tough like stone. Nick gauged his swing as best he could, and, mixing his essence and mana into the attack, he sent out a white blade wave with a downward chop. It formed a hazy, indistinct blade swing, which struck Lothar's arm guard. It knocked his arm back, but didn't even cut. Instead, it looked like his armor was scraped. Nick's attack was slightly off target, perhaps only a few inches from what he practiced. There was a small slice, but it wasn't even enough to draw blood if it struck his arm, most likely. Lothar frowned as he looked at it.
How odd. It felt a little like several cuts landing.
Nick sighed.
That's about as good as I can get it right now. It's really tough to aim the wave. The closest thing I can compare it to is attacking with a whip.
Like a whip? How?
A whip has a specific effective range, where the tip of the implement can reach its maximum speed. If it bumps into something early or the target moves, it can drastically influence the cutting power and the force of the attack. The blade wave is like that. When I swing, I have to be specific about where I want the cutting light from my swing to arrive, to be focused on. A few inches in either direction when the wave arrives, and it's like those several cuts don't line up on one spot.
Lothar nodded.
I think I see now. Difficult to use on a moving target, even though this wave is quite fast. So the first step is probably memorizing attack distances, along with swing and essence strength as you gain experience compensating. Why is it not as much of a problem with the frost?
Nick thought that was a good idea, and so far he had just been playing with it a bit. He had been doing his blade soul forging daily, but finished the enchantment just yesterday, and had practiced cutting things in his room.
Since the frost doesn't need to cut, the freezing light can arrive at different times, and still chill and freeze as the wave arrives. It can still cut a little, but it would need to be a perfectly aimed attack, much like the white light.
So you really need to master the blade wave to make it truly useful. Though it was interesting how you were using the frost blade, attacking me while on the move. Something new for you to practice. What about your ice magic?
Agatha spoke up from where she was meditating with Luna and Irwin. He's doing well, but it's difficult to guide him. He's not a shaman, so his control over the elements is just different from what I can teach him. The young lord can learn shamanic magic like his frost shock, but I think it would be a waste of his talents. Lothar frowned but nodded at Nick.
It's true that most of our shamans cannot natively manipulate ice like you. That is usually the realm of monsters, or mages, or wizards. Instead, they call upon the spirits, the essence itself to do it. An in-between step.
He thought for a moment before he smiled at Nick.
Good. You have come a long way while I was gone, and you didn't grow lax in your training. Your concept fragment of the Frost King is almost further along than mine, and personal to you. So I can't give much guidance there, other than to use mine as a whetstone to your blade. But the next stage for reaching body essence mastery, and thus advancing your swordsmanship, is to integrate your concept into your body and fighting style.
Nick frowned in thought.
I'll need to come up with an ideal that'll work for me then. What if I have two concepts, and I don't want to integrate both of them into my fighting style?
You can use only one with your swordsmanship, and that is fine. But you'll be giving a lot up. Anyway, that's the difference between an expert and a master. You need to focus on your concepts for now.
Nick grimaced.
I don't see how I can do that with the heroic concept. At least not yet.
He then explained the trouble he was having with using his heroic concept fragment, how the darkness of his ideal drew out the malevolent energy from those he judged, and practice of it was difficult, as it seemed to only be drawn out properly when he was being tested or doing something properly heroic.
You say your father called it redemption and salvation. I can understand salvation. A hero certainly brings it. But how would your concept redeem? I think if you can answer this question, you'll be able to move forward.
Nick tried to come up with an answer, but he was stumped.
But why does it matter? Why's my concept ended up this way?
He didn't really understand where this was coming from. Nick had been mildly interested in redemption from when Rebecca brought it up in his discussion about judgment. He had probed her on whether it was okay for him to punish evil as he did back when he was in Zura trying to rescue the children. But for that to become a part of him and his overall path felt odd.
You had explained how this might have come about. Divine usurpation was the bishop's concept, and somehow you purified it. It has a light and dark component in it. Perhaps you've skewed it in a heroic fashion. Rather than stealing the light and dark energy, you are instead earning it, or being given it willingly through salvation and redemption. The Divine Concord will give you the light energy, but you must find a way to obtain the dark.
Nick frowned. It was certainly true that the bishop both had and was harvesting from the priests tainted energy in addition to the faith energy from the priestesses. But just how could Nick harvest it? Nick couldn't even make a soul pact with someone like the bishop or the tainted priests, as far as he knew. For some reason, his ideal drew it out from the depths of his soul, the people he had judged. He would have to think about how to make this happen. He had an idea, but it worried him more than a little bit. After all, when he first started using his ideal, he had attacked Rebecca, something he had previously believed was impossible because she was a pactor, his follower. Nick spent some more time with his mentor, practicing his Frost King concept. Thanks to the expansions they had done to the Genesis Chamber, many of the orcs and wolflings that had died had already been restored. A few were still queued, and he was able to use their chains for the moment. He also used his Create Soul Servant to restore the corpses' bodies over the last few days in secret, the warriors returning to their families gradually. Many had died in the 2 battles against the bandits, and it took Nick many hours to restore their many bodies back into fighting form. Not everyone within the city was a follower of his, so they would have to keep this a relative secret. The warriors' send-off was for the warriors and their families in Lothar's personal courtyard, and they burned the corpses of those Nick was unable to restore. Some nosy Havendale or Zura people might be suspicious over time that there seemingly isn't any families missing their men or women, but by then Nick should have a solution. He would purchase a building that protected the climbers of his city through death, and just keep it inactive and use it as an explanation for their resurrections. His method was capable of bringing his people close to the level they were when they died, whereas other methods that existed would force them to start over nearly from scratch. Jasmine arrived near him and wiped down his sweat with a towel. Then she handed him a canteen of water. "All done for now, Master? I think you're doing well." Nick noticed something a little odd. He could see the bottom of her spider legs. The dress had previously almost touched the floor, making it look as if she were floating when she walked.
What's going on with you? You're getting bigger.
Maybe. I didn't notice. She looked down, and it appeared to dawn on her. Within moments, the dress stretched from her essence investment. Jasmine was busy wandering the mountains most evenings and mornings while Nick was asleep, and was a little cagey about what she was doing. He knew she was hunting, much like Jasper, and doing a bit of exploration. She had a certain goal in mind, and wanted to surprise him. Over the last few weeks, while Nick had been busy, Jasper had defeated numerous enemies in the wilderness. His soul servant liked to hunt to the north, looking for creatures to consume. Each time he was successful, a rush of essence the creature shared would join Nick in his core, bringing him closer to the next level, and also fueling the soul servant's growth. Unfortunately, they only had a few more days left before they would head to Silverbrook, and it appeared Jasmine's plan was to stick around here for a time. Nick looked over to his sheep wife. Periodically her eyes would glow, and she would gaze into the distance from where she was sitting. He knew she was working with spirits in some way, her shamanic abilities making her able to commune with them.
How you doing over there, Winnie? Luna? Any progress?
Winnie beamed. You bet! Agatha taught me a bunch of things for us to practice on our trip and while we're in Silverbrook. I'm eager to try to unlock my new class. Agatha smiled proudly. An ancestral guide is a unique class. An epic support truly blends the differences between a full combat class and a support, and I'm amazed that you are so close to unlocking it at such a young age. Most, if they even have the affinity in the first place, don't have enough attributes or mastery until they're in the third stratum. Nick smiled at his wife in pride. She had gained several traits from their trips through the ordeals, and now she was really starting to excel. Luna watched Irwin fondly as she waited patiently for her turn to speak.
And I'm finding a new path to strength as well. I'm excited to try the totemic magic.
Nick arched his eyebrow at her.
Totemic magic? You're able to do this now?
Luna shook her head.
Not quite yet. It will take some investment of my time first. It's thanks to us being in the second stratum and having such a high strength of soul, which is thanks to us being your mate, of course.
Fang bounded into Nick, her tail wagging as she rubbed her face against Nick's chest. Yes, it's all thanks to Boss. I have to work hard and master more of my magic too. Sable chuckled. It's the same for me. Unfortunately, it is a little tough for us to learn, as we don't have anyone to learn from. We'll have to master our unique magic and essence abilities on our own. Kaya was the last to return and rejoin everyone, leaving several trounced orcs in her wake. Many of them were proud they had hit the second stratum and had become blooded as a result of their raids against the bandits. She was quick to show them they still weren't her match. She joined the group as they were resting, recovering from their training.
What's everyone talking about over here? What are we doing for food?
Nick arched his brow at her.
Is that why you stopped fighting? You were hungry?
Yes.
Kaya blushed as she was forced to tell the truth of the matter. Nick teased.
Damn, we better not run into some guy with a hunger concept. Kaya would be finished, defeated by her stomach of all things.
Kaya shivered.
That can't be real, right?
Irwin chuckled.
Why not? But let's hang out in the mall for a bit and have some fun. Nick is going to meet Rebecca soon for his second official date, so we'll have to keep ourselves busy for a while.
Fang's tail was wagging.
Yes, the mall, where we can have more of the bubbly drink and eat all the pizza.
Sable and Luna looked equally excited, their tails wagging at the idea. Kaya had a little bit of drool on her lip, and Jasmine smiled at all the girls' excitement. Nick dragged each of his wives into a hug and a kiss and bid them farewell. It was time to meet with his prospective wife for dinner. Chapter 1. The Mall Date. Nick walked hand in hand with Rebecca through the underground mall. He had dressed in jeans with a blue, open, button-up, short-sleeved collared shirt with a white undershirt. It was an outfit that he figured would likely match his date quite well. The beautiful priestess was dressed in a conservative outfit that reminded him a little bit of a poodle skirt, a thick skirt that went almost all the way down to her ankles. Her top still covered most of her skin, the white blouse fitting loosely over her entire upper body, but it still accentuated her excellent form. Her bright blonde hair cascaded in ringlets beyond her shoulders, and her blue eyes matched the color of the giant skirt. Rebecca's wings had not grown too much in the past few weeks, but Nick did think they looked a little larger than before. They fluttered as he smiled and looked her over.
Thanks for coming on such short notice, Becca. I wanted to see you again before we left on our trip. You look fantastic.
Thanks, Nicholas. It's no problem at all. I was eager to join you for a much-needed break. The preparations have been taxing.
I know all you nuns work hard. Oh, here's one now.
A nun rode by on a bicycle, a smile on her face as she moved quickly through the mall. The ground was flat and there were tons of space for people to ride by as they practiced, reminding Nick of how there used to be many mall walkers back on Earth. They were practicing in the underground area for now, as they would be unveiled to the general public just before they left. Likely, it would be a valuable commodity among all those that lived in Frosthaven, as it made it easy to get around the city and neighboring areas, even if the city was on a hill. Nick and Rebecca stopped to look, and another rode by, this one struggling to keep upright, but still stopped to wave and wish them happiness and Seraphera's gaze on their date. He chuckled.
It seems they're having a good time. I'm glad Lumos and all the smiths were able to make enough of them.
Rebecca blushed a little at their antics. Yes, the bikes are an interesting and exciting invention. Several of the priestesses and priests have examined and taken them apart with a real sense of wonder. We had built a water wheel for a mill, but these are on a whole different level of complexity. I am curious to see how your vehicle came out, as that should be all the more impressive. Next, Nick saw Andros and his wives pedaling through.
Hey, boss! Check out my new mount! This thing is amazing!
The bike for the orc was definitely bulkier than the one the nuns were riding, but ultimately similar. Lumos's capabilities were quite remarkable, because she had made some fully functional mountain bikes, complete with gears. The gears and the tires were what Nick was most impressed with. The tires were actually made using the Wallywampus hides from the first floor in the ordeal. The processed hides with the fur removed were somehow both spongy and firm. Then they had a fascinating mixed-size diamond-scaled pattern underneath the layer of spongy flesh that, combined with what Lumos did to it, made the result have decent traction. Using some assistance from the elemental shamans, they were able to fill the tires with air. Stretched out over an inner tube and rim, the hide of that godforsaken creature was actually useful, and felt a lot like a rubber tire to Nick's inspection. Based on the density of the essence after enhancing them with skills, the tires would actually be stronger than rubber and less prone to damage. Then, the gears and chains were made using a mixture of the ores Nick brought back from the Centipede Cavern and the Frostspire mines. Nick was somewhat shocked at the level of techniques that would reliably make nearly perfect gears from molds, thinking that was a complicated endeavor. It appeared that many blacksmiths, using the essence pearls, could nearly mold them like clay with mental hands to shave off a hair's worth of material or compact it and make it fit perfectly. It was a technique Lumos had learned from watching the machines at the mall, and it allowed the smiths to effectively mass-produce these somewhat simple machines with a high level of accuracy.
Looking good, Andros. You prefer it over a horse?
Andros snorted.
The Wise and I love horses, but we get frustrated by their capabilities. The idea that I could chase down my enemies using my own strength is welcome. I feel like these would be much more reliable on different terrain.
Nick chuckled internally at the mental image of a bunch of angry orcs with weapons on bikes chasing down bad guys or fat merchants, but he arched his brow.
I'm not so sure about that. A bike is about as useful in a jungle as a horse. In a forest, it depends on how deeply wooded, but I'd rate it rather poorly.
Andros smirked and got off his bike. He nodded at Sharon and Indrid. They both withdrew some wrench tools and took the tires off, and then the chain. With a twist, the frame split in two, and then they stowed the bike with the wheels separately into their pack. The whole process only took a little over 15 seconds. He spread his arms wide.
See how easy that was? Then we're off through the jungle or difficult terrain on foot. Our shamans and support staff will have the right tools to repair any problems and restock the air and the tires. If we were on horseback, we'd have to slowly march through the jungle while leading the horses through, find another route, or go back to retrieve our horses after giving chase. Not to mention the requirements to protect them. This option's far more flexible.
Rebecca was just as amazed as Nick, her eyes wide. They're a wonderful invention. I can't believe nobody had come up with them before on this shard. I suppose, thanks in part to Orion's will, we may have missed this low-hanging fruit. Nick was just as surprised and pleased that this worked out as it did, and watched Indrid and Sharon put the bike back together, getting it ready to ride.
Glad we got such an option. Lumo said she was sure you guys would take about 3 days to get to Silverbrook like that. If you guys were fit enough to ride at a decent pace all day. Don't you worry about getting in a fight after you're exhausted?
Andros snorted.
Our bodies are our temple. We should be able to ride non-stop and fit for battle at any time, so long as we properly rest at set intervals. Not much different from travelling on horseback.
An orc behind them fell over as he tried to stop, nearly colliding with Andros's wives.
Well, once we get the hang of it, enjoy your day. May you gain more maidens and strength, Chief.
Rebecca blushed as the trio went back to their riding practice with a wave goodbye, and with a chuckle and squeezing her hand, he and Rebecca continued their walk through the mall. They walked by the fountain, marveling at the statues and lights. "It's a beautiful work of art," Rebecca commented. "The detail on the marbling is very impressive. I have never seen such beautiful craftsmanship, and the sounds it makes are soothing."
Yeah, my people were pretty impressive, it seems like. I'm glad they were able to leave this behind for me to claim for my people.
Rebecca smiled. "The other clergy do enjoy it down here. I understand the reason why, but it would be lovely to share this with the rest of the people of Frosthaven."
Once Blackthorne's dealt with, I'm all for it. At that point, I should be able to stand up to most of the threats on this shard. At least, I'm sure they'll think twice first before starting something with us.
"I believe that is correct. He's in the 3rd stratum, and nobody has reached the 4th stratum on this shard, or they'd have opened the relay. We're far to the north, besides, a great distance from the warring central kingdoms." They continued their walk, and they passed by a location to have their pictures taken, a photo booth. Nick joined her inside after paying the fee, and they happily posed at the prompts, though Rebecca was a bit confused. It was clearly designed for couples, as the machine encouraged a kiss for one of the images. Rebecca blushed, but complied with the machine's request with a kiss on Nick's cheek, like usual. She blushed even harder as they got the 2 sets of images with her wings fluttering, and frowned. "Wait, I know 2 priestesses tried this machine. It didn't ask them to kiss. And why'd you make a V with your fingers behind my head?" Nick chuckled.
I guess it somehow knew we were a couple? Those are called bunny ears, and it's just something folks do in images without the other person knowing. That was the wacky image, but it seems you didn't understand what it wanted, huh? You looked scared, if anything.
Rebecca frowned in thought. "What was that dreadful thing it showed?" Nick laughed.
That was a clown. They're meant to be silly to make children laugh, so you were supposed to make a silly face.
Rebecca looked mortified. "Children? That would scare almost anyone." She looked to another picture and smiled as she took the rest in. "Still, I'm glad it was able to record this memory for us." She looked around them at the other stalls, the stores and restaurants nearby. "It is interesting how many date spots there are here. I'm eager to see what you have in mind for today."
I think that's a big part of the fun with them all. Plenty of places to check out. You don't really need a plan to have fun. But I did have a place in mind, and that only doubled when I saw the outfit you chose.
"Do you like it? Vinny and Jasmine helped me."
I did say you look fantastic, didn't I? The outfit really suits you, and I love seeing your beautiful golden hair. I really wish your habits didn't cover that so much, at least.
Rebecca's wings fluttered, and she smiled at his compliments. "I like your outfit as well. Your kingly robes make you look strong and dignified, but I do like how you look much more approachable this way, and how these clothes fit your form." Nick smiled.
Are you going to be able to wear these kinds of outfits, even outside of dates? The clothing of the people following Serafera seems restrictive.
When clergy do get married, we do get a little more leeway with our dress. Of course, Serafera understands physical attraction is, at least modestly, important for partners, so this is why I was able to dress up for our date, but a wife of a lord of Orion, especially an ordained lord, I should have much more freedom outside of the church, as lords have different expectations of them and their spouses. Lothar's orcs were back in town, so the mall felt busy with many of Nick's followers checking things out. Much of their gains from raiding the bandit dens were ultimately brought home when not everything was sold in Silverbrook, and they were turning them into resources for crafters or customizing them. A few adherents of Serafera had joined as Nick's followers, and some monsterfolk from outside of Frosthaven were visiting and could be seen checking out the civilized areas. There were a few repeatable challenges that people could take on every few days as individuals in the first stratum, and these were a hot commodity to earn additional essence. Between climbs of the ordeals, the Adventurers Guild, and the Orcs' upgraded training grounds, there were several viable ways to rise in level. They arrived at their destination, a burger and shake place. There was music playing from a jukebox, and Nick almost felt like he could place the song. The place was white and clean-looking, with neon lights running along the walls, and there were numerous booths for sitting. There were a few other couples in the booths, enjoying their meals. A sign was placed at the entrance detailing the usage of the ordering and payment system. Rebecca slid into one of the booths, and Nick slid in after her. She turned to him, suddenly startled. "Oh, you're sitting—"
Do you mind? I wanted to be closer to you.
With a blush, she shook her head no, so he pulled her close to him with a hand on her waist from around her back. Her wings fluttered, and they looked over the menu together. She had a frown and a disappointed look on her face, but didn't voice her complaint. He had noticed she hadn't liked much of the bar food from before, but he still chose this place. Nick chuckled at how she didn't seem to complain about their choices.
Not seeing much you're interested in, huh? I mainly chose to come here for the special dessert, but I knew you might like the chef's or taco salad, or the several choices of soup and chili. Just get them both and we'll take the rest with us. I'll order the dessert for us too.
Oh, I didn't notice those. I'm sorry, Nicholas.
For what?
I doubted you. It seems you had given this place a lot more thought before we came in, and did pay attention to what I liked. Nick gave her a smile.
I did pay attention to what you liked, and I'm gonna do what it takes to win you over. I want this courting period to be a happy memory when we both look back at it. Also, Winnie might have helped by giving me a rundown about these places, so I'm a dirty cheater.
Rebecca chuckled. Serafera values wisdom, and so do I. Using your wives and subordinates to gather it does not subtract from you having it. Pressing some buttons on the menu next to the wall, Nick and Rebecca made their selections. It was a little odd to pay like some kind of vending machine with his silver coins, but it was convenient. Nick pulled her a little tighter to him while they waited.
Comfy, Becca? I like the atmosphere of this place.
Rebecca's blush increased, and her small wings fluttered. The seats are nice, and the music is unique, and I do like how your arm feels around me. Nick enjoyed her warmth, smiling as he felt her body up against his. For Nick, being next to a pretty girl always felt special. But with Rebecca, it was a little different. Much like how being near tainted or evil souls, his stomach would twist and he would feel disgusted, Rebecca's pure, beautiful soul had a reverse, positive effect instead.
Being next to you soothes me. I like your warmth, but your beautiful soul calms mine.
It does? How?
Sure does. I think it's because my soul sense is so sensitive. Being so close to your purity makes it easier for me to relax and feel content.
She blushed and smiled, and rested her head on his shoulder, and then held his free hand. It seemed knowing that she had that effect on him pleased her greatly. The food eventually came out, and they separated as the usual robot rolled out and set the food down in front of them. Rebecca mostly enjoyed her food, but was shocked at how much meat was in the salad. The clam chowder was a hit for her, and Nick shared some of his fries from his burger meal. He made sure they both didn't eat too much, because the dessert was going to be the main draw. She enjoyed her creamy soup, and the salad had a ranch dressing that was unique for her. He placed the order during their meal for the dessert, and it was brought out just as he was finished with his burger. Wow, it's so much. Rebecca was in awe of the large dessert. It was a decadently large banana split with scoops of vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate ice cream with various toppings placed throughout. Fudge was drizzled nearly all over the dessert, and 2 spoons were included. Sprinkles, candies, cherries, and even a few bits of brownies were placed throughout, allowing them both to try various types of sweets from Earth. Nick was happy to give it a try, taking a bite with the long-handled spoon.
Not bad. It's been a while since I had anything like this. Your fruits here on Orion are pretty sweet, but this is a step above that. Even has some essence in it.
Seeing Nick's smile, Rebecca hesitantly took some of the banana in her spoon with some ice cream and fudge. She chewed for a moment and moved it around on her tongue before moaning. That is so... She froze, realizing the sound she made, blushing heavily as her wings fluttered. Nick chuckled.
Don't hold back on my account, that was cute. But that orc suddenly became that much more interested in our meal.
He nodded to his side. Rebecca's eyes grew wide, and she shrunk in on herself, furtively looking over to the table with the orc. Nick laughed at how cute she looked.
I was just messing with you. It's good ice cream for sure, though. Try the brownie next.
He put his other hand around her once again, reassuring her. She smiled and giggled a little at the situation. Continuing to eat the large dessert, the two smiled and enjoyed their special meal. Oh, it's so good, but I don't think I can eat another bite. So much wasted.
That's all right. We can take it all with us, even the ice cream.
Creating some ice was trivial for Nick, and he brought the temperatures far below what was required to form it. To-go boxes were provided by the robot, and he placed some in the lining of the bag.
All right, let's go walk off some of that ice cream.
He took her hand again, and she gave him a wide smile. Walking around the mall a little more and looking at the various stalls, he eventually spotted and took her to a jeweler. What's this? We people of Zura...
Don't much like flashy jewelry, right? That's all right. You can wear the necklace under your habit, and it'll be our little secret. And we'll use the silver, since gold is a little too lavish. I think you'll like it. Just wait and see.
Rebecca blushed. A necklace? Okay. Nick made some picks at the vending machine, inserting the desired coins. He picked a locket, which he thought would work well. Lights ran through the machine as it whirred, melting down the coins and twisting the silver into wire as it sparkled. The machine reminded him a bit of those novelty coins, where it stamped the coin and represented the landmark as a souvenir.
There. Now check it out. You can put the photo from before in there. It even has one that fits perfectly.
He twisted the inside, allowing the photo to be slotted in. Rebecca beamed. Oh, I like that. She brought out the photo from earlier from her purse and cut out the small portrait with body essence from her nail. Nick arched his brow at this because her precision was quite good. She smiled at the result. I love it. Thank you, Nicholas. Now I'll always have it with me. But now, you'll have to get the other girls things too, you know. I don't think I've seen them wearing any gifts from you. Nick chuckled.
That's a good point. I had intended to get something at Silverbrook since the selection would be much better than here, but perhaps now's as good a time as any. You don't mind if I do this now? It's your date.
No, becoming your partner means I must become a part of their family as well. I'll be happy to know I didn't cause any jealousy. Nick shrugged.
I don't know how much of that they got, and most of the beastfolk girls of Orion aren't that big on jewelry. Kaya transforms, so she needs special items, and I know she doesn't want earrings because her ears are far too sensitive.
I hadn't thought about that. What will you get her then? Nick smiled.
I'll just have to make it a special item then. I can do it, I just need to know the glyph.
Oh, that's right. She blushed and chuckled. It's easy to forget that you can enchant things. I will see if I can get the glyph for you. We do have books on enchanting. Rebecca looked at him with a wide smile, and he thought she looked impressed. Which of these styles do you think they would like? Nick looked over the options. He knew the Wolfen girls would love the collars, and Kaya would love to hate it. But for Winnie...
I think I'll go with the locket for Winnie and Kaya. But it'll take some preparation to give it to them. You know any artists? I might need them to make a locket-sized image for them.
I do. The arts are less sought after by adherents of Serafera, but they are still respected. What about for the Wolfen girls?
What do you think?
Nick smiled. She looked over the options and she blushed. Oh, don't tell me. The collars? Oh, those girls. Nick chuckled.
You bet. That's fine, isn't it? And Jasmine's the same, though she'd rather have a choker.
It is a little different, but they are very focused on you, on doing what they think will make you happy. I think that's normal to want to do that for their lover, but they have taken it to the extreme. I guess it's wonderful that they have someone like you for a partner that will make sure they can be so proud of both themselves, but also their boss.
Oh, you think so, Becca? And what about you? If I have my way, you and I will be partners for a long time. Do you think I can help make sure you're happy and fulfilled, like them? I mean, I'm making 7 necklaces here today. This is probably not going to be all either. I've only been here on Orion for a few months. You're not worried I won't have time for you to make you feel special?
Her wings fluttered, and she looked at the locket in her hands with a small smile. Have your way, is it? Since you desire me so, I believe even if there are more girls in the future, I can count on you to do your best to make me feel special and loved, just like tonight. She gave him a caring smile as her wings fluttered, and Nick grinned.
I'll do my best, and that's a promise. I'll count on you to support me with your wisdom, to heal me when I'm wounded, and to keep me feeling calm and help me find respite, even if I'm always fighting.
Rebecca smiled. And you'll always be fighting evil and protecting the weak, saving us from villains and making our kingdom and the Shard a better place. If a hero wants a priestess of Serafera by his side, then why should I say no? Nick chuckled.
So it sounds like you're convinced. We just have to make Serafera see it our way, then.
He looked up, as if looking to the sky.
How do we do that?
She gave him a coy smile. I'll tell you later, but I promise you're off to a good start. Shrugging, he fed in a lot of silver coins into the machine and had all the necklaces made. It took some time, but the way the machine twisted and wove the silver wire into jewelry was mesmerizing to watch. Nick held up one of the locket necklaces.
I'll have to get the pictures from home to have the locket-sized images made of their mom.
The two had artist renditions of their moms back in the treehouse when he met them, and they had since retrieved those when they found time after the trial closure. Their treehouse was actually found by an orc scout because it had shifted several miles away when that happened. That's wonderful. I bet they'll love it. I know I cherished the few images I had of my mother when I thought she was gone for good.
Just a month left now, and we'll be meeting her. I can't wait.
She smiled and nodded. Placing the necklaces in his pocket, he took her hand and they continued on their walk. After checking out a few shops and saying hello to a few more orc followers and adherents and clergy that wished them well on their date, they headed back topside. He took her back home, Seraphera's ordeal standing proudly above it. They separated next to the door, Rebecca blushing and smiling at him. Nick said,
I'm glad I got to see you one last time before our trip. It's gonna be busy there, and I figured this would feel safer and more familiar.
It was lovely. You asked me before if there was a way to help make Seraphera see that we are meant for each other. Just close your eyes and wish fervently and imagine a future together where we are both happy and fulfilled, reaching immortality together, and desire it from the bottom of your heart. Something felt not quite right about what she said, his soul sense tingling ever so slightly. A partial truth of some kind, but he decided to play along with a small smile on his face. Nick did his best to imagine a time in the future where he and Rebecca, along with his other wives, had defeated Blackthorne. He ruled much of the Shard, and Rebecca happily used the archives and grew her knowledge and wisdom along with her mother and Iorwin. They grew their goodwill among the Shard with their compassion, and took on evils as a powerful family with their numerous allies. Seeing Rebecca's smiling, fulfilled face as she lectured those who would listen in their cathedral filled him with joy, and warm lips met his, along with a surge of pure essence. Rebecca's soft body collided with his, and he caught her with his hands around her waist. The kiss deepened as she explored his lips with her own plump, soft lips, and the girl sighed in contentment. Nick thought he could feel, on some level, her own wish for him to be both happy and fulfilled. Her desire that he would reach immortality, but also find happiness as a hero and king of Frosthaven. The pure faith essence that went into him calmed him further, warming him down to his very soul. She pulled back and gave him a wide smile. I'm sure you felt something was off there. I mostly told the truth. The difference was that we just needed to do that inside her cathedral. But that was wonderful practice. I felt it.
What did you feel?
Your desire for my happiness. I know Seraphera will bless us when it's time. Next date, we'll be able to kiss all we like. I look forward to you kissing me next time. Nick chuckled.
I think I felt your desire too. And I'm excited to spend more time with my beautiful, inside-and-out priestess. Until next time, Becca.
Seeing her bright smile warmed him further as she went into her home. It was a welcome break, but now he had to fight a new type of battle. It was time for him to conquer the darkness within him. Chapter 2: The Redemption Pact.
You're sure you want to do this, hubby? It seems dangerous.
Winnie looked down at Nick with a frown as he laid across her lap as a pillow on their bed. The Wolfen girls laid across him like usual, and Kaya laid on the other side of Iorwin, running her claws through his hair and scratching his scalp. Jasmine was out and about, like she often was when it was time for bed, after either fun in the shower or otherwise taking care of her master. It seemed she was doing her best to earn essence, much like Jasper.
I think it'll be all right. This thing, the arcane law, represents a monument of good. It somehow punishes evil, and that means it should be my ally. If you can't bring it into the space, then I'll just have to find some other means, like the demon cores.
Nick had previously attempted to meet with the souls he had judged in a dream, and found that he couldn't. This was why they had to try something a little different this time. Winnie frowned.
The demon cores doesn't sound much better.
That darkness would become a part of your body, and it could be just like your dance eventually. Kaya asked, "In a pinch, can't you send one of us in to help him in the dream?" Winnie sighed.
That might be possible, but not when hubby and I are stretched so thin as it is. I'm not even so sure we can do it. Last night when I probed it, it was too much for just me. It means hubby and I will need to work together to even have a chance. Unless, he waits until we're both stronger.
Nick thought on it for a moment and shook his head.
I need to get this mastered. And the sooner the better, just like what Kaya had said. If I'm not strong enough when it's needed and I lose, then it'll be too late to say I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take this risk to become more.
Winnie gave him a smile and a look of determination.
All right. You know I will always have your back on this. Follow me as I weave the dream magic, and do your best to target the arcane law within you.
Nick nodded and stirred his soul essence. Weaving in his mana, he followed Irwin's dream magic and sent it into his mind as he made the connection through his soul. A weight fell over his mind as his eyes became heavy, the dream magic taking hold. He felt incredibly exhausted by the effort, and it wasn't long, with his wives caressing him and reassuring him, that he fell asleep. Nick flew through the created dreamscape, his soul covered in a projection of his body. It looked like a desolate landscape, the ground an inhospitable, craggy desert, and the sky was filled with ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled in the distance as lightning struck frequently throughout, the bleak environment offering no comfort, no opportunity for survival. Much of his view was dominated by a giant stele, its height and width difficult for him to fathom in his current form. It was like a giant slab of black metal, larger than the biggest skyscraper he'd ever seen, and the glyphs and scripts covering it glowed white. Much of the arcane structures followed this theme, and seeing it this close filled him with awe, because he knew just what it was: arcane law. The writing on it was minuscule, but despite its immense size, it was completely covered in them. There were numerous enchantments, glyphs so complex that they actually hurt Nick's head to examine them. Some felt like they were rules, and from what Nick understood, much of the text was related to the laws. Throughout the area, it was like a dark haze was present, a weight bearing down on the temporary world he and Irwin had created. He wasn't precisely sure what it was, but it almost felt like it was comprised of the spirits or souls feeding into the arcane law stele. Hazy shapes could be made out in the distance, but Nick couldn't determine what or who they were, even when he tried to control the dream. Nick could feel a strain in the back of his mind to help hold up the dreamscape, and he knew Irwin was working hard to make this happen. It was only thanks to both of their growth that they could even manage this at all. He decided to hurry, and called out 3 of the tainted priests he had planned on targeting. Their shadowy forms appeared in front of him. They were a lot like the silhouetted figures they faced on the 2nd floor of the Path of Kings ordeal, and he could just vaguely see their original appearance underneath the shadows. Nick felt like he was looking at some ghosts, but he could see that they were in anguish. There was a haze drifting from them and into the giant stele. Somehow they were powering it, or perhaps being purified by it. When Nick used judgment, a large portion of their essence, their everything, was drank in by him. Some of that was absorbed using his special cultivation technique with the chains, increasing his level and restoring himself, and, finally, empowering his soul. However, A majority of their energy went towards powering the steel itself and its power over Orion. Nick probed the souls and stirred the magic of his soul pact. He was trying to find if he could offer them redemption. When he did, arcane law, the steel, lit up further in a few areas, but in a dark red light. It would not allow him to make a pact with them normally, as he already knew. Nick now tried stirring his concept instead. He had already made an oath to walk the hero's path for Winnie, and he had started to walk it in earnest with more than one quest completed. Bringing salvation to the weak or vulnerable people of Orion, he had rescued hundreds from the hands of evil and countless into the future, thanks to evil being destroyed. Each action of good had a weight on his soul, a purity and righteousness that built up inside of him. But in doing so, he had slain and judged dozens of evil people, their taint affecting him in different ways. And he would judge hundreds more, for them to suffer inside this odd prison. How long they would suffer in this hellish environment varied, but it wasn't all that long in the first and second stratum, just a few months at most. Perhaps it would be more for those that were stronger, but Nick could tell the first bandit he drained when he stumbled out of the well and saved Kaya did not have that much time left. They would be reborn with whatever remained of their taint, and they would likely be bad people or creatures such as demons in the next life, just less so because they had been judged and purified to an extent. But Nick could do more. He could offer them redemption, an opportunity to purify their sins, for Nick to eliminate evil, even going into their next lives. Using this, Nick would become a hero that eliminated evil from the world, making it a better place, forever. His concept stirred at this, his representation of his body being covered with a near golden haze as the light and darkness mixed. Knowing he didn't have a lot of time, he attempted the magic of the soul pact. Areas that were red on the steel went away, though some still remained. However, Nick felt his soul magic connect to the 3 targets this time, rather than be outright rejected. His eyes grew white as he allowed the wisdom of the pact to help him make his offer.
You 3 have sinned, and you have paid some for your wrongdoing. You left your family and community behind due to your hatred and selfishness. Your friends and family lament your passing. But I, Lord Noblefrost, now protect them in your stead.
The ghosts wailed at him in anger, their souls trembling in anguish. They attempted to swipe and claw at him, but his soul, covered in his heroic concept, was nearly a dozen times stronger than theirs. It was like children slapping at him, and he ignored their efforts. Nick got a feel for what he could offer them, as he thought about how to phrase it. He could not offer to end their suffering entirely, as they remained here.
I come here today to offer you redemption. If you remain here, you will suffer for a time, but eventually be released into the essence to be reborn. But if you accept my offer for a soul pact, you can protect your family, your community. You can protect the weak and defeat evil, undoing your many wrongs. Through me you will find penitence for your sins.
The spirits wavered, their anger subsiding. But they hesitated, the pain from their suffering too immense. The idea that their suffering would continue for longer was difficult to overcome. Nick drew up his soul magic like he was casting judgment again. Their wrongdoings were brought to the fore just like during the spell, specifically where their actions had hurt a friend or family member. The bishop may have ordered them to, but they carried them out with hateful, twisted justifications. One had convinced a woman to take a perilous pilgrimage, a cousin of his. She had been against the brothel in Zura, and the bishop wanted her voice silenced. Another had led an unsuspecting beastfolk to a tavern where they would subsequently be drugged and shackled.
Do you not have remorse for what you've done? The people you've hurt, your friends and family you let down. Now is your chance to make things right. With your help, I'll protect them all from even more terrible evils, and uplift them. Frosthaven will become a beacon of hope, a land that stands against the darkness, and you three will become the pillar of that beacon.
The ghosts froze in place, their spiritual bodies shaking as their sins were laid bare. A wail of lament left them, and more lights on the steel shifted away from the angry red. As one found acceptance, Nick's concept stirred. A chain of gold formed between Nick and the soul, connecting to his heroic concept, and his soul pact, a piece of their soul stored with Nick willingly. The darkness began draining away from the male ghost and into the shackles, and his features became more distinct. The pain from the steel subsided somewhat, but it still remained. A somewhat satisfied expression arrived on the priest's features, but there was still a feeling of enduring pain, the man's face scrunched up in a pained smile. The other two ghosts saw this and accepted it too. New sets of chains latched onto them. It seemed they would instinctually understand what was being offered, just like his other soul pacts. When he activates his heroic concept in the future, the pain from the drain on their dark essence will increase, perhaps to levels even greater than what they were experiencing before. What they didn't know was that once they had fully redeemed themselves and had been cleansed of the tainted essence, was that they could be reborn. Nick only needed to use the Genesis chamber. However, that couldn't be a part of his offer. These souls had to desire redemption and accept his painful pact to redeem themselves on their own, because, most likely, these souls would have been reborn in just under a month or so, without their memories, somewhere on Orion, their taint less significant than many others from being judged and purified. The steel lit up, and Nick got a feel for what else he could offer. These souls had been accepting of the redemption pact, but not all those he killed would be filled with remorse, or be so willing to earn their redemption. In this case, he had used the priest's love of Zura. But would all the bandits from Havendale really care about helping Nick be a hero, protecting the weak? Likely not. Nick had other offers he could give, and methods he thought he could entice those he had judged to accept. The priests of Zura wanting redemption from the bottom of their hearts was ideal, but the other options were more forceful. But Nick didn't care. To protect his wives and his people, he'd be a demon disguised as a hero, if he must. For now, Nick got what he was hoping for, a pact with the priests. He knew that he would now be able to call upon the darkness, just like when he used his ideal of the archaic monstrous swordsman. And, as he purified their darkness with redemption from the willing pacts, just a small amount of light would be created as well. The dreamscape started to deteriorate, so Nick used his ability to control the dream and pushed himself to exit it and enter a dreamless sleep. His hazy golden figure disappeared from the bleak landscape. A single powerful shadow peered through the darkness at his disappearing form, its gaze burning with hatred and resentment. Nick woke up full of sweat, his mind overworked from keeping the dream active. Winnie was exhausted too, having slumped to the side with him on her lap pillow. Judging from the light in the room, he must have slept to recover for several hours. The Wolfen girls and Kaya must have left already for their training, likely after making sure they were okay. Irewin stirred as he did.
Oh, that was tough, hubby. I actually passed out in the end. What a strange dreamscape you had me make. It seemed it worked.
It did. Like what happened with the demon. It appears I have additional options for packs. I may be able to be a little more forceful if the situation calls for it.
Forceful? But I thought soul packs were supposed to be a somewhat equivalent exchange.
It's different now that I'm a Lord of Orion, that walks the path of kings and the hero's path. I've the weight and responsibility of all those I protect, both against the evils here on Orion, but also its trials and tribulations. Those I've judged are evil, and even if they aren't desiring of redemption, I can force them to aid me in bringing salvation.
Irewin frowned in thought.
That sounds like that can't have the same effect, can it?
Nick shook his head.
The effect will be more difficult for them and harder on me, but I will drag them kicking and screaming if I must. Facing the lava elemental proved that to fight a concept, you really need to have one too. For the enemies we're going to face, I need to be as strong as possible.
Jasmine entered the room rapidly, her dress fluttering, holding 2 mugs of liquid.
You're up! I got just the thing for you, but breakfast is ready.
She handed one each to Nick and Irewin, and it was the odd whiskey energy drink. He took a large pull of the drink, the energy shooting through his body quickly and soothing his mind. Winnie sighed and shivered as the odd liquid helped restore her.
Ooh, that's got a big kick. Thanks, Jasmine. That sounds dangerous. You really think this concept is worth it, hubby? The books say there are ways to remove it and find another. It shouldn't be too late when you're only at the fragment stage.
Nick was sure.
Didn't you see how strong the bishop's attacks were? And you saw how easily I stomped that obstacle course. And that's just as I begin to make this thing my own. I'd have crushed that demon overseer in seconds, and the lava elemental wouldn't have stood a chance. I need to be able to punch above my weight. This'll help me do that.
He gave her a reassuring smile.
And it's called heroic redemption and salvation. What could be more like a hero than that?
His sheep wife chuckled at that, and Jasmine beamed.
Don't worry, Winnie. Master will be fine. I think the Divine Concord will help besides.
Irewin arched her brow at Jasmine.
How can you be so sure? Just a feeling. When Master absorbed that faith energy from the throne, it purified some of the tainted essence, restored his soul, and strengthened it. Making these special pacts might increase the burden for a time, but it probably also increases the benefits. This feels like a powerful path to strength.
Nick nodded.
I also have the demon cores as an option for absorbing darkness, but I think this is the right path, as that might transform me in a negative way. This makes me a hero for all, even those I defeat. Let me try it out after I recover a bit more, then we'll have breakfast.
He drank the rest of the mug and stretched out a bit. Irewin did the same, and some of her stretches made him raise his brow. She was a lot more flexible than he remembered. Standing with her hoofed leg above her head against the ring of the post of his bed, she waggled her brows at him when she caught his eye. How her fit, peach-shaped butt cheeks peeked out of her nightwear, her panties, was extra inviting.
Damn, Winnie. Didn't know you could do that.
You like?
She shifted to her other leg, her tail swishing back and forth as she leaned forward.
For you, I can do a lot more than this.
He couldn't help but stand behind her and get a solid grip on her firm behind before kissing her lips from the side with her head turned as it was.
Definitely. You did this for me?
You know it. Even Kaya's working on this too.
Nick kissed her again, but eventually pulled back. As much as he wanted his hot sheep wife, he didn't have a whole lot in him.
Later. We're definitely going to try out some of that flexibility you've been working on.
Ready to try out his concept, he stood in the matted area in the corner of his room. He drew upon his desire to be a hero and stirred his essence. Normally he had difficulty when he wasn't in a trial or test or fighting evil, and this moment was no different. Until he tried instilling the importance of training and understanding his concept. After a brief moment, the white and dark light filled him, his muscles being filled with heroic power and strength. Gauging just how much energy he thought could flow, he thought these 3 souls alone would be able to power him to about halfway through the 3rd stanza of his archaean monstrous swordsman ideal, the phrase, "bleed with haste." It was where darkness would start being released into his body. Thanks to this redemption pact, he could now draw darkness and light out at will, and he knew those he just made those pacts with were suffering even as a result of his test. As he fought his battles against evil, or tested himself to become more, the maximum amount would get drawn out, and they would suffer immense pain as he was empowered. There was a vast difference between the amounts of darkness released in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stanza. He would have to gather many more pacts, and among the stronger evils among those he judged, to even come close to the final stages of the dance. And this would match up with however much faith and light energy he could bring to match it. He was eager to try it, as he could feel just how strong it made him. Even with just this, he would have easily crushed that demonic overseer in the mines. Nick felt vindication for his choice, and Irwin and Jasmine both beamed at his success. Finally, Nick had found his true path to power. Chapter 3. The Departure. Fang whimpered as Nick brushed her tail's fur, giving the girl sitting askew on his lap the aftercare she needed. He just had some sexy time first thing with Fang and Luna, so they were just in their cute silk nightwear, panties, and camisoles. But now it was nearly time for him to leave. A few more days had passed since he found his concept, and it was the day of their departure to Silverbrook. She sighed, her eyes giving Nick wide puppy dog eyes.
I wanted to go too.
Nick chuckled.
Nobody's stopping you from going except for you. I know I'm going to miss having my little buff fluff in Silverbrook.
I know, but Luna and the Wolflings all need my help. Since you'll be gone for up to a month, it's important we train up all the monsterfolk so they can become more like us.
Luna nodded, hugging the girl from the side and scratching her ears.
I'm sorry, Fang. It's me that wanted to take care of the tribes. At least Jasmine will be with us for a while, too.
Nick's ladies planned on running various groups through the Path of Kings while Nick was gone. Lothar and Agatha would also lead groups, their levels limited for entry, and then Fang and Luna would do the same. 4 groups in the first stratum could enter each week, and the further they could get inside, the faster they would grow. The ordeal's difficulty had been decreased a bit by them making tweaks, but that didn't mean that it would be easy. There was also the samurai ordeal, which allowed a similar number of maximum climbers. The samurai ordeal was a lot more flexible, in that its total of 40 climbers could enter as small groups or as a solo warrior with 1 supporter. The Path of Kings would only allow 4 groups, for a maximum of 40 climbers. This meant it was best to utilize the maximum party size whenever possible. It was also important to climb all the stratums as much as possible, in order to appease Orion. If people weren't constantly testing themselves to become more, a tribulation would come, and those would be a lot riskier and deadly, as that involved the people outside the towers too.
I appreciate you girls putting in the efforts to help my subordinates and hold down the fort here. And I'm proud of you for making this choice on your own. As always, you're my good girls. I need Sable for moving around in secret. Or I bet she'd stay with you too.
Fang beamed at his praise, and Sable stretched on the bed, her body covered by blankets now that Nick had left their cuddle pile. "I'll help keep the boss safe, along with Kaya. If Winnie didn't want to help shop and make deals for Frosthaven, she might have stayed too." Irwin was packing more clothes into her satchel, neatly folding items into it from the closet.
"You're right, I could benefit from spending some more time with Agatha, but I have plenty of things to practice while we're away."
She gave a pleased sigh as she placed another stack of clothes inside.
"My new trait expands the spatial items I'm using, and it sure is nifty. In Silverbrook, I'll make sure hubby gets the best prices for things and help organize the settlers, though I'm sure Becca and Marissa will help a lot in that."
The two nuns were actually quite the merchants and organizers, Nick had learned. When the bishop put a priority on earning more funds, justifying it as commerce being important for civilization, the two had actually been involved with much of the financial decisions for the city itself. It was in conjunction with the councillor, their ordained mayor, but he couldn't do all the work himself, and for the trip he would stay back in Frosthaven. Nick planned to bring much of his treasury's funds with him, minus what was necessary to pay the blood price of the bandits killed between Silverbrook and Shadowvale, just in case Blackthorne's merchant showed up. In Silverbrook, Nick would procure, with the intent to later free, slaves, materials for crafting, and even more carriages and the like for transportation. Frosthaven needed plenty of laborers to be transformed in a short period, and so he would entice settlers with no taxes for a period and favorable pay. And, unlike Silverbrook, there was much more land available for housing. He would go so far as making sure his offers were just short of sounding too good to be true. The rumors about Blackthorne owning his city would likely accomplish this to an extent, but even Shadowvale had numerous takers. It turned out that despite the bandit lord indirectly owning it, the man had intentionally made it difficult for settlers to arrive there. It was as if he were deliberately making things worse for Silverbrook. Nick wouldn't be surprised if after he learned about Nick bringing so many people to Frosthaven, he would somehow discourage Nick. He was surprised he hadn't already. Perhaps if Nick only had the single ordeal, increasing his number of residents by a number high enough to matter wouldn't be a normal goal. After all, Zura and Nagduros were both much smaller communities, and the reason was in part due to essence density. Blackthorne would probably flip his lid when he learned Nick's goal was to increase his residents by more than 1,000. Among Nick's goals in Silverbrook, meeting with merchants to get regular caravans heading his way was perhaps the most important of all. Silverbrook had roads leading to it from the core kingdoms, where Blackthorne's bandits raided, making it less attractive for trade. But Nick had Lothar's raiders, which could heavily discourage bandits on the path, and also escort merchants that paid the price, either in duels or funds. The biggest aspect that made Silverbrook the trading hub of the north was that it had an outlet to the ocean. Boats could travel through a river and eventually along the coasts to arrive at cities to the east and south with relative safety. Nick continued pampering Fang, the girl depressed with her ears flat on her head. She now sniffed all over his body and rubbed up against him, as if to bury herself in his scent. He chuckled at her antics.
I'll make sure to meet you two in a dream when I can. I promise. Then I'll reward you for all the hard work you've been doing for me.
Fang's ears picked up, and her tail started to wag out of his grasp. Oh yeah, that means you can visit nearly every night, right? Nick shook his head.
I'll do my best. We're going to be active at night sometimes. And I have other things I need to do in my dreams. Training and packs.
He had gotten a few more pacts created the previous nights, but he was still going for the low-hanging fruit for now. The priests and bandits that had remorse for their actions were much easier to convince, and he was running out of them. It was clear that he gained a lot more from those that accepted the true pact than the more forceful one. People like Brutus and Davin absolutely wouldn't have much remorse for what they did, and Nick had the most to gain from them. They not only had the most darkness in their souls, but they were also much stronger and had much more darkness within. He had a plan for them, too, but he wanted to be at his best when he confronted them. Luna cleared her throat and then pushed into Fang with her body, shoving her nearly out of his lap.
Aren't you being a bit greedy? I'd like a bit of time with our mate too. They all need to get ready to go shortly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pack Sister, you're right. She stood up, her tail wagging as she psyched herself up. All right, I'm going to work hard and train up our tribe. Fang kissed Nick quickly before she bounded away, getting dressed and ready for the day. Nick started brushing Luna's tail, her sitting askew in his lap. She, too, made sure to engulf herself in his scent as he did so, sniffing and kissing his chest. He knew this girl loved the rewards and tail brushing just as much as Fang, but was simply more patient and giving. Both Luna and Sable were happy to see Fang receive his affection, the hyperactive girl always eager for attention. Nick made sure she got his loving attention before Jasmine helped him get ready with his equipment, which included the finished robes, lovingly crafted by her. They were still his dark blue color with black trims, formal martial robes that were fit for a king. But now the essence flowed through them better than ever. She had made him the pants before, but now she completed the outfit, and they were styled and dyed, more or less matching his previous ones. The majority of the nuns and orcs on bikes had already left early yesterday, and Nick and his family would be riding on his special vehicle today. Their plan was to actually go there in 3 waves, both there and back. Nick's people with their motorized carriages would arrive first, followed by those involved in the pilgrimage on bikes. Nick's group should pass those on bikes before arriving, and they'd both start the recruitment and compassion drive after setting up shop. Last would be the transport group. Each would have armed escorts, though they were pretty confident the forests were clear of the larger bands of roaming bandits for the moment. They had their breakfast, and Nick couldn't hold back his own excitement as they walked out the doors of their sanctum.
All right, let's go see what Lumos whipped up for us.
Nick's family and Rebecca arrived at the meetup point, which was near the eastern gate. The 3 vehicles sat in a row, and the girls looked at them with excitement, and Lumos waved at them as they approached. The vehicle was not at all what he had expected, and neither were the other 2 motorized carriages. They looked a lot like one of the larger, expensive golf carts or utility vehicles people might own. Nick's had 3 rows of seats with a 4th facing backwards, allowing him to pretty much bring all his wives along if he needed to. Jasmine would take some special consideration to fit in a chair, but that was a difficult problem to worry about. Likely she would sit up top or just run alongside them. The other 2 vehicles had trailers hooked up to them and were a little thicker, which would allow them to tow a significant number of goods. There was even a short seat on the roof of them, which would allow for a scout to have a better view with their overwatch skill and an ability to respond to threats with their bow. For now, it appeared that the trailers were filled with just a few items, what looked like tents and some wood for a few small constructions where they set up their pilgrimage. Nick arrived near Lumos, a little awed by what she had created.
What's this, Lumos? It looks cool, but I thought we were going with the motorcycle or tricycle.
I know, Master, but then you brought me such good materials. I figured it was better to make 3 vehicles and make sure you had enough space for all your wives. This should make for a much more comfortable ride.
You made 3 of the special motors? How?
There were a few cores from the drakes slain, more than good enough to be able to generate heat. Then you provided the cores perfect for coolant. It runs on a similar concept to the steam engine, just without coal. I used the Alpha Drake's core for Jasmine's Nexus core. Nick was impressed as he looked them over. He even noticed seat belts and several normal features he'd expect from cars on Earth.
How fast can these things go?
Lumos beamed. Almost as fast as you can power the motor, but I think with the roads being what they are and the draw on your mana, averaging around 40 miles per hour is about the best you can expect even if you take turns driving. But in a pinch, as fast as 100 should work. I would advise against going that fast, though. Not every component can handle that sort of stress, and the roads are simply not good enough for that. They spent some time going over the maintenance and fuel and how to handle problems when they came up. Overall, driving the vehicle would be a little different from driving a car or even a golf cart on Earth. There was no gas pedal. Speed was managed by merely supplying his mana through his hand into the steering wheel, and there was a foot pedal for the brake. It also had levers for most of the toggles, such as the headlights and windshield wiper, much like he'd expect. The transmission was automatic, only having a park, neutral, reverse, and drive functions on a lever on the steering wheel. In all, it would be an easy transition for him to learn to drive it. Irwin was handed various spare parts in the case of a problem, but Lumos assured them that the vehicle was reliable. This design is common on other shards, and you provided excellent materials. I'm confident in this. Nick narrowed his eyes on Lumos. Suddenly, he felt way too weird about how useful this automaton was.
You are amazing, Lumos. How is it that nobody else in this shard has cars? Are there no XG21s besides you on this shard?
Nope. I am one of a kind here. Why, bringing me to a frontier shard is prohibitively expensive. Nick arched his brow.
More than a forever 5,000 gold a year fee? Why's that?
Lumos put a hand on her hip and wagged her finger at him. Bringing stuff here doesn't cost merely gold. When a frontier shard is formed, Orion wants a level playing field to earn ownership over it. It's part of how we can test ourselves and become more. People can choose to be reborn and start over from scratch in order to compete, in addition to paying a price. Every person, item, and piece of knowledge has a cost, in both essence and coin, as they give an unfair advantage. The cost even increases as a faction brings more and more people here. Rebecca frowned. I know some of this, as many of these details are outlined in the different path books. But why is that? Why would they choose rebirth over climbing higher in an ordeal? Lumos answered. When it comes down to it, the essence on every shard is limited. There can only be so many ordeals. So many slots to test oneself in them. As the population grows and dominant families, like Nick's, get entrenched, essence thins, and, more often than not, favoritism and nepotism completely takes over. Eventually, there is no opportunity for most people to become more and become an immortal unless you are favored by one of these families. A shard can only grow so much. Nick thought this touched on a lot of what Lothar was feeling when he had left his family and started his raiders, conquering Nagduros. This shard had stagnated since the Path of Kings hadn't been claimed, and because nobody could defeat his father and establish the open relay. Things would be even worse with the immortals ruling and handing down slots to their children, the rest just fighting over scraps of essence outside of the ordeals in comparison. If those families didn't progress higher in the ordeals as the population increased, it meant the essence would thin or stagnate.
I see. So becoming an immortal is some kind of special milestone that levels the playing field somehow? And allows others to come to the shard and compete for the established or spawning ordeals in some way.
Yeah, because immortals... Lumos froze mid-sentence and tilted her head. Huh. That's weird. It's like I don't know why, but I should. When Lumos didn't continue, Irwin said,
You mentioned the cost to come to a shard was based on a number of factors, and your knowledge seems quite extensive and valuable. With your knowledge, you could easily get a major foothold on the economy of the entire shard here.
Yup. Why, someone could almost send an entire army instead of me and attempt to claim this shard that way instead.
And Orion would let that happen?
It would, if they paid the price. After all, it costs essence to form a new shard. It's kind of Orion's way of having ordeal owners pay for its own expansion. Nick frowned as he thought of the implications. Just how did the bishop get something as special as Lumos, and at such a cheap price? Worried about the possible collection agents, Nick had already paid the 5,000 gold fee for the year. With what he just learned, he'd have paid more than double with a smile. Lumos was so powerful that Nick could more or less print gold. Still, Nick wanted to know more about what brought Lumos here.
And the bishop had special ordered you?
I'm not privy to how I was obtained, but I do know that the bottled concept and the artifact from Serafera were special ordered by Brutus and Samuel after I outlined what was required. How they got them into this shard is unknown. As powerful as Darkrock is, I don't know if they really deal with things stolen from a goddess. As cold-hearted as they might seem, they are just merchants who want to make money. Angering a goddess is not good for anyone's bottom line. Nick's blood ran cold. That more or less meant that they had powerful backers outside the shard, people who invested heavily in the bishop's success, even risking the ire of a powerful goddess. Someone wanted to claim this frontier shard, and they paid heavily for these plots. Looking at Irwin and Rebecca, who had grown quiet, it seemed they had put these details together as well. That topic finished, Nick looked back at the cars again. He asked,
So these kinds of cars are common on other shards, huh?
Lumos nodded. They are, but flight is often the most common choice for travel. That or teleportation among those in the higher stratum. Nick was shocked.
Flight? Why didn't you just build planes then? Seems like you ought to be able to do it.
Lumos chuckled. It'll take me a bit of time, and I could use some additional resources. What you might not know is that Orion has turbulent winds laced with dangerous essence at higher altitudes. Even tall mountains are dangerous to climb. It takes sturdy materials and a decently powerful aura to protect the aircraft. I suppose your frost aura would help, but the people of Orion favor large airships over fragile winged aircraft, and for good reason. Nick didn't know that about the mountains, though he wondered why the mountains to the west were known as impassable. That must be the reason.
It sounds like it's a ways off then. All right, thanks for your help, Lumos. If you ever need anything, please let me know, and I'll make sure to make it happen.
As long as you keep developing your technology and focusing on allowing the professions to thrive, I am happy, Master. I am excited to see your special crafting rooms in your heritage, so please get those as soon as you can. And Winnie, there's a catalog of marked important goods for me and the crafters in there. Lumos pointed over to the spatial sack, where she had provided the spare parts and tools for emergencies, and went over to help the others. Some orc warriors and scouts loaded up on the vehicles and got used to the controls. Overall, driving the vehicle was not all that complicated. With their cars being the only ones on the roads, there was little to be worried about, as long as they went slow until they got used to it. Jasmine had helped them get loaded up, and now she looked at Nick with a smile.
I guess this is goodbye for now, Master. I intend to catch up to you in a week or two, once I am ready, and have consumed this.
She retrieved a small wooden box from the pouch in her chest, revealing the bottled concept that Lothar had captured. It was certainly a concept related to light, as the energy was bright even with the sun high in the sky. Nick could tell it was different from Jasmine. Most likely she would merely use the light energy to fuel building up the essence of her own concept, rather than skewing herself toward whatever was contained within. Since she had already established her concept, it was a part of her very own soul. However, she needed to build up the essence within her new body's cores to spark it into existence once more, and that was a problem in her current body. Jasmine beamed down at it.
This is a wonderful shortcut. Lumos is going to help prepare the Nexus core in the Enlightenment Chamber, and I am going to prepare myself for it. We got really lucky with those dumb bandits.
They really did, but on some level he understood. Wherever it came from, whether an ordeal, trial, or some merchant they robbed, they would not have many people compatible with such a concept. Among the people in Shadowvale, and likely many of Blackthorne's allies, it was a polar opposite of their power, and it made sense to Nick that they would not have consumed it and held it as a bargaining chip. Not only that, but now that he knew she was using a Nexus core like Brutus had, it made even more sense. It was a significant financial investment to even accomplish it. Something like the Alpha Drake's core did not grow on trees. He motioned for Jasmine to come down for a hug and a kiss, sharing his warmth and love with her before they left, as he was engulfed in her large chest. Jasmine gave a happy sigh.
Oh, I know Winnie will take good care of you, but just think really hard that you want me with you and I'll come running.
Nick knew that when she tried real hard, she could probably catch up rather quickly through the forest. He looked up at her.
You know I would like you by my side, but I'm glad you have some goals of your own. You'll be helping with the monsterfolk too, right?
You bet! I'll help run some more beetlefolk. They have a lot of trouble with the first floor in particular, and they don't communicate as well with the orcs as the kobolds, snakefolk, and wolflings. I can handle helping them a bit better than Fang and Luna can, I think.
Luna and Fang bounded into him and said their goodbyes, with promises that if they did a great job training their brethren, he would give them all the head pats and belly rubs they wanted. They dashed off to the training grounds with fierce determination. The party loaded up and entered the vehicle. Nick sat in the driver's seat, but would probably be taking turns with the girls. Winnie sat in the passenger seat with Kaya, Rebecca, and Sable in the middle row. They took off out of the city at a decent pace, only a few people noticing the odd vehicles. The motor let out a quiet hum and only bounced lightly as it drove down the dirt and gravel path. The orcs placed themselves a distance in front of and behind Nick's party, the scouting women using their skills as they sat on top in a watch position. Overall, Nick was impressed with how the odd vehicles were designed. Even if not very aerodynamic, they worked well as a troop transport in a dangerous environment. Rebecca noted,
"The ride is not as bumpy and much more comfortable than I imagined. These wheels and that suspension you talked about work much better than the carriages we're used to."
Who wants to drive next? I don't need to take a break for quite a while at the orc's pace, but you might enjoy it.
Kaya gasped. Oh, me? I want to try it! Ever since that motorcycle ride I've wanted to.
All right, when the orcs switch in an hour or so, we'll switch out. Make sure you watch what I'm doing.
Kaya nodded with a smile. The girl's wild red mane of hair whipping through the air as they drove down the trail as Nick started describing the different controls. It would be a day and a half or so, but their first family road trip was underway. Chapter 4: The City of Silverbrook. Silverbrook came into view just a few hours into the second day. What had taken an entire week, even with the faster and stronger horses of Orion, took about 15 hours of actual driving. They had caught up to the bike riders and camped with them the previous night, and it was now just past noon as they drove over the hill and the city became visible in the distance. Overall, Nick was impressed with the bike riders. They had averaged well over 20 miles per hour, even with a few hours of breaks per day. It was, in large part, due to how strong the essence users of Orion actually are in comparison to humans from Earth. Knowing the priests and priestesses, mixed in physical training as a part of their development as clergy, certainly helped Nick wrap his head around this. The orcs were stronger and faster, so even while they were armored heavily, they still kept pace with their scouts and the humans of Zura. However, only a few of the priests had been allowed to join the pilgrimage. Frederick once again made an appearance, but the rest were to continue with their atonement and purification back at Frosthaven. Each of the girls had taken their turns driving, though Kaya was nearly a lost cause. Her animal-like tendency to watch everything she spotted in the forest as they drove by caused her to drift off course constantly, nearly sending them into a ditch if Nick hadn't been watching. He shuddered to imagine what would happen if Fang drove, though perhaps Nick's warnings and orders as her alpha to keep an eye on the road and be a good girl would keep her focused. Nick had an easy time focusing on the sights as Irwin drove the vehicle in its final stretch, Nick sitting at her side in the front. Silverbrook was a massive city compared to Frosthaven, though Havendale might have been comparable, if it wasn't all ruins. There were several layers of walls, a sprawl of urban development and farms protected at different distances. Watchtowers could be seen on the outskirts, meant for protecting against bandit attacks, as well as potential difficulties with monsters. But Nick could tell they had kept the farms short to protect them, as Frosthaven had nearly half the number of farms already. While Nick and his party came from the west, there were also roads heading south and southeast out of the city. Nick noted that the road heading southeast was paved with cobblestone, the road heading south ending up near Shadowvale and having a few other branches Blackthorne's bandits would frequently raid. Despite Lothar's success, they likely hadn't cleared the forest of all the bandits. But taking down 3 major bandit camps and a minor one was significant enough of a blow that they would definitely have to be selective with their targets. As Nick's 3-vehicle caravan neared the first tower, they were waved down by a guard. Thankfully, it seemed they were already expecting Nick. The Lord of Silverbrook and his mayor had already received a prompt of the other lord's arrival within a certain distance of the city's control radius, probably sometime yesterday evening. They got the okay to continue, after letting them know about the around 100 orcs and humans on bikes on their way. It would be a week or so before the horses and carriages arrived, because the crafters of his city were still working on them. None would be motorized like his, but they would move people and resources just the same. Irwin noted,
It's nice of them to put us up at an inn. I was excited to pick something out for us, but it looks like we'll get to stay in one of the nicer places.
Sable smirked at Rebecca.
We'll have to make sure we can accommodate for this priestess to have her own room, though. At least for now.
Rebecca blushed.
For now?
Sable's smile grew wider.
Yes, for now. We all know how that story ends.
Nick looked back at Rebecca over his shoulder. As always, she looked flawless in her immaculate habit.
Even so, I'm enjoying our courtship. I'm content to win over both you and your goddess. You're worth the effort, Becca.
She smiled at him.
Thank you, Nicholas. I'm excited to see you help those in need here in Silverbrook, but I am also eager to spread Seraphera's wisdom. It's been a while since we've had such a great opportunity.
Kaya frowned. Didn't you send people on pilgrimages and similar? Or try to convert people that came to Zora?
We did, but the reality was that the area was not that conducive to pilgrimages. One of the nearby cities banned it, as they had their own religion, and several of the paths were either pricey due to tolls and protection fees, dangerous, or quite long and arduous.
Nick arched his brow, though that tracked with what he saw from one of the priest's judgments he had done.
I thought near the core things were a lot closer together than out here. Didn't you have a lot of places to choose from?
That is true, but not entirely correct. Ordeals were likely closer together at some point, but they are often destroyed or merged through conflicts. There are also some ordeals that heavily alter the nearby terrain. The arduous path I mentioned was a large mountain, with the tower at its peak, and the cultivators at the top only rarely see the value in Seraphera's wisdom.
Winnie drove the vehicle through the main city gates, the third set of walls they passed through. These were stronger and sturdier than the previous ones, clearly built by essence from the ordeal itself. Other than a few people turning to look at their odd vehicles, Nick's caravan passed through without much fanfare, though it took some time. The place was crowded, with dozens of people and carts lining the streets. Nick's utility vehicle just barely passed through the main boulevard, with some maneuvering and waiting for people to move. The inn in question was nearly a mile into the city, putting them not that far from the ordeal. There were over 10,000 people here in Silverbrook, and it was a melting pot of the north. Nick saw orcs, humans, elves, dwarves, and numerous races of beastfolk. What Nick didn't see a lot of, though, was monsterfolk. Nick was shocked at a particular detail as he stepped out of the vehicle with the girls striding to stand next to him as they all took in the surrounding area.
The air here feels so stilted, and it's not just the bad smell.
It seemed there was not much access to a decent sewer system within the city for all the residents. On their way in, they had seen a shanty town area, and most of the buildings had been built high up, many around 4 stories. He'd be impressed if it didn't look dangerous. He supposed that the wood on Orion was simply stronger, but the cobbled-together mess was worrisome looking. Rebecca took a deep breath.
It's the essence. Too many people in the area is making it thin.
Kaya was looking at the city with wide eyes, her ears and tail flicking around.
It's even worse than Havendale was, even unclaimed. I'm really surprised.
Irwin was about to add to that, but a man stepped out of the inn in front of them and began walking toward them with what looked like a young employee of the inn. The man was wearing a black top hat with a well-tailored black suit with a silver trim. He was a brown-haired elf that looked in his early 30s, but that didn't mean a whole lot for elves on this world. When they reached the second stratum, like the man in front of him, they could live several hundred years easily. The man's soul gave Nick a good impression, seeming like the average law-abiding person. But what Nick was most surprised about was that Nick felt something a little different from the man, which he was not expecting. The only thing he could think of was that it was a form of kinship. Like meeting a fellow countryman abroad, it was like he instantly felt a sort of connection with this man. The only thing he could equate it to was that the man was an elf, and Frostolfs were a descendant race of them. He supposed without this particular feature of his disguise it would be useless the moment he met an elf. The man's voice was cheerful, and he looked pleased to see Nick by the smile on his face.
Lord Noblefrost, I presume. Welcome to Silverbrook.
He walked up to Nick and reached out his hand for a shake. As Nick met his and matched his firm handshake, the man continued,
I'm Mayor Allen. As you might have guessed, it's good to meet you all.
Likewise, Mayor Allen. Thanks for your hospitality. I didn't expect to meet with you upon arrival.
Mayor Allen pulled back, standing a respectable distance away.
It's certainly not every day we welcome another lord. Lord Silver is excited about our new neighbors and what you have already accomplished. Mighty fine work, your honorable raiders, crushing those bandits. No doubt more shall return, but our people will all breathe a little easier for a while. Now, who are all these lovely ladies?
Nick introduced his wives first, each nodding at the mayor in turn. The girls had left their weapons in the vehicle when they had dismounted, but otherwise were wearing much of their combat and traveling gear.
A fighting family! How exciting! To conquer the Path of Kings means you all must be quite the elites.
Irwin's eyes widened.
You know about it?
The elf laughed.
Of course! You must have no idea how many people have gone through over the years. How many expeditions have ended in failure. There are records of a man who tried almost his entire lifetime, bringing numerous parties with different makeups, all in hopes of defeating the final boss and claiming it before he gave up and moved on. But you and your people managed it? Congratulations!
Nick smiled and thanked him before he gestured to Rebecca.
And this is Rebecca, the archpriestess and acting bishop of Serafera and Frosthaven.
Pleasure to meet you as well. There are many in Silverbrook that could use your compassion, and it's a very fortunate thing indeed that you and your clergy have decided to come here.
Rebecca asked, Are there no other healers here? Mayor Allen sighed.
There are, but there are not many who are proficient and willing to give their services free of charge. The poor have difficulty scrounging up enough funds to receive skilled treatment, and many are in dire straits due to the crowded nature of the city. Among other problems, there are many with old wounds that are suffering.
When it came to healing, it was much easier to deal with a wound that hadn't healed over yet. What Mayor Allen was likely talking about was missing limbs or similar injuries, which would take several times the effort and essence investment, even for a low-level target. The orc shamans could handle these types of injuries, but it would take a significant contribution of time and effort even from them. A healer of a lower level? Even more so. The priestesses of Serafera were on a whole other level, and made healing wounds on low-level targets almost look easy.
Now, these vehicles of yours are quite eye-catching. The inn has a place for parking your carriages, if you just follow the stable boy here. Let's get you settled in here at the Silver Chalice. Then I'll show you the areas reserved for the pilgrimage of Serafera.
He smiled at Rebecca. They parked their cars in the stables, which had some areas for carriages. The orcs detached their trailers and locked the parking brakes. Without the keys to the vehicle, it would be extremely difficult to move them. The orc soldiers and scouts secured the goods and materials brought, and started to make their preparations for their own stays. Most of the more expensive items would remain on their persons within their spatial items. While theft might be something to be concerned about, they would have to trust their patrons to prevent it on some level. Several town guards patrolled the street, this being the nicer area of town, near where the climbers lived. Thankfully, Lumos was confident in her keys, and that none would be able to use them. Stealing the large devices, even if they found a place to hide them, would result in them being nothing but giant bricks. Mayor Allen looked impressed as they finished parking everything.
Excellent. Those things are quite maneuverable, aren't they? Are you able to make more of them? I can see many of the merchants interested in owning these vehicles.
Not for sale at the moment, but we do have something else that will be. We'll be taking orders for them soon. You'll see them arriving tomorrow.
The mayor had them follow him through the city, and he pointed out a few good places to eat and shop. There was a merchant's guild, which was several stories and massive. Multiple warehouses and shops sat across from it, though there were also what looked like apartments built on top of them. Mayor Allen noticed his gaze above.
The crowding is a major problem. Lord Silver has stretched his coffers and his ordeal to the brink of collapse to support all of these people. It has been a downward spiral, thanks to the bandits.
Nick arched his brow.
Is it that difficult to deal with bandits? My orcs are skilled, true, but it seems like a city of your size should have access to plenty of resources to counteract the threat. There were only a few hundred enemies in those woods.
The gentleman elf sighed.
They were always one step ahead of us. We hired many mercenaries and even came after them with the town guard and some of our climbers. But we only won minor victories, unable to find their true hideouts. The bandits would come back, more numerous and even more devious and damaging to our people than before.
Irwin shared a look with Nick, and he thought he could tell she was thinking the same as him. Blackthorne likely had a mole here in Silverbrook.
Ah, here we are.
Mayor Allen spread his hands wide.
The Central Plaza.
He gave a proud smile, and there was much to be proud of. Numerous levels of shops lined the plaza, almost like Nick's Mall, but outdoors. There was a bazaar and various other special structures, including a small amphitheater and what looked to be an auction area with seating and a raised platform. Mayor Allen pointed off near the center, where it was devoid of tents, a few signs laid out that indicated the area was reserved.
It's not much, but you may set up your clinic and pilgrimage here for the time being. If you would like to proselytize anywhere in this plaza, you may, and anywhere in the city is fine as long as it's with small groups, and you do not obstruct the roads. You can even reserve the stands over there for a fee, if you so choose. It's where we hold auctions and other special sales. Lord Silver's only requirement is that you do not approach anyone wearing a silver or bronze mask. Those are our esteemed climbers, and are an important resource for our kingdom.
Rebecca asked.
That is not a problem. You said we cannot approach. What if they start speaking with us?
Mayor Allen replied.
Of course, Lord Silver's climbers have their own free will. If they approach you, you're welcome to speak with them and let him know what your goddess is about. He merely asks that you are not, aggressive about it.
Rebecca smiled.
That's no problem at all, Mayor Allen. While we are here to hopefully gain some adherents and clergy, we are only interested in a gentle approach. We will let our actions speak for themselves, and if people are eager to join us, we will be happy to give them the opportunity to see the value in Sarah Farrah's strength through wisdom and compassion.
Wonderful. And of course, that matches with what we all heard about Sarah Farrah and her adherents. We just wanted to be clear. That aside, while Lord Noblefrost and his wives are welcome to stay at the Silver Chalice, I'm afraid it's a little much to board so many of your clergy and your soldiers.
Nick smiled.
Not to worry, Mayor Allen. Those on pilgrimage will be happy to sleep under the stars in a camp outside the walls. And our soldiers may do the same, but alternate renting rooms at their personal desire. We even have decent transportation to come and go as we please. We may like to rent a small warehouse for a few weeks, however.
Ironwin and Rebecca both squared away several details about their visit with the mayor, and it appeared the Merchants' Guild would be a prime target for much that they needed to take care of. Nick eventually said to the mayor,
Thank you for taking the time to ensure we had everything we needed, Mayor Allen. I know taking some people off your hands is a favor to Lord Silver, but if there's anything you or Lord Silver needs help with, I'd be happy to aid you to repay your hospitality as Lord Noblefrost.
Mayor Allen hesitated.
There is something, but I'll leave it for another time. Let's get you and your people settled for a few days, and then we'll talk. If you require anything, either see the owner of the Silver Chalice or come visit me at City Hall.
They said their farewells, leaving them in the plaza. The bustle of the people was evident, the place extremely busy. Ironwin said,
So, we got until tomorrow before the soldiers and clergy arrive on their bikes. What should we do for now?
Well, I think it's high time I took my girls for some actual shopping. There's stuff from all over the Shard here, and I know this one here is going to go berserk if she doesn't get something in that stomach soon.
Nick thumbed over to Kaya standing behind him, and she whipped his face with her tail as she coughed, her appendage actually stretching to more easily connect. She didn't take her eyes off the meat skewer vendor as she did it, though, more or less proving Nick's point. Winnie giggled, her ears wiggling.
I'm starved as well. I could definitely go for some food before we shop.
She whispered to Nick.
But, what should we do about...
Nick smirked as he looked around. There were several evil souls about, more than one watching them. He said quietly,
Nothing yet. Sable and I might try to have some fun in the evenings once we've settled in.
Then, after that, we can go after some bad guys. Right, boss?
Nick chuckled.
Right. We'll just have to make sure we get the lay of the land first, and find the best way to make an impact. We wouldn't want to get thrown in jail for killing bad guys, or letting the bad guys know it's us.
Rebecca frowned, looking worried.
You are seeing evil people here? Will our people be in danger?
Kaya snorted.
It's a good idea to be guarded, but these people are the kind that would only act in the dark. Opportunists. You should definitely not allow any adherents or clergy to travel alone, though.
Rebecca arched her brow.
That is normal in a big city like this, but I take it the problem is worse than just that?
Nick nodded, thinking about how bad a few of the souls were. They were definitely as bad as the souls of the rogues he fought in Zura, or Davin's lackeys in Havendale.
That's right. Ultimately, Blackthorne likely has his men in this city. We'll see what we can do to send them packing, since we've the law on our side here. You just look out for your people, and I'm sure they'll be fine.
Rebecca gave him a look of determination.
We have learned from our previous struggles with the wicked. All of my priestesses and I have been training since we established our faith corps. Those that come at us with ill intentions will harm us in a fight no longer.
Sable chuckled.
That's lovely to hear. I can't wait to see these girls' strong backbones.
They would do their best to enjoy their extra time seeing the sights of the city, because tomorrow things were likely going to be busy. Chapter 5 Nick and Jasmine The Pilgrimage. The girls had fun with their shopping, picking out various outfits for wearing around town or at home. Luna and Fang wouldn't miss out, as they made sure to grab them special items as well. Exploring and shopping, they spent a few hours before it got dark. They stayed at the Silver Chalice for the night, and Nick's family was pleased with the accommodations. Nick and Kaya went back and forth teasing about his lazy, lordly lifestyle, and they had a good time before heading to bed for the night. There was definitely plenty of room in his large suite, which had several separate rooms for servants and more, but Rebecca headed back to her own room for propriety's sake. There was also a small dojo, where Nick had practiced his blade wave with Kaya before heading out, a routine he planned to repeat daily. Nick's morning was spent at the Merchants' Guild, meeting with a few business owners. It appeared that the guild was one of Lord Silver's special path buildings, the inside of it expansive with plenty of room for various businesses. Many traded all over the Shard, and they could get specialty items so long as Nick had the coin, which he did. However, it appeared a round trip on the ship was several months. That left him needing to be very selective about what he ordered to arrive at a later date. He had a lot of funds, but those would only last him so long. Lumos's fee, unless they drastically improved their income by delving deeper into the ordeal, would leave him with very little income from the ordeal each year. He would have to make money selling bikes and other products and grow his city further. Of course, the bikes, equipment from the mined ore, and numerous other goods from his crafters would be profitable, but it's not like that money was all his. Irwin and Lumos had worked out a compensation and profit-sharing deal with his crafters that would make all parties happy in the end. It was a strange thing to be a king and a business owner to him, but he didn't currently have any nobles to worry about stepping on their toes and the like. Overall, Nick was impressed with how the inside of the Merchants' Guild was larger than the outside, and the building's size was already substantial. The special path building likely benefited the merchant classes in numerous ways, granting them quests in which to receive Orion's essence upon completion. They marked a few shops for supplies for their kingdom, but their intent was to wait and see just how many people they convinced to settle with them in Frosthaven. They gathered contacts for the can't-live-without types of purchases, and also gathered details on meeting with mercenaries under the guise of gaining escorts for their many caravans. Of course, their ultimate goal would be to find ones they could trust to fight Blackthorne, but they sure weren't about to advertise that. The bikers arrived in the early afternoon, and Nick was once again more than a little impressed with their pacing. Nick's party, along with the early arriving orcs, built up 4 small pavilion-style tents, taking all the space provided, just before they did. Signs were placed out in front of each of the tents, detailing in Orion Common just what would be provided. Free healing was to be provided at one of the tents, with free food at another. One was for Nick's orcs and his people, meant to coordinate anyone wanting to settle in Frosthaven, promising homes and jobs. Lastly, a free talent check tent, which would determine if they had the affinity to join Serafera's clergy and could become a climber of her ordeal. They would likely spread details about Serafera at all the tents, but it was there that they would go much further into detail about Serafera. They'd try to convert people into adherents and join them in Frosthaven to visit her awe-inspiring cathedral. Nick looked over the tents and the people bustling around with surprise. People were already starting to line up and ask questions about what was going on, and the priestesses were quick to spread the word. Rebecca looked on with a bit of pride.
It's already looking like our trip was worthwhile. It's been far too long since we've had so many new people interested at once.
You did get some people from Havendale interested, didn't you?
Kaya snorted. Yeah, right. Probably had a few wondering how much they could sell off the stolen books at the first merchant they met.
Rebecca blushed at that. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but a few were interested in the lifestyle, even if they desired the benefits. There was a single family of orcs that joined.
Nick chuckled.
Yeah, I don't think most orcs are interested in strength of wisdom. They're about the strength of the axe. Though, I suppose shamans are all about wisdom. Maybe in time they will join you.
Rebecca smiled.
They are welcome to join us in our libraries. We invite all to seek enlightenment.
He looked over everything again, smiling with pride at how well it was already going.
Well, it's about time for me to start on this aspect of my quest.
Sable hummed as she looked over his quest entry. Heal 5 souls, free 10 slaves, and convince 10 to become adherents of Serafera while on the pilgrimage, right? Kaya looked at the people lining up, many needing healing. That last one seems like the toughest one. How's Nick, of all people, going to convince people to follow Serafera's teachings? Nick snorted.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you doubting me again?
He grinned as he thought of something fun.
You want to make a bet on it, Kaya?
Kaya blushed at his look, and her ears went flat on her head. No, never mind. She cleared her throat and pumped her fist. Boss is the best. Of course he can do it. Nick arched his brow.
What the hell is that? You okay there, Kaya?
Sable laughed.
Fang's not here, so she took her place.
Nick smirked and stepped toward her to scratch her ears at the base. He whispered,
That's a good girl, Kaya. That's right. You can count on me. Leave it all to your boss.
Kaya blushed and looked a bit disturbed at how much she probably enjoyed his little reward. Irwin giggled, her tail swishing back and forth behind her. That was cute, but I don't think I'd bet against hubby on this one. Rebecca smiled, her wings fluttering behind her.
I'd love to see how he does. Completing the Divine Concord is a respectable goal.
All right, let me get one of those monk outfits. I'm gonna knock Serafera's socks off.
Rebecca's eyes widened.
What? Why would...
Kaya laughed. That one of your weird expressions again? At least it's not something related to butts this time. Nick scratched his head, trying to think of the meaning of his phrase.
I guess it means I'm going to surprise her so much. It's like she got knocked down, her socks falling off. Anyway, that's what I meant, kinda.
Despite the communication issue, Nick changed into one of the priest's outfits. Acting on behalf of Serafera's clergy for his quest made him, at least temporarily, part of the church. While Irwin and Kaya spent much of the day in the tent with the settlers, Nick spent it working among the tents of Serafera. His special brand of healing was rare to be required, but his soul sense had become even more sensitive as his soul rating and power had increased. He felt when something wasn't right, and found a young child with a condition much like Winnie's. A mother entreated the priestess. I've taken her to see all the alchemists and doctors in the city. None can help her, only treat her symptoms. She is sick much of the time. The priestess ran her faith energy through her, and she shook her head.
I cannot seem to find anything wrong with the patient. Though I can feel the damage within her, I don't see a cause.
She seemed to catch Nick's approach, and she recognized that he might be able to help. Oh, maybe Lord Noblefrost might be able to help. Can you check? Nick nodded with a smile.
I'd be happy to. Please allow me to check your daughter.
Placing his hand on the young girl's back, he felt the small orb of her soul with his magic. While he could see that her soul was damaged, much like Irwin's was, feeling it was a bit different. It wasn't nearly as bad. Perhaps the essence absorbed wasn't as much, or something else had caused a fracture.
I should be able to help. It seems she might have absorbed some foreign essence into her core.
The woman was shocked. You know that, but can you help? I heard nobody could help with that. Please, I'll do anything. Nick shook his head, but gave her a reassuring smile, and his voice was gentle.
You don't need to do anything. Serafera teaches us that, as folk, compassion is a necessity of civilization, not a luxury. I only ask that you and your daughter seek wisdom in your lives, and spread the word of this pilgrimage to those who might hear it.
Calling upon his spell, he cast Soul Mend without the words. His magic wrapped around and cradled the child's core, filling in the cracks and restoring it with a soothing light. Nick could tell the effect was even greater than before, as he saw some of Rebecca's provided faith energy rushing inside through his spell. This appeared to help feed the core of what it needed better, and the child only looked a tiny bit drowsy, a small smile on her face from the soothing energy from his spell. It brought a smile to Nick's own face, seeing the child's smile.
There. Get some food in her, as she'll be tired from the healing. Bring her to me tomorrow so I may check on her.
Thank you so much. I will. I'll come back and I'll learn more about this, Seraphera.
The mother took her young child, and Nick noticed Rebecca smiling at him. It was then he noticed a bunch of the priestesses doing so.
What is it, Becca? I found one I could help, finally.
Nothing. You just seemed so different. You did well. You were just like one of us.
Her smile was wide, and her blue eyes were shimmering in delight. Nick smiled at her.
It's the robes. I feel like if I'm wearing this, I gotta at least be half as nice as you gals. I've never been much for roleplay for myself, but I can see why people do it now. It's kind of fun.
Rebecca blushed, her wings fluttering.
I like how they look on you, and I felt how you gently shared Seraphera's wisdom to the mother and child was quite attractive.
Several of the other priestesses in the tent looked over with blushes and furtive glances. It seemed Nick's priest roleplay session was winning him a bunch of points with them. Spending much of the day healing others, Nick had found 2 others that needed his brand of soul healing, moving him forward in his quest. Later, he recruited an adherent by helping convince them to join them in Frosthaven when they were on the fence. Seeing their souls, he was able to vaguely tell what was wrong or why they were reluctant. A strong guess. He had felt one of their sins and guessed that they were ashamed of their past. Offering for them to earn their forgiveness by paying it forward and helping others and focusing on the impact an adherent or clergy of Seraphera could make, the person eventually accepted. The other, they feared about their safety. Nick wasn't even sure how he guessed it, but it was like when the person lied about maybe joining them with the caravan later, he could feel the reason somewhat. It wasn't that Nick had a truly empathic ability, it was just that their soul wavered as they said the words, and it was like he could feel it was somewhat related to fear. So, Nick came up with an idea on how to address that. He addressed a few of the priestesses in the tent set aside for affinity tests and recruitment. Rebecca and Marissa were both there, among others.
Ladies, why don't you demonstrate to others the strength of wisdom and purity? It seems that the safety of those that follow Seraphera is a concern.
They went outside the tent, and they called over a few of the orcs with their weapons. They lined up across from several of the priestesses, and a crowd began to form as they watched what was happening. Nick and everyone in the plaza got to see how Rebecca and the other priestesses could defend against attacks. The orcs marched forward, brandishing their weapons and ready to strike. An aura spread from the priestesses, containing faith energy from their cores. Rebecca led their prayer.
Our people mean you no harm. By the grace of Seraphera, let your heart find peace, and your violence find no outlet. Pacification!
The pure white energy started to cover the orcs and weighed down on them. Their steps slowed. The ability and its effect was almost like Nick's frost aura, with the priestesses layering them on top of each other. Several of the orcs frowned and dropped their weapons outright as they got close, confused looks on their faces. One of the orcs roared as he activated his blood rage, his body covered in blood-red essence. It allowed him to somewhat overcome the effect as he marched the final few paces forward. The orc swung his sword at Rebecca, causing the crowd to gasp, but the sword was covered in white light, and Rebecca caught it with an open hand. With a pull and twist of the blade, she brought the shocked orc forward unbalanced, and then she stepped in and threw them over her shoulder, his body slamming onto the ground with a thud. While the orcs somewhat struggled, the priestesses quickly tied up the orcs, who could barely fight back against them. One managed to punch out, but it was like the slap of a child, the woman brushing it aside as she continued her efforts. Nick could see that a number of the men in the crowd were skeptical.
I see some of you have doubts. Would any of you like to try? See if you can attack through their aura of peace. But just keep in mind their power is even greater within Serapharis Cathedral. All those who bring violence to her peaceful temple will be turned away.
He happily handed out a few maces and blades to a few men that looked like mercenaries, and none of them fared any better than the orcs. Many had their violence removed entirely, especially since they did not actually wish the nuns harm. All but one, but even he could not manage to harm one of the other nuns. His blade struck the woman's shoulder, but it was much like the punch from before. The crowd clapped and started to line up to join as adherents or clergy, and Nick found his quest had shifted by several members all at once. When the crowd had dispersed somewhat, Rebecca came over to him.
That was a brilliant idea. It seems they did not understand the strength of Seraphera's wisdom. Thank you, Nicholas.
Nick smiled.
That was even better than I imagined. Why didn't you use that ability on the Overseer? Or the demons we fought? It seems useful.
Rebecca shook her head.
This aura really only works when their violence is not being met with violence. It might work for a brief moment, but the pain from attacks will bring them out of the trance. So would a party coming after them with weapons, as they'd feel danger and fear, so they'd shrug off the effect.
Nick thought he understood it. A lot of their ability to pacify people might be due to their knowledge that, on some level, they would not come to harm by Seraphera's faithful if they relented.
So this is why the paladins paired with you would use their clubs to knock enemies out and disarm them. They have their own peaceful aura, thanks in part to their desire to do no permanent harm but protect others. Is that right?
Rebecca beamed, smiling with pride.
That's right. You can see the strength of Seraphera's wisdom. Part of why it worked even against that blood-raged orc was because we overwhelmed him. A stronger foe or numerous coming at us with violence would have been much more difficult. But you can see how peaceful resolution can be found more often than not.
Nick agreed with her and let her know about his quest and how he had met the requirements for 5 people convinced to join already.
That's wonderful, Nicholas. We are seeing a lot of people interested, and it's thanks in large part to the prospects of Frosthaven. The bikes, the orc raiders, and even rumors about you are getting people to come here in droves.
About me? What's this now?
What that mayor said? About you defeating the Path of Kings 10th floor? It seems many understand you must be a prodigy. Your race is even being mentioned. They think you are a rebirthed genius from a powerful faction of frost elves.
Nick stroked his chin.
I wonder how I can use that. I suppose I can't just scare away bad guys with threats from my non-existent faction, since this is a frontier shard. But I guess it helps explain why I might have so much money and a few other things.
A sultry chuckle came from the shadow nearby.
I see you've been doing well, boss. I've been exploring the city, probing some of the sketchy areas. This ability of ours is such a cheat. It's too easy.
Sable wasn't revealing herself, he supposed, so that none would be aware of her ability. Nick smirked.
Yes, that's right. We frost elves are amazing at seeking evil. Tell me about what you found.
Well, it's surprising. I've found some underground tunnels they use to steal people and goods out to the river and thus the ocean. It leads to several warehouses as well.
How did you find the underground areas?
He could hear the grin in Sable's voice. "My control over shadows is getting even better. I can feel them from further away, make them flow like water and shift them to ice, and it goes into the cracks with ease. Besides, when a scent is heavy and you're following it, then it disappears. You know something is near." That she found it in a single day showed that there was a huge problem here in Silverbrook, and it was quite worrisome.
Good work. Let's just keep gathering information for now. Work with Winnie to make a map of what you find. We're going to be here for up to a month, and I want to get the lay of the land here. We'll be meeting with mercenaries, the slave traders, and anyone else that matters in the city soon. It'd be bad if we cut a bunch of people down and had to run early.
You got it, boss. I'll try to find those involved for now and get you some names.
Are you sure this is going to work, Lumos?
Jasmine stood within her enlightenment chamber. It was an odd, spherical room with channels for essence, much like the Blade Soul Forge, just significantly smaller, and the colors more prismatic. Lumos shifted a tile on the floor in the center, placing the odd replacement. It was like a special gridded mat, but it was covered in glyphs. A sort of pole held a prism up above, and the pedestal nearby the mat held a nexus core. It looked like a small, dark, spherical honeycomb, the size of a marble. It was devoid of nearly all the original essence, ready to absorb its new essence and be bound.
Yup. Well, I've done what I could anyway. The concept chamber is configured to send in pure light essence, and I've refined the Alpha Drake core into a proper Nexus core. For the bottled concept, it'll somewhat be up to you, of course. I think you should definitely wait to absorb it until you've built up the core a few levels.
Jasmine sighed.
I know you're right. It's just frustrating because I got a lot of stuff I want to do.
It's not a good idea to rush something like this. I know you're talented with essence, though. Masters of essence are the peak of anyone on this shard, most likely. Who knows what you can accomplish?
I'll go by how I feel, then. Thanks for your help, Lumos. You're awesome.
You're welcome, Jasmine. I'm off to look over what the crafters are working on. We need to build tons of equipment, even for our loggers and stone carvers, and equip a ton of monsterfolk for the ordeals, and our eventual war against Shadowvale. The frost iron ore from the mines is a big help. Lumos left, leaving Jasmine alone in the odd room. Nexus cores were a means for people who lacked compatibility in their bodies to absorb essence that would otherwise be painful or impossible for them to absorb, though some used it as a means of passively cultivating. By filling the Nexus core with environmental essence, her body, mind, and soul cores would slowly and safely be suffused with the energies, harmonizing her with them. The eventual goal was to ingest the core and merge with it, allowing it to remain within her body. Usually, cultivators could only form a core that was highly compatible with their bodies, related to their bloodlines or other capabilities within them. One could establish a concept core, but that was often through a similar means of harmonization. Ideal, class, path, all actions leading to harmonize a person until they form a concept, and then eventually creating a core from that very same energy. A petrasilk, an evolution or divergence of the Arachne race, had nearly no compatibility with light, which was a pure element. If she attempted to establish the core the normal way, it would end up weak, defective. Jasmine walked up to the Nexus core. Activating the pedestal, the essence was pulled into the channels of the odd, spherical room. The prism up above lit up, and beams of light scattered all over the room, all to be reflected back and focused on the Nexus core. It glowed white, much like her original body had. if they could see her soul. She rested her spider torso on the tile, and essence from the ordeal was suffused into her. One might think that this was a little backwards. If the owner of the ordeal can just use the essence from within it, then why bother delving within it, endangering themselves? It was because the density would be limited to the maximum floor they reached. They could still benefit and level up beyond their current completed floor, but eventually they would become stuck, or it would become a detriment to continue. It also heavily consumed the essence from the ordeal, which could be used for other things. Because Jasmine was using this room, this meant that she was drawing it from resources like the Frostspire mines, utilities like the Genesis chamber, or from constructions of other buildings. Jasmine would do the best not to waste it. She drew the essence in from beneath her and began her visualization. Nick was using chains and ropes, a fitting choice for him. She had decided on a special lattice, a web. Before she was a folk, she merely ate everything that wasn't burned away by her light. So much easier. Now she had to do this cultivation thing. Forming the lattice around her body of the mind, body, and soul essence, she projected it with her aura and into the Nexus core. The lattice overlaid the light energy, binding her mana and essence, along with the pure light essence, to the Nexus core. But it wasn't instantly. It took hours and hours, Jasmine's attention nearly waning as she covered it with her aura and the light of the chamber. It took forever, until the core finally was suffused with both her energy and the pure light, and it made a connection to her, down to her very soul core. A pathway was created between her and it, and the ball of pure light energy became like an extra, magical limb to her. Nexus core created, light core, purity, grade A, plus 0.25 body, plus 1.5 mind, plus 1.25 soul, 0.3 mind, 0.25 soul per core level past level 10. New class choices now available. It was a method common among casters. As she cultivated in this room, she could build the cup that was the Nexus core into a larger one. She could use it to fight and spend the contents of the cup without affecting its level. If she had to, she could sacrifice the core for a singular, powerful attack and start over. Like a gentle rain, the essence from the core cascaded over her. She drew the essence into her cores, mixing it with the essence from the mat beneath her. The process went rapidly at first, only a few hours more of sitting there. After the core was brought to level 12, however, the process came to a near stop. The essence just wasn't dense enough to continue. The samurai ordeal had reached level 12, and Seraphera's ordeal level 19, but the Path of Kings still only had level 10 completed. It would take many hours to fill the Nexus core now, and she could leave it within this location to build up. But what was this? New classes available? New classes available. Luminous Weaver. Epic. Shining Attendant. Rare Support. Stone Light Guardian. Rare. Luminous Weaver. Second Stratum Epic Class. Plus 0.75 Body. Plus 1.25 Mind. Plus 0.75 Soul per level. The Luminous Weaver is a sorceress class that merges the arcane powers of light with the intricate weaving abilities of a petrasilk, able to craft dazzling stone-light constructs and launch searing beams of energy. At later levels, unlocks powerful offensive or defensive traits, starts with Stone Light Loom, Ray of Lumina, and Shimmerbind traits and skills. Note: spells require Light Nexus core presence. That sounded like just what she wanted. It embodied a lot of what she was capable of before in her old body. But she couldn't help it. What about the Shining Attendant? That sounded a lot like a maid. Looking it over, it had a neat aura that actually energized and improved the speed of allies, and light constructs that would keep things clean, like magic brooms, a shimmering curtain that blocked projectiles, and buffs that did similar to the aura, energized her allies. It sounded fun, but clearly inferior to the Luminous Weaver. She made note of the names of the skills, as maybe she could find copies of them later. As much as she loved the idea of devoting her class to master in that way, she knew it was an inferior choice. Selecting the Luminous Weaver class, her body shifted as it was altered by Orion. She actually lost several levels, bringing her all the way back down to level 10, when she had been almost level 14 with her common class from all the hunting of demons she had been doing at night. The Stone Light Loom trait altered her webbing, slowly creating a minor reservoir of the mixed energy webbing inside her spider body. Using her normal stone webbing would still be possible, but her body would slowly infuse small amounts of it with light energy, which she could infuse into spells such as Shimmerbind, or weave into interesting constructs. The Ray of Lumina was merely a beam of searing light, and it was not anything all that special compared to what she could accomplish in the past. She would have to go somewhere else to try it out, though. Probing the light essence within the Nexus core, it responded immediately. It lifted off the pedestal and floated to her. Placing it in a simple rope pendant around her neck with the loop Lumos had left on the core, she would keep it close by unless it was on this pedestal, gathering the environmental essence. The chamber could store up energy, but only to a certain limit. As she retrieved the core, the prism at the top of the room began building up essence, the beams of light being reflected toward it instead. The choker Nick got for her might be even better for it, but she would have to wait until he gave it to her. Of course, she always used her connection to snoop on him and everything he was doing. Before she left the chamber, she took out the box containing the bottled concept. Jasmine could feel the light inside, like a warmth or heat, just waiting for her to consume it. But the concept inside was like a blinding light, the pure nature of illumination. Hers were nearly all based on the energy of light. By empowering light photons, they could enter a solid state, making hard objects and surfaces, or energize them into devastating beams of light. Of course, that was her understanding now, that she had learned some science and seen dozens of sci-fi movies with Nick on Earth. Before, her body was light and could transform from solid to intangible and even outside the visible spectrum at her desire. This was just how she could rationalize it now. But with a sigh, she closed the box and put it away. She was not quite ready to shift the concept, and she could feel it. Earning a few more levels was necessary first, as she harmonized with her new class and Nexus core. She left the Enlightenment Chamber in a hurry, heading to where she could do some proper tests. Heading down the streets of Frosthaven, many scurried out of the way of her towering form, but many waved hello. Because most of her activities were done late at night, few had even seen her except the followers within the mall. The city was becoming more and more impressive by the day, as people continued to work and improve upon it. While Mayor Steinweld may have foolishly used the slaves' labor as a ruse to get access to them, the work to rebuild various buildings was very real and still underway. Some ex-Havendale people, along with numerous orcs and people from Zura, chopped trees, collected stone from a quarry by the lake, while others used them to reconstruct the ruined buildings in the city. Jasmine arrived at the training grounds, finding Lothar and Agatha training the orcs and new monsterfolk. Kobolds, snakefolk, and wolflings would constantly stream into the city, spending time in the wilderness but also integrating with the people of Frosthaven. Luna and Fang would spend some time teaching them Orion Common, but it was a very time-consuming process to learn a language and be unable to speak it. Teaching their old tribe and the Ironclaw Wolflings tribe was far easier than the new kobolds and snakefolk, and the beetlefolk were a special kind of challenge. A small group of beetlefolk were trying to follow the instruction of an orc along with some kobolds, but they bumped into each other clumsily, their bodies somewhat bulbous and unsteady on their feet. She had seen them acting much more coordinated before, when she watched the beetlefolk by themselves. It seemed they did not work together too well with the other races. Perhaps their need for the sound of clicks and the stomping of their feet to orient themselves in the din of combat was a necessity. It was a problem that they would need to overcome on their own, for the most part, but she would do her best to help them. She strode near them, her spider feet stomping in their direction. Their antennas quivered as they felt her approach, and she looked down on them with an unimpressed gaze. The orc had the sense to stop what they were doing, everyone watching her. Jasmine looked at each of the beetlefolk, meeting their many compound eyes.
Beetlefolk, if you want to become more within Lord Noblefrost's kingdom, you must learn to fight alongside others. Do you want to become stronger?
The beetlefolk hesitated. It seemed very little of what she said was really understood. They clicked their mandibles and stomped their feet, wanting to know more. They did want to become stronger, at least.
Soon, I will take you all into the Path of Kings ordeal. See your flaws and hold in your hearts the desire to fight alongside others, and you shall change. It'll be a speed run, though, so prepare to bring lots of food and essence pearls.
The beetles tilted their heads and clicked and stomped. It seemed they didn't quite get it. She motioned to the kobolds and snakefolk around them.
Try hard to better fight with friends, fight in tower, become more. I will help.
During her speech, she had pointed at the tower and then made a ring with her arms around her belly and made it expand, as if she was becoming bigger. Their antennae vibrated, and they clicked and stomped happily. It seemed they got it now. This was going to be a very troubling tower climb with probably many pantomimes, but it needed to be done. For Master's Kingdom. Heading over to the archery training area, various targets were set up across a proper range. They looked like little straw men with targets and bullseyes drawn on them, and were kind of cute. It was time to test out her Nexus core. Filling and mixing the essence inside it with her mana, it behaved mostly how she hoped it would. She tried the Ray of Lumina spell as it was granted to her. A condensed beam of light energy blasted from her Nexus core and shot at the straw target. It burst into flames, a hole pierced into it with a mild whoosh sound.
Not bad, but nothing special.
Raising her finger above her head, she formed an orb of light. It glimmered in the sun, a brilliant white light pulsing as she infused it with mana and essence. She then pointed at the target, forming a gun with her hand.
Pew! Pew!
The effect was much more substantial. Numerous beams of light struck out in rapid succession, miniature lasers being fired repeatedly. Like a chain gun, she fired hundreds of little beams and riddled the targets full of holes in just a few seconds as she fed her orb construct continuously. For good measure, she gathered her body essence and her webbing, mixed with the light energy, and, like throwing a ball, she shot out an orb which wrapped around 3 of the straw men. Jasmine grinned at the result. The gestures were merely for fun, and she could do this while wielding her shield and weapon. Unfortunately, refilling the light essence took some time out in the sun or in the chamber, for now, until she synchronized with it a lot better, and her body could supply some of it from Orion's many rewards. When she reached the 3rd stratum, she would merge with the core, making it a part of her. It was time to go hunting. Jasper the Frost Warg was heading up north a lot, and perhaps she will go with him. But only for a bit. She needed to drag some beastfolk through the ordeal. She had to work on her transformation and this light core. With enough effort, maybe she could spark her concept without the bottled concept, and gain a lot more from it once she did. It would be a busy week or 2, but she didn't want to take too much longer than that. She wanted to accomplish her goals and join Nick in Silverbrook so she could serve him as soon as possible, after all. Chapter 6. The Secret Hero. A week quickly passed by, with Nick completing his quest several times over, minus freeing the slaves. The pilgrimage was already a resounding success, with gathering hundreds of settlers for Frosthaven and adherents of Serafera. Even a few handfuls of clergy, including numerous potential paladins that would begin training. Nick had even met with the more neutral mercenary captain. He wasn't really what Nick wanted, as it didn't appear that he would be willing to join as a follower in the end. When the going got tough against Blackthorne, Nick knew the man would buckle and flee, or turn on Nick for the money. Still, Nick was doing his best to muddy the waters by meeting with him. He didn't want there to be a rumor that he went to meet the anti-Blackthorne mercenary leader first when he arrived. This one was available in the Merchants' Guild, as many would often use him for caravans heading east. Nick would wait a little longer before meeting the person who had a bone to pick with Blackthorne, likely after he had the full lay of the land. Sable had been working hard in mapping everything out at night and following the negative elements around Silverbrook in the evenings. During the day she frequently slept, so she wasn't much present for their pilgrimage activities. And, of course, Nick did his best to reward her every chance he got, usually in the morning just before she headed to bed, after a full night of reconnaissance. Her capabilities at night appeared to be nearly unmatched, thanks to her nose and ears, small stature, and her slightly monstrous instinctual control over magical shadows. The orc scouts, even from their enhanced watchtowers, were unable to detect her when she pushed her sneaking capability to the limits. She now had the sneak skill, but often didn't use it, thanks to the effectiveness and efficiency of her camouflage ability when combined with her control over magical shadows. He was still deciding on what to do to handle the threats that she'd outlined, and he thought he wasn't far off from making his first moves. Gathering food supplies for their trip to Frosthaven and once they arrived became a challenge, so Nick sent the orc scouts into the wilderness to begin hunting and gathering for it. The cost of food in a crowded city was high for such a large expedition, so he would use them where he could. Some wolflings would be arriving with the first set of wagons soon, so he would gladly assign most of them to this task continuously. Silverbrook did have hunters, but thanks to the threat of bandit attacks, they did not travel that deep into the forest, because, of course, Blackthorne also attempted to starve them, too. Much of the food for the city came from the ordeal, caravans from the east, or the many ships that arrived. Feeding over 10,000 people was difficult, but Lord Silver had numerous climbing slots and the loot focus set to food. Nick and his current bodyguard, Kaya, were now heading to the city hall to meet with the mayor, because a message from Lothar had arrived, from Crown Sanctum to Crown Sanctum. Kaya was dutiful in her job, keeping her eyes wary.
Haven't you been bored this past week, Kaya? Nobody wants to start something with me yet. This place has been pretty safe.
No, that's when it's all the more important to protect you. That's the time people attack, when you least expect it. As for protecting you, I like it. It's an important, honorable duty, and it keeps me focused.
Careful there, Kaya. You're saying protecting me is honorable, but you're always teasing me for being a lazy lord or full of myself. That sounds contradictory.
Kaya sighed.
Such is the tragedy of being an honorable warrior, never finding a lord truly worthy of serving. Pitiful as some lords might be, serving them is still a sacred responsibility I must suffer through.
She brushed her tail against his cheek and grabbed his hand for a moment, letting him know she was just teasing. He knew she did have profound respect for him and what he'd already achieved, and she admired him both from the perspective of a warrior and as a woman. Walking through the city hall, it was a well-constructed building with marble floors and arched ceilings. Knowing it was a special building of the ordeal helped feed into what Lothar had said about Lord Silver's path, that it was related to governance and administration. A receptionist sent them down a long corridor, down to Mayor Allen's office. A secretary sitting outside his room let them in, announcing them before leaving and closing the door. Mayor Allen was dressed much as the gentleman elf, like the first time they met him. He stood up and walked over to meet with them near the door.
Ah, Lord Noblefrost and Lady Kaya. I'm glad to see you both. Well, I called you due to the message. I did think it was high time we met again.
He shook Nick's hand again.
Likewise, the people of Silverbrook have been treating us quite well.
Ah, yes, and thank your wife, Lady Iowyn, for me regarding her reports. It's been wonderful to know what we could expect from your caravans. With how many things are going to improve as a result, Lord Silver already feels he's in your debt.
Nick smiled.
No problem. We've gained a lot, and we thank you for the opportunity. You had a message from Lothar?
I did. Please sit.
He walked back to sit behind his desk, and Nick sat with Kaya at his side on their own comfy chairs across from the mayor.
When Lothar originally came here, he said you were some species of half-elf. But I can feel this is not the case. To the point, I wonder how he made this mistake. You are a frost elf.
Nick nodded.
That's right. My family sent me to this shard recently, in hopes I could claim an ordeal. I arrived close to Havendale and formed a team to claim it.
Everything Nick just said was technically true, so he didn't even need to lie. He just allowed the mayor to form his own conclusions about what he meant. Even if he had to lie, it wouldn't be a problem. Lies about his race and origins were necessary to protect himself and his people. Mayor Allen sucked in a breath.
Close to Havendale. How odd. But being that you were by yourself, Who can understand Orion's will? I'd like to hear more when we have time. I'm sure your triumph was exciting. Here's the message.
Among lawful kingdoms, for a cost, it was possible to transmit a message to those that were close enough, directly to the ordeal owner or those permitted into the crown sanctum. Nick was happy to know that Blackthorne would not be able to use this message with Shadowvale, as he was definitely operating as a dark kingdom. He was mainly using this feature as a reason to meet with Mayor Allen or Lord Silver. He could have just had Jasmine contact him after all. Mayor Allen placed an envelope on the desk, and Nick opened it. It was a simple message that a merchant from Shadowvale had arrived. It was a slightly coded message, where it described what was paid, though not exactly. Nick understood it was outlining the blood price that Turon from Shadowvale had outlined, 20 gold per bandit slain and 100 per slave recovered. It didn't say this, but listed out a few other items or purchases and sales. All told, the butcher's bill was nearly 10,000 gold, an infuriating amount. But it also had a short message from Jasmine to not worry. She'd gone on a trip south and see if she can get more seed, the coded item for dead bandits from the sale. Which made him very worried. It sounded like she was going to kill the merchant and get their blood price back, probably after they left Shadowvale and reported payment to the mayor there. His maid was more than smart enough to understand the implications, so perhaps she would make it appear like a monster assault or something. Closing his eyes for a moment, he did briefly check in on what she was doing. It was a little vague, but he definitely felt her trudging through the wilderness, and Jasper was nearby. And a large number of wolves. That would probably work well enough, he supposed. The letter also described details about the caravan of wagons and horses soon to arrive at Silverbrook, and requested numbers so they could properly prepare for the return trips. Nick already knew it, but Lothar also mentioned that Fang and Luna had not yet emerged from the ordeal with their parties. On the other hand, Jasmine had already done a speed run with the beastfolk. They had all evolved, and he was seriously curious about how and what she had accomplished. His Wolfen Wives ordeal run had prevented Nick from meeting them in the dreams this past week, and he knew that most likely they had pushed for the 9th floor, at a minimum. Nick asked for paper, and he penned in his reply to Lothar, handing Mayor Allen the return message. He also included a request for the wolflings to hunt on the path during the trip.
Thanks for passing the message on, Mayor Allen. Hopefully it's not too much of a bother for Lord Silver.
It's no problem at all, and he was fine with passing along the message through the crown sanctum. I'm sorry, but I must ask. These settlers, they will be safe living in Frosthaven, right?
Kaya bristled at this, but Nick held out his hand to calm her.
Of course. We'll make sure they arrive safely, and after that, they will be under my protection. What concerns you?
Mayor Allen hesitated, looking at Kaya.
It's just, we know about Shadowvale, and that Blackthorne has likely reached out to you. We do wonder how you can bring so many people when they prevent people from moving there instead. We know you are a lawful kingdom, but we still worry. Your city is new to this shard after all.
Nick understood Lord Silver's concerns. Even if he was willing to part with these people as his place was overcrowded, he wasn't so callous as to not care for them at all. This concern for the people put Lord Silver in a higher place within Nick's mind, as he was loyal to his duty, to his people. The man did not just want to hand these people over to be slain, and his fight for their safety was proof of that. Nick's voice was laced with his soul magic, a spoken promise of his future actions.
These people will be protected like my own. When Blackthorne makes his rounds, I'll pay whatever price necessary to shield my people from his greed.
Mayor Allen's eyes widened, his magical senses searching the room and Nick.
That was interesting. It felt like an oath, but I know it's different. Yet I can tell that was a promise, that you mean your words.
It's soul magic. My people are masters of it. I just gave a promise where if the spirit of it is not kept, it'll impact me and my cultivation. It feels like the truth because it is.
Frost elves? No, your family, I guess. Interesting. Thank you for alleviating our worries. With that out of the way, we've heard rumors of your talents. You and the clergy of Serafera are impressive, having healed most of those that entered the tent, far more rapidly than any specialists we have ever seen. Even many who were rumored to be unhealable.
Nick nodded.
That's right. Those that follow Serafera's wisdom are exceptional. And I have a unique skill set, too, with my mastery of soul magic. Is someone you know in need of healing?
Lord Silver and a few of his climbers have a difficult condition. They're not sure what has caused it, but their progression is slowed. They have tried hard to push deeper into their ordeal, but now floors that were easy to complete before have become challenging for them.
We'd be happy to help. Between Rebecca and I, we should be able to heal most ailments. I take it I should ask the climbers to know more about their problem?
That's right. They'll be more knowledgeable about the situation. We would be in your debt if you can help, and if not, we are still thankful for you trying. We will allow you to meet with the climbers first, but we understand that you might need access to Lord Silver himself to fully impact them.
Nick frowned, surprised.
Why is that?
Those who wear the silver masks are connected to him. It's part of his power. We keep it mostly private from others, and it's a part of the reason for Lord Silver's seclusion. But he does appear occasionally, and a few have been able to detect this. It's a somewhat open secret that I'm sure you'd learn when you met them anyway.
Kaya frowned.
What about the bronze masks? We have seen a few of these in town.
Those are the first stratum climbers. They're a bit less connected. Lord Silver's second stratum team are full up until he can progress further once more.
Once more?
Mayor Allen grimaced.
Some decades ago, because Lord Silver hadn't advanced for a significant period, Silverbrook experienced a tribulation. As a result, the ordeal shifted, and it was like he had to reconquer it. Since then, he hasn't been able to make it as far as before.
Nick knew that meant the man likely had not even reconquered the 15th floor, though his limitations could be a little different. It was a little odd, but Irwin had told him that Lord Silver had taken over at a time after Blackthorne had caused so many problems for the city already, before he had truly come to power. This whole difficult situation had been going on for a long time, it seemed. They worked out the details for the meeting of the climbers, and they would be visiting one of them as early as tomorrow, and several more throughout the week. Mayor Allen looked satisfied with their plans.
Was there anything else we could help with? Have you been getting the contacts you've needed at the Merchants Guild?
No problem with the Merchants Guild. Things have gone smoothly in there, but I was wondering if we could get some help with issues with the law.
The law? I was not aware of any troubles, though I did hear a few rumors from just today.
Kaya said,
We have found some evidence of some criminal elements in the city. We want to talk to or meet with those involved with upholding the law to see if we can get help with dealing with these.
You're sure of this?
Mayor Allen looked back and forth between the two of them. Nick nodded.
We're sure. We found evidence of various underground tunnels. We worry about what the criminal elements can accomplish here with those.
Mayor Allen frowned.
That is not good. But you already have a meeting lined up with someone that can help. The captain of the town guard is, in fact, one of the climbers. You'll be meeting with him first thing tomorrow, if that works for you.
That sounds great. We would like to work together with him, if at all possible. As you might understand, it's really best that my people and I are not seen as the ones standing against Blackthorne's men, or anyone that might be affiliated with him.
I'm sure he hopes to clear out the criminal element just as much as you, but we'll keep this in mind in case you end up in conflict with him. I understand your reluctance to face off against the criminals yourself. It's not really your duty to maintain the order of Silverbrook. It is ours. Still, if you discover proof of criminal behavior, it seems you must be quite capable to succeed where we have failed. I appreciate your willingness to help us with your many talents.
Nick eventually said his goodbye and headed back to the pilgrimage in the town square. It was sunset now, and much of the crowds had died down. But as he stepped inside the skill testing and recruitment tent, he could immediately tell something was wrong by the mood inside. The priestesses had worry marring their faces, a pained look on their expressions. Several were gripping their habits tightly, and Rebecca was clearly frustrated, her wings fluttering.
What happened, Becca?
Just a series of unfortunate events, it appears. A bunch of nasty rumors have started, and it has all the ladies and new adherents worried. The guard showed up as well.
Kaya growled. What rumors? And the guard? Where's Winnie? Irwin entered the tent from behind them.
Right here. I was just speaking with the guard for a bit. It seems they are taking our side on this, but want us to be careful and on the lookout.
On the lookout for what?
Nick asked. Rebecca sighed, gripping her staff tightly.
Thanks to your advice, we started going door to door. It was a wonderful idea, and it was working quite well.
Nick chuckled internally. He told them about how the Mormons on Earth operated, and with their bikes, the priestesses of Serafera were now going around door to door to spread their word with their pamphlets and polite smiles. The main difference was the clergy of Serafera included actual magical healing, but also offerings of food and more. Not everyone had time to come to the central plaza each day, and this way their people would be seen by the people around town more frequently. She continued,
But today we received some threats that if we continued, they would hurt our girls. Then it appears some people dressed up like our male adherents and robbed someone. The guard actually questioned poor Frederick. The people victimized were unsuspecting because of our peaceful demeanor and appearance, but once again...
Marissa's eyes were watering up, and she continued, somewhat distraught.
Once again, people are using us to commit evil. Then a note was left, a threat. It says if we continue our work here, they will hurt us and will make things even worse for the people of Silverbrook. The rumors are starting to spread, and some people are even blaming us for the person being attacked.
Rebecca had a bitter look, and the rest of the priestesses' faces were filled with worry. Nick gave them a reassuring smile.
I wouldn't worry much about those threats. There's no way they can get away with hurting your girls. They're not defenseless. Then I don't think anyone believes you would commit these evils. And these guys would be robbing people with or without their disguises. They don't like what we're accomplishing and helping the poor, so they're lashing out, Becca.
Rebecca hesitated.
I know, but I just feel so helpless. We came here to help people, to do no harm. Are we truly powerless once again? Is evil just going to walk all over us and use us to harm even more innocent people?
Nick could see how distraught she was, with how she gripped her staff tightly and how her face was scrunched up in pain. The bishop had used the people of Zura for his evil goals for years, and the news of it brought their entire clergy into a pit of despair. It was only thanks to Nick and his family's heroism that they had brought the people of Zura out of it. But now, it was just like that all over again, even if the stakes were a lot lower. Her feelings were matched by the other priestesses. In truth, Nick had been worried about dealing with too many threats in the city, as it could easily come back to haunt him if Blackthorne or his subordinates ever found out. He wasn't sure exactly how Blackthorne's subordinates could communicate with him, but he did learn from Lumos that it would be quite limited. Sable could lead him through all the bad guys' dens, and Nick could safely clean house with any number of bandits. Their abilities were completely overpowered for finding and spotting evil, and with his new concept he could crush any scrub in just mere moments, with or without judgment. But if he did that, the rumor told by anyone, not even Blackthorne's lackeys, would be that Nick showed up in town, then all the bad guys mysteriously died before he left. Nobody would believe he wasn't related. He needed to have a shield, and at first he was just going to try to work with the guard and hand over all the victories to them. Then Nick had what he thought was a much better idea, or perhaps an addition to that idea. The bishop had used the peaceful people of Zura as a shield to commit evil, and so did Blackthorne's bandits here in Silverbrook. Thus, Nick thought it was more than appropriate to use them as a shield to destroy it. He could not just do nothing. Not only would his heroic spirit he was cultivating reject this notion, but his Archaean blood boiled with rage at the idea that he would take these bandits' threats lying down and let them commit evil near him. When Nick made his oath to walk the hero's path, that didn't just mean when it was convenient. He would have to try to help, even if it was hard and dangerous. Even with this method, it could still get back to Blackthorne. But he thought he had a lot to gain from trying, and that Rebecca and her priestesses would gain the most. And Orion agreed. Nick nearly groaned as Orion descended as a result of his thoughts, and granted him a new quest from his hero's ordeal. Heroic quest received. Secret hero of Silverbrook. A bandit warlord rules from the shadows, his power far beyond you and your kingdoms. But a hero cannot just back down and give up, while the weak and innocent suffer. A hero may retreat and regroup, but he should take his pound of flesh before fighting another day. From the shadows, secretly aid the city of Silverbrook in weakening Blackthorne's bandits and other evil throughout the city. Objectives: 1. Disturb Blackthorne's operations in the city, weakening his resources and increasing yours. 2. Hide your involvement from the populace and keep any of Blackthorne's witnesses from reporting your people's direct involvement to Blackthorne before the end of 3 months. Reward: based on levels of completion of the objectives, to be granted on Pilgrimage's return to Frosthaven. Nick frowned at the prompt. Why 3 months? And his plan was to return in under a month. He supposed Orion was all-knowing. Was it going to look into the future? The whole thing was confusing to him. However, there was already a timeline in his mind, that he wanted to be ready to make his assault on Shadowvale in under 3 months, just in case. Did it somehow know that? Irwin was looking over the prompt, a small, proud smile on her face. Kaya looked just as confused as Nick felt. Rebecca, Marissa, and the other priestesses were looking at him, hoping that he could help, or provide some kind of reassurance. Nick smiled as he strode to the center of the room at Rebecca's side and addressed the priestesses around the room.
I can see your frustration. But me, I'm not worried at all, because I believe in Seraphera's wisdom. You girls are smart, and your path to peace and power is truly worthy of respect. It is far more powerful than some scrub bandits can ever comprehend, and I believe that from the bottom of my heart. How would you ladies like to be used for good for once, and defeat these bandits yourselves?
Ultimately, Nick's plan could backfire, and maybe it was pointless for him to try this path. After all, the moment Blackthorne's men suffered a setback from the priestesses of Seraphera, they could decide, no matter what happened or how, it was Nick's fault, and they would send word to Blackthorne immediately. But Nick thought it was important to try, for Rebecca and her clergy to truly redeem themselves. If Nick just swooped in and killed all the bandits from the dark, they would never feel like they could accomplish anything on their own, that the next threat would come, and all they could do was just pray that Seraphera or Nick would save them. And that was bullshit. These girls are strong, and he believed every word he just said. Rebecca frowned.
Used? What do you mean?
You ladies have all grown. You've seen the many evils of the world. You're no longer the weak, naive priestesses that the bishop exploited. You've survived the tribulations, formed your cores, and have become more. I believe you are all capable of being the hero Silverbrook needs. Seraphera provided you the strength through her wisdom, and I protect your lives as Lord Noblefrost. Is there any reason for you to fear evil at all?
Rebecca's eyes widened.
What are you proposing we do?
I say we double down. Sable will give you a few areas for you to be extra aggressive with, and we knock on even more doors. We lure them to attack you, and then we let nature take its course. They won't be able to touch you, and if they do, they will still be the ones to pay the price, not us.
Recognition started to fill the several priestesses' features as they started to understand Nick's plan. Rebecca said,
I don't know. I like the spirit of your plan, but that sounds like you want us to deceive people. We are not used to this.
Nick smiled.
It's a light deception that will do a lot of good. I want you ladies to take the lead on this, to come up with a system to accomplish your goals to spread Seraphera's wisdom, prevent crime, and capture criminals up to no good. I believe you can do it, and I need your help.
Rebecca said,
You do? You need our help.
Nick nodded.
I might be able to defeat all these bandits myself, but I can't let it get back to Blackthorne that I stand against him. With the help of you ladies, I might have some plausible deniability. It'll be Blackthorne's subordinates' failures for outing themselves and getting caught by the guard. And if you do it right, everyone in Silverbrook will think so too. Just who would believe a clergy of Seraphera on pilgrimage was chasing down and picking fights with criminal elements?
Rebecca began to tremble.
You really believe in us so? In Seraphera's wisdom?
You know I do. I said it, and I say what I mean.
Rebecca dropped her staff and embraced Nick in a hug tightly. Kaya caught the staff quickly before it hit the ground with a chuckle as Rebecca kissed him fiercely. A large amount of the faith essence flooded into him, its warmth in his chest surprising him. The priestesses all blushed and made surprised gasps, murmuring about the kiss. Rebecca backed off after a moment, her own blush covering her face as she looked embarrassed at all the witnesses, her wings fluttering in distress.
Sorry, I just couldn't help it. I know...
Marissa interrupted. That was wonderful. We all wanted to kiss Lord Noblefrost too, just on the cheek instead, since we're not courting. His words have given us all the strength we need. The other priestesses nodded, fidgeting with their habits with a blush. Rebecca cleared her throat.
Now, do you have a map of the city with these known locations? We would like to begin, to start our plan.
Irwin retrieved a map from the fanny pack at her waist with a grin at Nick.
Sure do. Sable is out and might be gathering more info, but here's the map from last night.
The other priestesses fervently nodded, and they started gathering their clipboards and arranging the folding tables in the room. They all had determined looks, and it seemed they were ready to work hard for their new goal. Rebecca quickly began organizing them on different tasks, assigning individual priestesses to certain goals. Nick only reminded them that it was important that for each thief or bad guy captured, they really needed to sell it, that they were just as surprised at the attack and their successful defense as the bad guy would be. Nick rejoined his wives at the entrance to the tent, where they watched the nuns in action. Kaya noted,
"These nuns are kind of scary when they get like this."
Irwin giggled.
"You said it. That was a great idea, hubby. You're really gonna let them handle this?"
Nick nodded.
As much as they can. There are a few areas that I think might be best to leave to Sable, Kaya, and I, but otherwise, I want them to handle the bulk of this. I know they can do it.
Chapter 7. Fang and Nick. The Plans. Fang and Luna stepped inside the Path of Kings 9th floor safe zone, the Oasis, with their party of monsterfolk. Dragging the sleds, Fang gave a happy sigh as the oppressive heat and essence gave way to a gentle breeze.
"Finally, we made it! This trip was shorter thanks to the reduced difficulty, but it still took too long. Boss can't reach us in our dreams when we're here."
The three wolflings followed and shook themselves off, their fur flinging sand everywhere. A snakefolk hissed in response as more sand was flung into their face, and a kobold glared at them. Luna chuckled at their methods of shaking out the fur. It was something that didn't work too well for her any longer, but soon she wouldn't even need it, thanks to learning clean from Irwin.
"It was still almost 4 days, but our new friends sure have come a long way."
Fang looked over them with a proud smile. "You have done great. The boss, your alpha, will be pleased with your growth. I just know it." As per usual, they celebrated with clapping and wooing. The snakefolk had trouble with the latter, their sounds coming out more like a hiss, but they did their best. Fang had her hands on her hips, Luna having stowed away her shield already.
But you still haven't evolved. The 9th floor had so much essence."
Luna shook her head.
"They are rewarded on some kills, but their gains from this are limited. They are not yet cultivators. Most of their essence will come from food or boss essence."
Fang suddenly smiled. "Oh, I know. We just need to stuff them full of all these bugs." She pointed at the sleds, which were stacked high with the corpses of creatures from their last fight.
"Eat all of this! Hurry up!"
she commanded. The snakefolk's eyes bulged and they shook their heads fervently, and the kobolds whimpered. The wolflings tilted their heads and their tongues started to lull out. The Ironclaw wolflings were already used to eating centipedes and their chitin whole. Luna chuckled.
"Not yet, Fang. We need to cook it first, and we shall cook it together. We have up to 24 hours to train and rest. Let us use the most of it."
They dug a large pit and set up a big fire to begin cooking the copious quantity of bug meat. The worms were smaller and more manageable to bring this time, so they had a few cuts of the larger creature as well. It took some time to cook them up, but when it was time to eat, even the snakefolk were excited to try it, thanks to the delicious smells drifting from their meal. They ate the monster meat happily, and the Ironclaw wolflings appeared to have a special essence technique which allowed them to consume more. The kobolds and snakefolk did their best to copy them, and were moderately successful with their body essence. That meant they managed to eat a lot of cooked bug meat, which Nick said tastes a lot like crab, whatever that was. The essence of the 9th floor meats was especially dense, only a bit beneath the drake meat they had eaten so much of. And, eventually, the special moment arrived. The 3 Ironclaw wolflings began their evolution, and so did one of the kobolds and one of the snakefolk. Fang cheered and helped bring them over to sleep in their hammocks, provided by Jasmine. Luna hummed.
Maybe they must succeed on that optional test on the first floor. It's the downside of not having the tribulation for additional traits like we and our brethren had. Maybe we need to pass around that ore and demon cores from the Frostspire mines.
Fang narrowed her eyes on the remaining 3 that failed to obtain a trait on the first floor and put her hand on her hip and wagged her finger and pointed at them angrily.
You need to work harder next time. We moved on so that you could get some more training before you tried again, but you failed our alpha. And yourselves.
The kobolds and the snakefolk looked sadly at the ground, unable to meet Fang's eyes. They didn't fully understand what she had just said, as they didn't yet know that much Orion common. But they could feel her displeasure, and it certainly had to do with them not evolving when their brethren did, and letting their alpha down. Luna smiled and tried to reassure them.
Don't be so harsh on them, Fang. We both know you all have worked very hard for your alpha. You are cold-blooded. It makes sense that you would have difficulties with the cold. You will have to work hard to overcome your limits and become more, so prepare yourselves for the next attempt.
The kobolds nodded, and the snakefolk flickered their tongues and swayed their bodies in response. Luna looked over to the ones covered in essence.
They evolved, but I don't think we should go on to the next floor, Fang. You pushed them hard, but there's no way they're ready for the boss, wakened from when we previously faced it or not.
Fang sighed.
I know. I want to take it on, but we should be safe and head back. Next trip, though.
Those who evolved will now be able to lead others through. They still need a lot of training to stand up to that final boss. We carried them through the 5th floor boss, and much of this floor as it was. It would be best if we took another group next time.
Aww,
Fang sighed, her ears laying flat on her head.
But I wanted to impress our alpha.
Luna smiled and hugged Fang from the side.
Not to worry. I'm sure he'll be happy with what we've accomplished. It's just the first week, after all. Jasmine is scarily efficient and powerful, but even she didn't take on the boss.
Fang's ears were still drooping.
Just what did she do to those poor beetles? They all evolved, and in just a couple days she made it here, but
just what is power leveling? They seem so scared of her now.
She narrowed her eyes on the remaining monsterfolk, giving them tooth-filled grin. Maybe they were too easy on them. Maybe if she pushed them much harder, perhaps threw a few of them at a sandworm. Luna laughed and playfully shoved Fang to the side.
I don't know what crazy thing you're thinking, Fang, but it's probably too much for them. It's okay for some of them to go at their own pace as they learn about the world, and how worthy our alpha is of their efforts. Most of them have only met him once, after all.
Fang chuffed. Once was enough. Luna checked the clock in her menu.
As for Jasmine, all she said was pew, pew, pew when I asked what power leveling was. But let's put all this away and rest up for now. When they wake up, we'll help them get used to their new bodies and cultivate in the sandstorm before we leave.
They set up their own hammocks and all napped off the meal. When Fang and Luna woke up, the monster folk had finished their evolutions. The Ironclaw wolflings had become Noblefrost Wolfen, the 2 girls and 1 male smiling and barking with pride. They hadn't been around long enough to fully learn Orion Common, it appeared, and so they would need to spend some time with that. The Wolfen were learning it quickly, though, picking it up rapidly as they talked. Only 1 of the 3 kobolds had succeeded in obtaining a frost-related trait on the first floor, and only 1 of the 2 snakefolk as well. Both had blue-colored scales and had become more human-like. The evolved kobold became a slightly smaller human with a scaled tail, and blue scales tracing up their spine and around the back of their neck to the front, near the clavicle. Some scales went down their sides and covered their feet and hands, along with wicked-looking claws. Luna smiled.
The kobold became a Noblefrost scale folk instead of a dragon.
The evolved snake folk looked a fair amount like a human or elf, but with a snake lower body. They were still relatively small in comparison to humans or beastfolk, but their torso seemed a little larger than Luna and Fang's. They were much like the scale folk in their upper body, in that there were scales interspersed around their neck and sides of their face.
Oh, a Noblefrost Naga, huh? That's neat. This guy looks pretty tough. We'll need to get them some new equipment.
Fang looked over her new Wolfen tribe members. The girls both had blue hair and fur, just like herself, and the male was covered in blue fur. He was also a fair amount larger, likely just short of Nick's height. 2 handfuls of their 30 original wolfling tribe had already evolved, so seeing that they could get the rest evolved so long as they received a trait on the first floor was a significant advantage. The 3 who failed to evolve looked on with envy, but their eyes eventually took on a determined look. They eagerly joined the Sandstorm Aura training and did their best to copy what their evolved brethren were doing, even if their usage of aura as monsterfolk was simply different. They were preparing for when they could become more. Fang beamed with pride as she trained her new tribe members. There were many more to prepare, and they would do even better next time. Among them, there were at least a few that might make good mates for their alpha as well. Just like Nick had hoped, the priestesses had created a smart schedule where they would patrol around and visit homes within the many parts of town. The dozens of priestesses would work in small groups and keep each other and the people of Silverbrook safe with their presence. However, their plan, a lot of it, hinged on one thing, that the captain of the guard approved of the plan. Nick, Kaya, Rebecca, and Irwin were all heading to meet with this captain now, walking through the city early in the morning. Many of the people they helped over the course of the week waved hello, a majority of them being pleasant. Only a few scowled and made them feel unwelcome, and Nick easily smoothed this over with Rebecca. She had a wide smile as they walked through the busy city and saw all the happy people. Not everyone in the city needed healing, but many had a family member or friend that the clergy had helped in one way or another. The clergy and adherents also provided food in one of the tents, feeding the less fortunate, those in need of a free meal, much like the orphanage back at home. They arrived at the barracks, yet another special building supplied by the ordeal. It was much like the training grounds, but was perfect for soldiers to condition themselves and slowly level up. It would allow the town guard to reach a level above most of the people within the city. The presence of yet another special building once again showed how Lord Silver's investments had definitely been in his people. They had learned that there was even a 4th special construction, a seaport, complete with an essence-powered lighthouse and administrative buildings. It extended the essence control radius further into the ocean, and even protected ships moored there through minor weather and sea monster control. Since they arrived early in the morning, a majority of the town guard were in the middle of their drills. The barracks was shaped much like a small keep, with a gate and a courtyard, the gate already open and allowing them entry. The captain of the guard was leading them through their drills, the men and women practicing with their weapons. Some were fighting off to the side with training weapons, and the masked elven man was watching over them and shouting out orders, his dagger-like ears peeking out of the sides of the silver mask. He wore a silver tabard and ornate chainmail armor with a rapier at his waist. The man noticed their approach through the courtyard and called out to them.
Ah, Lord Noblefrost! Right on time! 1 moment, please!
He shouted some more orders to his men and walked over to meet Nick and his family. Nick had originally been concerned about meeting this man if he was complicit with Blackthorne's bandits, but seeing his bright soul, he knew it wasn't the case immediately. Getting a better look at the mask, it was a lot like one used in a theater, which covered the area around the eyes but left most of the mouth and lower half of the face visible. It was a silver mask, with black filigrees with images of swords and shields drawn throughout.
Thank you for coming to see me, Lord and Ladies Noblefrost and Archpriestess. I'm Captain Orion. Let's head over to my office and we'll be able to speak in private.
His party followed him into the stone keep, heading to a second-level office. As they went in, Nick didn't really detect anything amiss within with his soul sense. He was satisfied to know that the majority of the town guard likely wasn't a part of the criminal element in the city. The office was mostly Spartan with little decorations, but the chairs and desk were ornately carved wood, and there was a secondary desk off to the side. A tanned elf woman was working on paperwork at it, and she stood at their entry. Arand gestured to the elven woman.
This is my assistant, Eleanor. She'll be monitoring the health check and likely helping with your request.
Nice to meet yous were quickly exchanged, Nick and the girls nodding at the assistant. Captain Arand asked,
Shall we get the health check out of the way, or discuss your request first? I'm eager for you to take a look and see if you can help, if you don't mind.
Nick took a look now that he was standing closer to him, and found an odd haze wrapped around his soul. It made it difficult to see if there were any problems.
Might as well. Rebecca, go ahead and go first.
Rebecca nodded and walked over. Excuse me. She took his palm in her hand with her eyes closed, and Nick knew she was examining him. Nothing odd with the body, though you seem fatigued or stressed. Arand grimaced.
Yes, it's been a challenge to maintain order and climb monthly in the tower. Our runs have been taking longer, and we've been accomplishing less and less. It's been a challenge to proceed safely with us being so fatigued.
Rebecca smiled and sent a wave of healing energy into him. The aches and pains within his muscles were removed, and Nick could sense that Eleanor had her own magical senses and aura, probing what Rebecca was doing. Meanwhile, Nick was watching the man's soul core with his advanced soul sense. Arand gave a pleased sigh.
Ah, that is much better. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. I'll now check the health of your brain and mind core.
She spent a moment probing him with her magical senses.
I notice that there's a film or aura preventing me, and it feels a bit different than you rejecting me. Is this your connection?
Arand sighed.
It is. I figured this was going to be difficult. Normally the mask is a strength, but it does appear to prevent other healers from properly diagnosing the issue.
It sounded a lot like the mask might provide an ability much like Nick's soul fortress, but probably directly for the mind. Nick asked,
Is it possible to remove the mask temporarily?
Arand shook his head.
We cannot. It is not infallible, however. You can try sending healing energy without properly gauging the problem. While other healers could not, surely you, as one of Seraphera's faithful.
Rebecca frowned and shook her head.
It is still too risky, even for me. The mind core and the brain are both delicate. Sending too much essence could harm you, even as pure as my faith essence is. I could try sending a minuscule amount, but I doubt it'd have much effect.
Nick decided to ask,
When did the symptoms start?
I'd have to say around 1.5 to 2 years ago. It's just slowly been getting worse and worse.
Irwin and Kaya had stood off to the side watching, and Irwin decided to add her thought.
That's a pretty vague time frame.
Arand sighed.
Whatever's been happening among us that wear the silver masks, it has been slow and insidious. We hadn't noticed something was really wrong until about 1.5 years ago, and it was then we'd realized it had likely started before then. We've tried numerous methods, and some have helped, much like Rebecca's healing, but none have had lasting effects. They only slow the decline.
Rebecca frowned.
Yes, I see that. I already see the fatigue returning, and we're early in the morning besides. Do you want to try now, Nicholas? I'd rather you try first over the aimless healing.
Might as well give it a try. Let me take a look.
Nick approached from his back instead, causing Eleanor to narrow her eyes at him. He smiled.
Just less awkward to reach the soul from back here, though less so for men. Excuse me?
When he was this close, Nick could see the small soul core much better. There were certainly some hairline cracks, and it wasn't just a haze on the soul. It was a greenish hue that almost both felt and looked like a poison to his senses, though he couldn't put his finger on what the feeling was. It felt like a general wrongness, and perhaps it was due to the mind influencing the soul instead of anything direct attacking the soul itself.
I do feel something odd and out of place. I will try my best to heal it with my soul healing spell.
Arand nodded, though Eleanor looked concerned. She frowned as she watched intently, and Nick had a feeling of danger as he was about to cast his spell. He arched his brow at her.
Worried about what I'm going to do?
Eleanor glared at him.
Why wouldn't I be? The priestess has an aura of purity, and we know she's one of Seraphera's clergy. As for you, your eyes glow in a strange way, and while I feel kinship with you as an elf, you seem different, somehow. You also have a dangerous air about you.
Rebecca folded her arms, blushing.
I knew I wasn't the only one.
Kaya chuckled.
I bet you like that part of him now, though.
Irwin teased.
You're one to talk, Kaya, but Nicholas is only dangerous to bad people. He's healed women and children with a warm smile on his face, and it'll be no different this time. You can reassure him, right, hubby?
Nick nodded.
Of course. I understand people will be reluctant to bare their soul to someone else, even a healer. However, I swear that I mean no harm. And I will attempt to heal Captain Orion to the best of my ability, as an expert of soul magic.
He only added the last bit to help reassure them, and the soul magic washed over them, his pledge not to harm the captain. Eleanor relaxed somewhat, and Arand gasped in surprise.
An expert of soul magic? Even long-lived high elves have difficulty obtaining such a level of proficiency. Please, continue.
Once again, his superiority as an Archaean shone through. The truth was that the biggest reason they were so strong with the soul was because of a combination of their advanced soul sense. Their soul cores merged with their mind core, and that their souls were anchored to Archaean law. In contrast to most elves, even those born with the lower version of soul sense, it was like they were blind and had an arm tied behind their back when compared to Nick. Elves could learn it, but they were at a significant handicap that could not easily be surmounted, even with immense amounts of time and effort. Nick cast his spell, Soul Mend. It wrapped around the man's soul core, and it purged away the infiltrating essence, restoring the hairline cracks that appeared on it. The man sighed with relief as the weight was lifted off his soul, and a small smile touched his lips.
That helped. I can feel it. And the other.
He cleared his throat.
It helped.
Rebecca and the girls beamed at his success, but Nick was watching and feeling closely. Whatever it was, it began seeping into his soul core again.
I can tell, but I can tell the issue will return. The problem must be coming from your link.
Arand nodded.
It's what we thought, but we're not sure what's causing it. That you can help at this level is a huge boon. Perhaps if you heal us all within a short period, it will bring us back to fighting strength, and we can expel it on our own. I'll let the others know to all come meet you.
Irwin asked,
How many others are there?
There are 7 of us, including Lord Silver, each with their own role of leadership and governance within the ordeal in the city.
Nick arched his brow.
Why's the mayor not one of you?
Arand chuckled.
It's strange, isn't it? It's because of 2 reasons. A mayor's role of governance is too similar to our governor's, Lord Silver. The second is to maintain the city and chain of command, during and in case the worst happens while we climb. If Lord Silver were to fall inside, Mayor Allen would become the new ordeal owner. You might find this somewhat common among certain paths, that their mayor is like the second in command.
It was true. A mayor that followed the path of kings would definitely be a noble, a knight, or similar. Nick had no idea what a mayor that walked the hero's path would be like. Arand clapped his hands.
Now, let's hear your request. Please, sit.
The group sat, though Eleanor stood at Captain Arand's side as he sat at his desk. Rebecca detailed their request. The plan was for the town guard to alter their patrols, and to, in a non-overt way, monitor her people and listen for any spiritual shouts. While the rogues might be aware of their pacification aura and may work against this, thanks to the demonstration, they should not be prepared for the effectiveness of the priestess's spiritual shouts, and their proficiency with their staffs. Because of what happened at Zura, Rebecca was far from the only one who had begun training with the staff among the priestesses. None of them were outright amazing with them, but even without their magic, they were far from defenseless. It was getting to the point that many of them could nearly act as paladins, and some had actually been given the option for the class. And some planned on taking it after this pilgrimage. They intended to recruit more paladins for Serafera from it, but they would likely come up short. So far, they have made quite a bit of progress, and were successful in increasing the number of prospective paladins. That number would increase among the settlers and ex-slaves once they arrived in Frosthaven and had more opportunities to see Serafera's wisdom in action. Of course, becoming a paladin of Serafera was not something that would happen overnight. It would take weeks, likely even months, of arduous training and preparation for them to master the requirements and earn the class. Thankfully, thanks to the dense essence in Frosthaven, they would progress in level far more rapidly than usual once they had the prerequisite skills. Captain Arand was skeptical at first about the underground tunnels, but he was willing to play along until they uncovered the first one. Thankfully, the man understood the nuance required, and that they shouldn't just barge into the locations outlined on the map, as their enemies might just flee. Eleanor looked concerned.
I'm really impressed you have obtained this amount of information in such a short time. Of course we're aware our city is not free of criminals. However, they hide their tracks well, and they are well organized. Any busts we've attempted have only resulted in a handful arrested. See this location here.
She pointed at a place underneath a tavern.
This is the bar many of the mercs hang out in, and it's in a bad area of town. We frequently tear the place down and arrest the scoundrels, but new ones always come to take their place. But this looks like a branching underground passage, which we haven't found.
Rebecca frowned.
That was fun where my girls and I aren't well equipped to handle.
Nick chuckled.
You're right. I think the right person for this job is Andros.
Kaya laughed.
Oh, you want him to start a fight? He'll love that.
They ironed out the last parts of the plan, and they'd be executing against several disconnected locations almost simultaneously. They would have their own investigators working, their more trusted guard members capable of espionage. Arand was surprised at one of the details of Nick's plan.
Are you sure you want us to take all the credit for this?
Nick nodded.
If you can, I want you to play it up a little. Make a big deal out of each of the squads that catch the bad guys. If you can make it look plausible, all the better. Like having a beastfolk squad member say he smelled something odd, or one of the dwarves feel something different in the earth, if possible.
Eleanor nodded.
We do have some with these skills, but they have failed to find anything before. We've even commissioned special artifacts to aid in our search as well. Maybe we could use that.
Nick was happy that they had some ideas of their own, but that brought him to a new concern.
It's questionable that you haven't landed a significant blow in those types of operations in the past, despite your efforts. My source is good, but you should have those skilled in investigation among you, no? I think it's important that you keep this operation on a need-to-know basis, to prevent our enemy from potentially hearing about this.
Eleanor frowned.
You think we have a betrayer among us? That... We'll be careful. It's true that when we purchased the artifacts, there were many aware of their arrival. They could have made countermeasures.
Irwin asked,
So, normally you capture the criminals and what? They get sent to jail?
Eleanor replied,
Many become criminal slaves and then sold off to the slave merchant. It depends on what their crimes were. We obtain as much evidence as possible when we arrest them, and then bring their crimes before the magistrate. They decide on sentencing after questioning.
Arand added,
The magistrate is one of our esteemed climbers. We'll make sure all of them can meet you before Lord Silver within the next week.
Nick nodded.
That makes sense. I hope I can help the others as much as I've helped you. But do let me know if anything changes. If it's a plot by an enemy, they're not going to allow me to heal everyone quietly. Do all the linked people know already?
Arand shook his head.
They might know something is happening as they heal, but the link is primarily used in combat, with Lord Silver's ability. Aside from me, most of those who wear the masks are not that capable of fighting. But pooling our resources together, we can create powerful constructs that can fight much above our usual level. It does allow for communication among us, but it takes a conscious effort, and not all have been told yet.
He continued,
We'll do our best to keep the healing operation and our focus on the search a secret as best we can for now. Eleanor and I will see to this personally. Thank you for your aid both in healing us and with trying to uphold the law in Silverbrook, Lord Noblefrost. If we can close down just a few of these underground tunnels and catch a similar number of these criminals, it'll do a lot to keep the people of Silverbrook safe.
They left the meeting with the guard captain in good spirits, leaving the barracks and walking down the street together. Rebecca was quite pleased, and Nick was certain they'd have a decent outcome with their plans. Nick grabbed Irwin and Rebecca's hands, Kaya's needing hers to be free for her bodyguard duties.
Let's head to the docks. It's been busy this past week, and it's about to get a lot busier. I'd like to take my girls out for lunch.
Irwin smiled, her ears wiggling as they changed course.
Oh, how nice. We've always met up at the inn at night, but it's nice for us to have a break during the day.
Rebecca nodded, and Nick could see she was in a good mood.
Excited about the plan, Becca? You girls are going to be a little at risk, but I think they can do some major good for the city.
Rebecca beamed at Nick, slowing in her steps. No, you summarized it perfectly. Thanks to you, we have nothing to fear. With our wisdom, we can accomplish a lot of good, and the lesser evils of this city will be unable to stop us. Irwin chuckled.
I can't wait to see you girls in action. If the orcs have difficulty overcoming you, these rogues will be even more pathetic.
Kaya asked from behind them.
All the priestesses are not quite at the level of those that demonstrated, are they?
They're not. But even adherents can contribute to the pacification aura or use the spiritual shouts. We'll make sure our small groups are led by 1 or 2 senior priestesses. The adherents can wander nearby and help call the guard or for reinforcements if something happens.
There were only about 24 priestesses that arrived for the pilgrimage, and about double that in adherents, men and women both. Not all would be viable at patrols, but the smart priestesses would come up with a pattern to catch the villains unaware and protect the people of Silverbrook at the same time. They arrived at the seaside restaurant he had heard about, which specialized in seafood. They sat in a table on a balcony that overlooked the ocean. The large port could be seen in the distance, the sparkling water and clear skies a breathtaking view. Nick ordered a large paella-like dish for 2 or 3 and shared it with Irwin, and Rebecca enjoyed a fish that smelled a lot like salmon. Kaya was happy with her surf and turf skewers, which had steak and shrimp, and allowed her to focus on her task of watching over them all.
They're not, but even adherents can contribute to the pacification aura, or use the spiritual shouts. We'll make sure our small groups are led by 1 or 2 senior priestesses. The adherents can wander nearby, and help call the guard or for reinforcements if something happens.
Irwin nodded. We got a big shipment of difficult-to-source tools and supplies ready to head to Frosthaven, including books, and even cultivation resources were sorely lacking. I've sold much of our local goods to the merchants here, though the price wasn't as good as if we had our own merchants' guild. Still, Marissa, Rebecca, and I have done our best to get the most we could.
Rebecca nodded.
At the very least, we haven't dipped too far into the treasury for this. For this trip, we're a bit in the red on the balance sheet, but we haven't had to spend too much of our own funds to invest heavily in the city's future, just as you wanted.
She smiled.
Many of Brutus and my father's hoards have been sold to do good or build our future. Those that Lumos didn't find a use for our people, that is.
Nick saw the value in trying to get their own merchants' guild, but he was much more interested in a crafting guild first. Since Silverbrook specialized in trade and had a port, there wasn't much value in competing with this at this time, at least until Blackthorne was defeated, and their city had plenty of time to develop. He was already starting to build relationships with the merchants here, and had secured a regular caravan to head his way, and not run by the bandit warlord. It would need to be protected, but the pathway was direct, and soon they would be working to improve the roads.
Thanks a lot for your efforts, Winnie, Becca. Thanks to you, we're getting a lot done.
Winnie smiled.
I've enjoyed this trip a lot, meeting a lot of people, staying in a nice inn, and now eating some good food. It's been fun.
Rebecca smiled and nodded and played with her necklace for a moment. They had already been over how thankful she was for the pilgrimage many times at this point.
Ah, that's right. I guess now is as good a time as any.
Nick reached into his new spatial device, a simple pouch stored in a breast pocket of his kingly martial robes. Retrieving the necklaces, he held them in his hand.
Rebecca already got hers, as you girls have noticed, I'm sure. But yours and Kaya's took a little more work. I had to find the right knowledge to make it for Kaya.
He opened the necklaces, showing an image of Mira. Kaya was definitely the spitting image of her mother. The only visible difference was that she was slightly older than Kaya was currently, and had a light discoloration, a scar on her cheek from a claw or blade.
I got you both these, and in truth, they are but trinkets. But I know how much Mira meant to you both. So I wanted you to be able to carry her close to your heart when you feel like it.
Irwin beamed as she took it in her hand.
Oh, I love that picture. But that's smaller. Oh, you must have had someone copy it.
I did. You like it?
He teased.
I saw it and realized you might like it while I was out with another woman.
Rebecca laughed and Irwin giggled, her ears wiggling.
Oh, that's okay, hubby. I'm happy. You still thought of me and got me a gift.
She kissed him on the cheek and hugged him tightly from his side at the table. Nick handed the necklace over to Kaya, who had to put down her skewer.
I had to specially enchant this. It should grow when you do, the ambient feral essence helping it stretch.
Thanks, Nick. I love it.
Kaya looked over the picture with a smile, before putting on the necklace and kissing him on the cheek as well. Rebecca noted, "This has been a fun trip, but things are about to become even busier." Kaya saved admiring her new necklace for later, and was back on the lookout, and eating another skewer.
Nick's nearly done with the goals of the Ordained Lord quest. You plan on seeing the slave merchants soon, right?
Nick nodded.
The first caravan has arrived, which should carry most of the settlers on its way back. The second load will be near the end, and we'll have the slaves and any stragglers before we head back on the bikes in our vehicles. We just have to clear out all the bad guys, and everything should be smooth after that.
Irwin said.
That'll be easier said than done, but you've been training hard, and Sable has really gone above and beyond. I don't know that your plan would have worked at all if not for her, hubby.
You're right. That girl is definitely punching above her weight on this, and I'll make sure to reward her for her efforts. All the belly rubs she wants.
Kaya snorted, and Winnie laughed as they wrapped up their meal. A little over a week's work was done, but they had a long ways to go. Chapter 8. The Slaves. Nick, Irwin, and Kaya, along with Rebecca, were now heading to meet someone Nick wasn't looking forward to, the slave merchant. On Orion, slaves were a normal part of the world, a necessary evil as seen by the people of it. Those who were branded are someone's valuable property, and those that are upholders of the law are meant to protect that property, just the same as any business or home. The collars with the control rod were actually rarely used on this shard, with the exception of difficult or high-value slaves, such as the criminal slaves. Because each city was like an island, with the wilderness so perilous, few would try to run away, if some semblance of proper care and lifestyle was given to them. It was for these reasons that, outside of unlawful bandits and slave merchants, sex slaves were not a common or normal thing, thankfully, and Nick shouldn't be seeing any of those for sale today. Nick had learned that the brands did have a minor mental compulsion, a deterrent to attacking their master or running away, and to obey them on some level. Usually, these brands could only be applied to those weaker than the one doing the branding, and it was used in tandem with treating them well enough that they did not fight the weak yet persistent compulsion. Owning slaves was seen as a lawful act, as there were numerous lawful ways of attaining them. Debt and criminal slaves were common, though conflicts could cause the conquered kingdom to become them as well. The latter was uncommon, but there were paths, even lawful ones, that could cause this to occur. Nick could choose this as a potential side effect of his conflict with Shadowvale if he wanted, and Orion would allow it. Of course, the slave merchant they were visiting was one such lawful type, and he was among one of a few within Silverbrook. Businesses could own slaves as a lesser form of employee, and Nick and the girls had seen a few during their shopping trips. Within the Merchants' Guild, they were ushered into a nice office, with the merchant at his desk. He was a dwarf with a thick brown beard, with a few gemstone beads in it. Dressed in a button-up dark gray jacket and slacks, he looked the part of a dwarven merchant.
Thank you for choosing us for your needs, Lord Noblefrost. I'm Dale Brassbeard of Ironbone Traders. What can I help you find?
Nice to meet you. I'm in need of a large number of laborers.
Some laborers, is it? I'm surprised the priestess of Seraphera's your companion in this. Seraphera's against slavery, is she not?
Rebecca nodded. She is, but her compassion is not limited to those who are free. The dwarf pondered this for a moment before giving a small smile.
I see. Very well. Just how many laborers were you hoping for, Lord Noblefrost?
That all depends. How many do you have available?
Dale chuckled.
This branch only holds a maximum of 1 to 200 slaves at any given time. The rest placed on a ship and sent to the core kingdoms.
I see. So how much is the going rate for most laborers? I'm likely in need of as many as you can supply.
The dwarf pulled out an ornate notebook from a drawer in his desk and opened it up. He began leafing through it.
As one might imagine, not every laborer is equal. A large lion or bear beastfolk can accomplish that much more work than a halfling, for example. Just a simple fact. We have a few slaves that can be laborers, but it would be a waste of their talents.
He arrived on a page and began fingering through the list.
Let's see. I hadn't expected to come up with a going rate for such a large batch. One moment.
Dale seemed to do some calculations for a minute, the party waiting for him. Nick felt a wave of nausea from a man in the next room, a terrible aura from the person's tainted soul. By how close they were to the door, Nick felt like they were definitely listening in to the conversation. Of course, Kaya and Irwin noticed this, and after a quick side-eye from them, they realized he was intentionally avoiding giving away he knew about the potential interloper. Nick noticed Rebecca actually looked a little queasy as well. Perhaps her faith core had made her a lot more sensitive to it, and that explained why the bishop, at least before, had limited the strength of the priestesses until he was able to manage this issue. Nick spoke in a low voice.
Something the matter, Becca?
She looked over to the door, then back at Nick. She said quietly,
I don't know. I feel something odd over there.
Dale cleared his throat and circled some figures, the man not noticing their back and forth.
I have these separated by grade. The low-grade common slaves total 108. These are people with low levels in common classes, low skills and prospects. These are only 15 gold each normally, but for the large batch, I'll allow 11 gold each. A discount if you take them all.
He continued.
The medium grade are those with uncommon or up to rare races and skill sets that just don't reach the high grade. Think of the lion beast folk example before, or someone that might have a proficiency with a rare but lightly valuable skill set. A gnome can manipulate the earth. A mermaid can create or control water. This kind of thing. There are 47 of these types currently, and they are 100 gold each. But again, take 'em all off my hands, and I'll be glad to give you a discount at 80 each.
Nick nearly groaned at these numbers. That asshole Blackthorne made him pay the medium-grade fee for 100% of the slaves they recovered, when only a handful were probably at that level. Not only that, but his shitty bandit's blood price were more costly than the common slaves. If anything, Nick probably did the man a favor. He had suspected this, but it was still irritating. Thankfully, Jasmine was already about to recover the gold, the merchant's report to the mayor of Shadowvale completed. She just needed to hit the caravan with Jasper and the wolves and somehow explain the theft of the goods and gold. Nick asked,
For the medium-grade slaves, are there any that have special requirements for their care? You mentioned a mermaid. I'm worried about having a place for all of them.
All the slaves will come with what you need to manage them as part of their price, and we only transported ones that would live in this climate and environment in the first place. Many of the criminal slaves do have collars and control rods. You will likely need up to 3 different rod bearers to control all of them. Frosthaven is about a week away, yes? Regarding the mermaids, few ordeals don't have a lake or river near, and they should be able to make this trip and find a place to live nearby without issue. If you were more than a month away, we'd have to make additional considerations.
All right, but I'd at least like to have a look at these criminal slaves first. But just so we're clear, where is it that you source your company's slaves?
The slaves you'll be purchasing have mixed backgrounds. Only a small percentage are criminal slaves, sourced here in Silverbrook or the surrounding kingdoms. Many of our slaves arrive on our resupplies from the core kingdom ships. Primarily debt slaves that took loans for their families and otherwise. Each will have a minimum of 10 years of service for the price you paid.
Kaya asked, "You don't obtain them from anywhere else? Blackthorne's known to have made numerous people slaves."
Dale scowled.
Sometimes we will take back slaves ransomed by that scum, but only those known and recorded to have been lost to his raids. We source most of our criminal slaves in the area from the warden of Silverbrook, lawfully. We would never take a bandit's word that they obtained lawful slaves and have never purchased them.
That was good enough for Nick, the man's words ringing true. However, that was something Nick would need to look further into. The warden of Silverbrook, as it was now a common thread. Irwin said apologetically,
"Sorry for the somewhat rude inquiry. It's an important topic to us."
Dale let out a breath.
No, of course, I understand. There are certainly seedy establishments on this shard that might use unscrupulous means to obtain more slaves. But I assure you our means are all above board, and Lord Silver would not allow such unlawful establishments to operate in his fine city.
Nick chuckled internally at the mild embellishment of his feelings about the crowded city.
All right, sounds good. Let's go take a look at the criminal slaves?
Yeah, we can do that now. Right this way.
They were escorted deeper inside the merchant's building with 2 guards following along, and they saw many of the slaves in simple dorms with bunk beds. It felt a lot like a barracks, the slaves looking well-fed and in decent spirits, chatting with one another. He spotted a kitchen that several of the slaves were working at, and overall Nick was impressed with their care. Until they entered another section and arrived at a place that looked much more like a dungeon. Metal cages held the criminal prisoners. Many of them had gags in addition to their manacles. Almost all were men, but there were a handful of women as well. Dale noted,
It looks bad, but in a way the prisoners' poor treatment is a part of their total sentence which we carry out.
Irwin and Kaya shared a look, and Nick noticed what they were aware of. Only a handful of the 30 prisoners or so actually had what Nick considered major sins. Rebecca looked queasy, and she absolutely did not like seeing anyone treated in this way. He had already been told by Arand, but he asked once again,
What crimes would cause someone to become a criminal slave? In other kingdoms they have different laws, don't they?
Dale shook his head, a hand running through his beard.
Not overly much among lawful kingdoms, at least not on this shard. It is almost exclusively violent crimes. Harming another, murder, rape, theft, and similar are all simply sent to a jail or a labor camp for their sentence. Depending on the severity, though, this varies from kingdom to kingdom, of course. A majority of these have come from Silverbrook itself here.
Irwin clarified.
From the warden of Silverbrook's jail.
That's right. Unless someone has a major request for them. They are not popular in Silverbrook due to the level of effort necessary to watch over and control them. Because unlike those with the brand, they have wild desires and often overwhelm them given enough time. Only so much essence can be invested in the brand, they get worn down.
Nick knew this was often the case, as the essence of Orion responded to desire, but it was a little deeper than that. Those who had sinned in significant ways had heavily tainted essence, which would grind down the brand rapidly, regardless of their personal efforts. Most didn't want these types of slaves as laborers, unless they had their place of work designed to utilize these kinds of people, or had people dedicating to directing them. These slaves in the jail also had the brand, so it was several layers of control when purchased from this slave merchant.
This is all of them? I do think I'll take them.
Excellent. That's all of them. We do have another slave that we consider high grade, but they are definitely not meant for labor. Are you interested in a strong combat slave? It might be worth you meeting this one. I feel like you might be a good fit."
Nick was interested.
Why's that?
"This one has a special circumstance. Like many ex-climbers, he's not at 100% of his capability, but with your priestess there, perhaps this won't be an issue for you, and he'll be a bargain instead."
An ex-climber would likely be useful in a number of ways.
Sure, I'd like to see them.
Dale motioned for them to follow down another corridor, then rang a sort of doorbell at a final door, and they waited. Nick asked,
"What is the situation with this one?"
It's like I said before, this is a special case. Decades ago, a kingdom in the south was conquered, and many of the former officers of their lord were captured and turned into debt slaves. Most unfortunate, but it's how their conflict was decided. The blood feud actually continued and caused problems with his next master. And this one was sold to us and requested to be moved away to the north, where they wouldn't be recognized and find a safer home for their family.
The chime returned, and they continued through the door. It no longer looked like a jail, but a simple apartment instead. In it, a man was standing near the entrance with his family far behind him, watching from a couch. He was a large man of a type of bear beastfolk, and Nick could see one of his arms was missing. The man had a neatly trimmed goatee and lightly tanned skin. He and his family each wore kimono-like clothing. With his short white hair and small black ears atop his head and slight Asiatic look, Nick thought he might be a panda beastfolk. The man in question gasped in shock as Nick's party came walking through.
"Mira, is that? No, it can't be."
Kaya tilted her head, her tail flicking as she took in the large man.
"You knew Mira?"
"Of course I knew Mira. Thorn was my battle brother. I knew he fell in battle. But did she get away? You must be a child. There are not many red panda beastfolk on this shard."
Kaya nodded sadly.
"I'm Kaya, her daughter. She did get away, but she's no longer with us. She died fighting a scale maw when I just came of age."
The bear beastfolk sighed, a look of regret falling on his face.
"I'm sorry to hear that, child of Mira. But that is a more merciful death than if she had been caught. After her lord and husband fell, I understand why she fled. While many of us refused to give up our honor, many of us had family to live for. You must have been but a babe back then, and she did what she did in order to protect you. She was not an officer like me, and it wouldn't have gone well for her. The blood feud ran deep."
Dale was running his hands through his beard, intrigued.
"How interesting. For you to know each other somehow."
He gestured to the panda man.
"This is Renzo Swiftblade and his family."
Nick said,
"It's good to meet you. I'm Lord Noblefrost of Frosthaven, a budding kingdom about a week west of here. You've been a debt slave all this time? That seems like too long of a time."
"It's good to meet you."
Renzu sighed.
"It's been trying for us. Several requirements from me and concessions by my owners has extended the overall service period since I've been in limbo. But it's just a drop in the bucket. I protected my wife and managed to have children, then gave them a modicum of safety, happiness, and comfort. I'm still a proud warrior, and I have not let my blade be filled with rust."
He motioned to a small dojo area, much like Nick's chambers. Nick noticed the children were likely born while he was a slave due to their age, and was likely why his service was extended or put on hold. Dale cleared his throat.
"Renzo's a beast warrior of the 18th level, and has his own concept fragment. He and his 11 years remaining of his 20-year service debt is worth 3,000 gold. But he must accept you as his master. If he does this, he will not require the rod, as he serves his master willingly."
Nick's eyebrows rose in surprise.
Has he turned down others already?
Renzu sneered.
"Several mercenary companies have wanted me to work for them. They're all about the gold. They have no morals or principles. The one with morals and principles I heard of doesn't have the money."
Rebecca asked. What about Lord Silver? It seems he should have been interested. The merchant replied,
"It was one of my hopes when I had him moved here, but Lord Silver's coffers just couldn't manage it, even if we were willing to split the payments. There are many caravans here that might prefer their own protection, but none of them have the funds and passed his requirements."
Nick asked Renzu.
Aside from fighting, do you have any talents? What did you do for your other lords and masters?
"I was an officer in Lord Washino's army, training soldiers and fighting against the other kingdoms and beastfolk tribes. My next master was a lord nearby, and things had gone well there, as I became the captain of the guard and had children. But when he was found having so many of Lord Washino's ex-officers and refugees, our enemy threatened to attack there next."
Damn, what was going on over there, Nick wondered. Despite being a debt slave, this guy seemed to have an okay setup and wasn't in poor living conditions at all. He wanted to make sure he was a decent match for his people.
That does sound like we could use your expertise. I need to have a guard trained up soon. I can't rely fully on Lothar's honorable raiders. Are you willing to work with monsterfolk?
Renzu looked confused.
"Monsterfolk that can speak and rationalize, while remaining lawful, are rare. I don't see a problem with most, but I also am a little confused by you putting importance on this. You have a lot of them or something. You are a lawful kingdom, right?"
Nick chuckled.
We are. We've got quite a few, as I track them. They will all follow the law. I just wanted to make sure there won't be any issues.
Dale asked,
"Are you interested in purchasing monsterfolk? We didn't bring any to this location, but there are areas where they are raised as laborers. They're often desired for difficult-to-live and work environments. For many, there are simply too many problems with them. If it pleases you, I can obtain them and bring more of them here for purchase."
I'm interested if you have tribes of them. Now, what kind of criteria are you looking for, Renzu? I've begun a lawful kingdom, and I walk the path of kings and the hero's path.
Renzu's eyebrows went to the top of his head.
"The path of kings. You claim that ordeal to the west?"
Nick nodded.
I did. The four of us here are among those that completed it.
Renzu focused on Kaya.
"And you serve this one, daughter of Mira and Thorn?"
I'm his wife, and I do. I've taken on the Beast Warrior class, just as my mother did."
Renzu grinned.
"That's more than good enough for me. A heroic noble lord who's strong is far better than I could have hoped. I can feel your strength, and I can tell you are not far behind me, despite your young age. You've got yourself a captain of your guard."
Dale looked very pleased.
"Wonderful. Lord Noblefrost and I will get things sorted. But pack your things. Once payment is received, you may give your fealty and join Lord Noblefrost."
Nick shook Renzu's hand.
I look forward to you joining us, Renzu. See you soon.
Nick and Dale talked on the way back toward the exit, discussing when the slaves would be ready for transport. They would prepare monsterfolk for the next shipment, and it seemed the kobolds, feral goblins, wolflings, and so on were quite cheap. Rebecca and Irwin did negotiate the price down somewhat, but Dale hardly budged. Since the bulk rate was already decent in the first place in comparison to the other merchants in the city, the two were forced to relent. When they arrived back to the main office, the presence in the room nearby was gone. Knowing the person was no longer listening in to their conversation, Nick asked,
Say, what's in this room anyway? We've already viewed all the slaves.
Dale looked a little confused at his interest, but he replied,
Ah, that is just the apartments of the staff here, and even where I stay with my family. Easier for iron-bond traders to ensure lodging for us, as the manager sometimes moves. I've been here for a few years, but it's not uncommon for them to reassign us.
Nick wasn't sure what to make of that. Could it be his spouse on the other side? It would be weird to ask.
Huh. If you're not around, who can I speak with?
Dale chuckled.
I should more or less be always around during business hours, but I do have an assistant, Jameson. He's been instrumental in handling a lot of the deals we have with the local merchants.
Jameson just reached the top of Nick's list for who he was planning on giving a secret visit. He also needed to meet with this warden of the main jail, as he likely had something to do with why there were criminal slaves in the slave merchant's pen without sins to match. In the end, Nick had purchased plenty of laborers, all the criminals, and obtained a strong combat slave. He would question the criminals anyway, but he felt as though he knew most of their stories already. Nick would need to line up those that would use the control rods until he freed them, and it would be a week before the slaves were ready to transition over to Nick's custody. The return caravan should arrive shortly after. Rebecca and her people would also meet with several of the smaller slave merchants. This was simply the largest. They had made their own efforts to gather funds and would spend them on recovering people in need of compassion. Chapter 9. The Bust. Renzu blocked Nick's soul blade, the two trading attacks in the small dojo within Nick's suite. Despite only having one arm, the man swung his curved, single-edged sword with amazing skill. Nick had already received the man's fealty and convinced him to become his follower, Nick providing his promise to protect his family and his life as Lord Noblefrost. Renzu became Nick's 7th rare-classed warrior in his kingdom, putting him close to finishing Kaya's Soul Pact quest. The slaves he purchased from Dale at Iron Bond Traders counted toward his Ordained Lord quest, giving him over 150 slaves rescued. As for restoring Renzu's arm, it was going to be a lengthy process for the priestesses, even with Rebecca herself investing her efforts because of his high level. It was better achieved when they arrived home in Frosthaven, where the essence was denser. Nick sent several blade waves at Renzu, and he blocked them with 3 furious swings and sending his own essence to counter. Despite being large, the panda beastfolk focused on speed and ferocity of attacks. It was a stark contrast to Lothar's strength and powerful axe swings, combined with a strong defense. Since he arrived at Silverbrook, Nick had spent each morning practicing his blade wave with Kaya, in between obtaining more redemption pacts. Nick was continuously growing stronger through training, and thought he was mostly ready for taking on the most difficult pacts, or the toughest potential enemies here in Silverbrook, thanks to Sable's sleuthing. Kaya was doing an odd dance with her axes close to the corner. She had practiced with Renzu and Nick earlier, and likely would join Irwin in the samurai ordeal once they got back to Frosthaven, and might join with Renzu once his arm was healed. Nick would be joining Rebecca in Serafera's Faithful instead. Nick traded more attacks with Renzu, the man smiling with contentment. They had been sparring the last few days already, and they were both impressed with each other's skills. Renzu laughed.
You have fantastic skills, my lord. To think I'd find a lord so young, and with such foundations. I'm truly blessed.
He grinned and gave Nick a sly look.
But don't think there's no room for improvement, or that you are unbeatable. Watch.
Essence in the room shifted, and it was drawn into Renzu. Nick could tell he expended a fair amount of his essence all at once, much like Nick's essence burst. Suddenly, Renzu rocketed forward at Nick, like he had used a much more improved version of Dash. Nick countered with his frost aura, slowing the man down. Even still, the panda beastfolk's attacks came faster and more ferociously, and his beast strikes shifted to include a sword. Despite Nick handling the one-armed man relatively easily before, Nick found himself pushing his essence to the maximum to block and dodge, staying on the back foot. But the attacks eventually slowed, after Nick had received a few bruises. The attacks were lacking much power, despite the speed being respectable. The lack of a second hand on his blade significantly reduced his power and the angles in which he could strike, making his attacks more predictable. Renzu let out a breath.
Not bad at all. That's my beast warrior's level 15 ability, my convergence skill. Many classes will give you something special, depending on your path or concept. So, you need to be careful. Enemies will get harder to predict, having more unique abilities, if they are strong enough.
Nick filed that detail away, looking forward to his own level 15 ability. He smiled at Renzu.
Not bad, old man. And thanks for the warning. Next month we'll start the healing for you. Then we'll have to see.
Renzu looked moved, staring at his blade.
Thank you so much. If I knew that alone was enough reason to follow you. You're sure about sending me back fast?
I need you to get started on training up the guard. The first caravan is heading back today, and I'd like you on it. We'll be sending quite the escort with it, so you can help with that.
I'm eager to get working, and my wife and kids are excited to have more freedom. They got to visit the city occasionally under watch, but to be able to be around other beast folk will be wonderful.
He looked at Nick with narrowed eyes.
You're really going to take on Blackthorne and his bandits? You're not hoping I'm going to be strong enough to take him on, are you? That guy is too far above us. He'll crush us like ants.
Nick snorted.
Someone has to stand up to him. I'm doing my best to give myself time to build myself up and blindside him. My goal is to be in the 3rd stratum before he knows I'm even his enemy. You're just a small piece of the puzzle to building up my kingdom. So, don't think I'm relying on your old ass to be the one to take him down.
Old ass? I'll make sure you eat those words. You said you had the ordeal of the samurai back at home. Give me my arm back and let me in there, and I'll show you how it's done.
He sighed, but gave Nick an approving smile.
I'm glad you've been doing your best to balance the danger, and do what's right. I know our pact means you're going to protect us with everything you've got, and I appreciate that.
Nick continued practicing his blade wave on the moving Renzu, and he felt like he was finally getting the hang of it. Both Renzu and Kaya moved fast and fluidly, but he was hitting them hard with the waves more often than not by utilizing the practiced attack distances Lothar had recommended. Soon, he'd be able to alter the distances on the fly, and then his attacks would be devastating at any distance. Renzu was getting covered in frost, and slowing as a result.
Damn, that's cold, even for me. It feels like you can do that move forever. I can only make so many of my swings carry with essence carry before I run out of essence.
Nick chuckled.
That's about right, and that's the advantage. The aim is much harder, but I'm getting better at it.
Irwin entered the training area, Renzu's panda beastfolk wife next to her.
It's time, Renzu.
Ah, all right. Well, young lord, do be careful. I'm not much for fighting with stealth, or I'd want to stay and help. Don't get yourself done eating.
Kaya walked over, and her tail curled around Nick. Not to worry. I'll make sure he lives no matter what. Take care, Renzu. 4 days had passed by in total since they met with the Captain Arand, with the door-to-door nuns becoming a major success. 3 attacks occurred across the whole city on the first day, a dozen bandits in total captured, and numerous contraband goods confiscated. The underground areas held stolen goods from the warehouses in the area, though it was primarily from the buildings outside of the Merchants' Guild. That building had special protections and was difficult for the bandits to crack. Instead, the bandits preyed upon the merchants unable to afford the premium space within the guild, and Nick thought there was probably more to this deadly cycle. The warden of the jail was a person that seemed the most suspicious, and this Jameson was another culprit that he had trusted people watching. Nick wanted to meet the warden, but hadn't found a normal reason to do so just yet. He was earning Lord Silver's goodwill, already having healed a majority of the silver-masked people. There wasn't a cause discovered yet, but in the end it might not matter. All that was left was Lord Silver himself, the treasurer, and the harbor master. With each person healed, the silver mask seemed to be more effective at restoring them and work against the effect of the poison or whatever was causing their ailment, slowing its effect further. Nick guessed that the poison had a larger impact due to how they had already been harmed or affected, Nick undoing months of harm in a mere moment with Soulmend. Because of his suspicions about the warden, he already had Sable monitoring the jail at night and orcs and wolflings during the day. He had a theory that they were letting these bad guys go in secret, and that was a piece of the puzzle on how this vicious cycle would always continue. At this time, however, the people they'd sent to jail were still inside. As much as he wanted Sable to sneak inside the jail, it was a bit too difficult and risky. The guardsman class provided a substantial bonus to detecting her. The place only had one point of entry, which was well lit, and the thick brick and enclosed spaces were simply not conducive to her sneaking around. In contrast, the bandit dens often had multiple exits, and the entries were typically in the shanty areas or defunct warehouses. Easy for her senses to pierce, and her shadow magic had plenty to work with as she snuck around and found their hidden passages. Nick wanted to gather evidence first, and take the man down with the help of the guard. The events of the last few days didn't hold all good news. A few people around the city did actually get robbed and harmed, the bandits somewhat carrying out their threats. But the nuns were persistent, and actually came to their rescue. The patrolling pattern they had chosen, combined with the mobility of their bikes, meant they were frequently checking alleys and dangerous areas, and they quickly discovered and healed the distressed people. The second and third days of door-to-door worked well enough, but now Nick was ready to make his first moves. It was clear the bandits were on the back foot, as over 20 bandits had been captured, with numerous hideouts destroyed, their goods confiscated. The shanty town had already been abandoned by the bandits, and much of the city had been quiet on the fourth day, with only one attack. That left a large holdout at the docks, and beneath one of the larger bars. Tonight, Andros was going to start a fight at the bar, and Nick and Kaya were going to follow Sable to the docks. The three of them were now on top of a 3-story building, overlooking a large warehouse near the docks. The smell of salt touched Nick's nose, the bay visible in the distance. Dozens of large ships were anchored at the port, the small waves causing them to rock and bob. Nick didn't want to leave such a major bust to the guard. They still hadn't learned how the bandits got their intelligence. There was some form of mole or informant, and to have so many guards involved meant they would surely learn of the bust. Not only that, but Nick did think he would learn a lot with his dream interrogations. Sable asked suddenly, "What's the point of the mask and the hood, boss?" Nick was wearing dark clothing, including a hooded robe that went over his plastic-like armor. He was thankful that Jasmine had taken the time to make such clothing to allow for clandestine activity.
So nobody recognizes me. It gives me deniability if they see me. It's the same for Kaya.
Kaya, too, was covered in a black cloak and black robes which went over her leather armor, which would hide her features. Somewhat. She even removed almost all of her fur, turning her into mostly human, minus her tails, which were hidden. It was a little freaky for her to just be a red-headed woman. Her red panda ears had shrunk to be completely covered by her hair. Sable looked at him doubtfully, chuckling.
You don't believe that, do you? White hair, knife-like ears, and your eyes are like two blue-green lamps that shine in the darkness. People who've met you will know who you are instantly, and this is not even talking about beastfolk and their sense of smell. Maybe squint your eyes all the time, or something?
Nick groaned.
I'll do my best, if we're running in the open. But you scope this place out. It's all bad guys, right?
Sable's grin grew wide.
Oh, yes. We'll be having some fun tonight. Kaya will even be able to go wild in there.
Kaya's tails flicked, her expression turning wicked as she gripped the axe handles at her waist.
Nice. Been hoping for a good fight while we've been here.
Sable arched her brow at Kaya.
I don't know about that. They are a bunch of weaklings, but who knows what they've got underneath. I suppose they may keep some of their best fighters in reserve, though.
Nick chuckled.
Just keep a few alive, but don't let any escape. I need to do some dream interrogations. I need to get to the bottom of what's going on here.
Sable replied.
I'm about 80% sure it's the warden of the jail, or his assistant. Combined with the slave merchant's assistant, they likely swap out law-abiding people for the criminals and let the bandits go.
That was in line with what Nick was thinking, as he had updated her on everything he had learned.
What makes you so sure?
Just how secretive the man himself is, and the rumours are that he's a weird one. I tried to look through the back offices of the jail with Soul Sense, and it's got special protections, even beyond the rest of the walls, and even the special ordeal buildings. He doesn't ever leave there, unless it's through a secret tunnel, which I've been unable to find. We may find the exit here.
Nick was doubtful, as that was all the way across town. If anything, it was much more likely for Andros's target path to find such a major hidden tunnel, which was a part of Nick's plan. Captain Arand himself would be there for the other bust with a few trusted individuals, and the warden wouldn't be able to deny him. Irwin and Rebecca were on standby, ready to rush in to heal at either location. Looking over at the target warehouse, there were numerous tainted, evil souls inside. Nick could judge any one of them, and would if he got the chance. His people's safety was first and foremost, and making sure none could escape was important. Sable suddenly gasped.
Oh, here it is. One of those invisible wagons is going in. Let's move. I'll sneak in and help you slip in. Move to the windows up there.
She pointed. The Wolfen girl then slid down the side of the building with her feet, before leaping off and disappearing into the shadows. He could see her soul as she sort of skated in that direction, but he could not visibly see her. Nick and Kaya leapt down, but had to parkour down the side of the building instead, dropping and hanging on windowsills. Once on the ground, Kaya was using her camouflage skill, and Nick was doing his best to stay hidden with his black cloak and staying in the shadows as they approached from a blind side of the building. He used double jump to reach up to the windowsill that Sable had pointed out, and Kaya just climbed up the wall with her clawed hands and feet like it was nothing, arriving next to him with a smirk. Nick could hear the voices inside the warehouse.
Hurry up and get these crates loaded. We need to get it all over to the ships before they find this place, too.
How do they keep finding our hideouts? There's no way the guard got more competent overnight.
Somebody captured must have snitched. Or we have 'em all.
I bet it's those crazy nuns. They're stronger and smarter than we thought, and working with the town guard. I saw them scream at Alexander, and his whole body just shut down. The guard was right around the corner, ready to arrest him.
The nuns?
The man snorted.
No way! How could they even find the hideouts? I saw the whole lot of them start to cry when they heard our threats. Alexander's just a pussy.
The window was cut open with a blade of shadow, allowing Nick and Kaya to stand overlooking the people moving inside. All told, there were nearly 20 people inside, loading the wagons. Nick nodded over to Kaya as he prepared his duelist rapier. It was the captain of the guard's favored weapon, as his plan was to make it look like he was the one involved. Of course, the real guard would eventually arrive. They would normally patrol the dock area and had a guard station nearby. Sable spread out her icy shadows at the far end of the warehouse, the Wolfen girl already preparing their surprise pincer attack. One of the bandits shivered, his breath coming out in a fog.
Fuck, it's cold tonight. Is winter early this year?
Nick spread out his aura of frost as Kaya leapt down, her axe cleaving into one of the bandits' shoulder. A bandit shouted,
Shit! It's an enemy attack!
They drew their weapons, and some dashed toward the hidden entrance, rather than at Nick and Kaya. Nick called upon his chains, but it took him an extra moment to get movement within him, as souls moved to his crown of the Frost King. All of his dead followers had already been restored back in Frosthaven, so none had been left to pilot them. However, those with his redemption pacts quickly began to steer the chains to his will as they rose up from around Nick. The chains of frost rushed toward the fleeing enemies and wrapped around their ankles as a horrible cold filled them, preventing their easy escape to warn the others. Kaya dashed into the room, her axes swinging as men were cut down left and right. The shadows themselves shifted, ice spreading and grappling along people's bodies as arrows pierced into other men, Sable firing her bow rapidly. Nick danced as he cut into the bandits, the men having difficulty choosing between fighting and fleeing. His people outclassed the opponents greatly, however, and so Nick and the girls quickly disabled all the bandits present. However, a burst of essence showed this fight was far from over, as 3 strong entities exited the underground tunnel. They were covered in shadows themselves, their powers similar to most of the bandits they've faced. Kaya's axe filled with essence was swung, sending a wave of it into one enemy, and Nick matched her attack by sending a frost shock at one of the men. Sable sent a volley of arrows at the untouched target, and all 3 of their attacks were met with essence countering their blows. Sensing their strength, Nick went for the strongest target, a dark elf man with a rapier, with dark essence coating his blade. Kaya's target quickly became a beastfolk man of some feline descent, perhaps a lynx with a long, curved sword, and Sable's enemy was a man with 2 wicked-looking daggers. Nick pushed his frost aura further, wanting to break through their auras and inhibit the newcomers. While they protected themselves from his magical frost, they were still slowed by his aura weighing down on them. Using his expert swordsmanship, Nick's blade full of essence met the dark elf's thrust. However, Nick had to twist his body and head away at the last moment as the blade of shadowy essence continued forward and curved toward his throat like a living snake. Nick blocked it with chains of frost before sending it after the dark elf. The man retreated, sending probing cuts toward Nick's chains, and found that they were a lot sturdier than they had any right to be, thanks to it being powered by his fledgling concept. Wrapping essence chains around his muscles, Nick bulked up and dashed in pursuit of the dark elf, who was now dodging and attacking his chains of ice. A quick frost shock caused the man to stumble with a grunt as ice covered his chest, but he activated dash to move faster in retreat from the chains. Thrusting his rapier repeatedly in rapid succession, the dark elf sent several shadow essence attacks to slow Nick and the chains down. Nick leapt and double-jumped to dodge the attacks on the approach and blocked an attack with a chain before grabbing it and whipping it around using the momentum. The chain wrapped around the surprised man's foot, causing it to begin to freeze and the dark elf to fall almost flat on his face. The other chains of ice driven by his redeemed spirits had surprisingly grabbed Kaya and Sable's targets from behind, and Kaya's concept cut clear through her opponent's arm. Sensing times were desperate as his allies were not far from falling, the dark elf drew in a tremendous amount of essence, even from the surrounding area, as he got up onto one knee. Feeling the danger rise, Nick understood what was likely happening. He was using an ability, much like what Renzu had used. So, Nick drew on his heroic concept, gathering his light and dark essence. With a powerful stab, the dark elf sent a large snake of darkness at Nick. As Nick prepared to swing his saber to block, the essence throughout his entire body suddenly went into turmoil. Black essence fought the faith energy within him, and wounds broke out all over his body as tiny explosions erupted. The effect on him was shocking, Nick having no idea this was going to happen. The snake's head loomed closer, heading toward his throat. Nick's eyes blazed with determination as he stirred his will of the Frost King to shove the majority of the light and dark essence into his blade at the last moment. His swing met the snake's head, and the power of his attack was just barely enough to deflect it. Nick retreated as it chased after him, dashing backwards and gathering his chains of ice as he tried to pull in the rampaging dark essence inside of his body. Noticing something was wrong, Kaya roared and leaped with her axe over her head, bringing the attack downward and her sharpness concept cutting through it. The head began to reform from where it was cut in the middle, and she then swung her charged strike, combined with her essence carry, sending a powerful wave of essence rippling toward the chained dark elf. The snake absorbed much of the attack, and finally dispersed. The remains of the wave of essence cut into the dark elf, but only gave him a surface wound. Then, an arrow suddenly struck the dark elf in the chest from Sable, and frost shadow essence sought his heart. The man began to freeze over rapidly, the light slowly leaving his eyes. Nick dispelled his light and dark essence, drawing it in with his essence chains. Meanwhile, perhaps sensing his distress, Irwin used her enhanced connection to send shamanic healing over to him. It spread out from his chest, slowly covering much of his body and healing the small wounds that had opened up all along his body. She was only able to channel it for about 10 seconds, but it did a lot to get him in decent shape. But Nick had a thought. There was a larger source of healing right next to him. He approached one of the 2 remaining stronger bandits, which had been completely disabled by Kaya and Sable and his chains of ice. As Nick reached his hand out and was about to judge the man and heal himself, his body was covered in goosebumps, and it was like death was looming. A powerful feeling of danger. It felt like if he tried it, he would definitely come to regret it. And then he frowned as he realized how badly his thoughts had derailed. Just why would he, after he just had issues with the darkness within him, want to heal himself using the essence he was having trouble with? He spent a few more moments, calming his nerves and reducing the darkness within him by drawing it in. Regarding the warning, it reminded him of that time where Jasmine cautioned him about entering the ordeal when he first arrived on Orion, but it was a little different. He knew it wasn't coming from her. Probing his soul, he understood what it was that was giving him the warning. It was Irene. He sent his thanks, and now that he had a moment to think, he thought he knew what might be going on. Kaya was breathing heavily, watching over him and the enemies around them.
Seems they're either all locked up with your frost or dead. None escaped. What happened with your essence? I was shocked I had to defend you.
Sable was worried as well.
What's the matter, boss? Something happened to your essence and then it looked like you were going to...
She looked at the bandit, who was close to dying from his wounds and the cold.
I'll explain later. For now, I'm fine. I need to learn a bit about the situation here before these 2 guys die.
Ice had grown up the bandits' legs and sides, and soon they would pass out. Nick then had Sable to go down and check the hidden passage, the girl slipping inside the hidden entry in the floor. Inside the barrels and crates were actually huddled people, and the people below had been working to load more of them inside. Several of the bandits expired from their wounds and the frost, but a few had passed out into a dreamless sleep. He would do his best to learn more about what was going on.
Watch over me, Kaya.
Always.
Nick kneeled next to one of the sleeping bandits and closed his eyes. Using his magic, he sent his consciousness into the bandit's dream and formed the framework of his interrogation. Because of the scenario, Nick played it a little different from usual. He made it feel like a weird instance of déjà vu, where the bandit was back in the warehouse before the attack. The scene played out much like originally, except that Nick, Kaya, and Sable were defeated after a few of the bandits got taken down. The boss then told the bandit to bring the wagon to the ship, since several of the bandits had died, and Nick learned about where they were supposed to meet up. He played a dumb young bandit, asking questions that would normally be known. It was, in fact, the warden that was a part of their plots, and a few of the bandits worked as his guards. The man was an ex-climber who somehow met Blackthorne before he came to Silverbrook and took on the role. But there was nothing about inhibiting those with the silver masks. Making sure Sable was okay between each, Nick entered a few more men's dreams and questioned them, and couldn't find anything related to them doing anything to cause the odd poison he witnessed. Nick did learn how they remained apprised of the guards' movements. It seemed they had used their tunnels to plant special listening devices, a sort of artifact that would monitor conversations in many of the buildings. While they couldn't easily penetrate most of the ordeal-powered buildings, they often didn't need to. One of the main listening points was in that field, the courtyard within the barracks, as the guards would often be loose-lipped about their plans to catch the bandits. It seemed there was a huge issue with information security within the guard, as the gatehouse and a few of the small guard stations throughout the city were also listened to as well. None of them had anything specific about the warden. In fact, one of them who had been caught in the past was blindfolded as he arrived inside the prison, and his stay was rather normal. Until one day, he woke up outside of it. He wasn't even sure what happened in between. It seemed the bandits actually had good information security in regards to this, just in case the men were interrogated by the guard. Then, it seemed there were several blind drop locations where they left people to be enslaved, and they were retrieved by someone. The locations were all throughout the city, and many of them were among the places Sable already uncovered. Frustrating, but at least Kaya's target was certain it was the warden involved with breaking people out of jail. The rest had only heard rumors. Finishing the final dream interrogation, Nick's eyes snapped open, nothing having changed in the last 10 minutes, other than Sable returning.
All good downstairs?
Sable nodded.
There were quite a few more slaves downstairs, and the tunnels went back quite far. The place is clear of all bandits for now. I looted some things, not bolted down while I was at it.
Check this out. What do you think this is?
She pulled a small device from her pouch that looked a lot like an old-timey record player. It had a large cone, but also a large spike that was meant to pierce into the ground to catch vibrations. It seemed these were usually underground, and often monitored by individuals periodically.
That must be the listening device. It's how they monitored the guards' movements and plans.
He then told them about what he had learned in the dream interrogations, and Sable would be on the lookout for more devices. Kaya looked back at the crates.
We should get the guard and have them rescue all of these people.
Nick nodded.
We'll do that, but we need to hurry and secure the ship before they escape.
Kaya frowned as she looked him over with her purple eyes and magical senses.
Are you sure you're going to be all right?
Nick stretched and flowed through a few swings and moved his essence around without issue. He was still sore all over his body from the wounds, but he wouldn't reopen them.
I think I'll be okay if I focus on using my Frost King concept for any fighting instead. Let's just get this done for now.
Sable landed next to him.
I'll watch over what's left of these guys, then catch up to you once the guard takes them in. You go on ahead, boss.
Chapter 10. The Unraveling. Nick and Kaya rushed to the ship, and clearing it out of bandits was a somewhat quick affair. The bulk of them had been at the warehouse, and only the captain of the ship himself was a challenge at all. They were able to capture the whole lot of them with ease. It seemed Sable hadn't discovered all the enemy caches, and some safe houses or warehouses likely had hidden stocks. But flushing them out of the city had caused much of the resources to be recovered, a lot of which were in spatial pouches and similar. After some dream interrogations at the ship, Nick learned their plan. Many of the bandits all over town had moved to clear them out of all valuables, and many were likely planning on fleeing with their riches to the forest originally, thanks to the guard finding so many of their locations. However, their retreat from Silverbrook wasn't so easy, thanks to the pilgrimage. Nick had wolflings throughout the forest hunting, and the orc scouts were watching the camp near the main exits, and this was on top of all the work the town guard actually did. If someone snuck out in the dead of night, they definitely wouldn't be allowed to pass. It was abnormal for anyone to travel out of the city without a caravan on the world of Orion, after all. So, Nick had truly created a difficult scenario for them, where they were planning to flee on a ship out to the docks instead. Nick now knew that a majority of the bandits working for Blackthorne were now accounted for. Once again, Nick had attempted to learn more about how the people they captured would become slaves, or how specifically the bandits would escape the jail. However, they had no specific knowledge once again. He was beginning to wonder if the only people who knew were already dead or captured. The docks eventually wrapped up. Nick, Kaya, and Sable made their way over to the bar, the area a multi-leveled shanty town. Mixed stone and wood buildings with misshapen cuts of wood for roofs were stacked high, with haphazard planks connecting at different levels above. It was a dizzying array of poorly constructed homes, with many less fortunate people living inside. Thankfully, many of those looking to settle in Frosthaven had already left, making many of the homes empty already. Rebecca and Irwin had been waiting in an alley nearby, the latter of which began fussing over him right away when his party joined them to watch the occurrence. Irwin sent healing energy into him, her eyes filled with worry.
"Just what happened to you, hubby? There's wounds all over you."
I think something's going on with those I haven't made pacts with yet. I thought something was weird, but I guess I'd hoped the souls had just passed on.
Irwin frowned.
"Passed on?"
Nick sighed.
Some of the souls I tried to make pacts to by meeting in the dream, it was like my attempt was rejected, like they had disappeared as a target. I thought they returned to the essence, but it looks like something else might be wrong.
Kaya asked,
"How do you know it's not those you made pacts with already that gave you trouble?"
My chains still worked. They were driving them. I was kind of surprised it worked, to be honest. Before it was only our fallen brethren that drove them.
Rebecca looked worried at him.
"So, it's people like my father and Brutus that might still struggle within you?"
That's right. I think I could use your help, Becca, to confront them.
Rebecca nodded, giving him a determined look as her small wings fluttered behind her.
"If you need my help, then I will always do my best to be there for you."
Sable called out from above them,
"The fight's begun!"
Andros started his brawl on schedule, a strong group of guardsmen eventually getting called as Nick's party moved to watch from a nearby building in the shadows provided by Sable. From there, the guard, which included Captain Arand and Eleanor, pushed on to find the hidden entryway, and the five of them monitored the progress, with Rebecca just watching over them. Thanks to how much Nick's soul power had grown, he could see a soul from several 100 feet away. Kaya frowned as she watched and pointed at the souls heading underground.
"It looks like they are heading away from the jail here, too. Just how is the warden connected?"
Nick groaned. He had hoped that this would reveal the connection. Just as he had that thought, another soul in retreat changed direction and started heading off to the side. A hidden path within a hidden path.
You see that, Sable?
On it, boss. I'll make sure our guardsmen friends find it.
Like before, she leapt into the shadows as she slid down the side of the balcony and disappeared into the night. Of course, the guardsmen would be on the lookout for anyone sneaking around, but she would be heading up the rear. In addition, the captain was aware of her existence. She would merely call for him and show Nick's insignia. The party watched as Sable was joined by a group of guardsmen, and they began their chase into the tunnels. Kaya grinned.
Those guys aren't going to be able to get away. She's got their scent now.
All right, let's follow along and make sure this is the last of it.
Nick, Kaya, Irwin, and Rebecca had followed the souls from above ground, and it seemed they had arrived near the prison. And that was when all hell broke loose. The ground beneath them shook, and an explosion of stone and rubble erupted across the street from them. A man leapt out, followed by the captain and Eleanor. He looked like a pale man wearing a guardsman's outfit, his body long and lanky. His dark aura was billowing, making it clear just who was responsible for much of the evil here in Silverbrook for Nick and his family. At Nick's nod and glance upward, Irwin began to climb up the building to the side, getting ready to support in case they engaged. There were shouts from the guard as their patrols honed in on the occurrence. Captain Orion had his sword drawn, his silver mask lighting up.
To think you were working with Blackthorne's men! But give it up, Redmond. There's no escaping for you today. Your allies are beaten, both inside and outside of the city.
The warden Redmond's grin was wide, revealing shark-like teeth.
I think you should let me go, or I'll take many of you down with me. You've won today, but if you face me, you'll suffer losses. None of you are my match. Not even us, Redmond.
Nick spotted the magistrate whom he had healed, as well as the other masked elves. All 7 were now present, even the 2 Nick hadn't met yet. What Nick had learned was that all of those that wore the mask were male elves, most of which had been a part of Lord Silver's past, groomed by his father's people to take on the role. With how strong and steady the man's aura was, Nick was immediately sure one of the men was Lord Silver himself. However, aside from the mask's symbols, nothing seemed all that different from the other elves.
Oh, good, you're all here.
Redmond laughed before withdrawing something from his pouch.
That'll make this work even better.
A terrible noise erupted from what looked like a strange music box, a haunting music playing in the background. Eleanor and several of the silver-masked elves were brought to their knees. Even Nick and the girls were affected, but Nick's trait, Soul Fortress, protected them from it influencing their mind. An arrow from Sable shot across from the opposite alley, followed by Irwin's from atop the building. Both were deflected by the man's one-hand gesture, sending ripples of an unseen energy through the air. Captain Orion and those Nick healed, along with Lord Silver, seemed to fight better against the effect, and 2 of the elves seemed almost to expire as their eyes and ears bled, and they fell face first onto the ground. The rest could hardly move as they shielded themselves with their essence, but they weren't faring well. From hiding next to the side of the building, Nick drew his soul blade and channeled his blade wave with white light and swung with a quick flick of his wrist. The man felt the attack coming and tried to influence the oncoming blade-shaped attack with his vibrations, but it cut right through and cleaved into the odd music box, destroying it. Redmond scoffed before he opened his mouth and sent out a discordant wail that shook the surrounding buildings and stunned everyone before fleeing toward the docks at a run. The silver masks lit up, and an energy flowed over to one of the elves, Lord Silver. He took a look at the alley where Nick had sent the helpful attack, drew his rapier as he stood, and dashed after the fleeing Redmond. Eleanor was quick to join him, along with much of the guard, only a few being left behind, including those with the masks. Instead, those appeared to be channeling their energy into their masks, empowering Lord Silver in some way as they all knelt, the guardsmen protecting their vulnerable forms.
Beck and I will help out the injured. Kaya, Sable, and Winnie, follow Lord Silver and aid him from the shadows.
Nick saw Sable's soul off in the distance complying with his request, continuing her chase through the shadows. All 3 of his wives had camouflage, so he knew they could press the attack without giving away their contributions easily. At Nick's exit onto the main street, the guard shouted and formed a defensive wall around the kneeling mask holders. He held up his symbol, and Captain Arand opened his eyes and glanced at Nick.
Let him through. He'll help the Master of Trade and Guildmaster. Lord Silver needs them.
Nick leaned down near the collapsed Master of Trade and Guildmaster, while Kaya watched over him. Rebecca grabbed each and flooded them with faith energy, and Nick cast Soul Mend on each one, healing much of the damage done to the men's souls. The 2 men groaned as they woke up. One asked,
Who are you? The Archpriestess. Thank you.
Nick asked the man.
We're friends. Any idea what happened? That music box.
The Master of Trade, who Nick knew acted as the portmaster, sighed.
I recognize the sound. The song. A few years ago I received a music box much like that one, but clearly not the same. I would often listen to it in my office, and its melody was quite enchanting. I would listen to it while I did my work or relaxed.
Nick frowned. It sounded like it was some kind of slow tainting of the mind that over time influenced the others. It was likely powered by the environmental essence, crafted by the banshee-like enemy. Whatever Redmond was, it appeared he had powers over sound. Captain Arand was still focusing on his energy, but he opened his eyes and turned to the portmaster.
Quick, join us if you can. We could use your help.
Noticing they could all use Nick's flavor of healing, he went over and used Soul Mend on the others. Once done, he felt exhausted himself.
Let's move, Kaya. Becca.
They ran after Lord Silver and Redmond, but they didn't have to go too far before they saw them fighting in the distance. Several silver soldiers were facing off against the enemy, holding spears as they encircled him. Eleanor was wounded, but was fighting at Lord Silver's side with her rapier, along with several guardsmen harrying the man from all sides. The silver soldiers looked like they were made of mercury, a flowing silver substance, apart from their spears. They were thin and short, almost like goblins, and not that strong-looking, but Redmond was surrounded. As Nick watched, additional mercury flowed out of Lord Silver and joined the soldiers, bolstering them and increasing their size. Lord Silver smiled, his powers brightening.
Looks like my people are okay. Your attack was insidious, but it wasn't enough. You look down on me. I can still take you down with me.
The odd man started another discordant wail, but the energy seemed to build within him rather than the essence being released outwardly. Essence rushed in from the surrounding area, the man activating a special ability. Lord Silver's mask lit up, the icons on it shifting to a sword and shield. It reminded Nick of the sword and shield on Captain Arand's mask. The silver warrior's equipment shifted to holding swords and shields, and they actually merged into a stronger one in front of him. Even the town guard used their shields and got in front of Lord Silver, waves of essence coalescing in front of them. Redmond punched out, sending a wave of violent energy at the protecting warrior. The barrier was struck, while Eleanor and Lord Silver used the opportunity to rush around the sides and slice into him with their swords from each side, and Sable and Irewin's arrows took him in the shoulders. The man fell to the ground in a pool of blood, and Nick could feel how badly he wanted to judge him. Darkness started to be unleashed into his body, and he had to tamper down on the desire as he drew the darkness in. Lord Silver sagged, and Eleanor and the guardsmen all gathered around him protectively. A new elf appeared and cast some heals to restore their bodies. Nick looked off to the side and noticed something else. A dark soul was running through the alley nearby.
Look who it is, Kaya.
Oh, is it that Jameson guy? Trying to get away, huh? Can't let that happen.
Nick and Kaya gave chase and caught up to the man quickly. The dwarf merchant had a few slaves protecting him while he held a rod as he tried to sneak away to a small boat, but Nick and Kaya defeated the slaves and tied him up with ease. Handing the man over to the magistrate, who had fully recovered, Nick's explanation was easily accepted. They would interrogate him and use his escape attempt against him. The circumstantial evidence against him was high, as Nick doubted the slaves he took to escort him away were approved by Dale, which meant the man himself would be against him. Lord Silver walked down the alley Nick and Kaya were waiting in, with Eleanor and Captain Arond at his sides.
It seems I owe you a lot, Lord Noblefrost. If you hadn't intervened.
Nick couldn't help but smile.
Sable and the followers of Serafera did all the work, really. But I'll use every opportunity to take Blackthorne down a peg.
Lord Silver chuckled.
I'd say you did more than that. Thanks to you, my city will have recovered far beyond what it has been in decades. I'll finally be able to enter the third stratum soon, since I know you will be a valuable ally against him in the coming months and years. I will put forth much effort so that I can support you against him soon.
Captain Arond added,
We'll make sure to play up the guard in Lord Silver's victory. We know we couldn't have found all these criminals without your people's help, so we'll send as much assistance your way as we can in the coming months.
But you're limited in how you can fight Blackthorne, aren't you?
Lord Silver nodded.
He made an oath to my father that as long as I only fight him within my control radius, and do not grow it in his direction, he and his third stratum men would stay out, if my father did the same. As much as father wanted to send out one of his climbers to straighten us out, he felt this was a good challenge for me. Unfortunately, I was not quite up to the task.
How can I expect your help?
Lord Silver smiled.
I've seen your interest in settlers and slaves. But strangely, you didn't go after any mercenaries. I take it you wanted to wait until Blackthorne's men were gone? I will gather many more, and pay to increase our patrols within my control radius, as well as pave the roads within it toward you. We'll go all in on our partnership, so do your best to keep the place from becoming yet another den of thieves. I'm counting on you. If you fall, that man just might destroy my people and my city before long.
I appreciate that. And I did plan on meeting with the Ashen Blade soon.
Lord Silver grimaced.
Those men's grudges are deep, but unfortunately they've lacked the strength and funds. If you help them find some climbing slots in an ordeal, that could change.
It was one of the final things for Nick to accomplish throughout his time here in Silverbrook. But first, Nick had some other evils to purge within him. Chapter 11. The Dream Battle.
Thanks for coming, ladies. We appreciate your assistance.
With a smile, Irwin ushered the nuns into Nick's suite at the Golden Chalice. Marissa, Rebecca, and 5 of the top climbers of Serafera's ordeal joined Nick and his family in the room. Nick had recovered after the major battle at the warehouse and docks, but did his best to reach out to Irene inside him, to decide on the proper course of action with dealing with his own evil prisoner issue. The first surprise was that she didn't want to meet in a dream, and that it was related to Nick's problem, but also that she urged him to resolve this sooner rather than later. He had considered driving back to Frosthaven early to hand in his completed Ordained Lord quest for help with resolving this issue. However, through some simple yes-or-no type questions and her responses, it seemed Irene thought it was best to confront his enemies and to do it as soon as possible. Nick smiled at all the nuns, who took on the decadent room with wide eyes. Currently, they were in the receiving area, which had multiple couches and recliners facing each other, with a large cushion, much like a mattress, laid out in the center, rather than a table. The kitchenette was in the back of the room, a shared area for the several rooms Nick had access to, meant for servants.
Yes, thank you very much for coming, and I appreciate your discretion and assistance on this matter.
Sable had helped them sneak in to prevent any odd rumors from forming. While they would just be rumors, Nick and the many faithfuls would not enjoy gossip about any kind of debauchery, as it would tarnish Serafera's name. Marissa smiled and nudged Rebecca from the side.
Of course, this one made a beautiful appeal for her beloved, but you are our lord and our hero, and we'd never forget that. Then we all saw how giving and compassionate you are, and it would be our failure to not return it with our own efforts.
Rebecca blushed at Marissa's needling, but she nodded.
All the faithful here understand that you have gone above and beyond in your quest, and we deeply respect all the lengths you've gone to empower us.
Nick couldn't help but give them a proud smile.
You ladies have done amazingly, and you should all be proud of yourselves. The evil of Silverbrook looked down on your power. And you've proven the strength of Serafera's wisdom to many by defeating them at every turn. While the guard will be rumored to have taken down the bandits here, none will forget that you girls stood up to the villain's threats.
The girls all blushed, happy to hear Nick's praise. Irwin and Sable served some refreshments, and then they ushered them to sit in an array around the center. Nick then described what would be happening. Nick would lay in the center on Irwin's lap, and Nick would face enemies in the dream world. At a key moment, which Irwin would direct, they would help out with their energy. His wives all wished him luck in the other room, before Nick returned to the cushion in the center. His wives were prepared to help with their devotion energy, though Kaya wished she could join him in the dream, where she could cut these assholes down for Nick. Unfortunately, despite Irwin and Nick's gains in controlling the dream and improving in dream magic, connecting additional people's minds into the dream would simply stress them too much. Laying in Irwin's lap, Nick connected to the first target he had been avoiding, and, to his surprise, he was successful, and Irwin dragged him into the dreamscape as he fell asleep. Nick's projection of his body was now back in the bleak dreamscape, the giant steel, arcane law ominously looming over him. Shadows drifted about beneath the black monolith in an oily haze, the dreamscape loosely representing the truth of the unique place. Thunder crashed repeatedly, and he saw the person he had drawn in. Brutus. The bald merchant with a scar on his face was in the second stratum, and had utilized the horrifying Nexus core by powering it primarily with children's fear. Nick knew this man likely didn't have any remorse, beyond being caught and forced to suffer and pay for his many sins. Nick had managed to convince nearly a dozen souls in total to find redemption. The dozen or so others had to be forced, especially those from Havendale, including Stephen, the man who tried to reclaim Havendale for himself from Davin. The way this was done was Nick would challenge them to a battle for their freedom. In that challenge, Nick and his enemies would have their bodies much like they did before they died. As one could expect, Nick had no problems crushing the bandits and tainted priests, even taking on several at a time. However, after a few wins and usages of his concept in training and tests, he wasn't able to connect with most of his targets when he felt them out within his soul. He hadn't been sure what to make of it at the time. It was true he had used his concept a few times for practice and may have burned them up, or perhaps the amount of faith energy he kept absorbing from Rebecca had something to do with it. But he hadn't felt anything off to worry him until the energy went haywire and harmed him during his recent battle. Despite the forceful acquisitions, his soul had been feeling stronger than ever. He thought he was about ready to take on this merchant, and then the other few shadows from Havendale and Zura that were at the top of the scale of strength. But now he knew something more nefarious was at play. Thus, Nick's preparations. Taking a look at Brutus, the darkness billowing off him was substantial. The hateful spirit of him wailed in pain, and his eyes were listless as Nick got started. Nick figured the man would reject his request, but he had to try anyway. He stirred his concept and made his offer for the Redemption Pact.
Brutus, your sins are many, your hatred and greed ruining the lives of countless innocents. You are deserving of horrible punishment. But I offer you a chance at redemption.
The eyes of Brutus snapped to him, recognition of Nick suddenly filling his expression. With a sneer, Brutus laughed.
An offer of redemption? What use would I have for that? I'm sorry, but I have received a much better offer.
The darkness gathered around him as he spread his arms wide, and the insubstantial shadows beneath him in the surrounding landscape swirled. New figures leaped out next to Brutus as they joined him in the dream, and Nick recognized several of them right away. It was the missing priests and bandits who he could not reach. A few appeared at Nick's sides, and one to the rear, the men surrounding him. Davin stepped out next, and Samuel, the bishop, arrived next to Brutus. They were the three most difficult people Nick had faced and judged, and they were all here. The many bandits and rogues snickered. Davin, the bandit lord of Havendale, grinned.
Are you ready for some payback, boys? I know I'm ready to make this man suffer for what he's done to me.
Samuel, the evil bishop, added,
And we'll all come back stronger than ever. Once I claim his body, I can revive the rest of you. Whatever this freak is, he's truly something for us to take.
Nick was unbothered. He had an inkling that this was what was happening, and he was glad the mystery was already solved, and it wasn't some crazy problem with arcane law, which he'd have no idea how to fix. While he was a little concerned about how prepared his enemy actually was, he was not ill-equipped to handle a bunch of shadows. Nick couldn't help but smirk a little bit as he saw Davin's pathetic brother in the back. Just as Nick had promised, he was going to kill him again. He gave his offer.
You've rejected the Redemption Pact. You all have been judged, guilty of numerous sins. You're not worthy of redemption, but I shall shoulder the darkness in your hearts and purify your evil, so you can find penitence and redemption for your sins by force. Now is your last chance. If you face me, and I'm the victor, you will be enslaved to bring justice to other evils. If you defeat me, you may find freedom, your suffering coming to an end. But if you back down now, I will leave you in peace to find release in Orion's embrace.
Glyphs on the giant steel lit up with a white glow. The pact was now in place. Previously, Nick had made his offers in similar scenarios, where the bandits outnumbered him, and they thought they had a chance to defeat him for their freedom. All of them got greedy, or were just filled with anger or hatred at how Nick had killed them, letting their reason get in the way of their freedom. Brutus laughed.
You seem calm, half-breed. You think we're going to back down? We'll find more than just freedom. We'll take your body as our own. You've done nothing but give us the perfect weapon. Where is yours, by the way?
He then spread his hands wide, and darkness gathered within each of their hands. Swords and daggers filled each of their grips, their sharp blades ready to fight. Nick did not have his soul blade's focus. His hilt was not present in the dream, as he only had himself. He didn't have armor, either, only wearing threadbare robes, and his enemies were no different. Kaya would be that much more useful here thanks to that. But that didn't mean he was unarmed. He drew upon the blade of his soul, a result from all his efforts at the blade soul forge. A white light grew out of his right hand and formed a small dagger. The rogues laughed, along with Brutus, Davin, and Samuel. Davin asked,
"What's the matter, young lord? Can you even satisfy your girl with that little brick?"
Nick used a burst of essence and blurred toward the nearest rogue at his side. He stabbed into the man's chest faster than he could react, right into his soul core. The darkness was drained into the blade, Nick's concept blazing brightly as ephemeral chains formed, and linked from him and into the man between their soul cores. The man screamed as he burst into righteous flames, Nick's redemption pact washing over him. The bandits had been laughing, but now they were shocked at the volume and amount of terror of the flames engulfing the man. Nick had been watching Samuel during this, and the man grit his teeth at this result. Due to being in the dreamscape, he was no longer inside of Nick's soul, exactly. This meant his ability to influence Nick's energies would be reliant upon his normal abilities with his projected body. The dream had rules, which was what allowed them to manifest arcane law here in the first place. Nick had an advantage here, being the anchor and creator of the dream, but it wasn't a whole lot. He looked over his soul knife in his hand with a smile, inspecting both sides. It had become just a tiny bit larger, perhaps 1/4 of an inch, as a result of his kill.
"It's not the length or the size. It's all in how you use it."
The bandits hesitated, their expressions mixed between shocked and concerned at what happened to their ally. The man had stopped screaming after the chains had finished forming, but now the man was enslaved to Nick. Brutus yelled,
"Get him! Don't just stand there!"
The rogues descended upon Nick, knives and swords swinging as they attacked from all sides. But Nick was faster, dancing away and swaying around the attacks. He kept on the move, weaving between his opponents as he blocked with his blade and stabbed out, bagging several more captures in quick succession. With each shade he defeated, the chains weighed further down on him. The amount from one wasn't much, but having added 3 more, he was beginning to feel the burden. Using hardened skin, he took a blow to trade and stab another right in the chest, then, with double jump, leaped over the group and stabbed another, eliminating them. With this, Nick showed them just how much he outclassed his opponents. Davin's blades formed at Brutus's gesture, and the bandit dashed toward Nick. Samuel's essence stirred, the white and black essence forming an orb above him. This surprised Nick. Just where would he get the holy light? The bishop laughed.
"You look surprised, half-breed. Divine usurpation allows me to steal faith energy from someone as powerful as a goddess. Just how would you imagine yourself immune? I've been preparing some time for this."
The orb attack clearly built up slower, likely the result of the man not having access to his special staff. Nick stirred his concept, the white light and dark energy filling him. Dark essence was drawn from the world around them, including the new chains. The new enslaved bandits shouted and screamed in agony as a fiery white light covered them once more. Nick could feel the burden of his soul increase as a result of these added bandits, and was a bit concerned about what the end of this fight might look like. Covering his soul blade in the essence with his expert swordsmanship, he empowered his small knife with black and white light, and his soul blade extended. The bishop fired his deadly attack, and Nick sliced it in 2, just as Davin arrived, his 2 blades swinging at Nick. Nick shouted, and 2 chains of frost met Davin's attacks, Nick's frost aura expanding and covering the bandits in the process. Nick feinted his counter at Davin, but instead dashed and stabbed through 2 additional bandits' cores. The weight once again increased, but the light surrounding Nick increased even further.
What's this? A second concept?
Samuel looked between the chains from the bandits and the new chains of ice. Nick blocked and dodged Davin's furious assault as he swung his twin curved blades, and shadow armor grew over the remaining bandits Nick was facing. This appeared to counter his frost aura, except for the more powerful chains of frost, which grew around the battlefield and began attacking and slowing the enemies. Wrapping the chains around the targets after him and dragging his enemies around, he crashed 1 bandit into Davin and went for the kill. Only for the bishop to send a smaller beam of white and black light, cutting Nick off. He was forced to block the beam attack instead, and Davin and the bandits recovered as he was blown back slightly. But Nick had plenty of strength to spare. His heroic concept built him to a whole new level, and he leapt across the battlefield and arrived in front of Brutus. Nick stabbed toward Brutus's chest, and the man had been far too focused on creating the shadow weapons and protection for the other rogues. The bishop swung a staff of shadows at Nick to intercept his attack, but chains of ice wrapped around the edge and dragged it away, allowing Nick to pierce through Brutus's shadows and his chest unimpeded. The shadows were drained out of Brutus into chains as the bald merchant screamed, white flames engulfing him. Shadow weapons among the rogues disappeared, while Nick had an even larger sword. To Nick's surprise, the bishop's staff and Davin's swords were still in their hands. It seemed Samuel was able to continue controlling this aspect for the both of them. A new light and dark attack began building, and Nick's own white and dark essence was being drained toward it, the usurpation concept offering the bishop a special level of control now that Nick had come near. Nick whipped his arm and sword toward cleaving the orb of white and black essence, but the bishop was prepared for the attack, ready to block it with his staff. But he wasn't prepared for the elbow to the face, Nick easily stepping forward and flowing into the brutal attack. The orb of essence sputtered out as the man's head whipped back, and Nick was about to continue his assault when the remaining rogues and Davin arrived, having fought off Nick's chains. Nick cut them down in quick succession, the unarmed assailants offering little to no challenge to him as he sped up and had superior reach. Chains surrounded them as they began to burn with white light, and Nick parried Davin's 2 blades in quick succession before swaying backward under a wide swing and whipping his arm to cleave off Davin's. He then kicked out Davin's leg, which held his weight, and caught him in the chest, causing him to burst into flames and the chains to form between them. The amount of darkness within Davin was immense, and Nick staggered as the burden on his soul increased. If not for the Blade Soulforge and his recently earned levels, he just might not have enough gas in the tank to continue the battle. His mind was already muddled, and he could hear the whispers of darkness like he was in the 4th stanza of his dance, which only left Samuel and 2 more rogues standing in front of him. The rogues hesitated, and Samuel scowled at them.
Utterly useless, but I can still make use of you.
He began pulling darkness from them as they screamed, their forms kneeling on the ground. His odd ability grasped at Nick as well, drawing light energy from him and freezing him up. Nick wasn't idle, despite being frozen. He started attacking with his numerous chains of frost, wrapping them around the bishop. The man shielded against this with his shadows, and Nick's ice crystals began to encase him.
Enough!
Samuel shouted, and a blast of darkness blew the chains away. A new orb of black and white light gathered in the air above him.
Looks like you had just enough of Serapher's light in you. I'll have to thank you. This environment has improved my understanding of both the darkness and the light. When I claim your strange body, I'll be stronger than ever, ready to enter the third stratum."
The man had been difficult to deal with the first time, but now he had somehow become stronger. Nick could feel the weight of the terrible man's concept, the light and dark within the bishop far beyond his understanding. But Nick wasn't alone. A beam of white light blasted into Samuel's chest, sending him flying and his orb sputtering out. Irene flapped her wings as she descended from above, arriving and landing behind Nick. She was wearing the beautiful scholarly robes much like Seraphera herself did, which showed her flowing golden hair. The belt at her waist showed her hourglass form, matching her daughter quite well. The bishop stood, his face a mask of fury.
"You!"
Irene's lips were pursed, with a sad, pitying look in her expression, her hands clasped in front of her.
"To think you still have so much anger for me. I had hoped you would find happiness, and had done all I could to grant that for you. But everything I had done for you to find wisdom was never enough."
Samuel snorted.
"From the beginning you looked down on me. Despite you accepting me as your partner, you refused to share your affection until I found my concept."
"You had talent, and you were a proper lord of Orion. I had no problem sharing my affection with you, at least at first. I was merely pushing you to seek purity and wisdom, to cleanse your tainted heart first, as it should be, as is Seraphera's way. You should know this."
The bishop's face twisted in rage.
"Fuck you! You were supposed to be mine! I will claim you properly when I capture his body. I will make you suffer."
The surrounding shadows twisted, and the drain of dark essence from the two bandits increased. Samuel's power rose as he was covered in dense shadows. With a small amount of Seraphera's light, the bishop began to ready another large orb. Nick wasn't sure what to make of their byplay. Wasn't Rebecca their child? But now was really not the time. He raised his soul blade and reached through his connection to Irwin.
"I need your help, Irene."
She smiled at him, her hands still clasped together.
"With pleasure, hero."
She closed her eyes and stirred her faith energy. Seraphera's light flooded into Nick's body from outside the dream, and it arrived in his soul core. Normally, the energy would run rampant in him, his body unable to hold on to too much of the powerful faith energy, like what had occurred on the throne. But now, Irene drew the energy into herself before pushing it back toward him into his concept, Nick's body lighting up. And she even drew in some energy from Rebecca and the priestesses for herself. Nick had been limited in how much faith energy he could have by what he received from Rebecca or judging and redeeming the tainted priests, and this amount dwarfed all he had received up to now. Not only that, but the prismatic light from his wives joined him from their devotion cores. Even Fang and Luna joined in on it from back at Frosthaven, as they were not within the ordeal. This made the energy even denser, and it appeared to give him even greater control over it. Irene had a proud smile on her face as she opened her eyes.
"How wonderful. My daughter and our faithful have truly grown."
Nick's heroic concept blazed, his entire body and blade covered with dense white and black prismatic light. He dashed toward the bishop, his strength sending him leaping through the air in a blur. The bishop was shocked at Nick's speed and seemed to rush, trying to launch his attack in a hurry. But Nick was just too fast, pushing his heroic concept to the maximum as the light empowered his body. He triggered Power Strike. His muscles bulged as they moved with perfect synchronicity, the white and black essence empowering him far beyond his normal strength. With a sideways swipe, he cut through the forming orb of shadows and light, dispersing them and cleaving through the two rogues. They burst into righteous flames, and their drain of darkness into the bishop reversed and went into Nick instead. The bishop's pull over Nick's energy returned now that he was this close, the man pushing his divine usurpation concept against Nick's. His staff then lashed out at Nick's face. Nick only barely managed to twist his head in time for him to get struck in the shoulder instead, knocking him back slightly. Then shadows rose up from the ground and gripped around Nick's body, and Nick's essence began to drain into the bishop as his concept stole his light and dark energy. The pull was powerful, but the amount drained was like a weak leak from a large pool, thanks to Irene's efforts and his prismatic light. Irene's body lit up brightly as she covered him in her aura, alleviating the pressure the bishop exerted over him. Nick's chains of ice wrapped around the bishop again, and Nick stomped toward the bishop despite the man's effort to control him, his sword ready to cut the man down. Samuel growled in rage.
Just how is your pull on the light so strong? My divine usurpation?
Nick laughed.
It's trash. Rather than keep my people weak and steal from them like you did, I support my people and empower them, and they strengthen me in return. Of course, energy given willingly is more powerful than theft.
Nick raised his blade above his head once more, and it grew even larger. The bishop shouted in rage as he tried to work his resources into an attack, but Nick swung down, cleaving into him. Samuel screamed, and his body lit aflame as black chains wrapped around him, connecting to Nick. The burden on Nick's soul was substantial, and it reminded him of the time he judged the jerk in the first place. The dream began to distort, his soul nearly cracking at the strain. Soft arms and a warm body wrapped around him from behind, and a soothing white light filled him. He could feel a stirring of some kind of concept, a feeling of a boundless love and compassion filling him. Irene's soothing embrace helped purify much of the strain, and he held on with his will of the Frost King. He did his best to use soul mend on himself to keep it from collapsing from the strain. Irene helped him draw in the faith essence, burning away much of the excess darkness. It took a moment, but eventually the strain from the darkness ceased. Nick let out a sigh of relief, but Nick's time in the dream was truly coming to an end as the sky warbled. He twisted his body, turning to look at Irene, who had still been hugging him from behind.
Thanks, Irene. Looking forward to meeting you again soon.
And I you, hero.
She gave a pleased sigh.
Finally, I can relax, and maybe enjoy myself a little.
Her voice trailed off in the end, as Nick fell into a dreamless sleep to recover. Chapter 12. The Ashen Blades. When Nick had awoken from his dream battle, he felt rather heavy. The burden of all the chains he accumulated the previous evening was excessive, and it would take him some time to fully purify his soul and grow once again. A parade had been called for, where Lord Silver and the guard showed off their victory. It ended with the magistrate giving public trials, and the enslaving of the criminals by Dale and a few of the other slave merchants. Nick would ultimately get them at a reduced price and secretly judge them as soon as they arrived in Frosthaven and he could handle the strain. It would be some time before the final caravan took them over, as Lord Silver's people wanted to do their own interrogations. With Blackthorne's bandits mostly dealt with, their time remaining in Silverbrook fell into a steady rhythm. The largest change in Nick's day-to-day was Nick's focus and preparation for Serafera's ordeal. For hours he would sit among the priestesses in their tent, practicing his control over his mana aura, along with Irwin, Kaya, and Sable. They used an artifact that looked a lot like a tome to produce an invasive aura that constantly shifted its attack. Then there was a much more ominous tome, which produced a dark aura. It was the bishop's special item he used for training to control darkness energy, and now the girls used it to practice protecting themselves against it and purifying their bodies from any invading essence. It was now near the end of their stay in Silverbrook, and Nick was doing his last meditation with the girls. Irwin, Kaya, Sable, and Marissa were in the pavilion tent with him. Sitting on cushions around a small table which held the tome artifacts, the party meditated and defended against the two odd tomes' attacks. The light tome bombarded his mana aura with small beams of light, and Nick's thin ropes were cut and regrew as they protected him against the onslaught. Through his practice the past few weeks, he had made the aura and image much more complex. The ropes themselves were now a more elaborate weave of individual strands, and now a layer of thicker chains was surrounded by yet another layer of rope. The layers shifted around his body in different directions like living snakes, leaving no holes for foreign essence to invade him. This practice had numerous effects. It made his mana aura stronger, but it also improved his overall control of essence. It was now to the point where someone early in the first stratum would have difficulty even piercing his aura and skin with a blade, even without hardened skin. Then, magical attacks, like the goblin shaman's lightning, would be severely reduced. The evil tome now focused on him, sending a terrifying wave of essence over him. If he hadn't been protecting himself, it would make him feel unease and eventually fearful as it corrupted his body and mind. It began tainting the outer layer of aura ropes like an insidious poison, but the shifting rope and chains transferred and purified the oncoming essence before it could reach his body. All this was accomplished with only using the barest increase in mana usage, the mana and essence moving more efficiently than ever. After the invading essence moved on to the next person, Nick opened his eyes, to find that Marissa had inched close to him and was now smiling at him.
"How wonderful, Lord Nicholas! You have come so far and so fast. I'm truly amazed that you can purify the darkness so well. Your soul's purity is surprising for a non-adherent and worthy of respect."
Not sure why that is. You and Rebecca always mention this, but I feel like I have plenty of negative thoughts and emotions. As other people may judge, I have my pride, and I have my other vices and desires. I am far from a perfect person as judged by Serafera.
Marissa shook her head.
For your soul to be free of dark essence, it is not as though you must be a perfect person. It is both what you desire and do that the essence of Orion responds to. If you want to be a virtuous person and your actions match, then this is what you will ultimately build within you. If your worldly desires are tempered with virtue, that can keep you from falling toward the darkness, and your good deeds will make your soul shine brightly.
Nick thought that matched him decently well. While he did hate and want to destroy evil people like the bishop, it was only to protect others from his terror. While he felt lust and desired women, it was tempered by a desire for mutual companionship and happiness. This carried over to several other aspects of himself, such as his desire to dominate and rule, but only to protect and empower his people and their futures, or for fun with his wives. Then, his actions were completely driven by his positive thoughts and desires, his pacts and his promises to be a hero to those he protected. She cleared her throat.
That said, impure thoughts often lead to impure actions. To maintain the highest level of purity, it's important you maintain discipline with even your thoughts, that your intentions and decisions have the right motivations.
For the priestesses, many of them had difficulty removing the dark energy unless the purity of their cores was high. Or they formed their faith core. Their compassion and desire for peace and wisdom would help them take virtuous actions while remaining strong on Orion. Supposedly, the priests who were tainted would have significant difficulty with this, needing to expend a considerable amount of effort to keep the invading essence out. They were focused on tempering their desires with discipline and accomplishing these same acts of compassion to cleanse themselves. But Nick and his wives' purity was already far above most, thanks to their soul pact and ties to arcane law. Their righteous efforts to do the right thing and help others had prevented any darkness from taking root in their souls from the very beginning, their conviction driving their actions and influencing the essence within them.
Thank you for explaining that, Marissa. You've been a big help these last few weeks, and we all appreciate you sharing your wisdom.
What Nick said was true. While working on his aura, Rebecca had often been busy with wrapping up much of the healing and preparations for the priestesses to head home, and hadn't joined them for much of the training. The clergy were preparing to leave on their bikes today, and Marissa was going to ride in Nick's personal vehicle on the way back tomorrow. Marissa blushed.
It's no problem at all, my lord. You have helped us and everyone here in Silverbrook so much. While the people of Silverbrook don't know it so well, we are aware of your generosity and compassion, and so is Sarah Farah. We and the other girls, we respect you so much. You're like our guardian angel.
Kaya opened one eye and snorted. Nick, an angel? I don't know about that.
He likes tying up girls a little too much to be one.
Marissa blushed bright red, shyly looking between Nick and Kaya.
Tying?
Nick snorted.
That's not quite the taunt you think it is, Kaya. Not when it's coming from the person who likes being tied up.
Kaya blushed.
I do not do.
Her body shook, as if she was straining in an attempt to deny it. Sable chuckled and opened her eyes as well, her shadows protecting her and hiding her.
You should be more honest with yourself, Pack Sister. Then you'd get that which you desire more often.
Irwin laughed as she stood up, then turned off the tome artifacts by pressing her hands on them and sending mana into them.
You sure like putting your foot in your mouth, don't you, Kaya? But Nick was right.
She turned to Marissa with a smile.
Thank you for all your help, Marissa. I didn't think hubby or Kaya were cut out for meditation, but your instruction and the mantras helped us all out a lot. It was interesting to contrast your methods and the shaman's.
The improvement to his imagery, his mana control and aura had a lot to do with directed meditation. Sarah Farah called them the building blocks of understanding essence, which were driven by Marissa sharing her magical words of wisdom while channeling her faith energy. It was shocking how large of an impact this had on him and his thoughts. Despite the statements being short and almost nonsensical, they quickly relaxed his mind, influenced his images to take shape, and his essence to respond closer to his wishes. It was almost like hypnotism. Before Marissa could respond, Jasmine entered the tent, her towering form startling the girl.
Master, I see that you're done now. Lord Silver and the Guildmaster stopped by and handed over some parting gifts for you. They wished you safe travels.
She had arrived about a week ago, having finally finished up with recovering their funds and helping the beastfolk. However, her plot meant that they did not currently hold the recovered money. The gold was currently hidden underneath Shadowvale. Turon, the ambassador sent from Shadowvale, had mentioned that Blackthorne would know how much gold Nick held or earned in his city, and Jasmine had realized that this would play in perfectly for her plot. The scouts from Shadowvale would likely encounter the destruction of the caravan eventually and report that wolves had destroyed it and that all the contents were gone. Her plot would cause Blackthorne to believe that this was a lie. It was decent obfuscation that just might muddy the waters enough to help out with Nick's situation. It would do that while making sure the bandit lord didn't get more resources, and it might lead to making Shadowvale even easier for Nick to claim.
What'd they give?
Lord Silver's gift was some rare cores, which Lumos can refine for your usage. It seems he was aware of some of the other things we bought or sought. The Guildmaster then provided some pills and other rare cultivation resources that may work well for supplementing all our efforts.
For climbers like themselves, most of the items like essence pills were often meant as stopgap measures or for rapid recovery. For example, if he exited the tower and he was really close to the next level, consuming a pill would get him the rest of the way there. Then, there were some items meant to improve his understanding of his concepts and essence, though they were often specialized, like the bottled concepts. With how many wives he had and needed to have, he would obtain all the resources he could get just for them.
I guess it's almost time for us to go home, huh? Let me take a look at my quest.
Divine Concord Progress, Charity, and Pilgrimage. 1. Soul Healing, 18 of 5. 2. Rescue Slaves, 357 of 10. 3. Recruitment, 78 of 10. Quest complete. Return to Cathedral of Seraphera for turn-in. Nick was a bit surprised at the count for the slaves line item in the quest. He hadn't freed any yet, and he had only rescued in the ballpark of 100 with the warehouse they raided and the ship. He bought a lot of them too, but if he combined them all, it was more than his total, so he wasn't sure how this number worked exactly. The only conclusion he could come to was that he was getting partial credit from some of the Seraphera's faithful efforts. It also helped that, more than just those that he bought, some of the slaves were tricked into their service in some way, and it was also counting the criminal slaves who were wrongfully accused. With a quick talk with the magistrate, Nick presented the wrongly convicted criminals that were really trafficked people, often used to swap out the imprisoned bandits. Because the magistrate had never judged or convicted them, they were let go, and Dale was okay with refunding the price. Nick had already freed a number of them, knowing that many of them could return home to their families immediately. Not all of the freed criminal slaves would be coming back to Frosthaven as laborers, but most would be. Before they were captured by the bandits, their lives hadn't been going all that well. The terrible people preying upon the weak and defenseless.
Looks like I got it in the bag. Finding people that need my soul mend spell was the hardest part. Just like I said, it's a good thing someone didn't take the bet, or they would have lost and had to do something pretty embarrassing, no doubt.
Nick teased Kaya. Kaya blushed.
I'm glad I didn't take that bet. You were surprisingly convincing. I was impressed.
Nick snorted.
I thought it was easy. I just sold the vision of becoming an adherent to those that it fit. It's easy to sell something to someone when they actually need it or can benefit a lot from it to me. I respect Seraphera, but I don't think becoming her follower and sharing that lifestyle's for everyone.
He wasn't sure how Seraphera or Orion decided on his credit. He didn't think he had convinced that many directly, and it was almost like he was given partial credit for some of the usage of his ideas. To some extent, he was glad that it wasn't like some MMO where, unless a very specific series of actions occurred, he would not get credit. On the other, he felt like unless he was able to see the detailed, itemized list so that Irwin or someone else besides him could read and go over it, he might just be getting cheated. Where was his full accounting? The nuns had continued their door-to-door efforts, even after they had captured all the bandits, and Sable had patrolled in the evening to out any remaining evil within the city, exploring their underground areas and ensuring they had found everyone and everything. Of course, it's not as though she could catch every bad guy. Those with gray souls could have easily been involved in the slavery ring, just in minor ways, and there were hundreds, even thousands of such people in Silverbrook. Together with the wolflings, she even patrolled the surrounding area up to 100 miles out, tracking and sniffing for any stragglers that might have escaped the city. She had caught a couple of odd loners, but their involvement with Blackthorne was unclear. Sable was mostly forced to put them down, as they couldn't easily prove their crimes to a magistrate. Nick hoped he had his secret hero quest in the bag, but couldn't be completely sure until he handed it in. He had done all he could, while staying true to himself. After seeing those freed slaves and all the people the bandits and the warden had harmed, he'd have no regrets, even if Blackthorne showed up at Frosthaven soon because of his choice. The guard was now sealing off the passageways with earth mages, and soon the city would be all buttoned up against any new Blackthorne incursions. Even if Blackthorne came back, Nick's choice and efforts had helped thousands have a better life. The concept in his soul core seemed to stir, the essence responding to his actions and convictions. Rebecca entered the tent, taking Nick out of his thoughts.
The bikes have now left first. Did I hear you talk about your quest? I've secured the approval for future pilgrimages, and even have support from the Master of Trade to aid us in finding slots for adherents and clergy by ship. This means we can send people to the Central Kingdoms.
Nick updated her on his progress, sharing his quest. Rebecca's smile was wide, and she gave a pleased sigh.
Truly wonderful. We have nearly doubled both our adherents and prospective clergy, and it's largely thanks to you providing us this opportunity, Nicholas. Braving the wilds would have been too much for us without your escort.
Nick couldn't help but smile back.
I'm happy to have helped you and my people in this way. I'm gonna have to ask you gals for a bit of help. I'm a bit worried about how successful we are in getting laborers and settlers. We're going to have a busy few months here helping get everything sorted.
Rebecca gave him a small smile.
Of course, we'll do our best to aid those that have joined us in Frosthaven, adherent of Serafera or not.
Sable chuckled, stretching as she got up.
Don't forget that soon we'll likely be having a different sort of busy time, no? Becoming an ordained lord and witnessing Serafera's matrimonial approval is bound to be a major community activity for everyone in Frosthaven.
Rebecca blushed as Nick pulled her into his lap with a happy chuckle. She melted into his hug and happily offered her lips to him for a kiss. They had spent a lot of time together during the trip, including some of the time Nick was preparing for Serafera's ordeal. While Marissa helped them, Rebecca spent plenty of time with them too, as well as several more lunch dates around town. Marissa blushed at their affection, but given that it was in private and among family, and after they had had the right amount of propriety, this was okay in her book.
The counselor is extra capable when it comes to organizing people. Rebecca and I help him in his duties, but I think you'll find him to be a blessing.
Nick did have a large job to throw a ton of people at, upgrading the roads between Frosthaven and Silverbrook, which Lord Silver would meet them halfway. Likely, Nick would have them beginning that as soon as they handled the housing shortage issue he just created. Kaya stretched as she got up as well.
It kind of stinks we gotta go back to Frosthaven now. It's been almost all work since we've been here.
Well, we got one more night. We can have a bit of fun.
Nick tried to think of something to do, but came up a bit short. There was some theater stuff, but that definitely wasn't Kaya's speed. Then Sable's eyes lit up, and she interrupted his thoughts.
Oh, I know. We can head to the bar. The Ashen Blades have wanted us to come out one of these nights.
Kaya snorted.
Not a bad idea. I can't think of anything else we'd all like. But are those guys recruiting properly? They better not be blowing all of our kingdom's money.
Nick chuckled.
Seedy bars are the top recruitment spot for mercs. But they already sent some runners. The rest are waiting on the ship to the Central Kingdoms to do their recruiting.
The Ashen Blades were the mercenaries that had a grudge with Blackthorne. Nick finally hired them after he was clear that the city was as safe from the bandit warlord's eyes. He started by meeting their leader and making him his follower, and vetting each of them one by one. Promising the man leader thousands of gold to hire all the mercenaries he liked in hopes of killing Blackthorne if he accepted his soul pact and allowed Nick to interrogate the rest made the situation simple. And there was a mole within their small organization. Nick judged him in front of several of his new followers, the bubbles showing his horrible deeds for them to see. He had caused many of the setbacks within the group with his betrayals. For decades. Sable and Kaya were clearly interested in going, but Nick figured his chaste future wife wasn't interested. He asked,
"You got any better ideas for us all? Or are you coming? Becca? Winnie?"
Rebecca shook her head.
No, it's okay. I'll sit this one out and keep Marissa company. There is a library here, and we hadn't had any time. We've visited a few bookstores for supplies, but that's just not the same thing.
Irwin smiled and walked over to Rebecca and hugged her from the side.
I'll come with you and keep you company too. I'd like to see what kinds of information they have here in Silverbrook.
That worked for Nick, and he was sure his lovely sheep wife did this on purpose. She would keep Rebecca busy so she didn't feel left out, even as he came back late and rewarded his hard-working bodyguard and huntress. He had spent plenty of time with the two during the trip, but almost never together. Plus, Jasmine was here now, so there was even more fun to look forward to. The party went to get changed, and then headed to the bar and the library. They walked inside the bar, Nick and his girls in less formal clothes. They all wore jeans, and in the case of the girls, they looked painted on. For Nick, he wore an unbuttoned, dark padded jacket with a clean white shirt inside. The girls each wore delightfully tight halter tops, with the exception of Jasmine, who still wore her maid outfit. Nick loved that both his jacket and undershirt and the girls' shirts were lined or made from Jasmine's cloth. They could instantly become armor in a mere moment with some essence. The bar was busy, and the room was a giant hall. There was a stage with a small band, and there were several bar games in progress. It seemed the place had a large focus on this, as nearly every table had some form of game on it or next to it that the patrons were playing. Several looked familiar with what Nick had played or seen on Earth, with little twists, and plenty were playing games of dice and cards. Nick eventually spotted who they were supposed to meet, off in the distance, and the group headed in that direction. The crowd of people were rowdy, playing their games of chance and skill. The people of Silverbrook were pretty mixed, and the many tables reflected that. Nick noticed a lot more dwarves and orcs here than he'd seen in one place anywhere else, but otherwise saw plenty of beastfolk, humans, and elves. As they neared, the man and his party noticed him. Sitting at a large and long table, nearly half of them were the same race, arbor folk. They were a tree people that looked a lot like green humans with big eyes and bark and vines covering various areas. Most arbor folk had a crown of vines on their head over their dark green hair, at least, but they could have flowers or tougher or more complete bark coverings as well. This made them look more like a treant than a human. Brindor had a thick leather jacket on, so most of his bark was not visible. In terms of strength, the man was about at the same level of Renzu. His race was long-lived, and Nick had learned that he had unfortunately witnessed Blackthorne's rise to power firsthand, the proof being a burnt and scarred bark all along his chest. The arbor folk smiled at him.
"There you are, Nicholas. I didn't think we'd get to see you again before you left. Please, have a seat, and welcome, ladies."
Holy, who is that? A maid?
A man blurted. Jasmine had to duck to enter the door of the bar, and she towered over everyone and everything within. There were a few larger races, but with Jasmine's spider lower body, few stood as tall as her. Nick sat, and Kaya and Sable flanked him, with Jasmine hovered behind him. They gave their greetings, and the men at the table offered drinks from their pitchers of beer. Jasmine produced mugs for them from somewhere, and the girls and him took their first drinks. The girls quickly gulped down their first mugs of beer, and Nick was a bit surprised at the amount of flavor and essence. It had an earthy flavor, but a crisp taste of apples mixed into his. Kaya slammed her mug down with a satisfied sigh.
Not bad.
Sable smiled, sniffing the drink.
I like it. We should get our own brewery in Frosthaven.
Brindor chuckled.
You gals might want a stronger drink. We're a bit frugal here, but the higher your cultivation, the more essence you can manage and actually require to feel a buzz. This does nothing for me, and I'm sure it's the same for you.
Master, allow me to get something more appropriate.
Nick nodded, and Jasmine headed off to the bar. While there were waitresses about, Jasmine wasn't about to make him wait for them.
To think such beautiful girls could also be so deadly. Welcome, Nicholas. I see the pilgrimage packed up today. So that's it now, right?
Nick chuckled.
That's right. Good to see you again, Brindor. Has recruitment gone well so far?
Brindor snorted.
So far? I'd say so. We've already doubled our numbers, but double of nothing is still nothing.
The Ashen Blades only had a little over 20 members, and most of their work for the past few decades has been supplementing caravans, defending them from Blackthorne and his bandits. The plan was for them to recruit in Nick's name across the Shard, an extension of his town guard to protect his many caravans and carry out his tasks. He would start them out with 7,000 gold, but they discussed that this was only a seed fund. Nick's favorite part was that nearly all of that gold was what they had retrieved from raiding Blackthorne's numerous lairs. While Lord Silver collected much of it, he did give Nick a rather large cut, secretly. Then, a few of the locations that Nick or his people raided, or Sable found a stash after nearly all the bandits were captured, they kept. Nick had a whole lot more than that amount, but his budget for the next few years was just sitting under Shadowvale at the moment. The Ashen Blades wouldn't overtly say they were preparing to face Blackthorne, but the idea that they wanted protection against his bandits in the north was a very normal idea. He asked,
You really think you can get several hundred mercs in a few months? To face off against all the bandits in the north, we're gonna need all the warriors we can get.
For what those bandits did to us, we're going to damn well try. This is the first big shot we've had at taking them all down a peg for decades.
Of course, Brindor meant Blackthorne when he said bandits. It really irked Nick they had to behave in this way, but this would all be over once he claimed Shadowvale in a few months. An elven man added,
That much of the north is free of them at the moment is a huge benefit, but it won't be for long. The bandits often come back with double or triple the strength for being slighted. Ever since they destroyed our home, it's always been a cycle of death to those that stand against them.
Brindor added,
It helps that they're busy in the west, too. They've been trying to expand for some time.
Jasmine came back, delivering new pitchers of beer in front of Nick. She also had a few wine bottles in her hands.
Master, I know you're not much of a wine drinker, but if you like, you should try this sangria. It's imported from the Central Kingdoms, and where they have an amazing orchard of essence fruits. It should be delicious.
Nick tried the wine, and it sent pleasant vibrations throughout his chest. The essence felt colder than ice, without the bite somehow, and the taste was refreshing. He could hardly taste any alcohol, and instead it tasted like a delicious grape and exotic fruit drink. And Kaya enjoyed the new beer as well.
Wow, now that hits the spot.
Kaya was watching some men play a game nearby, where rings were swung on strings in an attempt to land them on a hook in the center. It was a race, and it seemed the one to lose would drink beer or wine from a pitcher. Sable finished taking a big drink as well, then chuckled at Kaya's interest.
You want to play a match with me, Kaya? We'll let Boss handle his business.
Kaya looked eager, her tail lashing behind her. She was about to agree, but she looked over at Nick. With Jasmine around, Kaya was relieved from her duty as bodyguard. The super maid would easily crush just about anything now that she consumed the bottled concept.
I'll join you girls later. You two have fun for now.
With a quick peck on his cheek, the girls took a pitcher of beer and their mugs and headed off to the gaming table nearby. There were plenty of those string and ring contraptions, among other games. They spoke for a while, Nick learning some of the details about the rest of the shard. Nick asked about Renzu's kingdom, and learned that the situation involving those lords went back thousands of years, following from a previous shard. Their blood feuds caused much of the conflict within the central kingdoms, and the humans and orcs were hardly much better. Only the elves and fae races seemed mellow based on their descriptions, but even they would be dragged into the various conflicts. It seemed because nobody was seeking the peak any longer, they all focused on each other.
There's been no relay formed in over 2,000 years. This shard has become more chaotic than usual. The truth is, an ordeal provides everything one should need to ascend. Conflicts only give advantages and increase the speed one can arrive, typically. But the lords with history on this shard know the ascension tribulation is somehow deemed to be impossible.
Nick already knew that his father was likely the cause of this, though he wasn't exactly sure how.
Nobody knows what the challenge is?
Brindor shook his head.
Nobody can know what is contained within. Orion places its barriers, and even methods to record what occurs inside fails. Even those that have used revival or carrier methods to monitor artifacts and more, nothing gets out. Orion makes sure of it.
The elven subordinate spoke up once more.
Let's have a toast to Nicholas for giving us a chance at vengeance.
Nick raised his cup and added,
To the Ashen Blades' new beginnings.
We've been given that toast all week.
The men laughed, and they all raised their drinks before drinking. Nick said,
You guys shouldn't thank me yet. As you've said, we've accomplished very little so far in the big scheme of things. Eased the scale toward the side of good, and nothing more. Once they've learned that their lapdog warden is dead and their operations frozen here, they will be pissed. We need to prepare for this.
Blackthorne had destroyed the arbor folk people's home in the southwest, a place originally called the Verdant Spire. It was a mountain holding endless vitality, a place that seemed perfect for the arbor folk to live, and full of natural resources within the mountain beneath it. However, the people and the location's immense vitality was used against them. Once their lord was in the ordeal with a fiery chemical that sounded a whole lot like napalm, at least when fed with life energy, Blackthorne destroyed their entire home. The place was claimed by him and was now called Murk Deep Scar. Currently it was ruled by a subordinate named Thresh, and Blackthorne's base of operations was somewhere else. Brindor replied,
This is just what we'll do. We're trying to find everyone with a grudge that we can, or that'll fight for honor and not just gold. It's a tough thing, but I've been in this business a while now. Your offer that if they will fight for you and are in the second stratum, you'll grant them slots in the ordeal over several years should get a lot of takers.
Nick eventually said goodbye and joined his girls with Jasmine in tow. Sable and Kaya were still playing the hook and ring game.
Eat that, Sable! Got it in one try.
Oh, the boss is here. Yes, we'll both be eating it later.
She took a drink with a smile, her tail wagging. Nick joined the game, but Kaya and Sable were already getting a little bored of it. It didn't take long before they moved over to a game that was a lot like tabletop shuffleboard. Taking turns, they played for a time, Jasmine bringing them snacks and refilling their drinks. Kaya's puck knocked Nick's out of the way, making her the winner.
Yes! I win. See, Nick, this game takes a bit of finesse.
Kaya batted her fluffy tail in his face. Nick snorted and grabbed her by the base of her tail.
My taunt back at me, huh? I'll show you some finesse later.
Kaya's whole body went stiff.
Finesse? What do you mean?
She started to breathe more heavily.
You know what I mean.
Sable chuckled, and she sniffed in Kaya's direction.
Now you've done it, boss. This girl is going to be helpless the rest of the night, and every beastfolk in here will know it.
Kaya pouted.
I'm a little used to it now, kinda. I'm not so bad anymore.
They continued playing for a time, and Kaya was mostly proven right. Nick had teased Kaya numerous times with the Wolfen girls present in the past few months, and now she had managed to at least finish a few games, having at least decent control of her embarrassment fueling her desire. They played a few games where Nick and Sable both teased her. It clearly didn't get worse or hold her back. Kaya puffed her large chest out proudly.
See? I'm in control of it now.
Nick rolled his eyes as he realized what she had done. She had been using the mana aura technique she had learned in the Path of Kings ordeal to control her more bestial essence within. It also controlled her scent on some level because he couldn't smell her arousal from his teasing either. Sable chuckled.
How did you manage to kill the fun again? But I guess that's a good thing that you can control it now. At least the games and the drinks are good.
They kept a healthy buzz as they went along, but the high-essence drinks were processed quickly by their cultivator bodies. Jasmine joined in a few games, and they enjoyed their time together. After only a little more teasing, they eventually headed back to their hotel. When they arrived, it was already quite late in the evening. Rebecca and Winnie had already headed off to bed, leaving the room all to themselves.
You ready for your rewards, girls? They should be fun.
The two bestial girls ran into the room and started taking their clothes off, and so that was all the answer Nick needed, as Jasmine followed behind him. Chapter 13 The Huntress and Bodyguard's Rewards. Arriving in the bedroom, Kaya and Sable quickly took off their clothes they wore at the bar, and Nick did the same, handing them over to his maid. Stowing them away, Jasmine kept her maid outfit on as usual, and then arrived next to the bed, ready for his orders. Nodding at her, he sent his intentions in his thoughts, and she began to prepare the bed. Nick lifted Kaya into his arms and kissed her fervently. Her tongue was wild in his mouth, and she was already breathing heavily. Her body was getting excited. She could sense her mate's smell shifting as his lust increased. He pulled back from their kiss, his eyes meeting hers.
Kaya, taking your duties seriously this past month helped me out a lot by allowing me to relax. And it meant a lot to me. I love and appreciate you, and I want to reward you for your hard work. I'm going to enjoy tonight, but I hope you enjoy it just as much as I do.
Kaya blushed further, looking away shyly. After a small hesitation, she suddenly kissed him hard and deeply, her lips meeting his with passion. Pulling back from their kiss, she said,
You always keep us girls fulfilled, and I love you too. I may tease a lot, but you're the true lord my mother always talked about serving. That you are my mate, too, fills me with even more pride than I dreamed about.
Sable's nostrils were flaring, and her tail was wagging, picking up on the lust in the room as it grew. Putting Kaya down, he then picked up Sable. She wrapped her legs around his torso as they kissed. Her mouth was warm and inviting, her tongue following his lead. Groping her breasts, he played with her curvy, sexy ass and got her turned on as well. Nick said to her,
You did a lot of work, accomplishing what few could. Your skill is unique and your efforts help protect my people, and even thousands of people in Silverbrook. You're the true hero of Silverbrook. We couldn't have accomplished even half as much without you. You're amazing, and you deserve all the rewards and love I can give you.
Sable smiled, her tail wagging, showing her excitement.
Boss, anything for you, my mate. I'll take all the rewards and love you give me, and every task as well.
He put her down, and the two naked girls looked up at him, breathy with need. Seeing Sable's dark skin next to Kaya's paler skin was a delicious contrast, and so were their size differences. They both had beautiful curves, their breasts and hips large for their respective sizes. Sable's dark blue hair and deep blue eyes were striking against her dark skin, and Kaya's appearance was no less shocking. Her red, wild mane of hair was fiery red, and her purple eyes shined with desire. Her tail and red panda ears atop her head twitched in anticipation, ready for her mate's command. And Jasmine's body towered over them, her body flitting around as she prepared the bed, wheeling out the platform from the side room. Her white hair against her stone-gray skin was odd, and her red pupils that were always filled with a zealous gleam always drew his attention. Her chest always showed an envious amount of cleavage in her frilly maid dress, and her waist was waspishly thin. Nick knew he was a lucky man, as he watched his girls ready themselves for him. Jasmine waved from the bed.
"Ta-da! All ready, master!"
At the edge of the bed was now a small platform made of wood, measuring 2 feet deep and roughly 5 feet wide, that anchored to the bed, and the top was level with it. There were a few rings for cuffs and bindings, but they wouldn't need that now that Jasmine was here. They had used it a couple of times during their stay, and it had performed perfectly. The platform brought out, Kaya started breathing heavily, her pussy becoming slick in anticipation. A few pillows were placed on top of it, but the bed was already at the perfect height for Nick to use his girls for his pleasure.
On all fours, Kaya,
Nick ordered. Blushing, she got onto the platform, backing up into her spot. Her feet and ankles touched the edge of the platform, and Jasmine quickly covered them in webbing. She then did the same for her hands, keeping them anchored to the bed and stuck in that position. Finally, Jasmine pushed Kaya back a little, testing her range of motion. She then attached one more webbing to her necklace, spreading the webbing out to where it wasn't truly using it and forming a large choker, which filled Kaya with delight. The other end attached to an anchor on the ceiling, and now her ass was floating at the edge of the bed but could go no further. She'd no longer be able to lower her front at all, which would normally allow her to lean back just a few more inches. Nick nodded in approval.
Good job, Jazz. That's perfect.
He admired her firm globes, which were thick and had just the right amount of fat, despite being muscular. Like 2 peaches, he grabbed them both possessively. Kaya sighed as Nick played with her flesh. Seeing Sable's smile and her tail wagging, Nick decided to tease his mate further. He kissed Sable heavily and lifted her into his arms. He then placed Sable laying on top of Kaya's back and facing up at him, her small, naked body having plenty of room. Jasmine moved Kaya's tail out of the way and captured it with webbing for now. Sable's pussy was just above Kaya's tail, the red panda beastfolk's pussy only a few inches beneath. Her black-blue tail went down into the side of Kaya, the appendage slightly confined by her position. Kaya groaned.
"No, not again!"
Sable smiled as her tail twitched beneath him, the amusement on her face obvious. She spread her legs wide and held on to Kaya's sides with her hands.
"Master, you and Sable both might enjoy this."
Jasmine handed him a small bottle, and he understood what it was, some kind of oil-like lube or oil. Nick smiled.
Nice, Jazz. This'll be great.
Rubbing it into his hands, Nick started by running his hands over Sable's dark skin, her taut stomach flexing in response to his touch. He groped her thick breasts and played with her dark nipples, causing her skin to glisten. When he ran out, Jasmine was happy to provide him with more oil, and he continued to lather his wolf girl up. Sable was getting worked up, her breathing picking up.
I love it, baby. You sure know how to make a girl feel good, don't you, boss?
Nick chuckled.
Good girls like you, definitely. Bad girls, though.
Jasmine lined up Nick's cock to Kaya's pussy, teasing her entrance with his tip. She squirmed against her bindings, trying to push back to get him deeper into her folds. She couldn't, however, because Nick was standing right at the edge of her limits. A smack rung out in the room as Jasmine swatted Kaya's ass.
Cut it out. Master will use your needy pussy when he feels like it. If he wants to tease you, then that is all you will get. Besides, didn't you hear what he said? Good girls get to feel good. Maybe if you beg. Please.
Nick continued to lather Sable's chest, and now her dark skin had an oily sheen to it. He continued to grope and play with one breast, while he continued his ministrations lower. Her pussy shook, her clit already revealed from its hood. The wolfen's body was getting ready for its mate, ready to receive his cock.
Yes, so good. Just like that.
His hands roamed up and down her skin, like a sensual massage. Watching her skin flexing as she moaned filled him with desire, and Jasmine started kissing and licking his cock from below as she helped him tease Kaya's hole.
Such a good little huntress, Sable. This is your reward for your hard work. Do you like it?
Nick rubbed her tits and tweaked her nipples for a time, until Sable's moans reached their peak. Her pussy began to twitch, her body shaking from Nick's ministrations.
Fuck, yes. I love it.
The dark-skinned wolfen girl came, from Nick massaging her chest and nipples. Her tongue lolled out as her hips humped at Nick's chest, and Kaya whined beneath him as she stabilized her rider's motions. Nick picked up Sable off of Kaya and kissed her lips. Her tongue met his fervently, and he set her down next to Kaya.
Face down, ass up, Sable.
Sable looked over at Kaya, and she did as directed. She gave a sultry chuckle.
Yes, boss.
Her knees were on the prepared pillows, fixing the height difference between the two girls. He played with Sable's thick ass, her skin shining from the oil still. Her tail wagged at his attentions, and she moaned as he played with her pussy. Kaya whined again, her body struggling against the bindings. Jasmine frowned.
You are really hopeless, aren't you, Kaya? Bound and helpless, all you can think about is your mate's cock. He's barely touched you, and yet your nipples are erect, and your pussy is leaking all over the bed. Just look.
The maid wiped some wetness from Kaya's leg with her finger and put it in front of her face, her finger dripping. Kaya whimpered as she was embarrassed, her body shaking as she tried her hardest to stimulate herself. He noted.
But you have been a good girl working so hard for me. You stayed focused and took the bodyguard job seriously for the entire month. So maybe you do deserve a bit of a reward.
He asked Sable.
You can wait a minute, right?
Of course, boss. I'm not as needy as this one. I do see she could use some relief.
Nick dribbled some oil on Kaya's ass and began rubbing it into her backside and pussy. The firm orbs that were her bubbled ass looked fantastic while glistening, and he rubbed her muscles and groped her pliant flesh. She moaned.
Please, I need your cock.
Jasmine sighed, scoffing at Kaya.
You are so lucky that Master loves you so. It's all about you bratty little thing.
Kaya moaned from Nick spreading the oil onto her pussy further, his fingers teasing her pussy lips and clit. She pouted.
That's not fair. You share his pleasure so you can't talk.
Jasmine grabbed her by the chin and forced Kaya to face her and meet her eyes narrowing.
I would serve Master 1,000 times. No, 10,000 times. Even if it meant I never felt a single
thing, and he never granted me an iota of pleasure."
Jasmine smiled as Kaya's eyes widened, the truth of her words ringing true in her mind. She let go of Kaya and looked at Nick with a fervent gleam in her eyes.
"But I am very much blessed that Master gives me his affection and pleasure just as he does you, which is why when he uses you, you should be grateful."
Lining himself up, Nick grabbed Kaya's tail, causing Kaya's whole body to go taut. His hard cock slowly parted her pussy's folds, causing her to groan at Nick's gradual, patient entry.
"Oh, God, yes!"
Kaya moaned. But when he was only about a quarter of the way in, Nick stopped his glacial entry and pulled back. She whined, and he pushed back in again, just a bit deeper. She tried to move forward, then back to stimulate himself, but he just followed her, keeping her from accomplishing anything. Continuing this game, he began to saw in and out more quickly, and her moans started to pick up. Jasmine struck her ass again.
"Didn't I say you should thank him?"
Nick paused, waiting for her words. When Kaya finally spoke, he pushed in just a little deeper.
"Thank you! Oh, thank you! Oh, fuck!"
She moaned, her pleasure rising as his cock stretched and filled her pussy. Despite his slow, teasing pace, he could feel how she was near, her pleasure nearing its peak, the way her pussy tightened all along his length.
"Yes, yes, please don't stop, so close."
Nick turned his head and willed his maid's lips to his own. She gave a sultry chuckle as her soft, bowed lips met his, their tongues dancing. He then willed her to reveal her breasts and pussy, so she took off her maid's smock and pulled down her dress, placing them under her breasts. The cutout in the front of the frilly maid dress only revealed her taut stomach, waist, and pussy beneath, her lower body still hidden by the long skirt. The dress was tight up top, likely clinging to her skin thanks to her control over her own garments. When Nick had sex with his girls, Jasmine could enjoy Nick's senses, just as if she were experiencing them herself. However, she would only do so if he gave her permission. He could do this from near or afar, and more than once while she was away, she had hidden in a tree or found some other private place while he did it.
"Masturbate in front of me and Kaya, here,"
he ordered.
"Yes, Master."
With his free hand, the other still grabbing Kaya's tail at the base, he grabbed Jasmine's breast, and she leaned into his attention like an affectionate cat, offering herself for his usage. He toyed with her massive breast and nipple as he continued his slow fucking of his beastfolk wife, and Jasmine played with the skin over her clit with the tips of her fingers. Hearing Jasmine's moans added to the mix sent Kaya over the edge.
"Oh, fuck yes! I'm coming!"
Nick pumped his cock just a little deeper, causing Kaya to shout even more frantically, her pussy going wild on it. It gripped the front half of his length, her pussy's walls convulsing as she pushed backward against him as best she could. Nick slowed his pace now that his girl reached an orgasm. With her other hand, Jasmine grabbed Nick's cock at the base with a frown, noting the length.
"That wasn't even halfway in yet, and you still came so easily. You're such a slut, Kaya."
Kaya whined in embarrassment, and she tried ineffectually to get just a little more of him into her. But he pulled out, causing her to whimper, and moved over to the waiting Sable. She was still waiting patiently, with her face down and ass up, just as before. He moved over to the side and grabbed her glistening ass with one hand, groping her before he lined his cock up to her dripping pussy.
Is it my turn again now?"
Sable waved her ass side to side invitingly, her tail wagging all the while.
It is. Good things come to good girls with patience.
Nick placed both hands on her plump ass, ready to ease himself inside. He looked over to Jasmine as he began to part Sable's folds and enter her.
I give you permission. I want you to enjoy me fucking Sable. You can come as much as you like.
As soon as he felt her begin sharing his senses, he pushed into Sable's tight, lubed pussy all the way to the base. Sable groaned.
Oh, fuck. So big.
Jasmine's eyes widened, her mouth parting and her breath catching in her throat as the sensations reached her. She began to play with her clit faster, and she moaned.
Oh, yes. Thank you, master.
Unrestricted, Sable was able to buck and move as she took his cock. With each thrust, as Nick's hips moved pushing deep into Sable's pussy, Jasmine's hips bucked, and it looked like he was somehow entering her instead. He started to speed up, and Sable's moans grew in volume along with Jasmine's.
Oh, baby, your cock is so good. Fuck.
Oh, yes, master. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, fuck.
Kaya whimpered, and Nick decided to let her use her hands. Signaling Jasmine with his thoughts, she then waved her hand, and only the webbing that tied Kaya's hands and wrapped around her neck was undone, leaving her ankles still tied to the platform. Her face fell to the bed, and she immediately snaked her hands between her legs and started playing with her clit, her eyes burning with desire as she watched him fuck Sable, her hips bucking as she did. Sable was moaning to her alpha's entry, her body experiencing true bliss as she bucked wildly on his cock.
Yes, fuck so good.
He lifted her into the air, continuing to fuck her small and tight body. With a hand on her ass and another under her stomach, he used her smaller body like a toy, pushing into her as he held her aloft. Finding a steady pace, he pounded her from behind, watching her delicious, glistening ass cheeks meet his stomach. The flesh of her cheeks rippled with every thrust, and her pussy clamped down on his cock as he bottomed out inside her again and again. His two girls came hard and often as he fucked them without reserve. Watching the euphoria on Jasmine's face as he fucked Sable's tight pussy and Kaya whined against her bindings and tried to pleasure herself appeased his desire to dominate. His soul core vibrated in his chest, sending pleasure throughout his body. Sable seemed to sense he was close, her pussy convulsing and rippling all along his length.
Oh, yes, you feel me so good. Please give me your seed. Breed me.
Kaya whined, fingering her pussy faster, her wide mouth open and eyes distant. Speeding up his use of Sable's pussy, he reached his peak, and began to fill her pussy with his cum. Jasmine came at the same time, her eyes rolling up into her head as her hips bucked. Her senses were overloaded, feeling the pleasure from both of them occurring at the same time. Nick came down from his high and placed Sable down on the bed. Her face had a slack, satisfied smile on her expression. Jasmine was the first to stir, but her torso and hips were clearly experiencing aftershocks, twitching in place.
That was so good. You fucked this one so hard, and her little pussy gripped you so tightly.
She smiled as she scratched Sable's ears, who woke up and responded by giving a sultry chuckle as she rubbed her full stomach, his cum leaking from her hole.
Yes, baby sure went wild, didn't he?
Oh, where's my manners?
Jasmine's face lowered in front of him, and she went down to his cock and started to lick and clean it. She kissed and licked it lovingly, getting it clean and ready for whatever he wanted to do next. Her red eyes looked up at him worshipfully as she continued, and she took the tip and much of his length into her mouth, swirling her tongue around the tip and sucking it. She continued to play with her pussy, giving soft moans as she began to bob on it. Sensing what he wanted next, she gave it another suck, and her lips came off of his cock with a pop. She flittered over to Kaya's behind and began to grope her shining flesh. Jasmine moved Kaya's hands out of the way and bound them to her back with webbing, causing her to whine and squirm against them. Then Jasmine inserted and tested Kaya's pussy with her fingers, aiming to embarrass the girl and turn her on further. She spread her fingers wide, the dripping pre-cum and women's fluids clearly present.
"Oh, yes, master. This one is more than ready for you, dripping and in heat."
She licked her fingers.
So delicious."
Kaya whined. Jasmine raised her torso higher, making her pussy at nearly the same level and just a little closer to him on his left. She spread Kaya's ass cheeks wide, her pussy's lips spreading for his entry. As Nick strode forward, Kaya's tail started to stand up straight, her breathing picking up as her hips started to buck. Her body's instincts wanted to back up toward him, but she was firmly locked in place. Grabbing her tail near the base with his right hand, he lined up his cock and placed it at her entry, then took his index and middle finger and pressed them into Jasmine's pussy. As Nick eased forward and parted her folds once more, Kaya groaned.
"Oh, God! Yes!"
Jasmine breathed, Nick's fingers entering her pussy at the same time. Both of their hips bucked as he pushed forward, but Kaya quickly reached her climax, her pussy convulsing all along his cock. He fucked his beastfolk girl hard, his pace picking up despite her keening wail. The girl was in heat, prepared for his seed, just like Sable was. She was already so worked up that one climax ran into another, and another. Now she could move a bit more, thanks to much of her bindings having been removed, and she bucked against his entry.
"Oh, God! Oh, God! Fuck!"
Kaya moaned, her pussy going wild and tightening all along his length. Fluids spilled all over the bed and platform, her tight heat making Nick wild with lust and pleasure. Jasmine's hips bucked onto his finger, fucking herself hard as she enjoyed his sensations. Her mouth was slack open, her breathing heavy as she watched him dreamily. He began thumbing her clit, and she began smashing her tits together and groping them.
"Master! Fuck! So good! Yes! Yes!"
Sable chuckled. "Damn, boss. This is hot as fuck." She motioned to her pussy to ask him permission, and he gave her a nod to allow her to pleasure herself. The three girls continued moaning, and Nick's hips became a blur as he pounded Kaya's pussy. Her moans eventually became whining whimpers, Kaya begging for his seed.
"Please, give it to me! Come inside! Yes! Come inside that delicious hole!
Jasmine's hips were bucking on his finger, her pussy gripping his digit tightly. Nick shivered in pleasure as his balls boiled with heat. Vibrations went up his spine as he came, his three girls climaxing in pleasure. He pumped his seed into his willing beastfolk, her body trembling as she wailed. Her body fell to the bed, and Jasmine took a moment to release Kaya's bindings. Jasmine and Sable moved to clean his cock, the two kissing and licking along his length, sending pleasant sensations of wetness and softness, the two girls preparing him for another round. Jasmine moaned as Sable continued to suck and lick.
I love that this body of yours never has to stop. The night is still young, isn't it, Master? Which hole of ours would you like to use next? Or would you like a break for a snack? Or for a drink? I brought a few bottles from the bar."
Kaya whimpered from the bed, and Sable chuckled. You're going to have to give Kaya's holes a break for a while if you want her to be more responsive.
Nick was already feeling content, but he wanted to continue to reward his hard-working wives a little more. After all, they'd soon be returning home, where he had even more lovely wives and good girls to reward.
Chapter 14. Nick and Rebecca. The Angel Awakens. The trip to Frosthaven was mostly uneventful, other than some heavy rain which made the roads have poor, muddy conditions. They took it slow and took 2 full days and nights rather than a day and a half, and they had now arrived in the middle of the 3rd day. There would be one last caravan of willing settlers, the total number of people to join Frosthaven over 1,000. As Nick stepped off his utility vehicle near his crown sanctum, it was like the city itself welcomed him. A sense of familiarity and warmth filled his entire being, the essence of Frosthaven gathering around him. But it was more than just a warmth. It was as though he could feel the gratitude and respect of his people, a pressure building among them. There was already a significant number of people in his city that trusted and admired him. Some still had worries and doubts about his ability to handle Blackthorne, but it was almost as if he could feel their consensus. In time, that trust and admiration would build into loyalty and devotion. Sable stepped down off the car, her tail wagging as she sniffed the air with a smile.
It's great to be home. What is it, boss? The essence is...
Irwin joined him at his side, a thoughtful smile on her face.
It is reacting to him, isn't it?
It was then that the Hero's Path tower lit up, and a bright light cascaded upon Nick. It was a large quantity of essence, and he received a prompt. Heroic quest complete. Secret Hero of Silverbrook. You accomplished the goals of dismantling all of Blackthorne's operations in Silverbrook, all while giving you and your people plausible deniability. You inspired the clergy of Serafera to stand up for themselves and face the danger, defeating crime and rescuing slaves. You recovered thousands of gold, reducing the villain's power in the north, and saved many. Some elements in the north still remain, but their ability to report to the bandit lord is limited. Reward. Bonus essence, 2,325 DP. Ordeal level increased. Essence gathered further within Nick, and he cultivated the gained essence with his chains swirling. While he had hit level 14 thanks to Jasper's efforts these past few weeks, leveling had been slow going. The amount of essence earned this time was substantial, and he guessed he would near level 15. Combined with what he would earn in the Serafera ordeal, he was sure he would surpass that. Jasmine leaped down from the top of the vehicle. She had mostly flattened her larger spider body for much of the trip as she wove some more of her petrasilk fabric. When the heavy rains hit, she simply kept it from affecting her with her aura.
Yay! That's wonderful, Master. Looks like we will keep under the radar for the next few months. Still, even before the quest reward, the feeling of the essence was great.
Kaya's tail swished.
I'm a bit envious you can feel what he does, but I could already tell the essence was swirling around him strangely.
The city was bustling, as Nick could see it from the top of the hill. Many of the stone ruins in the lower parts of the city were being reclaimed rapidly by a horde of laborers, and new homes were being constructed in various areas. Serafera's cathedral glimmered in the afternoon light, and carts pulled by horses or bikes with trailers moved resources all over the city. The orc training grounds were busier than ever, Nick spotting dozens of additional beastfolk and monsterfolk practicing with the many orcs, and then the people that would become his new town guard.
Boss, you're back!
A blue blur bolted across the large square and slammed into Nick's chest. Fang's tail was wagging, and her smile was beaming as Nick did his best to balance and hug the girl. Luna jogged at a more sedate pace, a lovely smile as she came up from behind her. Her tail betrayed her excitement as she joined Nick's hug. Kissing both his wives, Nick felt great to be back.
I'm back. We saw each other just last night, though.
It was true. Nick had seen her at least every week in a dream where they had fun both in and out of the bedroom, rewarding Fang and Luna for their hard work. Fang's eyes grew big, and she looked a little sad as her eyes glistened. It was like a physical blow to Nick's heart.
It's just not the same thing. The dreams are great, but when we wake up, your smell is all gone, and I can't feel that you stretched my...
Luna cleared her throat.
Now, Fang, we have guests here. We'll talk more about that later. In private.
Marissa blushed and cleared her throat.
I'll head back to the cathedral. I understand there's a certain person you're excited to see. When she's ready for visitors, I can't wait to see her again. For now, I'll go see Counselor Robbins and make preparations. You still wanted to climb the ordeal starting soon, right, Nicholas?
Irene's revival in the Genesis chamber had actually completed while they were gone, but she had chosen to wait for their return to reawaken. Nick grinned as he remembered.
Oh, yes. I do want to complete all my quests, after all. But I'd like to give Becca some time to get reacquainted first. Let's plan within the next few days for now. Are you going to come with me and her?
I'd like to. We'll make sure those that go with can gain the most from your run. Give Irene my greetings, please, Rebecca.
Thanks, Marissa, I will. Of course, you'll be able to tell her yourself soon.
Nick held her hand.
Well, shall we? Let's go meet my future mother-in-law.
The water drained from the Genesis chamber, and once again, Nick was blindfolded as Rebecca's naked mother was revealed. Only Irwin and Nick joined, so as not to overwhelm her with too many new people. The rest were preparing a small welcoming party in the living room. The woman was level 15, and Rebecca was a bit too young to understand why she had stopped her progress. It was only later that she learned her mother stopped climbing for only one reason. She was waiting for her party and husband to catch up and form his faith core and concept. Unfortunately, the horrible man had other plans. Her mother gave a sharp intake of breath as her large wings fluttered, and Irwin sent her clean spell over her to dry her body. Rebecca's heart fluttered, so pleased to see her mother living once again. She said with more than a little emotion,
Welcome back, Mother. I'm so glad you've returned to us.
Irene turned her gaze to Rebecca, and her voice held a lot of energy, different than what she expected.
Ah, my Becca!
She then rushed forward while floating and hugged Rebecca with a warm smile. As always, her large wings wrapped around her, as well as her arms, their chests pressed against one another. Rebecca enjoyed the warmth of her mother for the first time in many years.
I love you, my Becca. I'm so sorry.
Rebecca's breath caught in her throat as tears began to fill her eyes.
You have no need to apologize to me. Let's get some clothes on you and we'll talk more.
Oh, I guess we have a small audience. Even our hero is here. Sure, we have so much to talk about after all.
Irwin handed Irene her scholarly robes, and Rebecca helped her get them on. With holes for her large wings at the back and a cinch belt at her waist, it was quick to bring her back to her usual, beautiful and dignified scholarly appearance. Her mother, who was truly beautiful, and Sarah Farah, both had sharp, elf-like features on their face and ears. While Rebecca's hair was blonde and naturally curly near the ends, her mother's was straight and shimmered like gold. Irene looked at Irwin.
Thank you for being here to welcome me. Just who might you be?
Irwin smiled.
I'm Irwin, one of Nick's wives. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Irene.
A light of recognition flashed in Irene's eyes as she nodded with a small smile.
Oh, you're the soft, loving one. While I couldn't quite sense what was going on outside of where I rested in Nick's soul core, I could still get a general feel for those that my hero interacted with.
She looked over at Nick.
All clear now, hero. Thank you for granting me that small bit of privacy. But I wouldn't have minded if you took a peek. I owe you my everything, after all.
Mom! Rebecca protested. Her mom was awfully energetic, and it was a bit surprising for Rebecca. Normally, she had a lazy smile and spoke slowly. Irene gave a brilliant smile and let out a breath.
Ah, so I can still be Mom again after all these years. Such a blessing.
Rebecca blushed, and Nick chuckled as he took off his blindfold and hugged Rebecca to him from the side.
I'm really glad things worked out. How I see it is, you helped me as much as I helped you. I don't know if I would have made it without your help. Both times I faced that bishop. So there's no need to thank me.
Irene sighed and looked a little guilty.
Maybe so. But it's thanks to you that I could rectify the biggest mistake of my life. I foolishly believed that Samuel wasn't that bad. And with enough kindness and compassion, he could be saved from the darkness. To have wasted more than a decade on him, and one more in horrible service within him. Only you could have saved me. I'm afraid if he had won that conflict against the orcs, he would have finally reached his goal of corrupting my spirit.
Rebecca nodded sadly, still enjoying Nick's side hug and comforting squeeze of her hand. Her mother had died when she was only around 10 years old, and she was now 20. From what she knew, she was born only a year or so after their matrimony ceremony. Irwin gasped.
10 whole years of enduring that, and 20 with that jerk? I can't imagine what that would be like. Let's put such thoughts behind us. We do have a bit of a welcoming party in our living room, which should be fun. Rebecca did say you like to eat, so Jasmine and Luna are cooking.
Oh, I can't wait to meet the others. I sensed that my hero was close to many other women, including my Becca. It was a little...
Her eyes took on a strange look that Rebecca couldn't identify as she paused.
Surprising, but I could also feel how happy she was with him. Mom!
Rebecca blushed as she hesitated.
I love Nicholas, even though he has many lovers, and I know that many more will be seeking him in the future. It is normal for a hero and Lord of Orion to attract many.
Irwin laughed, her ears wiggling.
Ah, yes, our hero and prince has many after his affection. Why, there are even a few newly evolved wolfen girls.
Nick cleared his throat.
Let's talk about that later. I'm sure Irene would like to get some food in her. And relax a bit?
Irene smiled and hugged Nick's other arm.
Thank you for worrying about me. I'm content to hear more about my hero's future family here, but I would like to meet his and my Becca's current one. Let's go.
Rebecca and Nick were surprised by her action, but Irwin just giggled as she walked out of the room. Was her mother being a little flirty with Nicholas? Well, she had always been extra friendly to anyone, she thought, when she wasn't sleeping. They exited the Genesis chamber and began to head down the hall. Irene looked all around them with interest, the markings and design of the home completely foreign to her. The sheer black, almost marble-like surface with white lightning was striking. She stopped the group and ran her spare hand along the walls.
Such interesting materials and design. Just what is your background, hero?
It's complicated. It's a bit of an important family secret, but I'm the last of the Archaeans. My parents left me this place when they entered the Tower of Eternity.
But this is a frontier shard. She gasped. So, this is a heritage. You must have earned it in a trial. I suppose that's where you rescued us.
Nick nodded, and they continued on to the living room.
I'm still earning full access to it.
A soft music was playing in the background as they arrived in the living room. There was already a wide assortment of snacks and drinks laid out in their relaxing area, and Jasmine and Luna were working in the kitchen. Kaya, Sable, and Fang were playing a game of cards as they waited, but all waved and smiled at their entry. Irene gasped.
My, such a diverse family. Monsterfolk and beastfolk together.
Irene floated and flapped her wings and found an open seat. Rebecca sat together with her, wanting to be close to her mother, whom she missed so dearly. Irene wrapped her wings around her, leaving only their faces showing to the rest as Rebecca enjoyed the warmth of her mother. Nick sat down next to Fang and began scratching her ears, as Irwin joined him on the other side. Seeing Fang's beaming smile and tail wagging warmed Rebecca's heart. He cleared his throat.
Technically, I'm a monsterfolk too. I don't know much about the Archaeans' origins, but my birth mother was a demon folk. Besides, an Archaean heir is somehow still nearly 100% Archaean because their wives become half-blood Archaean when they make the pact.
Wow, that is unique. So that means my little Becca will be that too? A third human, angel, and Archaean. How do you feel about this, daughter?
Rebecca blushed at her focusing on this, the family all listening to her answer.
I don't mind it. Part of me is excited about it.
She didn't say it, but in a way it would be lessening a part of her father in her. Sable chuckled.
And won't that be soon? The lovely Nun Shu has been spending a lot of time with our mate. I have long since decided I would like to join Nicholas's family as his partner. We are just waiting for the full clear.
Irene beamed, folding her hands in front of her and her wings fluttering around them.
Oh, that is so wonderful, dear daughter. I can't wait to see your marriage ceremony. I take it our dear hero feels the same way. What's a full clear?
Rebecca blushed.
Nick was just being a little silly, but for the Divine Concord he was given 3 quests, and that only one was required to earn it, but he wanted to accomplish them all. Can you share the quest, Nicholas?
Rebecca blushed as she realized it was going to detail about the marriage thing. He shrugged and likely shared it with her, because Irene's eyes roved over what was probably the quest details before she laughed.
So you're planning on completing them all? How cute and respectable.
But I think that waiting to turn in your pilgrimage and charity completion before your ordeal delve would be a mistake. And my goddess mother likely knows and had planned for that. Becoming an ordained lord will mean that you should be able to begin collecting your tithe immediately for your climb.
Nick chuckled.
I'm not super attached to waiting until they're all complete to turn them in. I just didn't want Rebecca to feel like I was marrying her for the benefits alone. I'll accept them, but I'd love for her to be mine with or without them.
Ah, how sweet!
She started, then frowned.
What is it about your words that seem to ring true in my mind? That you believe or know them to be true? They are free of lies.
Irwin said,
You can feel that? Archaeans and their wives are unable to speak lies, unless meant to protect others.
Irene replied.
I think those of us with pure souls and with face cores, we are sensitive to things like this. Those with higher cultivations, higher stratums, will probably also detect this, so
You should be careful about this in the future. Jasmine and Luna brought the last of the food into the room on platters, setting them down on the table. There were plenty of meat and vegetables to enjoy, Rebecca spotting at least 1 or 2 dishes that were likely meant to appease her own palate. Irene looked at everything with wide eyes. "Oh my, this is quite a bounty. This looks wonderful." Luna smiled as Irwin scooted over for Luna to sit next to Nick, the girl having spent less time next to him in person recently.
"We are also celebrating Boss and everyone's return, so we went all out. We just didn't know what time they would arrive."
They enjoyed their meal, with Irene snuggled next to Rebecca as they told stories about their adventures. Rebecca was overjoyed to see her mother so happy and feel her loving embrace once again. Now that she had her own faith core, she could feel just how bright and special her mother's spirit truly was. Nick had Luna and Fang at his sides, the two enjoying some ear scratches and head pats. The two preened at his praise for their efforts these past few weeks. They had run through the Path of Kings every week, adding numerous evolved monsterfolk and aiding them in learning language for better coordination. The rest of his wives were arrayed around the center table, sitting on couches and chairs as they faced each other. Irene said, "Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I'm excited to hear that our hero is going to become an ordained lord, but after hearing all that you have accomplished, I understand Mother's choice." Of course, her mother was none other than Sarah Farah herself, so this was big news to the rest of them. Rebecca twisted to look at her mother. "Just what do you mean?"
"I was sent here for a reason, about 25 years ago, and Nicholas and his heritage is probably a large part of why. Mother felt a deep connection to this shard, despite the fact that it did not establish the open relay."
Nick frowned.
That's a bit concerning. It was my understanding that divination against most of the things here in my heritage should be impossible.
Irene shook her head.
"It's not divination, but a connection to the root of all things that resonate deeply with her. Mother is a goddess of wisdom, and so there must be vast amounts of lost knowledge here in this heritage."
Nick arched his brow.
It's true. Once I unlock the ancestral archives, there should be a lot of knowledge available to us. But it does require an archivist.
Irene clapped in applause, her smile giddy, and she began lifting out of her seat as she was filled with joy.
"How wonderful! I can manage that role. Just what do you need to make it available?"
It needs 10,000 DP. We may be able to pool up that much if we head back into the Path of Kings and past the 15th floor. How much do we have now, Vi?
The house AI responded to them. "We now have 4,235 DP earned within the Path of Kings." Nick whistled.
That's a lot more than I thought. We had emptied it all out before we left for our run.
Fang beamed.
"We worked very hard. 4 parties reaching the 8th or 9th floor per week ends up being quite a bit, even with their high-level guides."
Irwin said.
"But back to the reason you were sent. And Sarah Farah?"
"Ah, right. As the daughter of a goddess, and because of my knowledge, the cost for me to enter a frontier shard is both prohibitive and dangerous. Many of the strongest entities and kingdoms would like to claim a shard for their own, and they compete for ownership. With the Zura family already claiming an ordeal in her name, Mother sent me here to support and aid them. I was to marry the Lord of Zura and ascend until we activated the open relay, all while searching for the missing knowledge. However, Samuel had stifled my search, it appears."
Nick arched his brow.
What if it was a woman?
Irene frowned.
"I don't see why that would have mattered. Of course, Samuel or the other ordeal owner could have rejected me, as was their right, but he was quite happy about the situation. Either way, I would have just aided them until we accomplished the same."
Irwin asked.
"We'd like to know a little more, if it isn't too painful for you. We've had a hard time understanding why you would partner with such a horrible person.
Irene shook her head. I don't mind it, because my nightmare is over. And ultimately, it wasn't that bad, at least at first. As I mentioned, I was reborn on this shard about 25 years ago, with my level at 0.
I traveled to Zura, which took some time, and was quick to join the community and clergy and obtain a climbing slot. As Rebecca knows, most everything related to faith energy came easily for me, as I had already established multiple concept fragments before I was reborn. After I formed my faith core less than a year later, I let Samuel know my goals. It appears this was a mistake, because this might have been when he started making his. She continued, because you see, Samuel wasn't always bad. He was talented in some aspects, but it seems that he was stuck. He had been climbing for many years and hadn't been able to match his father at the 19th, stuck on the 15th floor. Seeing me climb up so fast must have built up resentment in him, and by then I had just hoped that by becoming his partner, this jealousy would fall away.
She shook her head.
Instead, after our courtship and Seraphera accepting us as partners, it only built within him as I excelled and got ahead of him, and I could feel it. Normally, increasing our affection for one another would be totally normal, but I noticed that he was only becoming worse. I denied him until he found purity and cited Seraphera's tenets for partnership, along with the vows and oaths he gave. However, this only caused his hatred to build further.
Nick frowned.
It feels like he never believed in what Seraphera stood for.
Irene nodded. That's right. So, then he tried to force me by using the community against me. Can you believe it? After a short time, he let everyone know that I was denying him a child, that we were not consummating our partnership. As a lord of Orion without an heir, it was my duty to provide him one. And this is true, though it wasn't nearly as urgent as he made it appear. So, he schemed to get me into bed that way. And, by this point, loving him was the furthest thing from my mind.
Kaya's ears were flat on her head.
That's terrible. I can understand if you don't want to tell the next part.
Irene laughed.
No, I am quite proud of this next part. I guess he must not have known about this, but we angels can reproduce with essence alone. We are beings of light energy. So, that is exactly what I did. I used some of his essence from a mere touch on his shoulder. I gave birth to Rebecca, and she's been my pride and joy of my existence. I love her very much, and I would not trade her for anything. Mom, I love you. I missed you so much. And I'm so sorry I failed you so, and that I failed the people of Zura.
Rebecca shook her head.
Please don't say or think that. We were all defeated by him and his scheming. The people failed you as much as you failed us.
Irwin asked,
So, what happened after that?
So he had to give up on that scheme. Throughout it all, I had always hoped that he would find wisdom and find peace with his anger. While his actions were always positive in public, it seemed he was doing horrible things in secret.
Irene talked about the day she died, the book she saw when Nicholas judged her father that allowed him to somehow trap her soul. After that, she continued,
They were just far beyond our knowledge and understanding. He must have found help, and someone with a grudge with my mother. I never could have imagined that they could pull off their horrible plot with such efficacy here on a frontier shard.
Nick said,
Lumos told us she's a unique automaton from the Dark Rock Confederacy, along with the throne he procured. There was even an artifact from Seraphera used to calibrate everything in a special bottled concept, so he could steal Seraphera's faith energy without her being aware. Even you were an impossible necessary component.
Irene gasped.
That is... I thought this must be true, even while I was imprisoned within him, but to think they put so many resources into enslaving me and stealing from Mother. To bring all that in here, it's almost enough to build their own shard.
She smiled at Nick.
And they never could have imagined our hero would defeat their plans so completely.
Her mother took on a dreamy expression.
Why, it must have been fate. Only you could have saved me from that nightmare.
Nick cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable about Mother's proclamation, and Irwin smiled.
That's our hubby. He walks the hero's path and the path of kings. We now have 4 ordeals in our city of Frosthaven.
Rebecca's eyes were narrowed on her mother, twisting in her seat, but Irene couldn't meet her eyes as she accepted the topic change.
The path of kings and the hero's path. This will be quite the challenge, but not impossible. Forming the basis for your inner world will be the most difficult threshold for you to pass.
Nick frowned.
The what now?
You don't know? But you must have heard that it is best to establish your concept before then, at least. The reason for this is that when you cross into the third stratum, it sets your foundations for what will become your inner world. Without a concept, the foundations will be far too brittle, and the ability to attach any future concepts to this foundation will be nearly impossible. On top of that, Orion will not aid you. It will not allow it. She continued. Thus, when you attempt to enter the fourth stratum, this will be impossible too. You will be unable to become an immortal.
How does walking 2 paths play into that being a problem?
If you make 2 fitting concepts, one for each path, and keep them in balance, this will probably work to enter the third stratum. But within it, things start to get more difficult to commit actions that are appropriate for both paths without taking away from one. This will be more important as you reach the peak. Everything will need to be in perfect balance for you to actually ascend and form your inner world. I suppose it is good that you have 2 paths that aren't completely incompatible, but it will still be challenging. You will have to walk the razor's edge.
Rebecca stared at her mother with awe. While she was always smart and knowledgeable, she was often lethargic and disinterested in most things, such as sharing it, aside from reading or helping children. Rebecca had become the archpriestess, but her mother was never interested in a clergy position beyond priestess, taking the job of the librarian within the church. She just wanted to read and sleep. Perhaps, was she always hiding her pain?
What is it, daughter? You are looking at me a bit funny. It's nothing. I was just thinking that you were energetic, and I haven't much seen you in this lecturing mode before. You're different now, somehow.
Irene laughed.
You're right. Even without Samuel, I was content to sleep and read through life. And while I still desire to gather more knowledge and wisdom, I don't want life to pass me by. I feel like I gave my first life to the pursuit of it, and even married that horrible man at my mother's behest. Now, I want to live my best life, you know? That and the essence here is so different. I wonder what it is.
Rebecca smiled as she thought of how much she loved her future husband's home. The warmth of Nick and his family, the essence within, and the study were all wonderful. So much nicer than her current home.
Irwin nodded. It's an incredible home. We have not changed the crown sanctum much since we claimed it. It even has a study.
Irene floated up, and Rebecca found herself standing as a result, like a giant balloon lifting her into the air.
A study, you say? Why didn't you say anything?
Irene smiled.
Did you want to see it? I love the study here so much. Rebecca and I spend a lot of time there.
Rebecca suddenly realized this was a bad idea. Her mother might not want to leave once she saw it.
Maybe that's... I'd love to. Please, can we see it now?
Irwin giggled at Irene's excitement, her ears wiggling.
Sure, we can take a look and show you it.
Kaya, Fang, and Sable went back to playing their game of cards, and Luna and Jasmine moved to begin cleaning up after the meal. Nick, Irwin, Irene, and Rebecca went to Nick's study. As they entered the room, Irene gasped at all the books.
Oh my, there's so many, and the essence here.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Nick chuckled.
Go for it. Books are meant to be read.
As she looked at the spines on the shelves closely, Irene's face went slack, and it was like she transformed into her old self. Her eyes were barely open as a relaxed smile appeared on her expression, and she started browsing and grabbing several books in her arms in quick succession before floating to sit down on top of a bookshelf. She looked between the book's covers and then at the rest of the room. Irene gave a pleased sigh, her voice taking on her usual lazy cadence.
So many amazing books to read here. This would take me a few months at least. I'll just stay here for a while and finish these.
It was like the whole world didn't exist other than the books. She started leafing through the pages, her eyes shimmering. Now that was the mother she remembered. Rebecca groaned.
Mother, get down from there. You can't just stay there.
Irene looked like she was slapped.
Hey, why not? I won't be a bother at all. Here, I don't even need to eat. Just look at how many books they have here. Because the prince's room is right next door. It's not proper.
Huh?
Why is that a problem? The essence here is wonderful. What do I need to do to stay here?
Rebecca blushed, realizing there was an answer. This would be corrected when Rebecca was Nick's wife in truth, and she was his mother-in-law, and then she could be here all she wanted, though it would still be a bit strange.
You know your mother's tenants better than anyone. Why are you pretending otherwise?
Her mother pouted.
Fine. Can I borrow these, hero? I'll do anything you want.
Nicholas arched his brow at the wording and was about to say something, but Rebecca interrupted.
Much of these books have already been transcribed at the cathedral, except for those with the crown emblem. They cannot leave the heritage.
Irene shuffled through her collected books, finding the symbol in question on the spine.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so, daughter? It sounds like we have quite the bounty to be shared. I suppose it wouldn't be the worst if I only ride here during the day.
Rebecca sighed in relief.
Yes, mother. It's getting a little late in the day, and we should really give our greetings to the clergy. Many of them missed you, including Marissa.
Oh, little Marissa is a priestess now. I suppose I can wait.
She visibly struggled to put the book down, then floated down to the ground, barely flapping her large wings as she descended slowly. Despite looking and feeling like a normal human or elf minus the wings, her energy body was low in mass. This allowed her to float or fly with little effort. Irene sighed.
I guess this is goodbye, then. Thank you so much for your hospitality, Irvin. You're so lovely.
Thank you, Irene. It was so nice meeting you. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of each other.
The two began making plans as they walked out of the room, and Rebecca turned to Nick.
Sorry about my mother, Nicholas. She really loves books. More than I do, even.
Nick chuckled.
It's no problem at all. I'm relieved to see that she's doing so well, after what she's been through. And even if she gave you some mild anxiety, you're still smiling. I'm glad it was such a happy reunion.
It really was. Rebecca leaned up and kissed his cheek, and he hugged her tightly with his strong arms. It was truly like her mother said. Only he could have saved them so perfectly, restoring their happiness from the pits of despair. She had so many reasons to be grateful to him, and they just kept piling up. Chapter 15. 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 . 15 Kaya rolled the ball down the lane powerfully, the sphere crashing into the center of the pins at the end. The pins exploded into chaos, but 2 pins were left despite the amount of force in which it struck, leaving her stomping at her failure to land a strike.
Oh, come on! The pins can get knocked over with so little! How are they still standing?
She managed to catch the spare, but Kaya looked at the pins with a bit of confusion. Now that everyone was together, it was time for a bit of fun. The entire Noblefrost family was present, along with Rebecca and Irene. The strange gaming area had expanded, and now bowling and a few other areas were included in the fun they could have. Nick had taught the girls the basics of bowling, and now all were enjoying the lightly competitive sport, the majority of them wearing more sporty clothes, given that they'd be playing.
Watch how it's done, Kaya.
He took confident steps down the lane, and in a single, flowing motion, he sent the ball down the lane. But Nick had put more than a bit of spin on the ball, and while it looked like it might go into the gutter at first, it curved back and landed just slightly off-center. The pins exploded outward and knocked them all down for a strike. The Wolfen girls cheered and clapped, along with Winnie and Jasmine, and Nick pumped his fist.
Hell yeah!
Kaya groaned.
Ugh, that makes no sense. The ball didn't even hit the pins that hard.
Nick chuckled as he walked back to the seats, getting his high fives for his strike.
Told you I was good at this. This sport is not all strength or aim. It takes a bit of finesse.
Kaya snorted.
Oh, yes. Everyone knows the great Lord Noblefrost is full of finesse.
Her words were dripping with sarcasm. Fang nodded enthusiastically from Nick's side, her tail wagging.
Yes, that's right. Boss is the best. Why'd you say it weird like that?
She tilted her head, with her eyes narrowed on Kaya.
Just never mind.
Kaya wasn't about to explain sarcasm to her. The girl did understand it, but it was like a strange blind spot when it came to Nick. She looked up to the scoreboard, where Nick was winning by quite a bit, with 3 strikes in a row.
It's Winnie's turn now.
Winnie stood up with confident steps, and despite not wearing shoes, had no trouble on the slippery surface with her hoofed feet. She lined up her shot slowly and sent it accurately down the lane. Despite its slow speed, it crashed into the pins off-center and still scored the strike. Her tail swished and her ears wiggled, and she sauntered back to the seats.
See, sis? It's not all strength or speed, but finesse, like Nick said.
The 3 Wolfen girls were quick to high-five her, clap, and add their woos of victory. Kaya was bewildered at the result.
It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it's my turn now?
Rebecca stood up, wearing her cute poodle skirt outfit once more. Picking up the ball and taking on the form to roll the ball, Nick thought she looked cute, but Irene voiced the same thought.
Becca, that skirt is so cute on you.
She floated nearby above them in her scholarly robes, leafing through one of the books from Nick's study. Turning to Jasmine, who was at her eye level, she asked,
Do you think you could make me one of those as well? It's such a cute style that Sarah Ferris Faithful won't frown much upon.
Rebecca blushed at the comment before she rolled the ball down the lane. Nick laughed at how her right wing started flapping, as if to aid the ball to move further to the right, and her whole body tilted the same way.
What is it, Nicholas?
Just you being cute is all.
She was unable to claim the spare in the end, with a gutter ball. Luna and Sable then helped point out how she needed to flow a little better with her form, as she lost a lot of her accuracy when she twisted before she let go. Irene smiled as she watched their back-and-forth discussion.
This is quite the fun family. It is wonderful to see Rebecca be treated so well, to be a part of such love and joy.
Irwin smiled.
She's a sweet girl, full of love for all. We know all these years she's worked so hard for many. You should definitely be proud.
Nick added.
Your daughter is amazing, and I can see where she got her loving personality.
Irene was crying happy tears, but then her smile became a little more melancholic.
I know she is. Her compassion is wonderful. I wish I could have been there to see her grow. I missed so much, lost so much when I failed her.
Rebecca returned to their seating, just hearing the tail end of their discussion as she sat next to Nick.
Mother, we talked about this. I do not blame you. And while I missed you, I was well taken care of. There are children in this world that suffer far more than I did. The community pitched in. And while it was a little lonely, the rest of my childhood was comfortable.
Irene floated down and hugged her daughter, her wings flapping.
I know, dear, and I'm so thankful you are well. It was only my thoughts of you that I managed to hold on all these years.
Nick noted.
10 years being forced to aid that man in absorbing that faith energy, and while fending off his corruption. You fought hard.
Yeah. Tried so much to taint my spirit, making me witness horrible acts. But I held on for my Becca. I knew that if I gave up, my dear daughter and many other priestesses would be a target soon after.
Irwin gasped.
Witness? You mean you knew what he was doing? Oh, that sounds even more terrible than I imagined.
Nick remembered what kind of things Lumos was forced to say, and what nasty things he may have done with that, all to beat down her spirit, and then how he likely caused the murders of dozens of priestesses and adherents, the dissidents within his church. She nodded.
I could somewhat feel his nasty thoughts, even if unable to put exact words to them, and I had a small awareness of his actions. But suffering all that was worth it, for I lasted until a hero came.
Irene gave him a teasing smile.
And it was the same for you, hero. Feeling your love for your wives and your family's love for you made it all the more worth my struggle. I could enjoy that for decades more.
Nick's eyes widened, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed that they had a sort of voyeur during their private moments.
I had no idea.
Irene saw his embarrassed look, and teased with a sly look as she continued to hold on to Rebecca firmly.
Oh, you're embarrassed, hero. You showed me a beautiful world, one with a startling mix of love and lust. I couldn't be more pleased that my daughter will soon taste your strong yet tender affections.
Rebecca blushed heavily, her wings fluttering as she looked between Irene and Nick.
Mom, please, taste.
Kaya seemed to realize something else, a disgusted look on her face.
Ew, could the other souls Nick deals with, the ones he judges, do the same? What about followers that recently died?
Irene laughed.
No, for the way Nick tugged and brought me in with that concept was different, I think. And that strange monolith is a true prison. They can have no awareness of what happens on the outside. That Samuel rallied the prisoners shows he only had true talent for the darkness. It seemed a few of those other people you faced were quite the same.
Jasmine was next, and she scuttled forward and came to a stop at the edge of the lane before she rolled the ball down the center. The ball struck and knocked most of the pins down, but one remained standing on the left until she made a finger gun, and with a quiet pew, the final pin fell over. But no light was visible. She must have used a beam of light outside the visible spectrum somehow.
Hey, I saw that! That's cheating!
Kaya growled. Jasmine acted confused.
Whatever do you mean, Kaya? What did you see?
Kaya's jaw dropped at her shamelessness.
I saw you! You must have used some light beam or something?
Jasmine hummed, feigning ignorance.
Must have. My, Kaya. Even if That's true. To think you'd get so mad, though. It's just a game, isn't it? You must really want Master's reward. Fine. Let's mark that frame as a 9, since it bothers you so.
Kaya blushed, folding her arms and looking away as her tail swished in irritation. Of course, she couldn't deny this. Sable chuckled.
You're trying too hard, Kaya. You should just relax. This is for fun, isn't it? At this rate, you'll get white hairs in the penalty game instead. But maybe that's what you really want.
Luna hummed.
I think you're right, Sable. Boss will definitely get the first place, but maybe he can combine reward and penalty. I think that would excite her. Perhaps a little too much.
She sniffed, giving Kaya a teasing look. Kaya blushed even further, and Nick hugged her around the hip and scratched her between the ears. She sighed into his embrace, and Nick looked at his mischievous wolf girls.
Don't bully her. We got other games to play today. I don't want a repeat of the last gaming day, so I'm rescinding the reward and penalty game. We'll just play for fun. And I'll just give all you girls the same rewards.
Sable pouted.
Aw, but boss, I thought you much enjoyed that in the end. This time we could all be a part of it, too.
Nick was interested in that, but he looked at Irene and Rebecca, who were talking to each other about the game. They were around polite company.
Maybe another time.
Sable chuckled.
Got it, boss.
After the wedding, then. The 3 Wolfen girls were up next, and Nick couldn't help but laugh that their wagging tails somehow sent the ball veering just a little bit off their aim. Luna was the first to catch on that this was happening, and managed to still her tail before she released the ball. Everyone had fun as they had snacks and drinks as they took their turns for a time, and Jasmine and Luna took turns feeding and pampering Nick. He then pampered each of the girls one by one with his scratches and head pats and sneaking small kisses as well. Rebecca joined Nick on his lap, where they held hands and kissed while they waited for their turns to bowl as well. After a couple of games and some screwing around with their various spells and abilities, they moved on to the next game. There was a caged-off, arena-like area with various vehicles inside. Fang gasped.
They're like that car thing! We can drive these!
Luna tilted her head.
There's more than enough for all of us. What is this?
Nick replied.
They're called bumper cars. Everyone get in one and I'll show you.
Everyone started to get inside them, but Jasmine stood at the edge of the arena and pouted.
These, seem a bit small for me.
Irene was floating above and pointed to the back.
There's one over there that looks like it might fit you, though you may need to drive with your webbing.
There was indeed a larger vehicle that was likely meant for larger humanoids. Jasmine hummed and scurried over to the large vehicle, and her spider body mostly fit inside where people's feet would go. But Irene was right. Her hands, from her hovering torso, couldn't reach the steering wheel. But she shot out her webbing from her fingers and was able to drive the vehicles. Nick looked over it.
Should work. So, everyone.
They each got into their own vehicles, including Irene. Nick described how to use the pedals, and they started moving the carts around, each moving forward and turning sporadically. Fang was quick to crash into Luna, knocking her back.
Oh, whoops,
Sable then slammed into her cart, sending her careening to the side. Nick then crashed into her, laughing at their shock.
That's the idea. Just go crazy.
And then everyone started crashing into one another, except for Jasmine.
Why is mine so slow?
Jasmine was moving ponderously, but once Fang rammed into her and was instead knocked back quite a bit, it became a little clear why. She was just so heavy. Also, it seemed to be counter to how easily she could bully others into a corner. It really became pandemonium as everyone began crashing into everyone. Rebecca smacked into Irwin, and then bounced back into Kaya and was shoved in another direction. She gasped and laughed at each of the sudden accelerations.
This is fun!
Irene was laughing as well, bouncing all over the arena. She looked a little crazed as she bounced around, which Nick thought was a little odd, but then Irwin crashed into him with a giggle. The wolf girls teamed up and started crashing into Kaya, driving her into the wall lined with bumpers of their own.
Hey! No fair!
Kaya groaned.
I can't even move now!
The girls kept jolting into her one by one, laughing as the wolf pack teamed up on Kaya. Nick and Irwin came to her rescue and knocked each of them back and away, allowing Kaya to sneak out. Fang pouted.
This is wrong! Boss should be on our team!
Jasmine crashed into Luna, sending her much smaller cart spinning away. Fang and Sable both tried to crash into her repeatedly, but it was like they just bounced back instead. The spider maid laughed.
This is kind of fun. I'm like the big bad boss. None can stop me.
Sable snorted as she started driving circles around her.
Yes, but we hardly need to. You'll never catch us.
Irene and Rebecca both crashed into her, but it was like they just bounced off ineffectually as well. They all played for a time, but it didn't take that long for the novelty to wear off. They exited the vehicles once they had their fill and looked back at the gaming area.
That was fun!
Irene looked back at the vehicles.
It's a simple thing, but driving the cars is fun, and the way you jolt when you crash into another is exhilarating.
Rebecca was all smiles.
I quite liked it, and it was fun to play with Mother and everyone else. What is next?
There are plenty of games for us all to play here.
He looked over to the gambling section.
You girls must be close to the faith conduit by now.
Rebecca nodded.
We're getting close to halfway, but we are managing the risk. The chips your family has been giving have been a big help.
Nick hugged her closely to his side.
My family? You mean our family? You're definitely a part of it, even if not in name yet.
That's right.
Irwin hugged Rebecca from the other side of her.
We all consider you a true friend, and we can't wait for you to join us.
The other girls nodded and shared their sentiments, and Rebecca and Irene both looked so happy they were nearly brought to tears.
Oh, thank you so much, girls. You have truly made me feel so welcome and loved.
Irene was all smiles at seeing Rebecca happy. You lovebirds are planning to be wed soon, right? Of course, the hero has my blessing, and I'm sure he'll have my mother's as well. She hugged herself with her arms and her wings. When I was with him, I could feel how much he loved my dear daughter, and the rest of you. I was so happy to feel how he loved you so. The girls all looked at him with loving expressions filled with fervor, and he suddenly realized it was going to be a busy night. Nick cleared his throat, changing the topic for now.
The plan is for us to enter Serafera's ordeal tomorrow. Once we complete it, I think we'll both be ready for the ceremony. Isn't that right, my future wife?
Rebecca blushed, her wings fluttering.
Yes, I am ready to be yours, and for you to be mine.
Irene clapped, her body lifting higher into the air.
Oh, I'm so excited for you, my Becca! For you to marry the one you love so. It brings me great joy. I can't wait to see you in your wedding dress.
Jasmine said.
They'll be gone for a while in the ordeals, but we have her measurements. I'll make certain the dress is perfect.
The gaming was nearly forgotten as the talks shifted into wedding plans, but Nick was happy to see his girls so animated as they planned out Rebecca's special day. Soon, Nick would be facing several different types of new challenges in the ordeal, but he was excited for what would come once he was successful. Chapter 16. The Ordeal of Serafera's Faithful. Nick wore white and gold martial robes, ready to enter Serafera's cathedral. Once again, Jasmine had provided him with the special yet durable clothing. It seemed she had upgraded her loom ability further over this past month, as he felt like the quality kept on improving. His hardened, plastic-like armor was worn underneath it, and his soul blade was over his shoulder. A spatial pouch was hidden inside the breast pocket of his robes, allowing him to have a much more dignified method of storing his various items that matched his manliness. He was to turn in Serafera's quest, and then they were to enter the ordeal right after. His wives were already inside, only Jasmine following him into the cathedral. Entering the cathedral, Nick immediately saw that dozens of people were inside. He walked past the reception and saw the numerous people in prayer and teaching activities. Upon spotting Nick, Marissa called out to the congregation, and they started moving their wheeled chalkboards and pews to arrange a path for Nick. He slowly walked inside, greeting the many people as they waved and gave him their well wishes. It appeared the many people were ready to see something special happen, with many pews pushed to the sides of the room rapidly and then filled. Rebecca walked over to the dais and called out to everyone.
The pilgrimage was an overwhelming success, and we all have Lord Noblefrost to thank. He has completed the Divine Concord quest, so all shall bear witness to Serafera's grace and reward.
On cue, he submitted his pilgrimage and charity quest completion. Golden light descended upon Nick, Serafera's stained glass mural lighting up and casting the light upon him. Ephemeral feathers landed on his shoulders and head, special dense faith energy descending upon him. It seeped into his body, and it was similar to when his body was tempered in the ordeal, but on a bit of a smaller scale, he could tell. He earned a trait. Trait earned. Divine Concord. Serafera. +1. Soul. You have been granted special allowance by the divine being Serafera, a goddess. Your body is now attuned to receive tithed faith essence, allowing you a slight compatibility to her faithful's essence as well, to absorb and utilize this to carry out her will and your own. But know that this gift carries responsibility, and it can be rescinded. Respect her values and virtues, and protect her people as your own. As he received this trait, it was as if the entire Cathedral of Serafera was even more welcoming to him. The essence danced and mingled with his own, and gave him a peaceful feeling. He knew that tithed faith essence wasn't exactly the same thing as the essence of her clergy and adherents. He did not walk Serafera's path as his own, and while he respected her tenets, they weren't exactly his creed or way of life. Congratulations! You have completed the requirements to become an ordained lord of Serafera. Your performance in the pilgrimage went above and beyond your quest. Your diligence and earnest efforts will be rewarded. Reward. Pendant of Serafera. Epic. Pendant of Serafera. This necklace will store and convert the faith essence of yourself or followers of Serafera, allowing for personal usage. It was a faith essence battery, and as it fell around his neck, it was like Serafera herself was placing it on him. He could feel a special connection to it, like it was bound to him. This type of item was excessively rare when it came to those that could accept the essence of others. It was possible to create similar batteries using the same materials that went into a Nexus core, but it required a connection or binding much like it. That meant others could not normally charge it. From his understanding, Nick would really only be able to gather tithed faith essence in his throne room, or perhaps in this very cathedral. Some would get stored within his body, but when he ran out, he'd be unable to recharge. Those with a faith core would generate small amounts as they took in any essence, but prior to that, Their faith essence was difficult to gather, requiring their mantras and cultivation techniques, their praise and faith within them building. Since Nick was not technically one of Serafera's faithful and was not walking her path, he wouldn't be able to use the mantras at the same level of efficiency. He may be able to draw some from his core with the mantras once faith essence was woven in, but cultivating to level up with this essence would be different for him than one of Serafera's clergy. The necklace was a small, simple statue of Serafera with her hands clasped in prayer, hanging by a simple silver-colored thread, and it was already around his neck, visible over his robes. Nick's wives in the entire room of clergy and adherents clapped or prayed as they thanked Serafera for her grace, but he heard Fang's voice in the crowd, off on the pews to his right.
"Oh, it's like he has an Irene or Rebecca necklace!"
Sable was quick to shush the rambunctious girl, and Nick couldn't help but laugh. It's true Irene was like a carbon copy of her mother, the goddess, and Rebecca wasn't all that different in her looks. Rebecca spoke to the congregation of adherents and clergy alike.
"And so you all have witnessed. Lord Noblefrost is now the first ordained lord of a divine being on this shard. He now has access to all our libraries and can learn Serafera's mantras just like adherents and clergy alike, despite not taking her vows. He needs only respect Serafera's tenets and continue to act as a lawful lord of Orion."
The wording around respect was merely that he would not publicly go against them, or prove through his actions that he did not care for them at all, or his privileges would be rescinded. In all, this was easy for him to do regarding Serafera as a lord of a lawful kingdom. He was not about to burn any books, hurt any children, or take advantage of any priestesses, robbing them of their chastity. Well, he likely was going to do the last thing eventually, but not without following the proper steps. Nick spent some time meeting the many clergy and adherents, many of them new, and their prayers and warm wishes quickly filled the pendant. When comparing it to his personal essence, he was sure it was less than 10%, but it was at an amount that was difficult to gauge. However, it was precious faith essence that he'd have difficulty restoring once used on his own. He knew it would aid him in using his concept for just a little longer when he needed it. Nick approached Rebecca.
"Who's all coming with us?"
"Marissa, Veronica, and Chastity."
She motioned to her side, and the girls in question looked eager. They all held their staves, and under their habits they were wearing a drake-scale armor made by Lumos. He had worked together with each of them during the pilgrimage, and known them pretty well. Seeing them prepared and with similar eager expressions on their faces, Nick felt a little weird. It was truly like Rebecca had 3 sisters or cousins she was bringing with them. The evil bishop clearly had a type. Just where did he find all these girls? Nick knew that a majority of priestesses had blonde hair and blue eyes, just like Irene and Rebecca. But it wasn't even all that common among the people of Zura. As humans of Orion, they were quite the healthy mix of what appeared to be varied European descent. Rebecca arched her brow at him.
"What is it, Nicholas? You're looking at us a bit funny."
"I was just thinking. You girls look a lot alike. Clearly you're all talented, but it's a little strange."
All of them grimaced at once, but it was Chastity that spoke.
Many of us now understand the depths of Samuel's depravity. To think he had several of his horrible priests searching for pure maidens following his strange values. He could have run so many more viable pilgrimages and helped many. But we thank Serafera that her light of wisdom found us, as many of us were not living safely and happily."
Veronica nodded.
"I lived a life of squalor and hunger, until a man with a crystal tested my affinity. Then I traveled with him until I joined this wonderful community, where as long as I worked hard and learned much, I had no want. For that I am grateful, but no doubt there were so many more who suffered similarly that were lightly ignored."
Marissa nodded sadly, but then she smiled at Nick.
"So we have Serafera to thank for finding us.
and you to thank for saving us from the bishop's horrible designs. In all, we can be proud to be here as her faithful, to serve her and our Savior. For anything our Lord needs, we shall forever be willing."
The priestesses looked at him with both fervor and gratitude, wide smiles on their faces. Nick cleared his throat, embarrassed at their hungry attention.
"So, we're ready to go, right? I take it I will act as your paladin?"
Rebecca nodded. "We will focus on the wisdom and compassion aspects of the challenges, while you aid us with the dangers of the tests."
"Sounds good. Let me say goodbye to my wives real quick, and then we'll enter."
Nick walked over and said goodbye to his wives, who would use his time away to continue their training and run one more time through the Path of Kings, as well as complete any additional preparations for their future wedding. Kaya said,
"I wish I could come with you, but the danger of their ordeals are very different. I think only Winnie and Jasmine are skilled in that way. Better to let them handle it."
Jasmine narrowed her eyes on the other girls. "They better work hard and not hold you back, or I will be pissed." Irwin chuckled.
"Don't worry, Jasmine. I'm sure they will hold their own. Rebecca is there, after all."
Jasmine sniffed before turning to Nick.
"You're right. Rebecca is great, but the others... well, they're getting better lately. I am planning on taking some of the beastfolk through with the best team possible in hopes of beating the boss this time."
Nick was a bit shocked at this.
"Can the beastfolk really fight that well?"
Jasmine beamed.
"They're excellent tanks and healers with my stone-light garments, and I am an amazing damage dealer. I have confidence in beating that nasty elemental that you told me about, now that I've taken my bottled concept."
Nick asked.
"Healers?"
Jasmine grimaced.
"Well, they can, spit on things and it kind of heals by sealing the wound and boosting recovery, or at least repair their carapaces. Thanks to that, I didn't truly have to get my hands dirty, besides dragging them through. Honestly, I gained a lot of special items, which was pretty surprising. And in truth, I felt like I gained a lot more understanding and refined the essence in my Nexus core."
Irwin nodded.
"I think normally being carried through an ordeal by someone in the second stratum would be extremely detrimental to their progress, and Orion would not much reward those involved. But since the Path of Kings is so challenging, it almost requires it. As long as those that fight through it are tested, many benefits can still be earned."
Luna nodded.
"We got a bunch of neat items, and even cultivation materials for our rewards that will help out the other monsterfolk. I think it was like the ordeal knew we were trying to help out our brethren."
She then took out what looked like a belt with a bunch of odd wooden statues, totems, tied to it.
"Then I got a lot of practice with these and have even grown the spirits within them. Orion is still rewarding us for helping others through, and I can't help but wonder if this is an intended part of the Path of Kings."
Fang's smile was wide, and she puffed up her small chest with pride as her tail started to wag rapidly. "I've gotten a lot of practice at leading a pack. I can't wait to show off my skills to Boss for when we fight in a big battle." Nick chuckled.
"I can't wait to see you both in action. What about you, Winnie, Kaya?"
Irwin replied.
"We're taking another run through the samurai ordeal. Kaya wants to be at her best for when we go after the 15th floor in the Path of Kings, and that will definitely help."
Nick was debating between doing that or going after the next Frost Spire mine, which should have opened for their potential attack.
"All right, have someone scout out that next mine entrance, so we can decide whether we're ready for that challenge yet or not. I'll see you girls in a week or two."
The girls all said their goodbyes, and Nick joined the 4 priestesses. With their habits, not much looked different about them, but they all held quarterstaves. He was given a blackjack, which was a steel rod wrapped in leather. While a concussive blow to the head could easily kill someone, the priestesses were available to heal someone and prevent death. This meant that he could fight and be non-lethal when he needed to be, just like a paladin of Serafera would. Entering the ordeal through the archway in front of Rebecca's home, Nick was able to select the 11th floor, as up to the 19th floor was conquered. It appeared there was a limitation where if a descendant took over or the ordeal changed hands, progress would be lost. Nick could only choose up to the 14th floor at the moment, and knew it had been the same for the bishop. Appearing on the 11th floor, Nick stood at the front of the group. It was difficult for him to see anything at all, because it was filled with a near-blinding yellow and orange light, much like the sun. They were standing within a bubble, with a countdown timer on his menu to exit the entry area. The path they stood on was like a floating white platform. Test of Purity, the Path of Light. This environment tests your purity by bombarding your spirit with foreign essence, which makes you more susceptible to illusions and temptations. Straying from the path can be deadly. Periodically, beings of light may attack. Defend yourself and make your way to the next floor safely. Nick noted.
I can hardly see the floor we're walking on.
Rebecca nodded.
This floor is meant to stress your magical, sensory, and aura capabilities. As long as your essence is pure, it is not all that challenging or dangerous.
They began their march with Nick at the center of their formation, and Nick felt it a little weird walking with the 4 nuns with their staves. It was like he was a part of a holy procession, which he wasn't used to at all. His work on his mana aura the past month showed its worth immediately. The light bombardment fell away before it could penetrate deeply and reach his body, much like the attacks from the Dark Tome. The hard, light path was winding, his party snaking around while being attacked by the odd, invasive sunlight. Nick's mind wandered to when he cheated on the obstacle course, thinking about how quickly he could skip a large percentage of the course by speeding up and using double jump, but he squashed the thought. After a time, a burst of light suddenly occurred, the blast of essence piercing their auras. Nick's soul fortress trembled lightly, but outright rejected the odd temptations for the party, as they were all his followers. A new path appeared, but it did not feel appealing at all. He could feel that if he didn't have the ability, it would have been a constant siren's call to walk off the ledge. Continuing their march, Nick eventually asked,
How would we handle this if I wasn't pure?
Chastity and Veronica giggled at this, but Marissa replied,
If we were with a paladin that had difficulty or someone that was lacking talent, we would have to protect them with our auras. Probably we would take turns doing it.
Rebecca added,
The paladins would have much more difficulty with the illusions. They have not built up their minds as much as those that spend most of their time in the library.
It took nearly 20 minutes at their ponderous walk before the first enemy appeared. It was actually easy to spot, despite the light of the path being a nearly blinding yellow and orange light, as it was a blue color, and Nick could feel it in his magic senses as it approached at the speed of a slow, underhanded pitch. Nick rushed forward, and his soul blade cut through it in a single swing, dispelling it. He hardly got a good look at what the creature looked like, but it was almost like a slow-moving bird.
Huh? That's it?
He was disappointed at the weak challenge. Rebecca chuckled.
Such as it is. The path of light is long, the main danger being the long duration. Illusions and temptations do not take the more difficult choice. Only by having purity, faith in your efforts, or by overwhelming the test with your talent can you pass this challenge.
Nick scratched his cheek, everything else covered by either his robes or armor.
How long is this particular test usually?
Veronica cleared her throat.
This test usually takes a whole day. A short safe zone break at the very end of the floor. Many of the floors and the entire climb are all about perseverance.
They had previously discussed not to use his frost aura, as once again it'd have trivialized the tests. He would only use it for combat, not to protect them from having to fight off the invading essence. They continued their slow journey. and Nick couldn't help but increase his respect for the hard-working priestesses. Over the course of 12 hours, they did not falter once, and when they got swarmed by the bird creatures, they were ready. Their spiritual shouts locked up the light monsters, and they actually finished several of them with their staves, while Nick burst forth and cut through the rest rapidly. He activated his frost aura, making it easier to take them down. Once the fighting was completed, he turned it off. When they got to the safe zone, a bubble at the end of the floor, Nick let out a sigh of relief. He was happy with his superhuman eyes, as he didn't have a risk of going blind from the environment. Even still, he supposed Rebecca would have been capable of healing him. The safe zone only allowed for an hour of rest, just barely enough to recover their mana and essence. They ate snacks and drank, not having much time for much else as they focused on their meditation. Eventually, they stepped to the end arch. Floor complete. Reward. Bonus essence.
Bonus essence?
Rebecca nodded. Seraphera's ordeal is set to grant us bonus essence. The reason is that building faith essence is the #1 priority for clergy. Even the enemies we face don't have drops.
Nick had noticed that, and it was even clear the shadows he faced in Zura before also only granted cores and essence. So this would be a common theme. Marissa added,
It's also because our communities are set up to be self-sufficient. Wealth and power from the ordeal is not what climbers are supposed to pursue. The extra essence allows us to ponder over Seraphera's wisdom with her mantras, building our core further and building toward her concept fragments.
Nick's eyebrows rose.
The more you ladies tell me about this goddess and yourselves, the more I'm impressed. It's truly a path to strength through wisdom.
All 4 nuns beamed, clearly proud. Eventually, Rebecca added,
The only exception will be the boss. It will drop equipment appropriate for our paladins and ourselves. Of course, the bishop had shifted this somewhat, greedy for money as he was, but since you allowed me control over the ordeal, I have since changed it back.
Entering the 12th floor, they were dumped into a dilapidated library. Test of Wisdom. Ancient Library of Revelation. Seek the knowledge of the past that will reveal safe passage. Know that tomes and scrolls harbor dangerous spirits or fruitless knowledge. Solve the riddles and battle through the ancient library. While the walls were filled with bookshelves and scroll hangers hanging from them, many of the books and scrolls looked in poor condition, impossible to read. There was a thick layer of dust everywhere, and many of the books' covers looked rotten. Nick groaned.
This place is right out of my nightmares. We gotta read to win? You got this, girls? I'll watch your backs.
Rebecca laughed at his antics.
Oh, come on, Nicholas. I've seen you read plenty of books in your study.
That's different. I only do that begrudgingly. I'm much better at beating the enemy's back with my blade. That's the fight I seek.
Nick looked at the decrepit shelves.
How does this work, anyway?
Marissa answered.
We need to search the library for any viable tomes and scrolls while defending against potential ambushes, which will become hints for the question ahead. If we answer the question wrong, the battle will be even more challenging.
You mean we gotta fight either way?
Rebecca smiled.
That's right, but we all have confidence in your ability to protect us.
Chastity and Veronica both nodded with a blush, but Marissa had a more confident smile.
Let's get working. Our hero will watch us while we focus on the task.
The girls scoured the library, and Nick protected them as planned as they collected any viable books or scrolls. While most were in horrible condition, there were some in much better shape. The passages between sections of the library were narrow, and often small demons leaped out and assaulted them. One girl kept their aura of pacification going at all times, limiting the effects of the surprise attacks. It was slow going, each scroll or book having clues as to what kind of question they would have. The girls read through the books rapidly, using some kind of skill that allowed them to skim it much faster than Nick could possibly comprehend anything.
What are the books and scrolls about so far?
Nick was genuinely curious. Was this some kind of fake knowledge, or was it real?
Veronica replied, "Most of the scrolls are on general sorcery, and they are a wonderful find, but the main topic appears to be historical references of Erelas the Sage, a court magician. He fought against a horde of interplanar demons."
Nick arched his brow.
Did this guy actually exist, though? And is the information on sorcery here actually real?
Rebecca said,
"We believe knowledge contained in these types of challenges is real, but not all knowledge is applicable here on Orion. It gives us insight into the essence of all things. This is likely from a world before it was integrated into Orion."
Integrated?
Orion creates shards, but it also seeks and brings worlds into it. Nobody on our shard is sure how this happens exactly, but we know about outlanders, people who live outside of Orion's territory as well.
Eventually, they reached the first gate, an ornately carved door that barred the way into the next area of the library. It had the face of a treant, its eyes watching them as they neared. The girls made sure they had all the documents and scrolls before the door's mouth animated and asked a question with a deep, reverberating voice.
When Erelas the Sage failed to defeat the demons and died, it was due to treachery. Identify the traitor and motive correctly, and you may pass.
Treachery? But this said he fell to demons.
Chastity frowned, looking through the small pile of books in her hands. Rebecca looked thoughtful.
His final ritual had failed, and the kingdom slowly crumbled after his failure. We don't know what happened next, as this was the accounting of his kingdom.
Nick thought about that for a moment.
Huh. That sounds kinda tough, then. Maybe if you look for who has the most to gain from the failure, the betrayer will become obvious.
Both Veronica and Chastity looked impressed, and Rebecca smiled.
That was my thoughts, too. Motivations and circumstantial capability. Who could have possibly done it are about all we may be able to work off of. Let's take a look, girls.
The girls spent some time cross-referencing the tomes and scrolls, discussing among themselves. They laid out all the information, and Nick was quite impressed at how many details they had collected. They even made notes on the research, detailing information about the sorcery of that world that they would keep for their records, even when the books disappeared.
You think that knowledge about sorcery will really be useful? Can you girls really learn something like sorcery, even if it worked?
Chastity fidgeted with her habit, embarrassed.
Even if we cannot use it, to learn more about the essence of everything is wisdom. If it's possible elsewhere, it's likely possible on Orion somehow. Seraphera and Orion provided us the opportunity to learn this knowledge, and we have faith that it isn't a waste.
So you have more knowledge like this stored somewhere in your cathedral. I take it this library is different things each time.
Rebecca nodded.
That's right. We have much knowledge about many paths and focuses for essence control. This is why it's wonderful that you are expanding your kingdom, to give us others to share this knowledge with. If you need research done, our clergy will be happy to help.
Nick would have to keep that in mind. Perhaps some knowledge on soul magic or spirit magic could be found, as well as some things for his wolfen girls. After a bit more time and some debate among the girls, they reached a consensus, and Rebecca approached the gate and recited their answer.
The betrayer was Serenus, his research aide. He had history with and was working with the kingdom of Nox, which supplied defective wind crystals, bringing Erelas's sorcery out of balance. Serenus was close enough to Erelas to reproduce the ritual, and confident he could defeat the demons after Erelas failed.
Correct. Clear the next room and then proceed with the next challenge.
The door opened, and Nick rushed a bit ahead of the girls with his soul blade drawn. A medium-sized red demon a bit larger than Nick was holding a large mace. It wore a few black armor pieces scattered across its body, such as manacles and a chest piece with shoulder guards and some armored greaves. It only wore a loincloth as its only clothes outside of its armor, and it had a tail, much like the other demons he'd faced. Having plenty of rest between battles, Nick went ahead and made use of his heroic concept to get used to it. The white and black light filled him, and he blazed forward in a near blur. The demon's mace swung down at him, but it was like the demon was moving in slow motion. Even without the concept, he was sure that this enemy was on the level he could manage. He dodged out of the way of its attack, and his slash targeted the demon's arms just past the bracer-like manacles. Its hands and weapon went careening away as it screamed in pain, and Nick took its head off its shoulders with his next swing. The monster puffed into smoke, a demon's core falling to the ground. The girls beamed at him, but Veronica spoke with awe.
"Wow! I knew our lord was strong, but to think that such an enemy wasn't even a challenge for him."
Nick gave a small smile to the girls, but he was crestfallen.
That was too easy. I bet you girls could have taken that on without my help. Can we get them wrong on purpose? It's probably much faster.
Rebecca laughed.
I'm sorry, Nicholas. Even if the enemy challenge is harder, the reward would be even less. This is a chance for us to increase our knowledge and wisdom, to test ourselves and become more. The 14th and 15th floor will be more to your liking. Just bear with us, please.
All four gave him a pleading look, the girls still having books and scrolls in their hands like prized treasures. Nick felt a little sheepish.
Oh, if you ask me all nice and cute like that, how can I say no? Take your time. I'm just getting a bit restless waiting around and all that. I don't have a magic reading skill to help me.
The girls all brightened and blushed, but Chastity spoke excitedly.
"I can teach it to you when we get back if you like."
Rebecca side-eyed Chastity, her eyes narrowing.
"What? I just want to help, our lord."
Chastity blushed and cleared her throat and began fidgeting with her habit. Nick's soul sense tingled. It was a half-truth. She did want to help him, but she had an ulterior motive as well, though he supposed he didn't need his soul sense to understand that she was interested in him and just wanted to spend more time with him. Rebecca must have noticed this too, because she took her aside and whispered something to her, and Nick didn't catch any of it. They whispered back or forth for nearly a minute. When they came back, they were both blushing, but Chastity had a happy smile on her pale lips.
Anything you girls want to share?
Rebecca hid her blushing face with her sleeve.
No, but you would benefit from learning the light of knowledge technique. Chastity was kind enough to want to spend the time teaching it to you.
Nick realized something and asked,
Why didn't I see you using it in our study?
Rebecca smiled.
Because, while the light of knowledge spell works well for situations like this, it is not meant to help you understand everything. It's better than a normal person skimming, but depending on your mastery, important details can still be missed, and it takes time to digest the knowledge you've gained from it. Besides, reading the normal way is much more enjoyable to me. Even Mother, with amazing mastery over the spell, often reads the normal way. She only uses the spell when trying to research a topic rapidly, finding details to focus on more in depth.
Makes sense. Let's move? I guess I'll have to keep relying on your girls to solve these challenges, and I'll keep protecting you.
Veronica blushed.
"Thank you, Lord Noblefrost. You have our gratitude for helping us test ourselves properly. I know you don't have that much time as a fighting lord, but I can tell you have the cleverness needed to be a talented researcher."
The other girls nodded, and he could see that despite him not reading to solve the challenges, they had respect for his capabilities. Stepping into the next section of the library, which was even larger, Nick groaned internally. Still, he supposed it wasn't that bad. It was worth suffering through the boredom for his cute priestesses. Chapter 17. The Test of Peace and Compassion. The second test went without a hitch, except for how long it took. They spent over an entire day and night in the dilapidated library, and actually holed up and took turns watching to sleep. Nick defeated the simple demons during the raiding of the library, as well as the much larger ones after each riddle, with ease. The demon challenge difficulty did increase as they got farther into the floor, the number of demons increasing with each section completed. He went back and forth in practice between his heroic concept and his Frost King concept, trying to get as much training as he could out of them. The heroic concept was worth the effort it took to obtain. He moved even faster than his usual body essence could enhance him, and his blade of white and black light was even sharper and deadlier. His soul blade connection even allowed him to extend his blade further with this energy, which was a pleasant surprise. He also learned the limitations. He could not merely run it forever, torturing the souls inside of him to draw essence from them limitlessly. There was a small pool of it within the seed of his concept, and it would gradually restore. Then the priestesses easily restored faith energy to his necklace, allowing him to draw in more light for his concept. Trying his archaean monstrous swordsman kata, he learned he could draw out a little more darkness gradually. However, he would still run out of light energy to balance the darkness, requiring him to end the ability. He reasoned that the darkness wasn't only drawn up from those he judged, but perhaps from near the steel. The girls helped with their holy blow attacks and spiritual shouts on the third and fourth chamber, making the challenge an overall breeze, but he was still impressed by their fighting capabilities. The 13th floor test was a reversal of the first test, the test of purity, path of darkness. Fundamentally, there was not much difference between the first and third challenge. Only by being pure of spirit or having a powerful aura could someone hope to withstand the constant fear and terror bombarding them. Shadow spirits attacked them, much like those created by Brutus and others. What was especially challenging was that it took them over 36 hours, though they managed to take turns resting, while others protected with their auras and kept watch. Near the end, the swarms of attacking spirits had actually become challenging, and Nick wondered how a standard paladin would have managed to protect them all. Thankfully, his superhuman body was able to withstand such sleep deprivation combined with the stress, but it was difficult to believe others would find it easy. One wrong move and one of the girls could have been flung off the edge to their deaths. It was clear that those who attempted to push through the level needed to be fully prepared and know when to flee if they couldn't successfully complete the level. Being overconfident would lead to their deaths, and since this was the second stratum, that would be permanent for them. They beat off the difficult wave of shadows which required the girls to fight hard, but showed that Nick could rely on them well to protect themselves against the average foes. While they didn't defeat many enemies, they were trained in the art of defense. When they arrived at the end with the portal in view, he brought the difficulty up.
That was a long trek. Longer than you girls predicted. Tougher, too.
Rebecca nodded as they continued to walk.
I believe your epic lord class is making this more challenging than usual. The difficulty increase was present before, but didn't really have that much influence on them. It was definitely clear on this one, as my last attempt only took us less than a day.
The girls all nodded and gave their experiences on how they felt the floors were different. In all, they had managed on their own, even if they took the challenge slower to be safe.
How far have you girls gotten on previous runs? I saw up to the 14th floor was unlocked.
Rebecca said,
We stop at the 14th floor safe zone, which sits at the beginning of the floor. There are details about it within our library. It's a special challenge that flows directly into the boss, the 15th floor. Despite it being in the same environment, it's considered the next floor's test. We knew we'd need a competent paladin to be successful.
Nick had a suspicion that his Path of Kings keeper was just a jerk that upped the challenge even further than it normally should be thanks to his presence. Perhaps that was all a part of his parents' plans in the first place. When they arrived at the beginning of the 14th floor safe zone, it gave them 8 hours. Outside of the dome-like bubble, they could not see anything. Inside, it was a grass-covered campsite, with the standard stumps around a campfire, and plenty of room for them to place their sleeping bags. Nick groaned as he sat down on one of the stumps.
Finally, a decent break. After we got through that library, the 2-hour break was like a slap in the face.
Veronica said.
But we did manage to get some rest in the library, at least. Compared to other ordeals, the difficulty of Serapharis' ordeal is largely about perseverance. Those that seek peace must have patience and determination, or they will falter during difficult times.
Marissa nodded.
That's right, Sister Veronica. It is when the spirit is weary that our faith in Serapharis' wisdom is tested the most.
The girls settled in, quick to bring out a pot and start a fire and heat up some stew. It didn't take long for them to hand Nick a bowl and sit down, Rebecca taking the seat next to him with a smile. Chastity sat down on the other side of Nick with her own bowl.
I'm excited to test myself once more and reach the 15th level.
Nick blew on his hot stew for a bit until he took a bite. It was chock full of essence and soft meat.
That's pretty good. So I'm getting close to level 15 now. It has that powerful ability, right? You girls are all the same class, so you must already know what you're going to get, right? What is it?
Rebecca nodded.
It's called a convergence skill, which merges class, path, and concept, if you have one, to create a skill that's nearly unique to each individual. Because we carried the class and path of our goddess, when we unlock our convergence skill, we will all gain the same. But it's special compared to most others on Orion. Much like you have a pseudo-concept in your frost aura, we can convert our faith essence to interchangeably use several of Serapharis' concepts in similar way. It trains us and helps us build towards a fragment of the one that resonates the most with us, and eventually all of them.
Nick whistled.
That sounds amazing. So once you kind of make the concept of hers that resonates with you, that ability will be empowered when you use that particular one, huh? What are the options?
Marissa nodded, looking up from her stew.
That's right. Compassion, blessing, wisdom and purity, light, peace, sanctuary.
Nick could guess what they did, based on what he already knew. Blessing was some kind of buff, which was perfect for working with the paladins of Seraphera. Sanctuary was a lot like their pacification aura, but it established an area that was stronger, but also protected against ranged attacks and spells to those in it, but with limitations. If someone attacked from inside it, it would be dispelled.
Nice. So you'll be able to buff me up like Winnie and Luna, huh? That'll help a lot.
Rebecca grimaced.
That's... unfortunately, it might not work that great on you. You might have some affinity for it now, thanks to the Divine Concord trait you have, but it'll probably wash away quickly since you're not one of our paladins. We'll still be able to, but we'll have to wait for a key moment.
Damn, that sucks. And what's the light ability?
Rebecca gave him a wry smile.
I'm afraid that's the only one you've actually seen, Nicholas. It's what my father used. It forms an orb of light, which can be used to shoot beams of light that attacks enemies. However, normally it would not have that much offensive power, except against demons and other beings of darkness. But Samuel twisted that.
Nick decided to move on away from that topic quickly.
What about me? What kind of thing do you think I'll get?
Rebecca smiled.
Since you are a Lord class, nearly all of your abilities will be somewhat empowered when you're near your subjects, when essence is drawn in from the surrounding area. But since you're working on more than one path and concept, You just might get 2. Your class is really complicated, and I have no idea of what you might receive. However, to get one personalized to your concept, you must reach the minimum mastery first. For you, with an epic class, it might actually be required to reach that stage to even receive one. Nick sighed.
Since I'm an epic class, what's this minimum mastery?
That's right. As you know, I made a new concept fragment of some form of sacrificial concept, and I'm sure you're in the same place with your other 2 concepts. We are still at the fragment stages, but eventually we'll reach a level where Orion will acknowledge our mastery. It's once you've truly made it a part of you, and solidified your understanding of it to the first true stage.
Become one with the essence until the essence becomes you.
Chastity looked a bit surprised, looking up from her meal.
That's interesting. Where do you hear that?
Something my father said. Sounded relevant at this time.
Nick was already past level 14 when he entered the ordeal, thanks to Jasper's constant hunting the past month and his Secret Heroes quest. After cultivating Floor 13's reward, he was now getting very close to level 15 thanks to the bonus essence. He just might reach it during the fighting, or after the 14th floor. They talked for a short time, but they were already exhausted, and they didn't have that much time to sleep, so they settled in to rest shortly after they finished their meal. Setting out their sleeping bags, the 3 girls laid down next to each other. Nick's was originally going to be across from them, but he brought his sleeping bag closer to them, looking at Rebecca on the edge of their group. Rebecca looked a little dumbfounded.
What?
I want to do lewd things with you. I want to hold your hand as we sleep. Can we do that?
She blushed.
That's not lewd. You promise that's all?
I'll be a gentleman, I promise. With that warm soul of yours closer, I feel like I'll be able to relax and sleep all the better. Nobody needs to keep watch this time.
Nick turned to the blushing priestesses.
You girls don't mind, do you?
They blushed as they shook their heads, and actually shifted their sleeping bags a little further away from them, which he thanked them for. Nick laid his sleeping bag down next to Rebecca's and got inside. Facing her, he reached his hand out to her. She smiled as she laid on her side and held his hand.
You do want to do more, don't you?
She whispered.
Are you kidding? You're beautiful, Becca. I do want you. But I have a special drive from my race. I only play for keeps. I'm content to wait until you're mine forever.
He waggled his eyebrows.
Then I can never have enough.
Rebecca laughed.
For keeps and never enough, is it? How reassuring. After our marriage ceremony, I want to do it too. I want to be all yours. I want to give you my everything.
Damn, don't be saying stuff like that. I might want to wife you up right here and then do a lot more than just hold hands.
She darted forward and kissed him on the lips, and giggled.
I love it that you want me, but I know you wouldn't break your promise. Let us rest well, and then find victory when we wake. I'll be all yours, not long after.
As Nick had predicted, he fell asleep quickly, so close to his future wife's bright soul. The warmth transmitted through his hand was plenty calming. When they awoke, they had a light meal and packed everything up, preparing their equipment. With determined looks, they exited the bubble, revealing a large grassy plain with a few hills. However, they were also at the edge of a battlefield, only a dozen yards away from an army fighting. When the bubble faded away, a strange sensation had washed over the party. A shift occurred within Nick's mind, and it was like he had foreign memories implanted, getting an understanding of the history of the battle in front of them. He had heard about this. For more advanced tests, it was like they would live out a character's role in a story. Often this was a retelling of a trial, tribulation, or conflict that had occurred in the distant past, that was scaled to the difficulty of the ordeal and the party. Their actions would not change what had actually happened, but it was meant to be a scenario that had already been completed. Perhaps someday, Orion would have someone replay Nick's heritage trial on the 5th floor. He'd like to see them try, anyway. Test of Peace and Compassion. Battlefield Trial of Serafera's Faithful. 2 kingdoms are at war, but their battle is a 3rd kingdom's terrible plot. In a bid for peace, Serafera's faithful march on the battlefield to stop the battle and end the needless bloodshed. Objective: disrupt the battle and heal the wounded. Prevent as many deaths as possible and stop the fighting. Have faith in Serafera's peaceful path and grant compassion to the warriors on both sides of the battlefield. Prepare for the next stage of the battle, where the kingdom of Roknar arrives, and defeat their leader, the boss, when he appears, fighting alongside your rescued allies. With a glance, Nick knew about the 2 kingdoms in question here, and that each person's death on this battlefield was a tragedy. The number of soldiers was not all that many, at about 150 on each side. Rebecca gasped.
So many people! This is not normal.
Nick arched his brow.
How many are there supposed to be?
Veronica said,
Of course, the ordeal has variance based on who has entered, but normally there are less than 100 on each side. This likely reflects the difficulty.
Most were not even in the 2nd stratum, but they were still numerous and well-equipped. The dwarves on one side of the battlefield wore thick plate mail armor with shields and wielded hammers and axes. The other stout creatures, which looked like some kind of satyrs called wild folk, also wore thick bark-like armors and a wide variety of weapons. Their fight was fought and won inch by inch, the sides evenly matched. Nick thought a little bit about how they could go about stopping the fighting. This was a little less his forte than just outright fighting. He asked,
That's concerning. But what's the plan? We don't want to help one side too much in case we can't actually stop them from fighting. It might just cause a massacre, one side beating the other.
Rebecca said,
I think, thanks to you protecting us, we should march down the center. Stop the men fighting at the line and heal those hit by the archers. We'll knock out as many as we can to prevent more from dying. We'll do our best to convince them to stop fighting from there and gather those who don't want to fight in a 3rd group.
Thanks to me?
Yes.
Rebecca nodded.
If we just had one of our usual paladin allies here, we would have to take a much slower and safer route to win people over. Maybe one where we set up camp and advocate for a time, just hoping that they eventually hear our plea. With you, we can push onto the battlefield and force people to listen by our mere interruption.
Veronica added,
I think it's a good plan, since we can count on Nick to protect us. Otherwise, I think we should sneak through the battlefield and convince their leaders first.
Chastity nodded.
I agree. The longer we wait, the more people needlessly suffer. Let us make haste.
Nick shrugged and pulled out his blackjack from his belt, meant precisely for this purpose.
I'm down. Anyone that comes after you girls or doesn't listen to reason will just get a few lumps on their head. You'll heal them up later.
In a sense, Serafera's faithful were treated a lot like how people were supposed to treat medics during war on Earth, as per the Geneva Convention. So, when people saw them wearing their instantly recognizable habits, they should understand that Nick's party were healers and that they were not here to fight. The girls began their shouts and pleas as they reached the edge of the battle, trying to convince the armies to stop fighting. Rebecca said,
This war is all an enemy plot. We testify that Brickholm is not to blame for the attacks on the Wild Grove's land, and the Wild Grove did not cave in your mine.
Marissa said,
Please, see reason and cease your fighting for now. Serafera wishes that you shall know peace.
The soldiers were a bit confused at what was happening, Nick and the 4 girls approaching from the side of their battle lines. They shoved each other away as they approached, and were quick to refute the priestess's claims, pointing at each other in blame.
They burned our crops! They took our cattle and killed our farmers!
Chastity shouted.
Your fighting only serves the Rocknar Kingdom. Neither of your kingdoms are to blame.
The girls each argued with the warriors until their pacification auras quelled their anger, and they dropped their weapons. Their party walked between the 2 armies fighting, shoving them away from one another. Seeing the nuns, combined with the pacification aura, made many reconsider fighting. The party followed Rebecca's plan, and Nick did his best to keep them safe, combined with their pacification aura. The other girls continued their spiritual shouts, disarming as many as they could. They placed the weapons in their sacks and dragged any wounded to rest among their other downed allies. Having pushed forward enough, and now that some had heard what was going on, Rebecca's voice was now able to reach over a few dozen warriors from both sides now, many of which were already disarmed. Veronica said,
For now, please cease fighting. We shall speak with your leaders and heal those wounded from both sides. Let us end this tragedy.
The warriors held complicated looks, but their will to fight was sapped. When some on the outskirts of their aura fought the effect and tried to resume fighting, Rebecca shouted,
Cease this fighting at once!
Her shout was like a rippling white wave, almost like the odd banshee man they had faced in Silverbrook. The shout was so strong that several people actually fell to the ground unconscious, the rest frozen in place. Nick was amazed.
Damn, Becca. Remind me not to make you mad.
She blushed, taking deep breaths after her shout. Since she had gotten her faith core and leveled up several times, she had become even more powerful than before. They continued their push, and Nick was forced to knock out a few warriors with his blackjack. Each downed warrior was placed among their own people to help prevent any issues. Many warriors continued to fight as they neared the center of the battle line, but the 4 priestesses pushed their pacification auras to the limit, and Nick eventually added his frost aura. All attacks were slowed, and he began slowly freezing those who continued fighting. There were a few men who had already been downed before they arrived, which the girls rushed to grab and drag them away from the fighting. They kept them from dying by performing some magical first aid and carried them to safety. Rebecca shouted,
All those that stop fighting now will be healed. Throw down your weapons, hear our pleas, and no doubt you'll soon face the true enemy, the Rocknar Kingdom.
The rumors about the 3rd army did put the 2 kingdoms into disarray. All of them knew about this kingdom's presence as a threat, and now many had doubts. Eventually, they arrived in the center of the battlefield, where the 2 leaders of the kingdoms fought. These men were actually above Nick and the girls' level slightly, from what he could tell, but they were more focused on the battle with one another. The leaders had wounds on their bodies, and some men were clearly dead near them. The 4 girls stacked their pacification auras, much like what Nick experienced back in Silverbrook. The 2 fought the effect, but their rage was somewhat quelled as the light surrounded their weapons and bodies. At some point, they must have heard their shouts about the enemy plot, and Nick could see doubt between the 2 leaders. Rebecca entreated,
Please, see reason. If you 2 continue to fight, you will only weaken yourselves against the true enemy. Stay your hand, and we will heal those that are injured. Send your scouts out and see if we are telling the truth. You have little to lose, and we will not back down.
The wild folk leader narrowed his eyes at them suspiciously.
Unless this is yet another plot, many of my kin have died on this day. I will avenge them.
The dwarf leader scoffed.
I have lost men too, just the same.
He looked over at the pool of people their party had rescued and talked down from continuing their fight.
I see, thanks to them, not many have died. If they are right, the Ragnar Kingdom will kill us both. They are the shifty sort, and have coveted our minds. You believe them? I won't be fooled. I bet you're working with them.
The wild folk roared and bulked up as he became large and wide. He charged despite Rebecca and Marissa both adding their spiritual shouts, but they were a bit exhausted by this point. Nick sent his chains of frost to interfere with his attack, and dashed in with his shield, filling his leather club with essence. The wild folk's two-handed sword skittered off his turtle shell-like shield, and he countered with a blow to the man's chin. But that only made the man stumble, before he was on the attack again with crazed eyes, his swings wild and fierce. Nick evaded the wild folk's blows by twisting and swaying his body, deflecting the attacks with his shield, until he saw an opening and pulled the man off balance by grabbing his arm and pulling him forward. Nick then used shield bash and struck him in the face, which sent in invading essence and sent him tumbling to the ground onto his back. Wrapping chains of ice around the man's legs and arms, Nick disarmed the wild folk, sending his weapon clattering effortlessly to the ground. The dwarf leader stepped forward with his sword menacingly, and it looked like he was going to bring it down on the downed wild folk leader. "Look out, Nick!" Chastity shouted. Nick was quick to step forward with his shield, ready to protect the downed wild folk leader. Seeing this, the dwarf stopped his attack. The downed wild folk leader shook his head out of his wild rage, his body shrinking.
You'd protect me. So you really are not on his side. I suppose you are of Serafera.
Rebecca shook her head.
We found coded letters that the Ragnar Kingdom hired mercenaries to weaken you both, while stoking the flames of your feud, and defeat you in one fell swoop.
The dwarf leader looked at Nick with approval and a sly smile. Nick got the feeling he pretended to attack to see what he'd do. The dwarf laughed and stroked his beard.
Ha ha ha! Good on you, lad. It does make sense those brutes are strong, but they are not so great in a siege. It's a better move for them to lure us out here.
Nick removed the wild folk's chains and helped him stand up by grasping his wrist. The man was a lot heavier than Nick expected. The wild folk man narrowed his eyes on the dwarf leader.
I still don't trust you scheming dwarves, but I'm willing to send out our scouts and prepare for battle against them.
The dwarf snorted.
We are no more scheming than you fellows, but Ragnar just might have us both beat.
He turned to Nick's party.
You'll return the weapons of our soldiers?
Rebecca nodded.
We shall return your weapons, but please seek peace among you. We must face the true mastermind behind this conflict.
The two leaders called off the battle, and the girls worked to heal as many people as they could, including the two leaders. Nick watched and enjoyed how Rebecca and the girls healed all those in need with a smile. The dwarves and wild folk did not have many healers, but they helped to get people restored. Eventually, they received word that the Ragnar Kingdom was coming by their scouts. They were proven right. As soon as the announcement occurred, Nyx received a prompt. 14th floor complete. Reward. Bonus essence. However, something within Orion stirred, a weight descending on Nick. A wave of white light went out, and Nick once again couldn't help but groan at reading the prompt. Heroic test. Hero of the battlefield. Objective. Defeat boss while keeping all lords and party members alive. Difficulty of boss increased. Rewards for test completion increased. Chapter 18. The Centaur Lord. Nick shared the prompt with the girls, and while they looked worried, he could also feel the trust they had in him. Luckily, a large amount of bonus essence was provided to them. Resting and recovering after the healing, the party did their best to cultivate it and recover as they sat near the army on the grass. Nick reached the 15th level, his frost core growing, along with his soul and body cores. Some growth did go toward his heroic concept as well, from what Nick could tell, as he focused on his desire to crush this challenge, test himself, and become more. To find the strength he required to defeat Blackthorne, he would have to draw deep and face various trials, risking his life again and again. Epic Lord Convergence skills locked until the minimal concept mastery requirements are met. When Nick received the message, he couldn't help but groan once again. Chastity asked,
"What is it, Lord Nicholas?"
Ah, is it Lord Nicholas again? I recall you just called me something else, acting awfully impudent.
Nick teased. She blushed.
"I had to make haste to warn you. I do apologize. Please forgive me."
Nick chuckled.
I was just teasing you, and you did a great job. I don't mind however you choose to address me. But I just can't help but feel this world is out to get me. I received a message that my Lord Convergence skills were locked until I reached the minimal mastery requirements. I suppose Rebecca had sort of warned this could be necessary, but I'd hoped I'd at least get one of them.
Rebecca pondered this for a moment before she answered.
"It must be your Epic Lord class which has this requirement, or because your fragments are compatible. This is a big boon, but you will have to live without, for now. Not only that, but you could say that this is somewhat an advantage for you. Many wait to form their fragments to hit the 15th level, because often their convergence skill will be better, as a result, more personalized for them. Lothar did this, he said."
Veronica smiled.
"Worry not, Lord Nicholas, for we have all reached the threshold of our classes, which are lower. We only require our face cores to obtain ours. We can aid you much in this battle."
That was good news, though it did sound like their light and blessing abilities would be limited in their effectiveness. He knew Sanctuary was useful for a battlefield such as this one, offering protection for the wounded and those who healed them. Those inside would be unable to take offensive actions, except against any that managed to enter seeking to do harm. It was especially an effective countermeasure against assassins, exposing and weakening them with a debilitating hex of light. Marissa puffed out her covered chest proudly.
"And we kept both leaders and so many of the soldiers alive and ready for battle. While you are being challenged by the hero's path, we are at our best to assist you."
The enemy army was centaurs, horsemen, so Nick's party didn't have that much time to rest and recover beyond their cultivating their earned essence. They spent the remaining time healing to get more people battle-ready, and were actually provided pills to restore their essence so that they could continue healing. Before the enemy arrived, the plan was to pretend the two armies were still fighting. They left the dead on the battlefield to be visible, to play into their own plot. On one edge of the battlefield was the bottom of a hill. They knew the enemies were coming from their west, so this allowed them to plan. The centaurs were going to storm over the hill, their visibility limited until the last moments. Several dwarves and wild folk laid low in the thick grass at the bottom of the hill, waiting for the horse people to arrive. Nick realized something about them helping in this battle was a little odd.
So, the people of Serafera would heal and help these people in war? Doesn't this go against her desire for peace?
Veronica shook her head.
Peace is always a commendable goal, but it is not always realistic. These two kingdoms are not the aggressors. The Rachna kingdom is. They fought under false pretenses, and now they seek peace, so we, as Serafera's faithful, are willing to fight to protect it. In all, our goal is to defeat their leader, minimizing the deaths as much as possible.
Chastity added,
And of course, we wish to help Lord Nicholas succeed in his heroic test. We will follow your lead and aid you in defeating this difficult challenge.
He and the girls gathered near the edge, near to the two leaders. During the strategy discussion earlier, Nick had confirmed with the two leaders that he would do his best to draw the boss's attacks, so they could destroy the enemy's formation and eventually focus on aiding him. If nothing else, Nick would weaken the powered-up leader significantly before they joined the battle. When the centaurs came thundering through, the soldiers with polearms were ready, springing from hiding. They formed a wall of spearheads, and the two armies ceased their mock fighting. Like a river being split in two, the centaurs were forced around the outskirts of the battlefield, as several were pierced by the ready polearms. Arrows and druidic entangling vines, along with earthen spikes from the dwarves, quickly brought the centaurs' charge to a halt. But the numbers coming were significant. Even with keeping nearly both armies alive, the number of centaurs was a difficult match. Once again, the threat had been kicked up a notch, he imagined. Nick's frost aura then covered the split river where the centaurs met the polearms, and the two armies spun and started their march to face the centaur army. Of course, many of the centaurs died as they were pierced, but the allied army pushed in an arrowhead formation toward the enemy leader in their own ambush, looking to break the enemy's charge. Nick and the priestesses followed the leaders of the dwarves and wildfolk, cutting down the slowed army of centaurs. The centaurs did not wear much armor, mostly leather and bone, and their horse bodies were lacking barding. With their charges halted, Nick thought the armies had a strong chance against them, and started striking out at centaurs near him. The girls also used their staves, knocking into the centaurs from the sides and bringing them to the ground. Nick cut into enemies with his soul blade, wanting to charge it and be ready for the boss. It wasn't long before the leader of the centaurs came thundering over the hill and through from the middle of the horde, and he was huge, towering over the already large centaurs. Covered in white bone armor and his skin and fur a dark obsidian, and plenty of dense essence, the centaur lord bowled right past the spearheads, sending several dwarves and wildfolk careening away. He knocked away the men with polearms and pierced through their formation, several dwarves and wildfolk getting cut down by his allies which came behind him. Nick was a bit separated and moved to join the two leaders, but the large centaur would arrive first. The two leaders attempted to halt the large centaur's charge, the wildfolk entering his berserker rage, bulking up and charging at him with his sword. The dwarf covered himself in a layer of stone from the earth behind him, his steps becoming heavy. Nick and the priestesses were not far behind them, just barely out of range for his frost aura to affect them. But he was shocked when both leaders were knocked aside with ease. The large centaur was carrying a giant glaive, and it swung down in a vicious downward arc, sending the wildfolk man flying, despite his block with his sword. It was only a casual blow, but it quickly became clear that Nick would need to carry the fight. The hoof of his horse body lashed out as well, kicking the dwarf with his raised sword away, and then laughing.
You fools! You dare ambush me! You figured out our trap, but it's too late. We only wanted to face you on the field of battle outside your precious defenses. We've already won!
Arrows started to fall from the sky, some centaurs shooting their bows from a distance. Nick's frost aura slowed several, allowing him to block them against the girls with his chains and his drawn shield. More centaurs thundered in the distance, a new charge likely to break through with the lord at the front. Nick looked over to the girls and at the oncoming enemy, and worried about his ability to protect them if he took on the boss. The priestesses had their staves and were stronger than the average soldier here, but despite the two armies working together, it didn't look like it would be easy. Looking back at the gate at the edge of the battlefield, escape was possible, even for him. But as a hero, running away and leaving this many people to their fates, real or not, was not an option. Rebecca saw the concern on his face.
This looks like a deadly challenge, Nicholas. But we believe in you. Our trust, our faith in you is no less than that of our goddess. Her virtuous wisdom and her tenets give us purpose and strength. But you're the hero that empowers and protects us from greater evils.
The other girls nodded, and the look on their faces showed their level of trust in him. Nick's soul core thrummed in his chest, their faith in him and the weight of the pacts with his many followers stirring something within him. He drew his soul blade, the blue light growing from the hilt.
I'll always be the hero you need. Now, how about you set up that sanctuary somewhere near, so I can focus on the big bad?
Marissa nodded.
Right away, my lord. We shall not be a burden to you in this battle, no matter what.
Rebecca and the girls looked at one another, and without speaking, Veronica and Chastity began gathering their faith essence being drawn from the surrounding area and converted. Veronica said,
Let Sarah holy light protect those who seek peace and require her boundless compassion. Sanctuary!
With a flash of light, a small white temple with pillars grew from the ground in front of them, near the fighting. It had a domed roof and was made of faith essence, not much larger than the pavilion tents they used at Silverbrook, able to hold a dozen or more people within. Seeing his girls would be kept safe, Nick rushed toward the enemy, the large centaur easily knocking other warriors back as the two leaders recovered from the boss's attack. Nick's frost aura washed over the enemy centaurs, who had surrounded the wild folk and dwarf leaders, and Nick rushed toward them. With his sword flashing out, he slew several centaurs as he crossed the distance. As he neared, the Dark Lord of the Centaurs snarled at him as their eyes met.
Just who are you? Sarah faithful. Your meddling was not enough. You will only join them in death. So, those priestesses.
He grinned.
My men and I will be glad you've come. We'll enjoy the spoils of war.
Nick sighed. He could feel that the man was evil, but ultimately it didn't make a difference, since he was being tested within the ordeal. The soul was gray like he originally felt on the 5th floor trial when he first ran into the adherents of Serafera, and he had no right to judge the centaurs. Sadly, Nick wouldn't be able to use his finisher.
Only trash needs to take women by force.
Nick called out to the two leaders, more to taunt his enemy than anything else, as they had already agreed on this strategy.
I'll kill this shitty gelding. You two focus on keeping his men out of the fight.
You dare! I will crush you, vermin!
The centaur lord roared as he began stomping toward Nick. Nick gave his martial arts kiai in response, sending out a wave of essence to his surrounding allies and pushed his frost aura to its limit. Several chains rose from around him, dancing like snakes in the air. The centaur lord snorted at Nick's display.
All shall know death, wither and decay.
The centaur's own blackened aura was sent out in a wave, meeting Nick's frost aura. The weight of the enemy lord's aura was heavier, Nick's bubble of control being pushed back. But Nick still protected himself and a few allies from the effect, and he rushed toward the boss. Wrapping himself in chains of essence, Nick leaped over a centaur and a dwarf fighting on the outskirts, cleaving the enemy man's head off and letting the soul blade drink the man's essence. The dark centaur arrived near Nick just like he wanted, and so he dashed to the side, sending several blade waves of cold at the enemy as he strafed him. The waves struck with a muted hiss of cold as each landed on the centaur's large body. Despite Nick's improved aim of the ability, allowing them to land like true cuts of his blade or close to it against the armored horse body, the large centaur hardly slowed his galloping approach. As Nick's chains entered the enemy's aura, flecks of ice began drifting from them, and they slowed. The chains were then easily batted aside by the larger centaur. However, swinging the glaive to send them flying away caused him to slow, allowing Nick to keep his distance and continue sending his strafing attacks. Nick was leading the enemy away, just as he had planned. The ice began to spread along the centaur's chest and horse body, but the man's body essence was pushing back the effect. Without the frost aura or chains, Nick wasn't going to freeze this big bastard. Nick even mixed a frost shock into his several swings of his sword, sending blade waves out, and he was a bit surprised at the efficacy when the blow hit with an explosion of ice on the man's chest. The centaur growled, and Nick could feel the man's essence stirring before the centaur moved with increased speed suddenly in a near blur, arriving near him quickly. Nick leaped high into the air with a double jump with a flip, and sent a strong blade wave of frost at an uncovered part of his arm near the shoulders. The wave cut into his flesh and froze over, and Nick's half-dozen sections of chain finally wrapped around the large centaur's body and began to freeze it. He then slashed twice at the centaur's hindquarters, cutting deep furrows into its flesh and freezing it, before having to sway back to dodge a powerful kick and a swing of the centaur's glaive. Nick then backed off and sent several more blade waves, driving the enemy away from his allies. The boss howled with rage as he expanded his aura over many dwarves and wild folk and pulled against the chains of frost, which were now harrying him. The kicks of his hooves and swings of his glaive knocked them back and shattered and destroyed the withered chains. Each chain took frost energy for Nick to conjure from his core, and with his aura not producing much cold, it was a struggle to get them going. The effect of the decaying, withering aura was surprising. The warriors it reached became lethargic and weak, and their armor began flecking away, much like Nick's chains. Nick's frost aura was pushed back to a narrow sphere, which limited the distance they could travel besides. Nick's talent with his personal mana aura shone here, as he kept the enemy aura out without issue and with little investment, minus the loss in effectiveness. While the decaying aura was powerful, it did appear that Nick's approach of kiting the enemy was working. The centaur looked at the wound on his arm, and the frost was removed before blood spurted from the cut, the same happening to his horse body, where Nick had struck him twice. The centaur then sneered at Nick.
"You will pay for this. Armor of death!"
Essence swirled in from the surrounding area, giving Nick a sickly feeling. It rose up from many of the downed warriors, being drawn into the dark centaur like a vortex. The armor of bone darkened and grew as it was covered with a deathly black energy. Even the horse body was now covered by a blanket of darkness. Nick snorted and sent more blade waves as he strafed his foe. The waves now had even less of an effect as they struck the bone, making it difficult for Nick to wound his enemy. His goal had been to feel the enemy out safely and weaken the boss, and he thought he had a good feel for his strength now. And it was high. The decaying aura was boosted lightly by some concept, but as of now, the centaur wasn't giving his all. If people didn't defend properly against it, they would quickly die. Then, the centaur's strength and weight behind each of his blows was immense. He cast a look at the girls, noticing Rebecca and the 3 priestesses were offering their protection at the temple. Arrows were being rejected, and several healers revitalized warriors who fell in battle. Two would venture out to retrieve fallen allies, protecting one another and defeating centaurs with their staves. The girls were fighting in their own way, relying on Nick to lead the fight against the terrible enemy. But Nick had been drawing the boss away from the fighting, and the two leaders of their factions had pushed deep into the enemy formation. Nick was now askew from the girls' temple, and it was now time to push this fight to its conclusion. Sending a few more blade waves, Nick saw that this armor of death was losing its luster with each attack, but its charge was substantial. He squared his feet, giving his ready stance as the centaur arrived. To Nick's surprise, the centaur lord stopped.
Ready to fight finally? You keep running from me, drawing me away from my kin and hitting me weakly, as if your actions matter. But you and your attacks are worse than the bites from ants. When I slay you, this army will fall shortly after. Death will come to all that stand against me.
Nick snorted.
You know, ants are pretty strong. Being big doesn't matter, as long as you're strong like one.
His next words were spoken in Archaean, mana infused into his voice.
Fight with skill.
Essence surged into his body, his chains within powering up as he dashed toward his enemy. The glaive swung down to halt Nick's assault, and Nick barely countered his vicious swing with an overhead block. The centaur then lashed out with a hoof, but Nick twisted his whole body following the glaive's shove as he ducked and spun, driving the glaive to the ground and dodging the hoof alike. Continuing the spin, Nick slashed into the shadow armor with his blade of white light, reducing its volume. The centaur backed up and swung his glaive, Nick dodging and countering as he kept himself at a middle distance. Hoofed kicks were mixed in with swings of the glaive, but Nick's odd body managed to twist and sway out of their way each time. However, the odd armor of death didn't allow Nick to cause any damage to the centaur, as he was quite the tank. Nick's chains attempted to wrap around his enemy, but being this close, Nick's aura didn't give much room for them to move. He was being oppressed by the stronger enemy's aura, and Nick would have to draw out his concept soon. Unfortunately, the centaur hadn't even bothered to bring his out yet, beyond the overall increased weight on reality someone had from having one, but Nick could feel the enemy had one.
Strike with power.
His strength improving, his ability to match the centaur's strength allowed him to parry the blows and counter properly. Seeing an opening, Nick almost laughed as he rolled under the centaur's body, cutting several times into his underside. After being called an ant, allowing his size to be an advantage filled him with vindication. As the centaur turned, Nick had no problem staying underneath the larger centaur and continuing to attack at his underbelly, landing several slashes. Or so he thought, until a spike grew from the black cloak of death surrounding the boss's horse body, nearly piercing his skull. Nick only barely managed to sway and twist out of the way in time, countering against the underside before rolling out from underneath and blocking the pissed centaur's glaive.
I tire of your struggle. Death is inevitable, inexorable. Behold, for I am the bringer of death.
The withering and decaying aura spread out even further, the grass and earth beneath them crumbling into dust. Nick pushed his Frost King concept in response, struggling with his chains of essence and his aura. His crafted robes lit up brightly, protecting him from the withering aura.
Bleed with haste.
Essence surged, and Nick's speed increased as his limbs whipped and darkness within his monstrous body was drawn out. The centaur's attacks became much easier to counter, and his blade of frost kept whipping and cutting into the blackened armor. The centaur lord seemed affronted at Nick's ability to protect himself from his concept, but Nick could see the truth. Even with his own aura and Jasmine's expertly crafted robes, they were beginning to decay slowly. With enough time, it would be his underarmor, and then himself, and if he let up his defense, he would go down quickly.
Maim with superiority.
Reaching the fourth stanza, his darkness energy empowered him further. He was ready to go all out. He likely only had about 30 seconds or so of his heroic concept, but it would be all he needed. Drawing out his concept, Nick's body and soul blade were covered in white and smoky black light, giving a vibrating buzz. Dodging another slash of the man's glaive, Nick's thrusting blade pierced through the armor, cutting into the centaur's gut, but didn't reach deeply. The withering aura reduced the impact, the cutting light losing some of its sharpness. Another bone spike shot out at Nick, forcing him to retreat. Still, Nick had wounded him. His heroic concept and blade of white light overwhelmed the armor, and Nick could kill his enemy. The centaur lord snarled.
You are stronger than I thought, but death forever looms. Blade of Desolation!
The withering aura receded and covered the man's glaive instead. Nick felt imminent danger coming from the blade, and that wasn't all. The centaur lord congealed his body essence greatly in his muscles, enhancing his speed and strength as his muscles bulked up and his body grew even larger. The man was clearly an expert, and he was pulling out all the stops with some form of berserker skill, like the wild folk. If it were before, Nick would be more than a little concerned, because he could not deny physics. Until now. A hero must be strong, and so Nick's light and darkness replaced reality with Nick's will. With a roar, the centaur lord swung his glaive and moved with supernatural haste, causing powerful blows to come in quick succession, ready to cleave Nick's head off his shoulders. Nick couldn't find time to counter, but he drew his shield from his back to allow him to deflect a blow over his head, and 3 stabs in quick succession cut into the large monster's leg and thigh.
Slay all who stand in your path.
The darkness within him rose, his muscles imbued with power. His blade whipped out, covered in white and dark light, slamming the glaive to the side and cutting several times along his arm. Blood spurted from the wounds, and the centaur grunted in pain. Roaring again, spikes from the centaur's chest drove Nick back. The centaur rose his glaive over his head as his upper body lifted from the ground and drew an immense amount of essence. Nick activated Power Strike, his muscles moving in synchronicity and swinging to match the overwhelming blow. He even launched his chains to slow down the oncoming attack.
You are more worthy to face me than I thought, but you are flagging. All power is brought to nothing before death.
More energy was being drawn from the corpses nearby, refilling his armor of death.
Well, I think you're forgetting something important. I'm not alone.
3 beams of white light slammed into the boss, heavily expending his armor of death and revealing much of his skin along his chest. Rebecca's blessing landed on Nick, his body thrumming with even more power. The withering concept lost its ability to influence him, his frost aura blasting forward and covering the centaur lord. The light and darkness within him blazed, his body filled with essence and his desire to be a hero. If this terrible enemy showed up at his doorstep, he would stand against him and defeat him, bringing salvation and redemption alike to all his people. He could feel himself becoming one with the essence, his will being manifest into the world. His concept grew as his soul vibrated, his body and soul bathed in the light and the darkness. Knowing he only had a short moment, he pushed his concept to the maximum, drawing all the essence to ready an empowered dash and strike. Pushing his essence into his soul blade, he prepared his essence burst. But he felt a change in his soul blade, so he shifted it into his blade wave glyph. Swinging, his wave of white light cut a wide, horizontal arc as it flew toward the centaur, and his enemy countered with a powerful downward swing of his glaive, filled with death essence. Nick's blade wave was largely blocked down the middle, but some of the blade wave cut the centaur on the sides, cutting into his arms and slashing deeply into his chest horizontally, his glaive cutting into the ground. The centaur gave a pained wail as he was knocked back from the cutting blow, freezing energy crawling up his body. Running toward his enemy, Nick's body blurred with preternatural speed. Nick's concept empowered him, and he didn't know how much Rebecca's blessing improved this, but his speed was now faster than ever. The weight of the souls and his pacts empowered his movements, his chains now leaping out of his aura and latching onto his enemy's downed weapon. The centaur tried to raise it up to defend against Nick, but it was far too late. Using double jump, the heroic concept allowed it to become more of a double air dash, Nick's body spiraling as he swung his blade and cut through the centaur as he passed through the air beside him. He finished the job of cutting the centaur in half, where his blade wave had landed. The torso was separated from the horse body, as both fell to the ground in a spurt of blood, his arms cut into stumps below the elbows. Nick's essence ran out as he landed behind the centaur, his body exhausted, Rebecca's blessing cutting out. The centaur lord roared in outrage, his essence and aura going haywire as he died. He twisted his body and glared at Nick with hatred, his face twisting in a snarl.
No, this is inevitable. I will take you with me. Curse of death!
All the remaining essence in the man's body and his vitality was squeezed from his torso, his body draining much like Nick had judged him, a horrible darkness being drawn up. A skull of darkness rose from the centaur lord's body, about the size of a beach ball, and Nick could feel the taint within it. It was a powerful attack of the soul, and Nick wasn't so sure he could defend against it. Drawing the last bit of faith energy from his necklace, he drew up his concept once more. Feeling death coming for him, Irwin made their soul-pact connection and sent through an omni barrier. To his surprise, rather than being a hazy aura around him, it was sparkling with prismatic flecks, reminding him of a shooting star. In addition, 2 more beams of light came from the priestesses, halting the skull as it screamed a sickly laugh. His blade of white light then struck the curse, but like a smoky haze, his blade only erased a portion of it, about a third, and it proceeded toward his body. Irwin's omni-barrier seemed to harm the hazy skull further, and gave him a whole second to withdraw his concept from his blade and run it through his armor. The remains of the skull was burned by the white light as it sought its target, Nick's soul core. His flesh burned as it went toward his core, and he fought with his everything to slow it down. Chains of soul essence, his aura, and his will slowed it, but he could feel his flesh around his chest going necrotic and decaying as it went toward his core. Rebecca's arms wrapped around Nick as he began to fall to his knees in pain. She had rushed toward him, and Nick could feel her healing light and sacrificial concept stir as she touched him, erasing the remainder of the curse with her efforts rapidly. The 2 concepts of sacrifice and death clashed, but she pursued with dogged determination. It took her a moment, but she reversed much of the damage rapidly with her healing. Rebecca looked at him with both exhaustion and worry, her wings fluttering as she began to fall herself. They collapsed into each other's arms, the 2 propped against each other, kneeling.
"Are you okay, Nicholas?"
Nick groaned.
Why do all the bosses I fight have some sort of die move? Why can't they just die?
Rebecca laughed.
Die move? What a strange thing to call it. I suppose if you're joking, you're probably fine.
Thanks to you. I might have made it without that concept of yours. But it wouldn't have been pretty, that's for sure. You girls definitely pulled your weight.
The remaining centaurs began to flee with their leader being defeated. The two leaders of the dwarves and wild folk were battered and bloody, but alive. At some point, Marissa had run off to send them healing light, the range that she could heal requiring her to be close. With that, they had won, and Orion agreed. A weight descended, and the party was suddenly teleported to the original safe zone, the temporary world disappearing around them, except for the Centaur Lord's corpse and weapon. Nick received a prompt as an ark with a portal inside rose from the ground, along with a decent-sized reward chest. He supposed, since they were kicked out of the scenario, it wasn't like they could loot anything. Heroic test complete. Reward: Minor Enlightenment, 15th floor equivalent cleared in ordeal. 3,429 DP. Sarah Farah's Faithful, floor complete. Personal reward: time with Sarah Farah's Mirror of Truth and Wisdom. Bonus tithed faith essence available in Enlightenment Chamber. Party reward: 6,235 DP. 12 hours in safe zone granted for recovery. Loot boss corpse for boss essence. Minor enlightenment and time with mirror to be granted on exit. The entire party was exhausted, breathing heavily as they fell to the ground. They did it, and now it was time to enjoy their rewards. Chapter 19: The Mirror of Wisdom. After a very cute celebration of platonic hugs and ecstatic squeals from 4 priestesses as they cheered and raved about their rewards, they had only spent 30 minutes recovering before they desired to enter the portal. Recovering at home would be much more comfortable than at a campsite with a corpse in it, so they only spent enough time ensuring they were ready for their enlightenment. The loot chest contained some interesting items, which were largely for clergy of Sarah. Marissa obtained a staff much like what Rebecca had, and Chastity and Veronica both received trinkets that aided them in protecting their minds or souls against foreign influence and dark energies such as death. Nick received a glaive that would be perfect for Andros, and there were several suits of chainmail perfect for budding paladins of Sarah. He was shocked at just how many odds and ends they received, but Rebecca claimed that the ordeal had simply awarded them appropriately. The difficulty was immense, and Orion was generous when people were truly tested like they were. It was also clear to Nick that the ordeal was supplying what their kingdom needed. It wasn't lost on him that tons of new adherents and clergy arriving would desire this stuff, and the ordeal supplied it. Each of the girls had also been rewarded for helping Nick with his heroic test, receiving both minor enlightenment and a small tempering when including Sarah ordeal reward. As for Sarah mirror reward for Nick, it appeared to be almost at the level of a minor enlightenment as well. It would improve whatever enlightenment he was receiving, enabling him to see and understand the essence better. It turned out that when you weren't forming a core, it was normal to cultivate the boss essence on or after exit. So, after they looted the boss and the boss essence congealed around the party's cores to be cultivated, they chose ordeal exit. Being teleported, Nick suddenly found himself in a room that wouldn't look out of place within Sarah's cathedral, standing in front of an ornate mirror. Sarah's stained glass window brought holy light into the white room, with intricately carved gold trimming and designs, and he felt that his mind was full of clarity, clear and without distractions despite his previous exhaustion. As he looked at himself in the mirror, he could see essence and mana as it moved throughout his body. He marveled at how it looked as he created his aura, and wrapped his body with his essence chains to enhance his body. Since he was used to it, he even began cultivating the essence and watching how it shifted within him. Understanding this was supposed to provide him enlightenment to master his concepts, he didn't dally. He decided that among his two concepts, he understood the least and had the most to gain from his heroic salvation and redemption concept. Pushing his concept with his will, the light and dark was drawn out from a tiny kernel he could barely see in the mirror within his soul core. He moved it around, willing it to empower himself, protect, strengthen. Forming a blade out of the conceptual essence, he even made the energy cut. Trying to create his mana aura and merging it, he struggled, finding it difficult. The light moved according to his will with ease, while the darkness was like a wind or smoke that could not be tamed, roiling around his body as if it had its own will. It was as if the light within him was order, and the darkness was chaos. Holding on to his will to be a hero, thinking of his lovers and more, he continued cultivating the boss essence, watching as it joined his three cores and how his desires and will influenced it. He had a lot of essence to work with, and he watched how this cultivation saturated himself. The living essence of Orion was truly different in how, by altering his desire, different colors of light would break off and join his core, or stick to the light or dark energy within his concept. As he played with the energy some more and gained some insights on just how he might be able to fight or use the special energy, the image suddenly shifted. Now he was shown several images of people and creatures fighting, all while showing this special view of the essence within them. While he was happy with his advanced soul sense, seeing this, he was interested in a similar ocular power for essence. Within the image he could also see the souls of those present, and it was like he understood the context of their fighting. Conflict was a common thread between the many creatures and peoples, but their balance of light and darkness within them showed no commonality that Nick could see, especially among the creatures. Even demons fighting angels was shown, but what drew Nick's focus the most was a hawk of light and a raven of darkness clashing. The two sent out powerful attacks of colored light, and where the two lights touched, bolts of golden lightning flashed in small explosions, destroying much of the mountainous landscape around them. It was an energy far above what Nick had ever seen. The power from the two energies combining or clashing was immense, and he knew he needed that kind of power to ascend far above his enemies, granting him the might to protect the weak and destroy evil alike. While the bishop's orb of light and darkness and Nick's soul blade filled with black and white light seemed to contain far more power than one might expect, this clearly went even above that. Seeing all the conflicts, he knew that it wasn't as simple that the light was good and darkness was evil. They were two sides of the same coin, somewhat like what Nick heard about yin and yang. Both existed in both harmony and conflict, parts of the greater whole that encompassed everything. When Nick provided redemption to the evil he had judged, he gathered this pure essence of darkness from the weight of their sins, a tainted, dark essence, but also the very essence of Orion that clung to it. Something about the sins and taint contained a certain drive to it, attracting the darkness of Orion to it as well. Nick knew that all the essence of Orion was alive, and so something was drawn to both good and evil, the light and the darkness. The same would happen with the pure light essence, the virtuous good. As Nick granted people salvation through his heroism, his good deeds would attract this living light essence, building up within his cores and his body. He still didn't fully understand this, as while it felt a lot like good and evil karma, It felt a little different from that, since essence had a will of its own. Still, as he came to a sort of comprehension of this virtue and taint, the good light and evil darkness, he felt a resonance with his heroic concept. The essence within him grew from his cultivation of drawing in the boss essence reward. The light and dark essence was being drawn into his core, swirling around the kernel, the fragment within him. This caused the kernel to give off both light and darkness, bathing him in it. As he watched the essence in his body shift within the odd mirror, he could see that his monstrous body was mostly soaked with the darkness, while his archaean soul was bathed in the light. Both saturated his body and soul from his concept, these higher energies becoming one with him over time. His soul core thrummed in his chest, vibrating as his will was made real, Nick and the essence of his concept becoming one. The kernel was crystallized in his chest, a small sphere that lazily orbited within his soul core. In one fell swoop, he felt like the total duration or strength he could use his concept had more than doubled. Congratulations, you have reached early mastery of your path concept, heroic salvation and redemption. At this time, it has become a deep part of you, down to your very soul. Effect: +5 body, +5 soul. It was a tremendous effect, his body and soul having a larger weight on reality than ever before. Just the impact from reaching this level of concept was the same as nearly 4 levels of his epic class, making him simply better than before, or those without concepts. After discussing with Rebecca and the girls, Nick knew that with early mastery, combining his concept with spells or abilities aside from his convergence skill would be challenging. By the time he reached middle mastery, he would likely find it easier to weave into more of his abilities, though some would likely be more compatible than others. In a way, some concept types would find different advantages in this. For example, Kaya didn't need to combine skills with her concept overly much, because her sharpness concept would apply to her axe. Just the same, Nick's heroic concept improved his body's strength significantly, so it was like it automatically combined with power strike to some extent. Perhaps the effect would be larger when he reached middle mastery and could infuse it more directly, but it was like he could combine them already. The more he built up his concept, the stronger the influence of his will on the world would be. His beliefs in what a hero was would be empowered by both the light and the dark, gathered through his salvation and redemption. Finally reaching the requirement, his class's level 15 skill unlocked, the information downloading into his mind. Convergence skill unlocked. Heroic Cloak of Twilight. Gather essence from the surrounding area and enshroud yourself with a 2-sided cloak of light and darkness. The active outer side will determine the additional effects beyond the influence of your concept and can be changed at will for a small cost. As you increase in mastery, more effects may be added. Light, protection, healing, darkness, stealth, lightness. Nick nearly groaned as he read it, just imagining how useful it would have been in his last fight. It was extremely efficient and would allow him to keep his concept active for longer, and since he had just doubled his overall duration, this would help significantly. If he had it for facing that stupid centaur, well, he supposed it didn't matter. He and his party were tested far beyond what any normal people of Orion would ever experience, and he and the lovely priestesses of Serafera had become more, their potentials increased forever to match. Exiting the ordeal, the entire party appeared in the cathedral instead, and his party arrived at the same time this time. The ordeal tower let out a luminous light, brightening the stained glass mural of Serafera. A holy light was released, the many adherents and clergy bowing down in prayer, their hands clasped together as they murmured. The 15th level was conquered, and they had received their rewards. Nick was a bit surprised they were brought inside the cathedral. He had read that when a new floor was conquered, special events could happen depending on the path, but it was still surprising to be dropped in a room completely packed with people. He asked Rebecca, who stood next to him, proudly basking in Serafera's light.
What's going on? I thought the 15th floor was already beaten before.
Rebecca beamed. This was the first time under your ownership. How wonderful. Serafera's light, her favor, falls upon us.
Nick could feel the essence of the cathedral itself stirring, his small affinity with it feeling great. His necklace quickly filled as he looked over the happy faces in the cathedral, both old and new. Irene had been waiting, and hugged her daughter nearly immediately with a bright smile.
Congratulations, daughter! I'm so proud of your success.
Rebecca hugged her mother with a warm smile, beaming at her praise.
Thanks, Mom. I did well, but Nick and the girls all performed excellently too.
Marissa nodded, and Veronica and Chastity beamed with excitement. All of them had reached the 15th level, and now they were among some of the top of their age group for sure. They needed only complete the 20th floor, and they'd be among the level of elites on the entire shard. He was exhausted. The final battle took hours, and he was pushed to the brink, protecting the girls and random allies against the various challenges and the horrible boss enemy. But it was worth it. The many clergy and adherents present all clapped and praised them and Serafera for their efforts, thanking them for testing themselves. No doubt, thanks to their efforts, Orion would be appeased for some time, and all the faithful of Serafera would enjoy the many benefits of the ordeal being increased. The cathedral provided numerous benefits at times like this, to adherents and clergy alike besides. From his understanding, the cathedral was a far more diverse building in the kind of benefits it could possibly provide, compared to... With nearly the entire clergy here already from the bright light, and many new and old adherents, Nick knew it was a good time to hand in the quest. Divine Concord. Reward. Rings of Sacred Bonding. Powered by Serafera's faith energy, this allows the user to channel faith energy to heal the owner of the opposite paired ring at great distances, and even into Orion's sanctioned challenges. Seeing this, Nick couldn't help but smile. He loved the idea of having a ring he could protect his future wife with. It was almost as if Serafera was granting the perfect item for their matrimony ceremony. He placed the rings in his breast pocket, having even more proof that Serafera approved of their joining.
You just about ready for the big day, Becca? It's nearly time now, isn't it? The full clear.
Rebecca blushed, her wings fluttering.
I'm ready. We've been through so much together, and I don't want to wait any longer.
Irene eyed Rebecca's wings with a smile, her own fluttering a little.
Daughter, you might be all grown up and soon to be wed, but you are still so cute.
Nick hugged Rebecca to his side.
Let's go check on the other girls.
He looked at Irene.
They're back already, right?
Irene nodded.
The last of them arrived just last night. They all seem to be doing well, but they're preparing. They knew you two lovebirds would want to be wed soon, so they've been working on it a bit. I helped out.
Nick chuckled.
Thanks, Irene. I need to go check on my girls and let them know I'm back. Do you need some rest, Becca, or did you want to come see them?
I will join you later. There is some planning on this side to finish, no doubt. You want to be wed soon, like me, yes?
Smiling, Nick grabbed her hips and pulled her into a hug, which caused her to gasp in surprise.
Oh!
Looking her in the eyes as she returned the hug, he said,
Of course. I've wanted you to be mine since we came back from the trial and claimed Havendale. I was content to wait for this courtship, and I'm glad your mother will be here to see you wed. But I'm ready when you are, and your goddess is. Or I'd have spoken my oath and packed long ago.
Irene's eyes sparkled, and she floated with her hands clasped in front of her. Oh my, our hero is so dreamy, isn't he? We'll take care of the preparations, and we shall see you soon. Rebecca blushed as Nick let go of her. Mother... Waving goodbye for now to Rebecca and the many faithfuls, he exited the cathedral. Standing outside and overlooking his city, Nick was once again surprised at the number of changes. It had only been a week since he entered the ordeal, but his numerous laborers had already made a significant dent in clearing out much of the rubble and were constructing several new buildings. The streets were packed and busy, with dozens of people riding bikes or pulling carts filled with building resources. The population had nearly quintupled in the last month, and the impact was easy to see. Walking through the streets, he saw tons of activity, and the essence was thick even still. Arriving at his home, his wives were busy in the living room. Irwin was first to greet him, having been in the kitchen with Luna. Irwin kissed Nick on the lips, and then hugged him. A surprising amount of warmth filled him, her soft curls from her hair and her body pressed up against him.
Welcome home, hubby!
Glad to be back, Winnie. What happened to you, Jasmine?
Jasmine was fitting a dress on Kaya, and she had changed. She stood a bit shorter than her nearly 10-foot height, at around 7 feet tall, still wearing her maid outfit, but without the odd shape behind her. She now had human legs, and 4 arms. 4 spider legs had grown out of her back, 2 curving upwards and 2 curving downwards. Her furry spider legs no longer matched her stone-gray skin color, but instead had a yellowish tint to them, and claws at the end of them. On Nick's question, Jasmine paused for a moment before making some finishing touches on Kaya's dress, 4 normal hands tightening a bow in the back and smoothing the dress in several places at once. Kaya preened as she looked in the stand-up mirror, looking over her blue dress. It did remind Nick a little bit of a summer dress that looked fantastic on her fit yet sensuous form. Jasmine walked over to him and gestured to her body with her 4 hands.
I've mastered my monstrous transformation. Now I can truly serve you perfectly, master. It takes a bit more effort and essence than Kaya's, so I'm not quite where I can change forms entirely at will, but I can switch between this form, my old form, and a full spider form. I just get ravenous whenever I do it.
Nick arched his brow.
Serve me perfectly?
Oh, yes.
Arriving near him, she then showed off her legs by lifting her maid dress a bit. They reminded him of an Amazon S, with long legs with thick thighs.
Now I have my old body shape, just with extra features. You like, master?
As usual, Nick had to crane his head up a little to meet her eyes. While having extra arms was a little weird, he reasoned it was less weird than having a whole spider body beneath her, even if she hid it with her strange dress.
You're always stunning, Jas. So, this is what you wanted when you first arrived?
Yep, but I couldn't do it. When I hit level 15, I finally managed it.
Nick arched his brow.
You hit level 15 from the boss?
Nope. From my Nexus core chamber and lots of food. Thanks to all the essence you've drawn into the ordeals, it gathered plenty these past few weeks. Anyway, back to work. We have a lot of prep to do.
Irwin nodded.
Of course, we're all preparing for Rebecca's big day. We want to make sure her day is special, the best it can be.
Nick noted.
Kaya's dress definitely doesn't look like a bride's dress. You don't want to have your ceremony with Rebecca? You girls didn't have one.
Ironwind shook her head.
While Rebecca and Sarah Ferris Faithful, their community, were willing to share this wedding for us since you're a Lord of Orion, we declined for now. We beastfolk and monsterfolk girls don't really see it as a big thing for us. We're not much interested in a wedding. We instead decide on our mates.
Jasmine walked back over to Kaya, who was brushing her hair, and added,
And I knew you weren't all that interested if we weren't. You don't need a ceremony to feel like we're yours.
Nick knew and agreed with that. His soul pact brought them closer and was already quite intimate, beyond what a ceremony provided. But he was still a little surprised they weren't interested. Ironwind continued.
Instead, we're excited about you becoming a true king of Orion once you complete the 20th floor of one of the ordeals. We'll enjoy being crowned queens then, at your side. For now, we just want Rebecca to enjoy her special day that she grew up dreaming of.
A blue missile slammed into him from his side. Fang, also wearing a blue dress. She immediately began sniffing him heavily, enjoying his scent.
Boss, you're back! I did it!
What'd you do? Beat the lava elemental?
Yeah! We each helped many monsterfolk evolve, and I think I'm closer to figuring out my fragment.
Sable chuckled as she entered the room at a much more sedate pace.
Me too. And even Luna. Welcome back, boss.
Nick looked over the girls with his senses, and he could feel the essence within them condensing, their auras more solid and dense. Ironwind had hers now, and felt a bit different. They would soon have their convergence skills, their rare classes requiring a fragment for the skills. That would surely provide something powerful for them soon.
Damn, good work, girls. You're all looking good.
Fang pumped her fist.
We're just about ready.
Nick snorted, chuckling at her enthusiasm.
Thought we were just talking about a wedding.
Luna came in from the kitchen, dropping off some food onto the table. Kaya drooled a little at the large platter, and Jasmine sniffed and pushed her away, muttering about ruining her dress. Luna hugged Nick, and he was quick to give her a kiss before she said,
Welcome home, boss. We're ready for that too, but we're ready for a bunch of things now.
Ironwind chuckled.
There's the Path of Kings we need to climb, the Frostfire Mine second branch, and then your heritage had those special trials. Each had something for us at level 15 or higher. The stronger each of us is, the better.
Nick agreed.
True. I suppose we still have a lot to do on the horizon. I was hoping for a bit of a break after that ordeal run.
Jasmine smiled.
Worry not, Master. We'll make sure you have the proper honeymoon. Allow us to take care of things for a bit. While we have all moved forward on our last runs, we still have some consolidation to do. Besides, you will definitely want to spend time in your enlightenment chamber before we do anything to clear out the essence in it.
Ironwind added,
And many of the first criminals for judgment have arrived. We've snuck them into an underground prison, so your redemption packs to empower yourself will be available. The stronger foes will still be penned in, but this is one more way for you to power up before entering the Path of Kings.
Nick nodded, then started looking through their status sheets and their notifications in the Orion menu.
Damn, looks like all you girls have worked hard and done well. You've kept up with me as best you could.
Yes! Praise us! We did good!
Fang's tail took off wagging, her smile beaming. Sable chuckled.
This one couldn't wait. But let's get you fitted for your tux, boss. We don't want to keep Becca waiting, do we?
Nick was a bit shocked at the pace of things, but he was excited. Soon, Rebecca and him would stand before Sarah Farah's gaze. Chapter 20. The Wedding. Nick stood on the dais and watched as Rebecca was brought up the aisle by Irene. His future wife wore a beautiful white dress with gold trim. Her smile was radiant as she walked up the steps, her bountiful cleavage covered by a thin veil, her wedding gown trailing behind her. She looked like a goddess with her perfect skin and the long golden hair cascading past her shoulders in ringlets. Her hourglass shape was easy to see, her body as sexy as it was fit. His current wives stood at his side, dressed in their pretty blue dresses. On the bride's side stood the priestesses closest to Rebecca, Chastity, and Veronica, as well as a few others Nick had seen, in blue dresses. In Serafera's marriage ceremonies, it was the closest friends and family that would stand up on the dais, but there was no maid of honor or best man. All of the rest of the priests and priestesses could be seen lining the outskirts of the ceremony, with hundreds of Serafera's faithful present in the stands. Nearly all the former people of Zura were here, with the numerous new adherents and training clergy from the pilgrimage also in attendance. A small section held monsterfolk, Nick's many followers here to watch the spectacle. Seeing his many original wolflings present becoming wolfen and numerous others within the other races having evolved, Nick was filled with pride in how far they'd come in such a short time. Lothar, Zarog, and Agatha, Renzu and his family, Andros, Sharon, and Indrid, and many of those he saved from slavery were also present, having quickly become his devout followers, and sat in a section near the front. Rebecca arriving at the dais, she stood next to Nick under the ornate arch. The construction was a lot like the ordeal portals and gateways, but decorated with Serafera's imagery. Books, clasped hands, and sparks of light like stars glittered on the white and gold stone, with small statues of angels wearing habits and scholarly robes. Taking a closer look at the angels, he realized that some also had halos. He wondered why Irene didn't have one. Serafera herself kind of had one, but it was more like a circular haze of light around her head rather than a solid halo. Marissa stood behind the altar, and she smiled at Nick and Rebecca before looking to the large audience behind them.
We are gathered here today, for the first time in many years, to witness one of our vaunted clergy to be wed. Lord Noblefrost and Rebecca Zura are here to be joined in holy matrimony under Serafera's gaze. A tremendous occasion, one of love and joy.
She continued.
The two have followed Serafera's tenets, seeking wisdom and harmony among each other and their respective families, pursuing a wonderful period of courtship where many among us witnessed their tender meetings and moments of joy together. Today, they have their first trial of their marriage together, finding Serafera's acceptance. When they kiss under the arch holding hands, they must envision each other's happiness and success, earnestly wishing it from the bottom of their hearts. If it is clouded by selfishness and greed, Serafera will reject their pairing.
Marissa clasped her hands together, looking over the large congregation.
Those that seek Serafera's acceptance must have the intent to be together forever as loving partners before they seek it. Let us bear witness to your vows, and should Serafera accept, your kiss will seal the oath. The groom will begin.
Nick smiled at Rebecca.
Since I met you, I've been in awe of your pure spirit and your strength. As we faced Orion's tests and trials, you showed me your determination and your character. In addition to your strength, you're an amazing, desirable woman with much wisdom, compassion, and love, exemplifying the values and tenets of Serafera as her faithful, and as a woman. As a Lord of Orion, I'd be honored for a woman as special as you to be my wife and partner, to strive toward eternity together as one.
Nick's eyes went white, and he scanned Rebecca's soul for a wish or dream he could carry out. However, He understood that her biggest wish was not really something that was easily quantified. The seeking of wisdom was never ending, and the biggest thing he could do to aid her in that he was already going to do. The ancestral archives would be purchased soon enough.
My beloved Rebecca, I offer you a soul pact to become my wife. Should we earn Serafera's acceptance, I will love and cherish you as my wife, help your dreams come true, and protect you and all of Serafera's faithful as my own followers and subjects.
Rebecca smiled, the magic of his soul pact washing over her. Even though not every word was spoken, she understood the unspoken words, the requirements of an Archaean wife.
When we met, you felt dangerous, and perhaps a little brash, but I quickly learned your strength and kindness were in equal measure. You protected even my feelings, and while you deceived me, it was only to protect others, an honorable task. She continued, It is thanks to you that I learned many terrible lessons, but still breathe untarnished and strengthened. You have shown me the heroism, strength, and determination worthy of a lord of Orion, as well as tender love and compassion to match. I cannot imagine my life without you and your loving family any longer. I vow to love and cherish you as my husband, compromising and sacrificing to aid and honor my lord and husband, remaining faithful to you and those you call your wives. Should we find Serafera's acceptance, I accept your soul pact.
Marissa said, You have spoken your vows. Now you may kiss the bride, and it is her faithful's wish that should your hearts be true to each other, that you find Serafera's acceptance. Nick lifted her veil. Seeing her smile, and her loving yet determined smile, made him have to give a smile of his own.
You're beautiful, Becca.
Her smile grew wider.
You look mighty and handsome as well, Nicholas. But we must face our trial as romantic partners.
Yes. I'm confident we'll crush it and all the trials and tribulations that come next.
Nick leaned forward, and Rebecca did as well as they held each other's hands in front of them. With her eyes closed and her lips ready, he was eager to kiss this beautiful girl. Inching forward, his thoughts the same as when Rebecca had practiced with him. Seeing her smiling face while her wings fluttered behind her made his heart soar. He did his best to do as he had done before, imagining their bright future together as he leaned in. He pressed his lips into her bowed lips, and warmth and light filled him. As he enjoyed the kiss with his bride, a weight descended upon him, and it was like all those times where Orion evaluated something in the area around him. But he knew it was Serafera instead. Nick's own imagination shifted, and it was as if it were giving him other scenarios within his imagination. Dozens appeared, but each drifted by rather quickly. There was one where Rebecca decided to stop adventuring, climbing the ordeal, to follow her new passion, the pursuit of knowledge and teaching at Serafera's cathedral. Another where Rebecca was found to be unable to carry heirs. Rebecca wanting to go on more pilgrimages, taking her far away from Frosthaven. Nick diving deep in the ordeals, and Rebecca not having the talent to continue, holding him back. Rebecca coming to great danger, one where Nick had to risk his life to save her. There were countless more, but in each it was as if Nick's mind and heart ran on autopilot, and the outcome was generated. In all, Nick did all he could to support her, as a loving partner should, making the appropriate compromises and concessions, or displaying great bravery, taking on powerful foes. These choices were important to her enough for her to make her choice, or they were not her fault at all, and he would love her just the same, fight for her as he would any of his wives, whether for her happiness or for her safety. even when her wishes somewhat conflicted with his desires for her or himself. Rebecca was to be his partner and wife, and was not just a prize to be won, a puppet to do as he directed. She had desires and dreams of her own, and sometimes people changed. He was far from a perfect, selfless partner. After all, he couldn't be devoted to any singular woman. As a lord of Orion with many wives, he had countless responsibilities and burdens to them and his subjects and followers. But, just as he had many burdens, he had countless resources as a lord of Frosthaven that he didn't hesitate to use to help make her and his wives, or future wives' dreams come true. His pact was a part of this, but in each case Serafera presented, Nick always went above and beyond the mere requirement. Then Nick was shown Rebecca's scenarios. She was faced with Nick's number of wives growing to ridiculous heights, where they really only had time together once a month at most, outside of kingdom-related activities. She was also provided the same scenario where Nick had to leave her behind, and one where his soul core was damaged and he became too weak to continue as lord. In each, Rebecca made the sacrifices necessary to support her eternal partner, loving him and being there for him no matter what. Despite these scenarios clearly being unreal, as details didn't match up with his current situation much, Nick could feel that they were grounded in his own and Rebecca's spirit. It truly felt like this was a preview of what it was like to have Rebecca as his wife for his lifetime, that her actions and motivations somewhat matched her as a person, and how she could change. When the scenarios completed, it was like they just faced a series of hardships, and their lovers' actions when the going got tough had only made them love each other more. Nick was moved by the love, respect, and devotion Rebecca had for him, her willingness to work hard and make sacrifices for his happiness and his success. And he could feel the same for her was true as well, her eyes glimmering with love and affection, her chest heaving as he stood there breathless. Having passed Serafera's trial, the arch glowed gold, and released silk strips of cloth that wrapped around their joined hands, and Nick's soul pact completed at the same time. Golden light cascaded over the both of them, bathing them in Serafera's essence, much like when Nick had become an ordained lord. The light show was so significant, anyone watching wouldn't have any clue what happened due to the soul pact and what was caused by Serafera's reward. Rebecca's wings grew out just a little more, and her blue eyes took on an otherworldly shimmer as they opened in surprise. Her soul core and mind core became one, her faith core maintaining its connection to the others. She was now an Archaean angel, her race effectively changing. He was a bit surprised that she didn't become a human, but she was already half angel. The light must have brought that out even further. He smiled as Irene handed them the rings, and they placed them on each other's fingers and kissed again, their souls thrumming as they completed their ceremony. Rebecca had happy tears in her eyes, and Irene did too. It was a pleasant sight, seeing them both so filled with joy. He then turned to the side and moved closer to Rebecca, facing the audience, then held up his and Rebecca's silk-bound hands. Marissa clapped along with much of the audience.
With that, the two have become husband and wife, eternal partners under Serafera's gaze. May their lives be filled with Serafera's holy light of wisdom and eternal joy.
The crowd cheered, the many clergy and adherents praying to Serafera, thanking her for her grace. Many stood as they clapped, the crowd moved with emotion. Irene beamed.
My, your futures were so beautiful. Such a heroic husband. You are so lucky, my Becca.
Rebecca smiled back at her.
Thanks, Mum.
Nick arched his brow.
What do you mean? Everyone saw that?
Irene nodded. Yes, we could see it in the arch. Your love for Rebecca was so pure and lovely. I liked the one where she wanted many children. Our hero is so virile. Nick was about to chuckle at that, but his stomach sank as he realized some of the implications of the ceremony and who he knew must have gone through it. Irene. He said,
That means Samuel.
The horrible man likely even had a method to cheat the ceremony. With that, he understood just why Irene tried so hard to cast aside the darkness within him, and really couldn't blame her for making any of her choices in the first place. Her faith was in Serafera, her own mother, and that blind trust had truly hurt her. Rebecca gasped, as she must have understood too, and Irene shook her head as she hugged her daughter. Let's not think about that. This is a happy day, the happiest ever. It was at this moment that he received a prompt, and with how many of the audience's eyes glazed over, they received one as well. Quest complete. Serafera's divine concord. Form tight bonds with clergy. Reward. Serafera's approval. Serafera's approval. Lord Noblefrost has a unique power to make a pact to cherish his wives, respecting Serafera's tenets for matrimony. He is also empowered by his wives and empowers them in turn. For the sake of peace and power of the Noblefrost Kingdom and Serafera's faithful within it, Serafera strongly encourages any number of her clergy to join him in marriage and love, needing only for him to give his pact to those that mutually agree. She trusts that in return for their aid and love, he will continue his efforts to protect her faithful in earnest and strive to help his lifelong wives reach immortality as any partner should. Oh boy. The many priestesses in the front of the procession and sides blushed as they looked at him, some having shy and demure smiles, while others, especially those he had spent a fair amount of time with, like Marissa, Veronica, and Chastity, looked outright eager, blushing with large smiles. Even Irene, who was hugging Rebecca from behind, had an odd expression, but he wasn't sure what to make of it. It was a strange, twisted smile of triumph, and heavy breathing, and... was she drooling? Surely not. But he was distracted from her as Nick received another prompt. It was the full clear. Divine Concord quests complete. You completed all 3 quests, influencing Serafera's faithful and empowering them more in 1 month than previous lords on this shard had accomplished in decades. Their future is bright should you overcome all the challenges and conflict heading your way, and you shall be rewarded for your successful efforts. More golden light and feathers cascaded over him. The energy stirred his heroic salvation and redemption concept, Nick feeling something within him and in the essence of the cathedral itself shifting. Reward. Trait upgraded to Divine Concord, Serafera, +2 body, +2 soul. Additional effect. Increased affinity with Serafera's faith energy, increased effect from clergy's blessing and faith channeling abilities. Nick knew that priestesses received several blessing or faith channeling spells that were meant to empower paladins of Serafera or other clergy. It wasn't that they couldn't use them on others, as Rebecca had already shown and mentioned. It was that the impact was far lower, their affinity and attunement increasing the efficiency and impact. Now Nick was as good or better than other potential paladins of Serafera, and without the associated class, or restrictions on his class. He just gained an important tool for being able to face someone much stronger than him, such as Blackthorne. Many priestesses channeling their faith essence into Nick would allow him to punch way above his level in defense of his city. He would be especially powerful in the Cathedral of Serafera, where even adherents could send their essence to empower him. With hundreds, it was easy to imagine how powerful that could be. But all of that was for later. Nick smiled and waved at his wives, Rebecca smiling happily at them as well, as they all came and greeted her as Nick's new angel wife. Iorwin hugged and welcomed her first.
Welcome to the family. That was truly beautiful.
Kaya hugged her next.
Yes, welcome, Rebecca. I can see why your people enjoy it. The ceremony was a little stuffy, but it was still magical.
The Wolfen girls were on her next, crowding and hugging her with happy smiles. Jasmine towered over the smaller Rebecca and gave her a hug as well.
Welcome to the family, Rebecca. I did enjoy the many futures. So many little Nicks. It was wonderful.
Luna's tail was wagging, a dreamy smile on her face as she sighed.
Yes, I can't wait to see it, for our alpha to grow our pack.
Sable chuckled. We only got to see Rebecca's children there, except in the one image. I do ache to see some Wolfen heirs soon. I know you need us to journey into the ordeal, but maybe those unattached could bear your children soon. I know they are eager. Fang nodded excessively.
Yes, very eager, super eager, like those nuns over there. I can smell...
She began to point in Chastity in Veronica's direction, but Iorwin pushed her finger down and interrupted by clearing her throat.
Enough of that for now. Today is Rebecca's special day, after all.
Rebecca blushed. It's okay, Vinny. I don't mind, but thank you. I am excited to become one with our Lord husband. Jasmine clapped her hands together gently.
The room is ready. Please do let me know if you need anything, and I will be right there. The other girls will handle the reception until you arrive.
They said their goodbyes for now, and the two walked down the steps from the altar and began to walk down the center toward the entrance. The many priestesses and adherents clapped and began to follow them as they headed out the exit. Outside, countless people awaited, throwing grains and seeds, cheering for their union, and their utility vehicle was waiting for them. The reception would be later, a large party to take place in the large square in front of and also within the Adventurers Guild. Nick and Rebecca got into the vehicle, the orc scout happily driving them to their home, as more people spilled out onto the steps of the cathedral. Holding hands, they kissed in the back seat, but it wasn't as though the trip were very far. In just 2 minutes they arrived at home, Nick carrying her out of the vehicle with a happy laugh. He marveled at how light she was, now that she was an angel. Nick was strong now, but he still had a good feel for how heavy his girls were. As they cultivated, their bodies definitely got denser. Even Fang was heavier than most girls on Earth despite her short stature. But Rebecca was lighter than her, and at nearly a whole foot taller. He carried her across the threshold, the two having bright smiles. They would now consummate their union, and Rebecca was blushing as her breathing picked up. Chapter 21 The Night with an Angel Bride. Nick and Rebecca's eyes were on each other's as Nick carried her over to his large bed. He had to stop repeatedly in their approach to continue their kisses a few times, and Rebecca's wings fluttered in anticipation. The warmth and love they had for each other was nearly a physical thing, each kiss causing the soul core in his chest to vibrate in happiness. It seemed her becoming his Archaean angel wife had greatly pleased his monstrous instincts, the desire for such a pure woman to be his. He had felt this with Irwin as well, but this was on a whole new level. Placing her on the bed, he took a moment to admire her. The nun habit had truly hidden her features, and it was only a handful of times that he had gotten to see her curves. The white wedding dress was painted on tight at the top, her large, firm breasts nearly spilling out of the top. Her shoulderless dress showed off her clear skin, with not a single blemish on her. Rebecca's hair had elaborate braids at the top, with golden pins and styled combs in it, but otherwise was the same as usual. It was straight at the top, but became ringlets around the shoulder as her long hair draped down toward her lower back. Her hair spilled out in a fan behind her, along with her white, dove-like wings, as she watched him with her deep blue eyes filled with need. The wings had grown larger now, and were nearly at the level of her mother's. The gown was long, and had covered her well below the waist. He said,
"Let's get this gown off of you."
She twisted to her side, revealing a zipper at the back. It traveled horizontally, however, and when he followed it and removed the gown, it left the corset-like dress at the top above her waist only. White crotchless panties and garter belts at the top of the leggings were revealed. Her thick thighs had just the right amount of muscle on them for him, her hips flaring out wide beneath her thin waist.
Jasmine definitely made you a great wedding dress ready for our special night. You look delicious.
Rebecca blushed a little and smiled. And you look handsome in that tux. I'd liked your gambler's outfit, but this is even nicer. Nick started undoing his bow tie as he took off his shoes with his toes to the heels and took off the outer coat for now to get more comfortable. He'd let her undress the rest of him later. He crawled over her onto the bed, his body hovering over her. Kissing her once again, his hands started to roam her sexy body. Her lips were soft, and his soul core had a pleasant hum as more of her essence entered him, warming him. To his surprise, the essence felt stronger now than before, and her bright faith core soothed and appeased his instincts. She was his now, and it was like satisfaction from it pervaded his whole being. Her hands wrapped around his back and clutched him tightly as their tongues met. Feeling the essence from her kiss was like feeling the love she had for him, and it was a heady feeling. She gave pleasant moans as his hand groped her breasts, then moved down to her stomach and to her thick ass as they continued their kiss. Eventually, he pulled back to give her another look. Her large chest was heaving for breath, and the pleasant blush on her cheeks with her lips parted made him want to dive in for more.
You're beautiful, Becca.
Rebecca blushed a little more, shyly looking away before forcing herself to meet his eyes. I love you so much, Nicholas. You make me feel so special. His core thrummed in his chest, vibrating as his desire for her grew.
I love you too, and the feeling is mutual.
Kissing her again, he could feel her desire build as well. Their kisses became more fervent, and eventually he could tell she was worked up, and he was too.
I want you now.
With a small smile, she moved and revealed the zipper at the top of her corset, and he unzipped it and tossed it, revealing her lovely firm breasts and nipples. The nipples were delightfully pink, the areolas small on her large breasts. The nipples stood tall and hard already, and seeing them looking so inviting, he couldn't help but finger one as he wrapped his mouth and tongue around the other and sucked. Rebecca moaned, surprised at the sudden sensation. Her breathing picked up, but it caught in her throat as his hand trailed down her flat stomach to tease her outer folds. He continued to lavish her breasts with attention, kissing and licking her nipples as he palmed and thumbed her pussy, warming her up and getting her ready for him. She gave pleased moans, her body incredibly responsive to his attentions as her hands cradled Nick's head. "Oh, goddess," she breathed. Nick continued his ministrations, Rebecca's breathing picking up. He trailed kisses down her chest and stomach as he brought himself to her lower lips. With just a small triangle of hair above it, her pussy was bare. With a pink that matched her nipples, her lower lips were inviting. Spreading her legs, he kissed and licked her labia before fingering her entrance. Kissing and licking her exposed clit, he took his time to draw out her pleasure. Even now he could feel an odd connection building between him and her. Her pleasure was rising, and it wouldn't be long before she came. "Oh, yes," she moaned. "So good." Her moans increased in frequency as he continued lavishing her pussy with attention. As she got close, he curled his finger inside her, and she finally froze as she moaned. Her pussy and hips shook and convulsed, her hands clutching the blankets beneath her tightly. "Oh, yes, Her hips went wilder as Nick sucked on her clit, her hands clutching his hair instead. It took a moment for her to come down from her high, but Nick didn't stop until she did. Rebecca was breathing heavily. That was amazing. I want to return the favor." Nick smiled, stood on the floor, and wiped his mouth on his sleeve as she crawled across the bed to him. He now stood over her slightly, and her eyes looked up and met his with a loving smile. First, she unbuttoned his shirt, taking it off as she kissed his chest. Undoing his buckle on his belt, her eyes were lit with anticipation. His pants fell to the ground first, and then she took his boxers down, revealing his hard cock. It snapped upward as it was released from its confines, standing at attention at her head level. Rebecca's eyes nearly crossed, trying to look at it. She blushed. "There it is. It's still surprising."
"What?"
Rebecca blushed. "The girls talked about this a lot to prepare me." Of course, Nick knew his girls had probably gotten her excited about this moment. Rebecca was now on all fours again, facing him, and with a smile, her soft lips met his cock, and she began trailing kisses and licks all along his length. Now that it was wet, she made a firm grip on the base and started jacking him off. The mixture of soft kisses and a tight stroke caused him to groan in pleasure, and he couldn't help but frame her face with his hand and began guiding her attentions.
"Even if you didn't tell me, I'd already know Winnie taught you a bit about what to do here."
Rebecca blushed, still stroking him with one hand.
"The clergy. Our books about this are more clinical. We do have a few romances we've snuck between each other."
"You naughty nuns."
Rebecca pouted.
"Hardly. Those books didn't have anything on what Vinny and Kaya told me about. Like this."
Continuing the movements with her hand, stoking him, she positioned herself until she was sitting on the edge of the bed instead. Angling him with her hand as she stroked, her lips met the tip of his cock, and her tongue swirled around it. She began to take it into her mouth, and struggled to take it in past the tip, to fit her lips around his wide girth. Not giving up, she continued to work her jaw, and alternate the motions with her tongue and stroking his length as she kept trying to fit it deeper. She eventually managed, but then gagged just past the head. She coughed.
"Oh, it's hard. Just how did Vinny do it? Kaya?"
Nick snorted.
"Practice and probably some essence bullshit. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of time for that later. We can move on to the main event."
Rebecca shook her head. She didn't want to give up.
"Just one more try. I want to make you feel good."
Her eyes were watery, and her large chest heaved as she took more breaths to ready herself. Running his hand through her styled, pinned hair, he motioned for her to continue, taking on a look of determination, which he thought was a bit much for the task in question, but he wasn't about to dissuade her. She took him in her mouth again, her lips spreading tightly around his girth. He groaned at the tight suction, her tongue being dragged against the bottom of his length. She started to try to bob a little, taking him deeper into her throat as she met his eyes. Rebecca still tried to stroke him as she bobbed, but as she went deeper she started to choke, her eyes watering as she pulled herself off. She coughed. He smiled at her.
You did good. That felt great. We'll try that again next time. I want you now.
Rebecca puffed out her chest in pride, but then blushed as she realized what would happen next. He eased her further onto the bed, placing her onto her back once more, and she spread her legs. Once again he felt a draw, a connection building. Intertwining his fingers with hers, he lined his cock up with the other hand, easing the head of it into her folds. Once he was aligned, he took her other hand in his and kissed her lips. He felt a deeper connection to her now. The love they had for each other had now become a palpable thing. The excitement and joy welling up in her chest was significant, and he could feel it. She pulled back from kissing for a moment.
You feel that too, right?
Rebecca asked. Nick smiled.
Sure do. It seems we're building some kind of special connection. I'm all for it.
His lips met hers once more, and letting his weight fall down on his hips, his cock entered her. There was some sort of obstruction inside, but it was strange, like it was made of essence, and it didn't seem to bother her one bit as he passed it. He continued to press in, his thick girth entering deep into her wet pussy easily as she gave a pleased hum. While her walls were tight, it was almost like the Wolfen girls after receiving their mated trait. It was more like she was perfect-sized for him already. Pushing into her velvet folds, he groaned at the warm and wet sensations, her pussy tight along his length. He had to ease himself in, pumping in and out as he went. Rebecca moaned, his wife enjoying their connection as it grew. It seemed she was filled with joy that they now shared this special thing. As he reached the base, her pussy convulsed, gripping him tightly. In the corner of his eyes, he saw that the light in the room had shifted. He hardly had the wherewithal to think about that as Rebecca moaned, her legs wrapping around him tightly suddenly. Her faith essence seemed to rush inside him, but he had difficulty following this process as she moaned and her tongue danced with his. He grunted from the pleasure as her pussy began vibrating in place, her insides clamping down all along his length. Her hips shook as she rolled them upward, her body moving on its own volition, her eyes closed from the pleasure. She pulled back from their kiss for air.
Oh, wow,
Rebecca said absent-mindedly, before his hips started to move in tandem with her motions, his body driven to seek out his Archaean wife. Her moans and their connection led him to believe she was riding out an intense orgasm, and his hips continued to speed up even as he kissed her again, their tongues dancing with desire. For a moment it was like he felt her pleasure and need, and he wanted nothing more but to fill her with his seed, his hips moving with hers. But her orgasm eventually ended, and she pulled back from his lips.
Oh, goddess,
she moaned, opening her eyes.
What was... We're glowing?
Still holding her hands, he lifted himself up. They were glowing from where their bodies met, and now the connection was complete. He was sure there might be some kind of prompt from Orion, but he didn't care about that at the moment.
We are.
Nick felt a little distant now. This was far from the first time something weird happened during sex with him. His race was truly weird. Essence was entering him in waves from where they were connected, and her wings were shimmering with light. Nick pulled back a little further, his cock's length leaving her tight folds. As he pulled out a little, he looked down at it.
It's glowing, Rebecca noted.
So it is.
The light was even rippling across his pelvic region, sending pleasant sensations and covering the skin of his entire body, and even wrapping around his soul core in his chest. The darkness inside his body stirred, but felt like it was being contained, if anything, by the light. His core was drawing in the light on its own. Confirming it was not a problem at all, he didn't want to think any further about it right now. Resuming kissing his new wife, he plunged back inside, his cock entering her depths. The connection to her had only grown, and now was at the point where he was feeling her emotions at a stronger level. The love and affection she had for him warmed him, and his love for this compassionate woman rose. He fucked her slowly at first, their connected hands and tongue transmitting their love for one another. He couldn't help but want to be connected deeper and deeper, and if he had more hands, he would want all of them on her flesh as well. Pumping in and out, her pussy shook and gripped his length. Her hips rolled to meet his, the two working in perfect sync as they sought each other. Feeling how much she loved him drove him to make her feel good, his cock filling her all the way to the base with every thrust. Feeling her lust and love rise, he increased his pace to match. The two now moaned as their tongues danced, their eyes meeting each other as he now pounded her. He started to feel a little drunk on the love. The euphoria of being connected to his lover now became immense. Her legs around his back were pulling him in, her body shaking in pleasure. Reaching his peak, Rebecca joined him as they came at the same time. His cum filled her, pleasure traveling up his spine as his whole body shook. He had felt the desire to create an heir and had only barely kept himself from doing it. His angelic wife was more than willing, and his body's need had risen for some reason, perhaps the darkness that was being drawn out. Having finished, he could feel she didn't want him to pull out to disturb their connection, and he couldn't help but feel the same way. The connection was addictive, it seemed. Checking his essence, the darkness was still mostly contained inside his body and body core. The light had built in his skin and chest further, and he had to wonder if this was some form of cultivation. Nick actually felt a little drained after that. He could run for dozens of miles faster than most cars through the woods, his cultivator body capable of incredible feats. Yet somehow he was winded, and really he had barely been moving his hips. She seemed to notice this, giving him a loving smile.
How about me on top this time? I'll take care of you and make you feel good instead.
Nodding, he rolled her over and laid down on the bed, his cock still at attention inside her. They kept their hands intertwined, maintaining their connection as she spread her legs out, placing her feet on the bed on each side of him. Smiling at him lovingly, she started to move once more, her pussy once again tightening and convulsing all along his length as she squatted up and down on his cock. Once again he couldn't help but move his hips in sync with her, the desire to give her mutual love and pleasure great. Her wings flapped as she bounced on his cock, now that they were free. What he quickly noticed was that she didn't seem winded at all. If anything, her strength was building.
Oh, I love you, Nicholas. You feel so good.
She sped up, and Nick groaned as her pussy shook and convulsed, even as she pounded herself onto his cock. Nick found her tightness quickly bringing him to the peak, even though he had just come not that long ago thanks to her increased pace. Rebecca moaned,
So close. I'm going to come again.
She sped up even further, her hips a near blur. Her strong and thick thighs were working overtime, and now Nick had trouble even moving his own hips. Even as she orgasmed, she didn't even slow.
Yes, 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 fuck, yes.
Feeling the lust and love build, once again, his balls boiled as he reached his peak. He flooded her with his cum, the pulses quickly filling her pussy. His and her body shook as the vibrations occurred again, their connection causing a powerful orgasm between the two. When the euphoria ended, her eyes met his, full of love, and she looked down to where it filled him.
I love this. I feel so close to you, so connected. I had been a bit jealous that Vinny and Jasmine could feel you so well, but now I have something too.
Nick didn't know that much about their connection, but he could feel it. His instincts said the connection was made only when his cock was inserted into her.
But it's only when...
Rebecca's smile was beaming.
That just means I need to make the most of it while we can. Can we do it again?
Rebecca bit her lip, looking at him with more than a little lust and love, her large breasts starting to heave once more. Nick was a little surprised.
Again? I'm surprised you're not tired at all.
I also feel invigorated, and it feels so good, doesn't it?
Nick hesitated, then coughed.
Of course it does. You're amazing. But it's like you're draining it from me. I thought you were an angel, not a succubus.
Rebecca pouted.
I may be drawing some darkness out of you, and it's doing something good for me, I know it. Then I think I'm giving you some of my light, my faith and love in you.
She looked at him with love, her eyes watering as she gave him a pleading look.
Please, just one more, then we can go to the reception.
Nick couldn't help but side-eye her a little.
I thought Fang had the best puppy dog eyes, but I don't think I can say no to you either.
She smiled, and despite it being full of love and tenderness, Nick got the feeling that the look was a little wicked.
Don't worry. I want to make you feel so good, too. Again and again.
As she started to bounce on him again, he realized it was going to be a long night, but he was sure he would still enjoy it. Chapter 22. The Enlightenment Chamber. Nick awoke with Rebecca in his arms, feeling truly at peace. It had been a long but fun night, and, as per tradition, not all of it was lovemaking. They had gone to the reception after their first union, and enjoyed some time with their community and growing family. Many drinks and a fun party was had, and Nick was grateful to meet and learn more about his many subjects. He had also taken a number of new followers. It hadn't been time during the ceremony, but at the reception, many of the new clergy of Serafera took on his soul pacts, and even many of the adherents. The reception was not all that dissimilar to those he had seen on Earth, in part due to Nick being a lord of Orion. The people of Serafera would largely abstain from having much alcohol to drink during even celebrations, but would still enjoy dancing, music, and telling family stories. Nick was happy to hear stories about the so-called helping hands the community and clergy often provided, hearing tales of aiding in difficult times of people's lives. Rebecca herself had helped with repairing a barn, running a shop, and even helping a cow give birth. When Rebecca threw the bouquet, the nuns and adherents were quite competitive to grab it, as the same belief was true, that the one who caught it would be married next. However, Irene had a leg up on the competition thanks to her flight, and aggressively grabbed it, to all the other girls' consternation. It wasn't just the competition for the bouquet, but Nick was shocked how many of the nuns had shown their interest in him. Thankfully, they kept their flirting rather muted, directly. Instead, it was like a line had formed to meet Irwin, after each had congratulated Nick and Rebecca on their union. Nick had looked at Rebecca worriedly, knowing that their community would typically look down on other women coveting him so quickly. But she reassured him that it was fine now, thanks to Sarah Farah's approval. They would simply make sure the girls had the right intentions. After their honeymoon, where they would likely just spend a bunch of time relaxing in their bedroom, there was a lot they would need to do. Preparations for entering the Path of Kings and the assault against Shadowvale would take precedence, but after that, Rebecca would encourage any and all clergy to join their family, if Nick and his other wives accepted them. The recently evolved monsterfolk were present, led by Jasmine, Fang, and Luna. Most of them were still learning Orion Common, but many of them congratulated him and Rebecca well enough that Nick was impressed with their progress. He knew it'd only be a month or two before they became fluent, thanks to their time being spent with the orcs and Sarah Farah's faithful. His girls had made themselves scarce after the reception, wanting Rebecca to enjoy her first night as his wife alone with Nick. They stayed up partying a little, but rejoined after Nick and Rebecca had gone to sleep. Nick had to stuff himself at the event to get his strength back for the night ahead of him. His angelic wife had drained him of darkness during the act, but also filled him with light energy. This seemed to drain his vigor and strength in the process, but Rebecca was invigorated instead. It irked him, so he tried to work hard for round 2. He still couldn't keep up with her, but it was an enjoyable defeat. It was a bit of a surprise that even more of Sarah Farah's faith essence would be transmitted to him during their lovemaking, much like the kisses he had received from her. It seemed to be at the level that he could cultivate it and empower himself, but it was certainly too sparse for it to add up to anything significant at the moment, other than making him tired. Still, he wondered if he could somehow improve on it and use that somehow. Perhaps sensing Nick was stirring, Rebecca blinked as she woke up and met Nick's eyes. She stretched and rolled over, grabbing hold of Nick, her lips reaching for his lazily. Nick chuckled, returning her embrace and making it easy for her lips to find his. Once again, her pure essence leaked and entered him, warming him.
Good morning, my Becca. Still tired? It's nearly noon.
Rebecca yawned.
Baby, I can understand my mom better now. I just want to lay about now, enjoy, and...
She looked at his crotch again, blushing.
Some kind of angel thing to be lazy, huh? Oh, that's right. Does the menu say anything about our new connection?
Her eyes moved to check her menu.
Oh, yes, I did get a trait when we connected.
She blushed and shared the entry for him. Trait, angelic tether, +1, body, +3, soul. You have joined with your Archaean husband, pairing together for all of time. Your body and soul have been strengthened, increasing the faith essence store density within your body. You can go far longer than most others without food or essence, so long as you continue to connect with your husband. While connected, your emotions and thoughts can be transmitted, and essence will be transferred between you to share essence and temper each other. Nick rolled his eyes at the connection. What did that have to do with angels? He changed the topic, remembering his thought from before.
Maybe you became an angel as a part of Serafera's rewards or gifts? We were both bathed in golden light when I got that trait enhanced.
Rebecca frowned in thought. I did get a notification about it being a reward, but that my affinity with light and Serafera's faith essence had increased. Knowing how I was created, maybe... I hope it doesn't bother you. Nick snorted and kissed her on the cheek.
Of course not. You're awesome and I love you, Becca, angel or human. I did notice how light you were before we entered the bedroom, too.
Rebecca blushed. I love you too, Nicholas. And I'm light? My fate, or...
Both your mass and your purity, or the light within you. I do like this tether, too, even if it's a little odd.
Rebecca nodded. I love it. Thinking he wanted to give her a surprise, he had a thought.
Vi, how many CP do we have now?
The Path of Kings has 8,348 CP available. The Path of the Samurai has 4,823, and the Path of Heroes has 4,452. Serafera's has 11,438, and should have enough to make a specialty building.
Damn, not quite enough for the ancestral archives in the Path of Kings. I guess if the girls beat the boss with new groups, they'll get it soon.
It seemed that for beating the boss, normal groups of 10 being helped by the second stratum escorts would get a little over 1,000. They had gotten much more when Nick cleared it, but the boss was over 30% harder or more. The earnings in DP were not linear based on difficulty, and instead seemed to be exponential based on how much people were tested, a risk versus reward sort of system. He turned to her, seeing her naked body underneath the blankets. He teased,
So, what do you want to do now, my angel wife? I thought I'd get those archives, but it looks like you'll have to wait for now. I could steal the DP from other ordeals, but at 3-1 it's hardly worth it for now.
Nick could use the DP from his heroic path for his heritage buildings because it was truly a path he walked, but the path of the samurai and Serafera's had to be converted. Rebecca pouted. I want to stay in for a while longer. Maybe... She looked down at his crotch and blushed.
Oh, you want to stay in, is it? Did I corrupt a poor angel in just one night?
Rebecca blushed even further. My light is pure, and so is my heart. It is only natural to be passionate with one's husband, and I did have to abstain for so long, knowing just what you and your other wives were getting up to. I feel a pleasant desire to connect once more.
So it is, and I definitely had to wait a long time and haven't nearly had enough of my Becca. And after that?
I think I shall try that enlightenment chamber you allotted for me. Lumos said that she had gotten all of them ready for us now, even for my special item. Nick recalled seeing her receive a similar mixture to all his wives when they defeated the fire elemental that first time. So she would begin the efforts to form her devotion core.
I suppose I ought to try that too next, after I ravish and corrupt you.
Nick moved atop his wife, kissing her, to which she tangled her tongue with his eagerly. Rebecca giggled as he moved down to kiss her neck, giving him a look of love and contentment as they continued. It was with more than a bit of trepidation that Nick looked at the throne, with Jasmine standing next to him in her new form. It looked a bit different now that Lumos had tweaked it for his path, but that didn't mean he didn't remember almost dying after claiming it. The throne now looked like an odd leather recliner, comfortable, but then it had all sorts of odd lines of light carved through it. At the back, it had an odd gear with spokes like a wheel, the lines of essence going into the back of the chair. Sensing his worry, his much taller and larger soul-bonded hugged him lovingly from the side.
Don't worry, Master. It'll be fine. Lumos knows what she's doing. My chamber works perfectly, and so does Winnie and Kaya's.
Nick shook his head at the number of buttons on the armrest. Lumos had given him a small guide, but he couldn't help but feel a little weird about his throne.
Creepiest massage chair I've ever seen. What do theirs look like?
They don't have thrones, but more like prayer mats they sit cross-legged in. Mine is the same, but I also have a pedestal for my Nexus core. It's a lot like your, Blade Soulforge room.
The room would gather essence from both the Path of Kings and Path of Heroes, as well as the tithed faith essence from Serafera. He learned the reason why the room had so much when he almost died wasn't just because the bishop was dead for a while. It was because there was an excessive amount from the tribulation victory that the bishop had not finished absorbing, on top of all his usurped essence. The amount the entire community generated for Serafera was substantial, and he was stealing much of it, but not all. Just like Nick could probably wait around 2 whole months between each climb of the ordeal, he could wait a similar amount between sitting on the throne to absorb the essence into his concepts and improving his level. Nick hardly needed the latter, but the former was important and would become even more important for when he reached the 3rd stratum. When each level would normally take months to a year, even a few % faster would shave off weeks. The Enlightenment Chamber, as Nick understood, was simply a superior version of the Concept Chamber the bishop had. It had a higher efficiency, and would grant his concepts a larger growth compared to the essence invested. The number of rooms for individuals grew, and the number of features available for purchase increased. Supposedly, their efforts would somehow be retained within the walls of all the chambers or the essence that passed through somehow, their enlightenment into the essence of all things carrying through into Nick and each other. However, this was all at minor levels, each getting only fractions of the enlightenment the others received. Once again, this was just something that, over the coming months and years, could eventually build into something big. When he added the Ascension Chamber for him and all his wives to use, even more efficiency and features would be unlocked. He sat down, putting his hands on the armrests. It was pretty comfy if he ignored the weird room. Looking over his options on the armrest, he looked back to Jasmine, who now stood next to his throne.
Are you just gonna stay here while I'm doing this? Doesn't this take hours? I'm not gonna be a great conversation partner while I do this.
Of course, Master. I need to be here just in case you require anything. Worry not, for I shall be no burden to you. I'll busy myself with weaving some more cloth.
Knowing it was pointless to argue that he didn't want to waste her time, Nick decided to choose his Frost King concept first to work on, since he had already reached early mastery on his Salvation and Redemption one. Pressing the odd button, he selected the Ice Crown icon on his throne. The gear behind him shifted, but he looked up as he felt the essence in the room stirring. The essence entered into the spherical chamber at the ceiling, reminiscent of his Blade Soulforge. It flowed into a line in the floor, which connected to the throne and drew the energy into him. Nick began swirling his essence chains as the special essence of the chamber flowed into him, and he gasped in shock at the density and purity of it. This felt a lot like the level of boss essence or what was used to temper his body itself, but noted that it was oddly different. It was more like the energy that swirled around him when he arrived back in Frosthaven, but it was denser, and the impressions it gave him was stronger. He was filled with warmth and trust, a feeling of duty and responsibility within him rising in return. His followers had a profound loyalty to him, and it wasn't just because of their pact. It was because they saw with every action of his that he proved he stood by his promises with heroic deeds, that when the going got tough, he would be there to protect them, just as he did when he faced the bishop and rescued the slaves and orc children, defeated the Alpha Drake, and Davin the bandit lord. And he would do it again and again, winning against insurmountable odds. After the battle, he would empower his people, ensuring they had everything they required to excel and become more. The pilgrimage and subsequent acquisitions of people and materials proved that Nick was investing in his people, that he was a true Lord of Orion. This helped him understand the value of this chamber even more, and why the boss essence was no longer recommended to be absorbed at the downed corpse within the ordeal. His will and desires would normally cause the essence to shift and be absorbed, but that only went so far. It felt like the chamber had already not only filtered this for him, but also drew in and combined it with unique essence from within his kingdom, hence why he could feel his subjects' loyalty. This allowed him to absorb only the perfectly balanced essence for him and his path and concepts. In truth, this chamber was what allowed him to walk a path much more effectively, and would make walking too actually possible. The loyalty was a palpable energy, as Nick absorbed it into himself, and Nick's mind wandered to the vision he had about the Frost King and his chains of frost. His men's loyalty rose their bodies from the grave to deal a powerful blow against their terrifying foe. He also faced the Centaur Lord, whose armor of death was empowered by his subjects' deaths. Nick didn't want either of those things, at least not exactly. He was happy his fallen followers could somehow help with driving the chains, but that was just a bonus. They didn't need to give anything up, because they would be back in time thanks to the Genesis Chamber, so long as he lived. What Nick wanted was control. This was why he chose the Frost Aura among the other options in the first place. He wanted an indomitable will combined with an unending frost that would impose control over the battlefield, which would protect his allies and defeat his enemies. The essence within him, built within his crown of ice, and the seed within his concept, was fed by the essence and allowing it to grow. His will of the Frost King blazed, his icy determination meant to protect his will and people against powerful foes. With his ice-clad will, he would return his followers' loyalty with duty and loyalty of his own. More and more, he felt like his concept was becoming one with him, and the kernel crystallized into something more. Time continued to pass as he worked through the essence, but eventually, the frost energy the chamber pooled for this usage ran out. He came to his senses as Jasmine dabbed some of his sweat with a cloth with one hand, while her other hands kept up their weaving, her spider legs moving about behind her as well.
You did it, Master! I can feel it. The cold and the loyalty of your people is yours to command.
She looked up, observing the essence.
Still plenty left, though. Seraphera's faith essence does have a lot of light in it, the light of wisdom.
She licked her lips.
Too bad it can't be mine. It's too different from light energy.
Despite being a bit exhausted, Nick felt a warmth from seeing his maid was still there.
Thanks for being here with me, Jazz. And you never know. I can still share essence with you.
Jasmine beamed.
Of course, Master. I'm so happy to please you. I live to serve.
She then shook her head.
Perhaps, someday, you shall share this faith essence with us.
But it would be wrong for now, not until you've claimed your due. Until you've reached the 3rd or even the 4th stratum, we cannot afford to invest all but everything in you. After all, then I can have my real form back in a reasonable amount of time.
Nick checked his cores, then the menu for the time of day. He was surprised to learn that despite having spent several hours, his soul and body cores had only gained 1/4 of a level. Instead, his cores were refined, changing their makeup ever so slightly to match his desires, his will, and his path. He had also received the prompt, but he could already feel it. His will and the frost were one, and it would be empowered by his kingdom's loyalty. Congratulations, you have reached early mastery of your path concept, dominion of frost and fealty. At this time, it has become a deep part of you, down to your very soul. Effect: +3 body, +3 soul. Finally, he had reached the first major threshold with this concept, and he was vindicated to see that his concept based on the light and dark allowed him to receive more stats. The Path of Kings was one of the strongest paths, an ordained path of Orion itself. If his other concept was stronger than even that meant it was definitely above most others. His fragment of a concept had now upgraded, becoming a part of him. Nick knew this meant that now there was almost no return. He could scrub it away from his soul, but it would require significant cost and effort. Level 15 Convergence Skill unlocked. Inexorable Grasp of Winter. Draw essence from the surrounding area and briefly empower your frost aura and your chains, strengthened by the essence of your nearby loyal subjects, followers, and wives. This versatile ability can be used to control enemies or defend allies and even greatly damage a single target. It was an excellent ability, which embodied and enhanced his choices for why he had selected the Frost Aura in the first place. While he now had 2 of these special abilities, it wasn't as though he could use them both easily. Using just one of them would take a lot out of him, and the surrounding area besides. The main reason Rebecca and the girls could use so many in quick succession was that they leaned on each other. Jasmine walked in front of the throne and kneeled at the base of it. Because she was so large, her body and head were only barely lower than his. Her massive chest pressed against his knees, and she gave him a lovely smile while she held several items in her 4 hands.
Here, Master, while your cores have been stimulated and you are brimming with power, your body itself could use some sustenance. Please, enjoy some refreshments before you continue.
She held a tankard of the odd energy whiskey in one hand, then held a plate out with another, which had essence fruit and charcuterie on it, the crackers already dusted with jellies or mustard. Another hand was ready to feed him, and she grinned at his surprised look, her smile a little impish.
See, Master? This is what I wanted when I chose this body. Anything you require, you only need to will it and it will be yours in but a moment. I was a little disappointed I could not take this form sooner, but now I can be the super maid that almost competes with my original self.
Her original form could have as many arms as she wanted, but also she moved nearly at the speed of light when she wanted.
You're wonderful in all your forms, Jazz.
Nick glanced at the food he wanted to try first, and Jasmine, sensing exactly which one he wanted, was happy to bring it to his lips. Enjoying the mixture of flavors and textures of salty meat, sweet jam, and crunchy crackers, Nick recovered the essence and vigor within his body, which was wrung out by the cultivation. Being fed by her was a novel and nostalgic feeling. It felt silly when it was easy enough for him to feed himself, but feeling the pleasure it gave Jasmine to serve him so made it an even more enjoyable experience. Willing her lips to his own for a kiss, Jasmine vibrated in happiness and leaned forward, allowing her large, plump lips to meet his own. Her furry legs behind her shuddered, and the arms holding the plate and tankard trembled. Her free arm reached to touch his cheek lovingly.
"Master,"
Jasmine said with need, her eyes flashing and her clawed legs arcing toward him. He could feel how much she wanted to wrap him up, to pleasure him. He would let her, perhaps, but later.
Later, I promise. It's as you said, isn't it? I have much essence to work through. This having accumulated for a while, plus the bonus reward.
Jasmine took a shuddering breath before standing and giving him a loving smile.
"Yes, of course, Master. I am ever eager to show you everything about this new body of mine, but I am patient. Your will and desire is all that matters to me."
The truth of her words stirred his desire to make use of her, but he held off. He felt he could enjoy much more later when it was time to relax. Next was his heroic concept, combined with the tithed faith essence. Pressing the button on his throne, an image of a sword bathed in light and darkness, the gear behind him shifted once more. Essence began to cascade through the lines on the sphere, a prismatic light that was much more white than the previous. As the essence entered him, he felt much like he did within Serafera's cathedral when it welcomed him, but it was even more than that. He could feel the immense gratitude of those he saved, and the building faith, loyalty, and devotion to him and his city itself. Whether they were loyal to Nick or Frosthaven, their community, those feelings and the essence that carried it would be gathered here. Within Frosthaven there were countless people that Nick had saved, and that he had made their lives better. Whether it was the orcs of Nagduros, or the humans of Zura, the many slaves he had freed, or even the kinda crummy people from Havendale, Nick was undoubtedly their savior and benefactor. Their gratitude built and influenced the essence of Orion around the city, and the ordeal and chamber channeled it into Nick's throne. The essence permeated his being as he focused on the hero he wanted to become, how he wanted to fight and protect the weak, to be the light of justice that the people of Orion would gather behind. He would raise his banner and stand up to the injustices of the world, inspiring the next generation of heroes. By redeeming the evil of all their sins, he would defeat all the evil he encountered, all that stood in his way in this life and following into the next. And that was not all. The faith of the many adherents of Serafera mixed in, the filtered faith essence joining. Unfortunately, Nick wasn't standing in front of her mirror of wisdom and truth to see how all these essences intermingled, but he could feel the faith essence of Serafera was unique and powerful. It somewhat acted like a filler similar to mana, in how it made the mixture more homogeneous and easy to weave. And heavier. The tithed faith essence was simply of a higher quality, and it was beyond his understanding. That it went to him at all was a major boon. Because it was filtered or cleansed of Serafera's light of wisdom, the faith essence should undoubtedly become a sort of faith in Nick's heroism, but it was difficult to know what the exact result should be. On this shard, there was very little info on it. There was a little bit of it within his study, but nothing Nick could act on. He simply knew it responded to his desires and actions, just like all the essence of Orion, and so he would just hold on to what he wanted to accomplish and become, and hope for the best. And also Lumos's talents in configuring the chamber. The heroic essence combined with Seraphera's faith essence, permeating his entire being and filling his body and soul cores, and some drifted off to influence his body more directly. The seed, which was his heroic concept, sat in his soul core, and it grew as he swirled his chains of essence and drew them in. As he did, he pondered his ideal. The words for each stanza of his kata were spoken in Archaean, manipulating the flows of energies throughout his body with his will, enhanced by what Rebecca had taught him. The Archaean monstrous swordsman was a powerful ideal, but it didn't truly fit with either of his concepts, only assisting him by granting him strength and drawing out the darkness. In a way, his father taught him another one of his own, a sort of honorable king of Orion ideal. Nick would need to play with this and reference a few other ideals he had books for within his study in order to work towards his true ideal. Utility-wise, he really needed something to draw out and build more darkness in him to match the light drawn out from his concept and his throne. At the same time, the important ideal would likely need to have both his paths in mind to build up his body further to be even more compatible with his concepts, slowly attuning it. He would need this to become a master at Archaean swordsmanship, infusing his concepts into his fighting style. Finishing the essence, Jasmine once again was cleaning his sweat, dabbing him with a wet cloth and drying him with another.
"I can feel it, Master. Once again you have grown."
Looking inward, he could see she was right. The amount of essence was substantial, and he had now hit the 16th level. Name: Nicholas Noblefrost. Race: Archaean. Level: 16. Class: Lorded Soul Knight, Epic Lord Class. Attributes: 42.25 Body, 53.19 Soul. Core: Frost King's Crown, S Grade. Concept Mastery: Early Heroic Salvation and Redemption. Early Dominion of Frost and Fealty. Skills: Expert Archaean Swordsmanship and Shield Mastery. Expert Soul Magic. Expert Body Enhancement. Intermediate Frost Magic and Manipulation. Spells: Soul Mending. Judgment. Create Soul Servant. Remove Affliction. Frost Aura. Frost Shock. Power Strike. Double Jump. Hardened Skin. Shield Bash. Heroic Cloak of Twilight. Inexorable Grasp of Winter. Traits: Soul Bound. Advanced Soul Sense. Mana Resistant. Will of the Frost King. Soul Blade Efficiency. Soul Blade Connection. Monstrous Blow. Monstrous Body. Soul Fortress. Dream Weaver. Monsterfolk Empathy, 2. Monsterfolk Bloodlines. Divine Concord. Seraphera. He had grown a lot since he last looked, and now a new section was shown with his concepts. Aside from the major milestones, not much in them would change, but it was welcome to see on his menu. Practicing his ideal and forming his redemption pacts both increased his body and soul rating over time, increasing them by several levels. Combined with his level-ups in his class, his core, the new Seraphera trait, and his 2 concepts reaching early mastery, he had increased both his body and soul rating by nearly 20 each. It was truly significant. Nick was stronger and faster, and his soul blade was sharper. Then the weight of each of his actions would be more thanks to his increased attributes and his usage of concepts. And now he really doubted anyone within the same stratum on this shard could be his match. Of course, that meant Orion was going to helpfully supply him with enemies that were above him. Except for Jasmine. Now that she had her concepts, she was at the peak of what one could accomplish with them within the second stratum. She was truly a monster, but thankfully she was his monster. Perhaps some other elite may be able to stand up to him, but based on what he had seen, with the exception of heirs within the central kingdoms, none would have reached early mastery on 2 concepts by this level. Many focused on and ascended with just 1.
Thanks, Jazz.
Nick stood from the throne and stretched as he checked his menu for the time.
Oh, it's already late afternoon.
Jasmine nodded.
Most of the day is gone, but spending most of the day every few weeks isn't so bad. It's likely due to your talent and strength of soul that you could even get so much done in one go. In the end, I have to do the same with my Nexus core. I'm thankful for the Enlightenment Chamber, since it can pool the resources for me. Otherwise, I would lose out quite a bit when I took it out to fight.
Nick knew that wasn't exactly the full story. For example, that mist-filled cavern the monster of the lake was using. The mist would still gather while her Nexus core was gone, making the essence in the room denser as time went by, waiting for it to be consumed by the Nexus core. However, it was certainly true that much of it would spill out of the cavern and into the surrounding environment, much of it wasted and unable to be collected. It would take an expensive construction to counteract this, and doing so would potentially destroy the natural benefits the cavern provided. The Enlightenment Chamber allowed for her to pool a substantial amount of essence, not wasting any of it unless she was gone for a prolonged period. That was why his concept chambers and their upgraded versions were such a significant boon to aid their progression in the most efficient and convenient manner. They left the room, and Fang got up from the couch with her tail wagging. It seemed she was waiting for them to come out.
"Boss, come look! You're changing the city!"
The 3 of them went out the front, and when he got outside he was shocked. The air had chilled several degrees in a single day, and that was not all. The air itself seemed cleaner, the stone pavement brighter. The walls on the outskirts of the city seemed to glow, an odd energy present, as if bolstering their protection. Then, above the Path of Kings ordeal, it was like clouds of cold were leaking out. The effects were interesting, but he couldn't help but be a little worried.
Damn. Does this mean I'm going to freeze our damn city eventually?
Jasmine shook her head.
In time, it just might, if you wished it. Instead, this is just going to shift the climate closer to your concepts and paths. Most likely for Shadowvale, they go out of their way to make the surroundings match his path.
That made a bit of sense to Nick. So it seemed the winters in Frosthaven would be a little harsh. That would work fine for Nick and his people, as that meant many months out of the year it would be all the more challenging to assault his homeland. Nick looked to the south. While he couldn't actually see Shadowvale, knowing it was just beyond some hills and clashing control radius focused his will. It was like he could feel the incursion on the boundaries, lurking.
All right. Fang, go grab Lothar and Agatha, Lumos, Counselor Robbins, Rebecca, and Renzu for tomorrow. We need to plan out the next 2 months. We have most of our assets and resources now or incoming, and it's time to prepare for our conquest.